arriving in a magical realm, yet striving to refrain from employing magic. Reborn into the world of Harry Potter, Ryan finds himself ensnared in contemplation over this absurd golden finger. When a boy reborn from another world collides with the Weasley family's mischief maker, George, a delightful romance transcending the magical realm unfolds. Pink eyes, able to climb trees, and can throw a punch. George Weasley's eyes gleam with excitement. I'm determined to claim this little rabbit. From a clandestine agreement beneath the humble apple tree to barehandedly defeating the Hungarian Horntail in the Triwizard Tournament. From a paper boat confession under the starlit surface of the Black Lake to the special product showcase at the Weasley joke shop. This little rabbit stirs the entire magical world into chaos, yet remains utterly defenseless against a certain red-haired prankster. I claimed you when you were 11, George boasts with pride. Nonsense, Ryan retorts, his cheeks flushing. When the elegance of Beauxbatons encounters the ruckus of Gryffindor, the sweetest and most chaotic tale of magical romance begins to unfold. Chapter 1. Transmigration. The golden hues of the setting sun flow gently along the pristine corridors of St. Maria's Sanitarium. 18-year-old Ryan leans against the window, his slender fingers tightly grasping an antiquated flip phone. This was a birthday gift casually tossed to him by his father last year, containing only 2 numbers that would never connect him to anyone. Beep, beep. The instant the call connects, Ryan's heart constricts violently, yet the familiar, indifferent voice emanating from the receiver remains unchanged. Didn't I tell you not to bother me? Go find your mother. As the busy tone resonates, the evening bells outside toll 7 times. Ryan gazes at the birthday reminder on his phone screen, a sudden chuckle escaping him. How ironic that the phone offers him blessings, while the one who bestowed life upon him cannot bear to hear even a single word. Upon returning to his hospital room, the moonlight has already crept up to his critical condition notice. The date circled in red by the doctor resembles an unsightly scar. Coincidentally, it is the very day he reaches adulthood. Ryan caresses the diagnostic paper detailing multi-organ failure, and suddenly recalls the hesitant expression of his attending physician. If only a family member would sign. Slowly, Ryan reclines, feeling life slip away like sand through an hourglass. As his consciousness blurs, he hazily perceives a multitude of scenes. The silhouette of his father storming out when he was 5, the suitcase abandoned at the hospital door on the day his mother remarried, and the nurse's futile attempts at consolation after each phone call is abruptly severed. So, this is acceptable. In the moonlight, the line on the heart monitor gradually flattens into a straight green line. Thus, on what should have been a joyous and celebratory 18th birthday, Ryan quietly departs this world, bidding farewell to all his pain and troubles. Ding! Qualified soul fluctuation detected. Ryan awakens in a sensation of weightlessness, discovering himself adrift in the vast expanse of the cosmos, surrounded by countless twinkling lights, as if he could reach out and grasp a nascent universe. Hello, dear. A mini television with mechanical wings suddenly bounces into view, its screen displaying a smiley face shaped like a crescent moon. I'm the Transmigration System's steward number 520, Little Ding Xiang. Congratulations on obtaining a reincarnation experience voucher. Ryan blinks in bewilderment, gazing at the creature before him. Transmigration? System? What on earth is this? Little Ding Xiang circles around the dazed host thrice before abruptly receiving data transmitted from the back end. On the screen, a torrential downpour emoji suddenly appeared, exclaiming, "Oh, how could such parents exist? Fear not, host. This system shall guide you to embark on a new life." New life, Ryan unconsciously echoed, as his fingertips grazed a shooting star that passed by, its brilliance lingering on the back of his hand for a fleeting moment, illuminating the purplish bruises left by years of intravenous infusions. Flapping its wings, it declared, "If you are unaware, fret not. Allow me, Little Ding Xiang, to enlighten you." Thereupon, Little Ding Xiang elucidated to Ryan the concepts of transmigration and systems, as well as the notion of a golden finger. With each completed task, corresponding rewards will be granted. However, the world you traverse and the accompanying golden finger will both be determined by a lottery, relying equally on luck and skill. While Little Ding Xiang spoke incessantly, Ryan, who had remained silent, softly interjected, Am I allowed to decline? Upon hearing this, little Dingxiang's expression on the screen momentarily froze. Why? Isn't this quite thrilling? You could experience a different life in another world. A different life? Ryan echoed with curiosity. Little Dingxiang responded affirmatively. Indeed, you shall possess a healthy body, witness breathtaking sights you have never laid eyes upon, and embrace all the beauty you have yet to encounter. Little Dingxiang sincerely extended an olive branch to Ryan. The notions of a different life and unencountered beauty caressed Ryan's heartstrings like feathers. Once upon a time, he observed the other children in the sanatorium charming their parents, witnessing the silent tears of parents as they watched their children endure injections and medications, and often found himself lost in the scene of families leaving the sanatorium hand in hand, laughing and conversing cheerfully. Daily, he gazed longingly from the window of the sanatorium, yearning for his father and mother to visit him, hoping they would suddenly appear before him, kindly inquiring about his health. He wished for them to ask if he had grown taller, to express concern with a gentle, "Have you been sleeping well at night lately?" Yet, as time passed, Ryan gradually understood that this wish became increasingly unattainable. He once mustered the courage to call them, but most often, the call was abruptly ended, and even when connected, he was met with phrases like "Don't bother me." Why did his parents despise him? Because to them, he was a burden hindering their path to a blissful life. This was the answer Ryan arrived at as he matured. If given another chance, could he attain the happiness he had never experienced? Ryan admitted he was somewhat swayed. Can I truly do this? Little Dingxiang transformed into a cheerleading emoji, exclaiming, "Trust me, this time you will encounter someone who genuinely loves you." As the galaxy began to whirl, Ryan finally extended his trembling hand to press the shimmering golden confirmation button. Noticing this, little Dingxiang joyfully transformed through various expressions on the screen, confidently assuring, "Understood. I, little Dingxiang, will strive to select the most comfortable world and the finest golden finger for the host." Subsequently, little Dingxiang emitted a vast beam of light from the screen, causing the entire space to begin to collapse and disintegrate. Ryan felt a sense of disorientation before losing consciousness. Just before his awareness succumbed to a deep slumber, the sounds of chaotic electronic tones echoed in his ears. The world era of the Traveler is currently being randomly selected. Selection result: Harry Potter World 2nd Generation. Traveler's Golden Finger is being randomly selected. Selection result: Dolois Softbone Rabbit Martial Soul. Traveler number 25387488062. Wishing you a safe journey. Chapter 2. A Summer Encounter. Summer of 1988. Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon, England. This picturesque village is enveloped by forests, with quaint cottages scattered throughout. Wisps of smoke curling from chimneys, and winding paths meandering like ribbons, adorned with wildflowers in full bloom. A quaint horse-drawn carriage ambles along the road outside the village, within which a small boy with chestnut hair slumbers peacefully on a plush cushion. His head rests on the lap of a woman with long, golden hair, her fingers gently weaving through his hair as if crafting a beautiful dream. "Ryan, wake up, we've arrived." The woman leans down, softly whispering in the boy's ear. Ryan stirs from his slumber at his mother's call, his lashes still heavy with sleep, blinking in confusion as he asks, "Mom, where are we?" Annie gazes affectionately at her darling son and chuckles. "Ryan, you're a bit groggy. This is your grandparents' home, the place where I grew up." At that moment, the carriage halts before a house, and the door swings open. Annie steps out first, carefully assisting Ryan down. Once on solid ground, Ryan nervously clutches his mother's hand, his curious gaze surveying the unfamiliar abode. "Annie, my dear, you've come." An elderly woman approaches with a steady gait, her wrinkled face alight with joy and her eyes brimming with affection. She rises on her toes to affectionately greet Annie with a kiss on the cheek before engaging her in warm conversation. This is Ryan's grandmother, Via Beck. Though advanced in years, her spirit remains vibrant. Her white hair meticulously arranged, she dons a simple dress that radiates a welcoming warmth. Thanks to little Dinky, Ryan finds himself born into a profoundly loving family. His father, Mark, a muggle from England, currently serves as a vice president at a financial firm in France. His mother, Annie, a witch from England, formerly worked at the Ministry of Magic before resigning to become a part-time writer after marriage. Their love story began unexpectedly when Annie encountered Mark at a restaurant during a business trip to France, an encounter neither anticipated would ignite their romance. Before their marriage, Annie candidly revealed her witch identity to Mark, who, rather than recoiling, embraced it with natural acceptance. My beloved is a fairy who wields magic. How marvelous. I love you for who you are, regardless of your magical prowess. Annie has recounted their love story to Ryan on numerous occasions, to the point where he nearly knows it by heart. After the mother and daughter exchange pleasantries, grandmother approaches Ryan, her rough yet warm hands gently brushing against his cheeks as she softly exclaims, "Merlin, the last time I saw you, you were just a little one. Now you've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you." Ryan nods obediently. "Grandma Via, Grandpa Abner, I remember you both." The grandmother beams even brighter, planting kisses on his cheeks and warmly inviting them inside for a meal. Even within the magical realm, British cuisine remains quite lackluster. Yet Grandma Via's freshly baked bread is delightfully soft and scrumptious. After lunch, as the sun shines brightly, Grandpa Abner returns leisurely from the market, a basket brimming with fruits and vegetables in hand. With a neat white beard and a full head of hair unlike many of his peers, he steps inside and immediately spots the two in the living room, his face lighting up with joy. After a warm embrace, he settles on the sofa, sharing tales from the market with Ryan, who listens intently, interjecting with questions. Just as Grandpa is engrossed in his storytelling, Annie clears her throat. Grandma Via emerges from the kitchen. "My dear, you can chat endlessly. Why don't you ask Ryan to help us deliver some bread to the neighbors?" Instantly, Ryan comprehends that they have matters to discuss privately, so he takes the basket and steps outside. Upon reaching the outdoors, he notices his mother standing by the window, her face revealing a hint of concern. Sensing this, Ryan waves gently, assuring her to relax. Seeing this, Annie smiles and nods at Ryan. He then turns and ventures into the forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air is infused with freshness, as if one could almost taste the sunlight. As he strolls, Ryan retrieves the note from the basket, noting familiar names like the Weasley household and the Lovegoods, characters from the books he cherished. In his previous life, the tales of Harry Potter were like rays of sunlight, allowing Ryan to momentarily escape the grim realities and immerse himself in a wondrous world of magic. Thus, when little Dinky informed him of his arrival in this world, excitement flooded his heart. Regrettably, however, Ryan cannot learn those dazzling, advanced spells. This limitation stems from the system's constraints. His knowledge of the Doloa continent is scant, primarily gleaned from little Dinky's brief introductions. In essence, soul power and magical energy represent two entirely distinct systems, independent of one another, incapable of intermingling. To attempt to cultivate both forces simultaneously would only result in inner conflict, imposing significant strain on the body. The tasks assigned by the system are primarily governed by the parameters of the Golden Finger. Although little Dinky indicated that he could choose freely, Ryan resolved to adopt the Soul Master system to avoid causing any inconvenience. After years of diligent practice, Ryan successfully ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, acquiring the skills of archery and enchantment. These skills proved quite useful, yet one perplexing issue lingered, ever since awakening the enchantment ability. Ryan's eyes occasionally transformed uncontrollably into a shade of pink. When Mark and Annie first discovered this anomaly, they were nearly alarmed, fearing Ryan had contracted a rare eye disease, and rushed to take him to the hospital. Eventually, through Ryan's explanations and a letter from one of Annie's acquaintances, this peculiar occurrence was interpreted as an unusual magical surge. Upon learning this, Mark and Annie breathed a sigh of relief. Yet from that moment forth, their vigilance regarding Ryan intensified, fearful that their child might face discrimination due to his unusual eyes. To alleviate his parents' worries, Ryan resolved to find a method to control the enchantment ability. After a period of exploration and experimentation, he discovered that maintaining a calm mindset allowed his eyes to revert to their normal state. Initially, Ryan could have sought guidance from Little Dinky to resolve this issue, but since Little Dinky oversaw not just him but numerous other traversers, those navigating perilous worlds required her assistance far more than he did for this trivial concern. Just as Ryan neared the Weasley residence, he was suddenly alerted by a faint chirping beneath a nearby tree. Following the sound, he discovered a fledgling, its feathers still damp and unkempt, trembling amidst the grass. Its tiny yellow beak opening and closing while emitting weak cries, its black bean-like eyes filled with fear. Ryan hurriedly crouched down, gently cradling the fledgling in his palms, which quivered delicately. Glancing up at the tree, he spotted a nest, likely the little creature's home. Carefully, Ryan rose, striving to keep his hands steady while channeling his soul power, and began to ascend. Reaching the edge of the nest, he gently placed the fledgling back inside. The moment it returned to its familiar surroundings, the little bird quieted, tilting its head to observe Ryan, seemingly expressing gratitude. Ryan smiled with satisfaction. But just as he prepared to descend and continue toward the Weasley home, the tree suddenly began to sway, causing the nestling to flap its wings. nearly dislodging it once more. Ryan clumsily steadied himself against the bird's nest, peering down to discover a pair of red-haired twins engaged in a fierce tug-of-war over a broomstick beside the tree. "Fred, your flying skills resemble those of a drunken goblin." "It's my turn now," George exclaimed, gripping the broom tightly. "It's this wretched place. There are too many trees. George, if you go up, you might just fall even harder," Fred retorted, his arms tense with determination. In an instant, Ryan realized these were none other than the infamous Weasley twins, known for their audacious antics and troublemaking spirit. This was not a situation he was particularly adept at handling, especially now that there were two of them. Just as he began to panic over how to manage this predicament, a spark of inspiration struck him. If you can't even tame the trees in this forest, perhaps you should go back to playing hide and seek with little Ron. As George and Fred continued their squabble, a small fruit plummeted from above, striking George squarely on the head. "Who wants to play childish games with that little brat? Even Ginny can't be bothered to," he started. But another fruit hit Fred right on the forehead, silencing him. They paused, exchanging glances, both sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Ryan was nervously reflecting upon his actions. "Oh dear. It seems I may have exerted too much force. I must be more careful." After bracing himself, he resumed his eavesdropping from the tree. "No way. I have to ride the broom again. This time, I'm going straight up the tree," Fred shouted. Hearing this, Ryan quickly peeked down to locate his targets. Where's the other Weasley? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly locked eyes with one of them, causing Ryan to flinch and retreat like a startled rabbit. Before he could regain his composure, a gentle hand tapped his shoulder. Turning around, he found the other Weasley had somehow circled around behind him, appearing as if by magic. Ryan gasped, his body instinctively falling backward, teetering on the brink of tumbling from the tree. In the nick of time, a pair of hands clamped around his waist like iron pincers, and as he lost his balance, he collided forcefully into a sturdy chest. "Well, my friend, you thought you could slip away without a word?" George's voice came low and teasing, the warmth of his breath sending a shiver down Ryan's spine. He tightened his grip around Ryan's waist, his fingers brushing against the fabric with an intimate familiarity. "You can't just throw fruits at us without some sort of explanation." Ryan froze, his body tensing as the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, his heart racing uncontrollably. He cautiously lifted his gaze, meeting George's eyes directly. In that moment, their noses were almost touching, and he could see the flutter of George's eyelashes with crystalline clarity. A soft breeze rustled the leaves around them. George's gaze remained locked on Ryan's face, a mixture of mischief and curiosity dancing in his expression, before he chuckled lightly. "What's wrong? Have I startled you into silence?" Before he could even respond, Ryan executed a backflip, soaring to a higher branch and pointing towards the bird's nest, his voice trembling slightly. "Could you please go elsewhere? There are chicks here." After speaking, he glanced back at George, who wore a playful smirk, yet his gaze burned with an intensity that was hard to withstand. After a moment, George nodded in an almost conspiratorial manner. With his consent, Ryan quickly bowed in apology, snatched his basket, and vanished into the dense foliage. George watched the retreating figure, lost in thought, until Fred climbed up the tree and noticed his brother in a daze. "George, where's that guy who threw our fruit?" George remained composed, he asked on. Fred, exasperated, slapped his forehead. "Merlin's beard. You just let him go? He ambushed us." George didn't respond to Fred's complaints. His eyes still fixed on the direction Ryan had departed, murmuring to himself, "Fred, have you ever seen anyone with pink eyes? What? You must be seeing things. No one has eyes that color. But you've been on that broom too long. Your head must be spinning. So the broom is mine now. Don't try to be clever," George retorted, yet his thoughts drifted back to the moment he had locked eyes with Ryan. The image of those pink irises and the startled expression etched into his memory. Chapter 3, Hogwarts or Beauxbatons. As Ryan made his way to deliver bread to the Burrow, he felt deeply the warmth of the Weasley family's enduring hospitality. Upon learning of Ryan's purpose, Mrs. Weasley enveloped him in a bear hug that nearly took his breath away and then began to regale him with tales of neighborhood happenings. Bustling about as she set the table, insisting that he stay for dinner, Ryan's mind flickered to George, and he offered an awkward smile, hastily declining under the pretense of visiting the Lovegood household. Just before he departed, he fortuitously encountered young Ginny and Ron. Following the earlier whirlwind caused by the twins, his fondness for these two innocent little ones surged. After sharing some of the sweets and chocolates he had saved in his pocket, Ryan continued along the winding path. The Lovegood residence perched atop a hill near the village, resembling a massive chess piece from a distance. Entering the yard, a meandering path led to the front door, flanked by gardens teeming with an array of peculiar plants. Some leaves unfolded like fans, while flowers, as large as basin, boasted vibrant hues and emitted an unusual fragrance. The front door, thick and dark, was studded with countless iron nails, and an eagle-shaped knocker glinted coldly in the sunlight. Ryan lifted the knocker, and with a crisp sound, the door creaked open. Inside, everything was curved. The walls, the furniture, even the light fixtures. Vivid primary colors intertwined to form patterns of flowers, insects, and birds, transporting one into a fantastical realm. Upon entering, Ryan spotted a girl with pale gold hair lying on the carpet, engrossed in a book. She must be Luna, the eccentric girl from Hogwarts. He intended to leave the bread quietly without disturbing her slumber, but as he approached, a dreamy voice floated towards him. "You've come. I knew something good would happen today." Ryan paused, noticing that Luna had somehow sat up, her gaze fixed on him, lost in thought. Puzzled by her words, he asked, "Do you know me? How did you know I was coming?" Luna replied whimsically, "I don't know you. It just feels like I've seen this scene in a dream." Ryan managed a resigned smile and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ryan Evans. I live nearby at the bakeress house, sent here by my grandmother to deliver bread." Luna accepted the bread with a polite smile. "I'm Luna Lovegood, Mrs. Baker's bread is delicious. Thank you." After exchanging a few words, Ryan stood to take his leave. On his way back, he detoured to the tree, relieved to see the chicks safe in their nest before finally heading home. Approaching his doorstep, he overheard voices from within, instinctively slowing his pace. It seemed inappropriate to enter just then. Thus, he squatted at the entrance, watching ants scurry about to pass the time. Inside the house, the topic of discussion revolved around the prospective school that Ryan would attend. His grandparents harbored a persistent desire for him to enroll at Hogwarts, while his mother believed that the curriculum at Beauxbatons might be more suitable for him. In truth, if Ryan were to voice his true inclinations, he would undoubtedly lean towards Hogwarts, that hallowed ground cherished by countless fans of magic. However, he also recognized that, given his somewhat limited magical abilities, Beauxbatons indeed presented a more pragmatic option. Previously, he had heard the Beauxbatons admissions officer describe how the school emphasized tailored education, focusing more on uncovering each student's potential rather than adhering to a rigid traditional management style. The educators would customize their teaching plans according to the students' talents and characteristics, fostering their strengths. Reflecting on the Triwizard Tournament from the original narrative, he recalled that Beauxbatons' headmistress, a half-blood giant, had meticulously nurtured Fleur, who bore Vila blood, into a promising contender for the competition, aptly illustrating the institution's egalitarian educational philosophy. Ryan contemplated the possibility of concealing his own magical prowess, thinking it might allow him to pass through unnoticed, as he wasn't part of the main storyline, and thus would not attract undue scrutiny. As Ryan's thoughts battled within him, the discussions in the room gradually subsided, and smoke began to waft gently from the chimney. It seemed a consensus had been reached, prompting Ryan to hastily rise and enter the house. He found his grandfather, resembling a defeated rooster, listlessly arranging the cutlery, while his mother and grandmother cheerfully prepared dinner in the kitchen, displaying a united front of maternal camaraderie. Thus, Ryan bid farewell to Hogwarts. He approached his grandfather and patted him on the shoulder. His grandfather turned, mustering a faint smile, though his eyes were filled with disappointment. To comfort him, Ryan shifted the conversation to the market. Before long, his grandfather was animatedly recounting, "I've heard that tomorrow at the market, a mysterious vendor will be selling a plethora of rare curiosities." At this, his grandfather glanced towards the kitchen and whispered, "What do you say we go and explore tomorrow? Perhaps we might unearth something splendid." Ryan exclaimed in delight, "Really? That would be wonderful." Just then, his mother poked her head out from the kitchen. "What mischief are you two concocting?" Both Ryan and his grandfather exchanged knowing glances and replied in unison, "Nothing much." They shared a conspiratorial smile, perfectly in sync. Chapter 4, The Market Adventure. In the early morning, as the sun began its ascent, its languid rays bathed the earth in warmth. The Beck family, a grandfather and grandson duo, stealthily slipped out of their home with baskets in hand, making their way along the winding path out of the village. Upon entering the forest, their taut nerves finally relaxed, and their laughter filled the air as they swiftly arrived at the market. As they traversed the woods, the vibrant spectacle of the magical marketplace burst into view. At the entrance, a colossal blue crystal orb spun gracefully in midair, casting a soft azure glow that enveloped the entire market in a dreamlike veil. Stepping into the market, they were greeted by an array of stalls lining the path. At the wand stall, the wands appeared almost alive, gently swaying on their racks, occasionally emitting faint buzzing sounds. At the potion stall, glass bottles of varying sizes housed multicolored liquids, some bubbling enthusiastically, while others shimmered with an otherworldly light. The air was thick with peculiar aromas. A sweet fragrance of confectionaries mingled with the malty scent of butterbeer, all intertwined with the acrid tang of potions being brewed in cauldrons. Amidst the bustling throng, wizards donned an eclectic array of robes, while numerous house elves scurried about, assisting their masters with purchases. Ryan clutched his grandfather's hand tightly, his eyes darting around in wonder. The market was a veritable cornucopia of marvels, from self-knitting yarn needles to lanterns that floated in midair, and even a pumpkin that told jokes. "Grandpa, look at that broom," Ryan exclaimed, pointing to a corner where a broom was sweeping the ground autonomously, his green eyes sparkling with curiosity. His grandfather chuckled, ruffling his hair. "That's a sample enchanted with a cleaning charm, but more importantly," he leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "I've heard that the mysterious vendor will set up shop beneath the old oak tree today. We must hurry." Ryan nodded enthusiastically and followed his grandfather through the throngs of people. Suddenly, a sharp, derisive laughter echoed from a nearby alley. "Look, it's the Longbottom squib again. Making a fool of himself. How could your grandmother let you wander out alone? Aren't you afraid you'll forget the way home?" Following the sound, Ryan saw 3 slightly older boys surrounding a round-faced boy, shoving him to the ground. The boy's collar was askew, and he clutched a wilting plant to his chest. His eyes red but determined not to shed tears. Could that be Neville Longbottom? Ryan's heart raced, although Neville appeared younger than described in the books. His distinctive round face and earnest demeanor instantly identified him as the future Gryffindor hero. "Stop." Without a moment's hesitation, Ryan released his grandfather's hand and rushed forward. The bullies turned, the leader sneering as he appraised Ryan. "What is it to you, little one?" Taking a deep breath, Ryan steadied his voice. "What you're doing is shameful. 3 of you picking on one child. Ah, look who's come to play the hero." The tallest boy stepped closer, reaching out to shove Ryan. "Hey, little brat, are you trying to defend this squib?" Ryan deftly sidestepped, seizing the boy's wrist and executing a swift maneuver, sending the taller boy tumbling backward into a nearby water barrel. "You." The other 2 boys were left dumbfounded. "I suggest you leave now." Ryan's voice was gentle yet resolute. "Unless you wish to experience a refreshing dip yourself." The 3 boys exchanged glances and ultimately helped their companion to his feet before retreating in disgrace. Turning to Neville, Ryan noticed the boy gazing at him with admiration. You're amazing," Neville stammered, and the plant in his arms seemed to perk up, its leaves unfurling slightly. Ryan crouched down to meet Neville's gaze. "Hello, I'm Ryan Evans. That plant, a Mimbulus Mimbletonia, is quite special. You have a keen eye." Neville's eyes lit up. "I'm Neville Longbottom. You know about Mimbulus Mimbletonia? Everyone says it's just a mutated cactus." "Of course I do." After Neville stood, he hurriedly brushed off the dust from his robes. "I apologize for the trouble, but I've grown accustomed to it." What they said might be true. I might indeed be a squib, but that doesn't justify their bullying. Ryan interjected suddenly. "To deal with such people, you must adopt a firm stance and let them know you are not to be trifled with." Neville's mouth formed an O. "But my grandmother says Longbottoms must roar like true lions." Ryan mimicked a lion's roar, though his voice resembled that of a mewling kitten. Neville burst into laughter. Ryan met Neville's gaze earnestly. "Listen, the next time those ruffians bother you, just remember." He gently squeezed Neville's round face. "I am Neville Longbottom, rider of dragons." "Rider of dragons?" Neville repeated, his speech stumbling, but his eyes grew brighter. Ryan glanced at the Mimbulus Mimbletonia in Neville's arms. "It will tell you when it's time to show your claws." He blinked. "Perhaps it's time for you to glance back?" The trio of fleeing bullies had inexplicably returned, now hiding behind the honey stall, peering out. I am." Neville instinctively began to retreat, his voice trembling as Mimbulus Mimbletonia suddenly erupted, spewing forth a viscous, foul-smelling, dark green liquid. Neville gasped in surprise, the unexpected cry startling the leading boy, who toppled the honey jar. The golden syrup transformed their hair into a comical sticky mess, while Ryan and Neville's laughter bubbled forth uncontrollably. "Ryan," a voice called from behind. "So this is where you've run off to. And who is this?" "Grandfather." "This is Neville Longbottom," Ryan introduced. "Neville, this is my grandfather, Abeforth." Abeforth smiled kindly. "Ah, a child of the Longbottom family. How is your grandmother, Augusta?" Neville nodded, suddenly recalling something with a gasp. "Oh no. Grandmother asked me to return promptly after my shopping." After bowing in gratitude, Neville dashed a few steps away, only to return, pulling a glowing seed from his pocket and handing it to Ryan. A gift from Mimbulus Mimbletonia, for a friend. Watching Neville stumble away with the plant, Ryan couldn't help but smile, while his grandfather regarded him thoughtfully. "Do you know that boy?" "No, this is our first encounter." As Ryan observed Neville walking with newfound confidence past the honey stall, the sunlight cast a shadow behind the little boy, momentarily resembling a majestic young lion. Gazing at that silhouette, Ryan softly replied, "I just feel he needs assistance." Abeforth, upon hearing this, gently patted his shoulder. "Come, before your grandmother realizes we've slipped away. We must explore that mysterious stall." After a nod in agreement, Ryan continued to hold his grandfather's hand as they navigated through the crowd. Chapter 5, A Serendipitous Connection. The duo arrived at the edge of the market, where the branches of an ancient oak parted like curtains, revealing a small stall draped in indigo fabric. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful specks of light upon the stall, which was adorned with an array of peculiar items. Crystal balls that forecast the weather. Self-knitting yarn needles. Amidst these curiosities, a simple string of cedar beads unexpectedly captured Ryan's attention. "Good morning, Mr. Beck." The vendor lifted his head, revealing a pair of amber heterochromatic eyes beneath his hood. "Come seeking treasures with your grandson?" Abeforth blinked in surprise. "You know me? I recognize that pocket watch." The vendor pointed to the timepiece hanging from Aberforth's neck. 20 years ago, your father purchased a storm-predicting watch from me." As the two conversed, Ryan meticulously examined the cedar bead string, which appeared unremarkable until sunlight streamed through the leaves, revealing a honey-like sheen on its surface. "Astute observation," the vendor noted, lowering his voice suddenly. "These are crafted from the oldest fir trees in the forest. Legend has it they can." "Can what?" Ryan couldn't resist inquiring, his finger barely grazing the beads when one string suddenly shimmered with a pink glow. The vendor's heterochromatic eyes widened in astonishment. "It seems it has chosen you. Channel your magic and give it a try." Ryan hesitated, glancing at his grandfather, who nodded encouragingly. He summoned his inner power, a soft pink aura emanating from his fingertips. And as the light seeped into the beads, "Merlin's socks," his grandfather exclaimed. With a crack, the bead string snapped, the beads in midair reconfiguring into a delicate wooden carving of a stag that landed gently in Ryan's palm. The stag's eyes were two color-changing gems. The left a peculiar pink, the right a glimmering emerald green, marked with a lightning-shaped scar on its forehead. The base of the stag bore the inscription 1980731 HP. "A day in 1980, the vendor observed, gazing at the scar on the stag's forehead. "A red-haired lady ordered this string of beads here. She paid in full and was to return." He pointed to an unclaimed item in his ledger, his voice gravelly. "But she never came on the agreed day, or rather, she will never come." The vendor stared at the wooden stag in Ryan's hand, which should have been a pair of twin guardian charms, one for her child, while another had already been sold, destined to return. He looked at Ryan meaningfully. "The stag has chosen you," indicating a fateful connection to return this lady's item to her child. "I shall entrust this to you for now." After allowing Ryan to take the wooden stag, the vendor announced his intention to close shop, ushering the grandfather and grandson out. The branches of the old oak gently closed behind them, leaving Ryan and Abeforth standing beneath the tree, exchanging wide-eyed glances. "What an eccentric fellow," Abeforth grumbled, taking Ryan's hand as they resumed their exploration of the market. Ryan gazed at the wooden carving, the stag's eyes shifting colors in the sunlight, as if winking. He was certain he heard a soft chuckle, echoing from a distant past. As the smoke from the Beck household curled upward into the twilight, Ryan and his grandfather slipped into the yard, bathed in the last rays of the setting sun. His grandmother's furious voice immediately rang out from the balcony. "Abeforth Beck, how dare you take the child to the black market?" "It's a magical market," Abeforth corrected quietly, hurriedly concealing the basket filled with a plethora of magical items behind him. At that moment, the yard door swung open, revealing a figure in a sharply tailored suit, dragging a suitcase behind him. "Dad!" Ryan exclaimed joyfully. Mark loosened his tie, draped his suit jacket over his arm, his entire demeanor radiating the fatigue of long-distance travel mingled with the joy of reuniting with family. "My little Ryan." Mark crouched to catch his son, planting a kiss on his cheek and lifting him playfully. "Let me see if you've been eating well." His tie bore a color-changing paperclip, a birthday gift from Ryan the previous year. The door to the house burst open, and a flying spatula struck Abeforth squarely on the head. Ryan's grandmother's wand shot forth sparks of light. "And you let Ryan leave without breakfast?" Upon seeing the newcomer, she exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, Mark, you've come." After setting Ryan down, Mark greeted the elderly couple. Suddenly, a golden figure burst from the house, Annie's waist-length golden hair cascading like a flowing waterfall in the sunset, with the tips still dusted with flour. "Darling." She enveloped her husband in a grand embrace, inadvertently smearing sauce from her apron onto his suit. During dinner, Annie's golden locks shimmered in the candlelight as she elegantly pointed her wand, causing the stew pot to gracefully serve itself at the table. Mark, as he did every time he returned home, feigned astonishment at the dancing salt shaker, despite having been married to a witch for over a decade. "So," Mark cut into his steak, "the bankers in Paris finally approved my proposal." He pulled out a tablet to showcase his charts, but as Annie's wand accidentally brushed the screen, the data transformed into dancing figures. "Sorry, Mark." Annie waved her wand in an attempt to rectify the situation, inadvertently causing all the numbers to sing in French. "No worries, my dear." Mark laughed heartily, recording a video, perfect for showing the board an alternative presentation. Abeforth leaned in with interest. "What kind of muggle magic is this?" It's called an Excel spreadsheet. Dad, Mark explained with a smile. Like your profit, but it only reports numbers. Laughter erupted around the dining table, as Ryan observed how effortlessly his father could transform the jargon of financial professionals into enchanting phenomena from the magical realm. Likening an exchange system crash to a strike of the goblins at Gringotts, Mark wiped away tears of mirth and remarked, since we're back in England, how about we visit Cousin Petunia tomorrow? And, with a peculiar expression, leaned close to Mark and whispered, I'd rather not. The last time we met, she asked me if Ryan should attend the St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys. Mark gently clasped his wife's hand, reassuringly saying, but she is family. How about Ryan and I go instead? I'll keep a close watch to ensure she doesn't say anything peculiar to him. Seeing her husband's earnest promise, and finally nodded in agreement. After dinner, the garden bathed in moonlight. Ryan returned from the washroom, rubbing his sleepy eyes just as the moonlight streamed through the window. He inadvertently glanced down and noticed two silhouettes gracefully twirling in the garden. His father sang an off-key Muggle love song, while his mother's golden hair shimmered under the moonlight like liquid sunlight. You've got the lyrics wrong, and chuckled, burying her face in her husband's shoulder. To which Mark exaggeratedly sang even more off-key, just like that time you spilled red wine on my suit. Before he could finish, and playfully pinched him at the waist. Ryan, inexplicably overwhelmed by a wave of affection, silently drew the curtains and collapsed onto his bed, oblivious to the slight warmth emanating from the base of the deer wood carving on his bedside table, where the initials HP subtly glowed. Outside, a tabby cat from the neighbor's house treaded across the tiles, its emerald eyes reflecting the canvas bag beside Ryan's bed, which contained a gift for the boy who survived the odds. Chapter 6, Number 4, Privet Drive. Dad, is this really Aunt Petunia's house? Ryan asked softly, gazing up at the meticulously structured, almost austere building before him. The Dursleys' lawn was impeccably trimmed, and even the fence stood straight, as if measured with a ruler. Mark Evans adjusted his tie and lowered his voice to explain, yes, although our families don't see each other often. A courteous visit is necessary now that we're back in England. Ryan nodded, feeling the deer wood carving in his pocket grow warm, as if it were reminding him of something. When the doorbell rang, it was Petunia Dursley who answered. A strained smile flickered on her gaunt face at the sight of Mark, but it froze as her gaze fell upon Ryan. Mark, my dear cousin, it's been ages. Petunia's voice took on a sharp pitch, her light brown eyes fixating on Ryan's face, her hands unconsciously twisting the edges of her apron. Cousin Petunia, this is my son Ryan, Mark introduced warmly, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Ryan, this is Aunt Petunia. Ryan politely greeted her, keenly noticing a slight twitch at the corner of Petunia's mouth as she quickly regained her composure. Do come in. Dinner is ready, she invited, albeit with a hint of unease. The Dursleys' living room was almost harsh in its cleanliness, every item arranged with meticulous precision. Vernon Dursley rose from his armchair, his characteristic girth on display, welcoming them in a gruff manner, while Dudley eyed Ryan with curiosity. Is this your son? Vernon assessed Ryan with an appraising look, seemingly satisfied with his health. Mark beamed, patting Ryan's shoulder. Yes, Ryan is 11 this year and will be heading to school in France this autumn. France? Petunia's hand trembled slightly as she carried a tray of tea. Why not that place? Mark replied with a smile, because Em prefers the French school. Petunia visibly relaxed, forcing a stiff smile. France sounds lovely. During dinner, as Vernon boasted about his newly purchased Mercedes, Ryan noticed the table set for 6. Yet one chair had been hurriedly removed. Where's Harry? Mark inquired. Petunia's knife scraped sharply against her plate. That child is upstairs doing homework. She shot a quick glance at Ryan. He recently had chickenpox. The main course consisted of lamb chops that were slightly overcooked, while Petunia barely touched her food, occasionally stealing glances at Ryan before quickly averting her gaze whenever Mark mentioned, and Petunia's fork would clatter onto her plate. Sorry, I slipped, she would always say. As dessert approached, Ryan excused himself to the restroom and quietly ascended to the attic with his canvas bag. Upon opening the narrow door, he found Harry huddled in a corner, reading a tattered fairy tale book under the dim light. Hey, hi. I'm Ryan, he greeted softly. Harry looked up abruptly, snapping the book shut, as moonlight streamed through the small skylight, outlining the silhouette of the boy at the door. Ryan noticed the scar on Harry's forehead was intentionally concealed by his bangs, yet there was a fresh bruise on his wrist. Are you a guest for dinner? Harry hid his injured wrist behind him. Or perhaps we should say we're cousins. Ryan said quietly as he pulled out a plethora of snacks and the deer wood carving from his bag. This is for you. Cousins? No one told me. Harry whispered in astonishment, gingerly accepting the gift and cautiously feeling the wood carving. Is this a deer? Ryan sat beside Harry. Listen, Harry. I know the Dursleys don't treat you well. Harry shot him a wary glance. How do you know? Ryan pointed to his own eyes. Observation. I want to tell you that you are much more special than they realize. One day you will understand. Harry nodded slowly, as if grasping the notion, then suddenly asked, "Why does Aunt Petunia look so frightened when she sees you?" Ryan was taken aback. "Frightened?" Harry replied earnestly. "When she sees you, her hands shake, as if she has seen something terrifying." Unsure of how to respond, Ryan gently embraced Harry. "Perhaps one day she will tell me the reason. For now, what matters is that you take care of yourself." Suddenly, Mark's voice called from downstairs. "Ryan, we must be going." Ryan quickly stood, pressing down on Harry's hand, which was reaching for the wood carving. "Though I can't explain everything, this will protect you. Aunt Petunia will find out. As long as you keep it hidden, no one will see it." To illustrate his point, the carving began to shimmer in Harry's hands, gradually becoming translucent, as if merging with the moonlight. Harry, momentarily taken aback by this peculiar sight, suddenly grasped Ryan's wrist. "Will you come back?" Ryan looked into Harry's eyes and said, "I might come again. Or I might not. The future is unpredictable. But remember, when you most need help." He pressed on Harry's heart. "This will give you the answers." In the taxi ride home, Mark remarked, "Cousin Petunia was acting strangely tonight." Ryan gazed out the window, remaining silent. Today had been overwhelming. He had poured out everything he wanted to say to Harry while reading. Would Harry think he was being peculiar? The more Ryan thought about it, the more frustrated he felt, twisting himself into knots in the seat, leaving Mark perplexed. In the rearview mirror, a faint pink glow flickered in the attic window of number 4, Privet Drive against the night. That night, Harry dreamt of 2 silver deer frolicking with him. The deer wood carving in his arms flickering in rhythm with his breath. Outside, the tabby cat brought a dew-kissed lily and gently placed it on the windowsill. Chapter 7. Mr. Prankster and the Little Rabbit. During the ensuing summer vacation, Ryan frequently encountered the Weasley twins in the forest, and the three swiftly became companions. Of course, this camaraderie was unilaterally perceived by the twins. From Ryan's perspective, he perhaps felt he was merely being regarded as a subject for their pranks. Following a rainfall in July, the forest of St. Catchpole Village exuded the earthy scent of damp soil. Ryan squatted by the brook, his fingers gently stirring the water's surface, watching as his reflection shattered into ripples. To his surprise, Mr. Rabbit also enjoyed playing in the water. A voice, laced with laughter, drifted down from above, causing Ryan to tremble and nearly topple into the stream. He looked up to see George Weasley leaning against an apple tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled golden light upon his red hair. "Good George," Ryan exclaimed, hastily rising to his feet, droplets cascading from his fingertips. How did you find me?" With a flourish, George produced a copper canute from Ryan's pocket, the coin deftly flipping between his fingers. "Fred and I placed a tracking charm on this, of course. The other one is in the handkerchief you lost yesterday." Ryan's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively patted his empty pocket. Indeed, he had misplaced the handkerchief his grandmother had gifted him while picking fruit with the twins the previous day. "That was hand-stitched by my grandmother." "You can't," Ryan stammered, his eyes brimming with panic. "Just teasing you." George suddenly leaned in closer, his proximity allowing Ryan to catch a whiff of the sweet scent of green apple candy. From another pocket, he produced a neatly folded handkerchief. "Here you go, back to its rightful owner." But the way George folded the handkerchief was unique. When unfolded, it revealed a gold-plated copper canute nestled within, refracting rainbow hues in the sunlight. As Ryan reached out to take it, George abruptly lifted his hand higher. With narrowed eyes, George lowered his voice. "First, tell me, why do your eyes change color?" His fingertip hovered near the corner of Ryan's eye, not quite touching, yet igniting a subtle warmth within Ryan. In a swift motion, Ryan retreated until his heels met the tree root, leaving him with no further retreat. George's gaze fell upon Ryan's hand blocking his view, a teasing smile curling at his lips. "Your eyes have changed again?" "No," Ryan retorted stubbornly, though the faint pink glow was unmistakably visible through the gaps between his fingers. George chuckled lightly, suddenly grasping Ryan's wrist and gently pulling it away. "Let me see." Taken by surprise, Ryan's eyes were fully exposed to George's scrutiny. His pink pupils glimmered like honeyed glass beads in the sunlight, clear yet soft. George paused for a moment, then his smile deepened. "They're beautiful." Ryan's cheeks flushed instantly, struggling to retract his hand as his innate agility activated, propelling him lightly to the highest branch. "George." "Ryan." The air was thick with tension for a second. George slowly raised his gaze, observing Ryan perched on the branch, blinking in astonishment. "How did you just jump up there?" Ryan closed his eyes in despair. George's expression transitioned from surprise to exhilaration. He took 2 steps back, gazing up at Ryan as if he had discovered a new continent. "Little Rabbit, you can't possibly be an animagus, can you?" "No." "Then how did you do that?" George raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me it's some kind of family magic. I haven't heard of the Beck family possessing such abilities." Ryan bit his lip, hesitating for a few seconds before sighing. He gracefully descended from the tree, landing almost soundlessly. So George inched closer, his voice lowered. What is it? Some secret talent? Or Ryan inhaled deeply, gathering a faint essence of soul energy at his fingertips, the pink glow swirling in his palm. I possess a special power. It's not magic, but it allows me to do things ordinary wizards cannot. George fixed his gaze upon Ryan's palm, remaining silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. So that's why you always manage to avoid Fred's prank traps? Ryan was taken aback, not expecting such a nonchalant reaction. Don't you find that strange? George shrugged, poking at the luminous aura in Ryan's palm. Little rabbit, I have a clock at home that knits sweaters, a teapot that bites, and a mirror that enjoys hurling insults. Your little pink magic doesn't even rank among the top 3 oddities I've encountered. Ryan. George suddenly leaned in, his slate blue eyes glinting with mischief. However, since you've shared this secret with me, Ryan warily stepped back half a pace. What are you planning? George thrust a piece of candy and the handkerchief containing the copper canute into Ryan's hand. In exchange, I'll reveal one of my secrets. Ryan tilted his head, intrigued. What secret? George's smile widened, his voice soft as a whisper. Actually, he deliberately elongated the syllables, and as Ryan leaned in with curiosity, George abruptly ruffled his hair. I love seeing Little Rabbit in a state of bewilderment. George Weasley. George laughed heartily, evading Ryan's feeble punch, and dashed off into the woods, calling back, see you tomorrow. Little Rabbit. Remember, we need to experiment with improving the dung bombs. Ryan stood rooted to the spot, watching George's retreating figure, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. He glanced down at the lingering essence of soul energy in his palm, the pink hue softly shimmering in the sunlight. Perhaps this was not such a bad thing after all. Chapter 8. Summer Days. After having breakfast on a sunny morning, Ryan sat alone beneath the apple tree in the backyard of his humble abode, a copy of Magical Potions spread open on his lap. His green eyes diligently scanned each line, occasionally gesturing in the air as he visualized potion recipes. Studying hard, are we? A small fruit landed precisely on the page. Ryan looked up to find George hanging upside down among the branches, a few suspicious copper tubes protruding from his pockets, his face smeared with soot. Good morning. Ryan closed his book, his fingertips unconsciously grazing the spine. George nimbly flipped down to the ground, producing a steaming cup of hot cocoa from behind his back. I added a hint of mint. It's refreshing without being cloying. As Ryan accepted the cup, their fingertips brushed momentarily. The warm touch sent a flutter through Ryan's eyelashes. Yet his eyes remained a clear green. George, you pilfered Mum's good cocoa powder again. Fred's voice suddenly rang from the direction of the chicken coop, where he was cradling a basket of eggs, straw clinging to his trousers. I told you to use the cheap stuff. A small fruit accurately struck Fred's knee. George, unperturbed, retracted his hand, just a slip. Fred narrowed his eyes, suddenly producing an egg from the basket. Incoming. The egg arced through the air, but veered unexpectedly, heading straight for Ryan. Ryan's eyes widened in panic, a hint of pink blooming at the edges of his pupils. Protego. The egg exploded against an invisible barrier, yolk and egg white comically suspended in midair. With a flick of his wand, George caused the egg liquid to coalesce into a small figure that bowed to Fred. How dastardly. Fred protested. What skill is there in using the shield charm? George shrugged. And what skill is there in ambushing with an egg? Ryan watched the floating egg figure, unable to suppress a laugh. The pink hue quietly faded, and his green eyes curved into crescent moons. In the afternoon, the three experimented with new products in a clearing behind the orchard, Fred excitedly waving a small purple ball, the latest invention, the tracking dung bomb. Just say the target's name. Wait. Ryan, clutching a book, shrank back slightly. You can't be serious. Demonstrate. Fred shouted. George Weasley. Instantly, a purple orb soared towards George. Unfazed, he sidestepped, allowing the orb to graze his shoulder before making a sharp turn in midair. It then hurtled directly towards Ryan, who, in a moment of desperation, gracefully arched backward. The orb brushed past the tip of his nose, crashing against a tree trunk behind him with a resounding bang, releasing a cloud of purple smoke. Fred stood dumbfounded. Merlin's beard. How did you do that? Ryan fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, a flicker of panic in his eyes. I just got lucky. Suddenly, George interjected, positioning himself between the two. Fred, your product manual didn't mention it would track the wrong target. You clearly stated you wanted to test its sensitivity. While the twins bickered, Ryan sighed in relief, noticing George's hand behind him making a safe gesture. As dusk settled, Ryan sat alone by the creek, his bare feet submerged in the cool water. What are you thinking about? George's voice floated from behind him, accompanied by the sweet scent of green apple candy. He sat beside Ryan, idly toying with a string of wooden beads. Nothing much, Ryan replied softly. Just that summer is passing too quickly. Hearing this, George retrieved a handful of small stones from his pocket, tossing them one by one into the water. Each stone produced a different note upon entry. gradually forming a cheerful melody. What song is this? Ryan's attention was instantly captured. A rendition of the Hogwarts school song, adapted by Fred. George chuckled. The ripples on the water's surface suddenly shaped into a tiny rabbit, winking at Ryan's reflection. Unable to contain himself, Ryan burst into laughter. In the distance, Mrs. Weasley's voice called out. George stood, tousling Ryan's hair affectionately. Summer is still long. Let us play together again tomorrow, little bunny. As his figure faded into the twilight, Ryan noticed a folded paper boat beside him, inscribed with the words, "Tomorrow, I will take you to a wonderful place. GW." The creek gently rocked the boat, reflecting Ryan's still clear green eyes. Only the fish beneath the water witnessed the fleeting glimmer of pink light that briefly flickered in those eyes as the last rays of sunlight disappeared. Chapter 9, Summer Days 2. Today marked the day of the Beck and Weasley family gathering. At this moment, Ryan sat in the kitchen, assisting Mrs. Weasley in peeling potatoes when two hands suddenly covered his eyes from behind. "Guess who I am?" Two identical voices chimed in his ears. Ryan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Good morning, Fred, George." "Wrong." Fred released his grip, feigning anger as he puffed out his cheeks. "I'm clearly Percy." George still covered Ryan's eyes, his warm breath brushing against Ryan's ear. "You really ought to learn to tell us apart." Ryan's ears flushed with embarrassment, nearly dropping the potato in his hand. Just then, Fred leaned in closer. "George." Ryan's face is as red as an apple. "Fred." "George." Mrs. Weasley appeared at the doorway, wielding a spatula. "You two aren't allowed to bully Ryan." The twins simultaneously recoiled, but George stubbornly kept his hand over Ryan's eyes. In a serious tone, George replied, "Madam, we are teaching him the ancient art of peeling potatoes with his eyes closed." Fred seamlessly chimed in. A crucial skill for an auror. Ultimately, under Mrs. Weasley's stern gaze, George reluctantly withdrew his hand, though he discreetly slipped a green apple candy into Ryan's pocket as he left. In the afternoon, the three of them tested a new product in a clearing behind the orchard. "This is our latest invention, sneezing powder," Fred exclaimed, holding up a bottle. "One whiff, and you'll sneeze uncontrollably for 30 minutes. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted on Fred's face, and George nonchalantly retracted his foot. "Oops, slipped. But it's a perfect opportunity for an experiment." Seeing Fred in a sneezing fit, Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Seizing the moment, George sat beside him. "Want to see something else?" He produced a small white flower from his pocket, blowing gently on it. The petals transformed into pink butterflies that danced around Ryan. "Wow." Ryan reached out, but the butterflies halted at the tip of his nose. Fred pinched his own nose, grimacing. "More of this boring stuff." Suddenly, George flicked a jelly bean that landed perfectly in Fred's open mouth. Fred's face contorted instantly. "Yuck. Not again, it tastes like earwax." Taking advantage of Fred's search for water to rinse his mouth, George quietly tugged at Ryan's shirt hem. During dinner, the long table in the Burrow buzzed with lively chatter. The elders from both families were deep in conversation, particularly Mr. Weasley, who was keenly inquiring about Muggle electronic gadgets. The children were equally animated. "Ryan, try this drumstick." Ginny enthusiastically passed a plate. Ron, with his mouth full of food, mumbled, "He already has enough on his plate." Someone kicked him under the table, though it was unclear who. Fred suddenly stood up. "I propose a game. Who can drink a cup of pumpkin juice the fastest using a straw?" "Boring," George interrupted, producing a glass of fragrant flower-infused beverage and handing it to Ryan. "Drink this instead, it's far better than pumpkin juice." Fred's eyes widened. "That's Mum's prized flower essence." "What flower?" Mrs. Weasley turned her head. The twins quickly entered mischievous mode. Fred yanked Percy in front of him. It was Percy's. Meanwhile, George swiftly thrust the cup into Ryan's hands. "Quick, drink it before the evidence disappears." Ryan fumbled with the cup, his cheeks turning a deeper shade than the petals of the flowers. As night fell, 3 sleeping bags lay side by side on the floor of the bedroom. "Let us tell a ghost story," Fred whispered dramatically. Legend has it that in the forest George snapped his fingers, extinguishing the candle, and a rustling sound filled the darkness. "George." Fred groped in the dark. "What are you doing?" Moonlight streamed through the window, revealing George suddenly burrowing into Ryan's sleeping bag, his unruly red hair poking out. "I'm afraid of ghost stories," George mumbled. Fred paused for 2 seconds before grabbing a pillow and throwing it at him. "You've been using spiders to scare me since you were 3. The pillow bounced off an invisible barrier. Unknown to Fred, George had cast a protective charm. From within the sleeping bag, George's triumphant voice emerged. "Good night, Lightbulb." Ryan lay stiff as a board, only the tips of his ears betraying his embarrassment. At the other end of the attic, Fred huffed, tightening his sleeping bag. "I'm telling Mom." "I thought only Ron would say something like that," George quipped, his voice laced with amusement. Moonlight flowed quietly. illuminating the youthful faces of the three boys as George's left hand subtly grasped Ryan's right hand. Chapter 10. A Farewell to Summer. The wind at the end of August swept through the village's wheat fields, painting the ripe ears of grain with a flowing golden hue. Ryan stood beneath the apple tree beside the burrow, holding the coin that George had given him earlier. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the earthen ground. I knew you'd be here. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ryan spun around. George stood 3 meters away, with bits of straw in his red hair, as if he had just emerged from a haystack. He carried a bulging bundle, the familiar glint of mischief shining in his gray-blue eyes. Fred said you were hiding and crying. As George approached, he deliberately kicked up a fallen leaf. Looks like he lost this bet. Ryan clenched the gnat tightly in his hand, asserting, I did not cry. Yet, his voice emerged huskier than he had anticipated. Suddenly, George reached out, his thumb brushing gently against the corner of Ryan's eye. The eyes of a lying little rabbit turned red. His fingertips bore the sweet scent of apples. But this time it was insignificant. The pink was equally charming. Ryan swatted his hand away, but in that fleeting moment of contact, he felt the calluses on George's palm, remnants of the countless prank experiments they had conducted during summer. This realization caused an unexpected tightness in his throat as George stuffed a parcel into Ryan's arms, a back-to-school gift. Ryan unwrapped the package, discovering it filled with an assortment of peculiar trinkets, a self-correcting quill, color-changing parchment, and even a box of green apple candies stamped with the initials GW. At the bottom lay a rough wooden carving of a plump rabbit, its ear missing a notch. This is my first attempt at making it, George admitted, his ears glowing crimson in the sunset. It turned out to be more challenging than I anticipated. Ryan traced the contours of the wooden rabbit with his fingertips, suddenly feeling tiny engravings on its belly. Leaning closer, he discerned the initials of a secret guardian. I haven't told anyone, George murmured, his voice soft as a breeze rustling through wheat fields. Regarding your special ability, this is proof. He gestured towards the wooden rabbit. Ryan looked up to find George gazing at him with an unprecedented seriousness. Thank you. Ryan pressed the wooden rabbit to his heart. I shall keep your secret too. About how you slyly added the flirtatious powder to Fred's dung bomb recipe. George burst into laughter. Has the little rabbit learned to negotiate? He ruffled Ryan's hair before continuing. Actually, I have another gift. Suddenly, George seized Ryan's wrist. At the moment their skin touched, the gnat in Ryan's hand became scalding hot. Opening his palm, Ryan noticed the coin's edge glowing faintly red. A modified locating tool, George explained, his thumb gliding over the surface of the coin, the red light transforming into a gentle blue at his touch. Just carry it with you. He flipped the coin over, revealing an engraving of GWRE. It will help us find each other. George produced another gnat from his pocket, and as the two coins drew near, the engravings began to shimmer, projecting a miniature map into the air. The red dot representing George and the blue dot representing Ryan danced lightly in the projection, merely 30 centimeters apart. Ryan touched the projection with his fingertip, causing the red dot to flicker like startled fireflies. It's a consumable, George explained, closing his palm to cut off the projection. With each use, the gilding would diminish. He pointed to the fading edge of the coin. When it turns entirely copper, it signifies it's time to meet. Ryan picked up on his words, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon Ryan's face. His eyelashes transformed into translucent gold in the light, and his green eyes sparkled with countless flecks of light, enveloping him in a radiant halo. This smile was so luminous, as if he had distilled the very essence of summer's sunshine and hidden it within his gaze. George suddenly found himself breathless. The words he had intended to speak caught in his throat, leaving him staring blankly at the person before him. In that instant, he realized that this image would be forever etched in his memory. A distant call from Mrs. Molly jolted George back to reality, prompting him to take a step back. His voice was lower than usual, imbued with an imperceptible tenderness. Next summer, here we meet. Ryan nodded in agreement, watching as George's figure gradually receded into the distance. The evening breeze rustled the wheat fields, and the secrets planted in the summer began to take root in his heart. Chapter 11. Correspondence Routine. The first summer upon arriving at Beauxbatons. The stationery carries the scent of flowers and grass. Dear George, the castle at Beauxbatons is even more magical than I imagined. It is a palace entirely constructed of crystal, casting rainbows upon the ground when sunlight filters through. However, the apple juice here is surprisingly pink, tasting as though mixed with toothpaste. I secretly ground the green apple candies you gave me and added them in, and now it is finally palatable. A small ink blot spreads. Madame Maxim said my French is as adorable as a little sprite, but I made a grand blunder yesterday. I intended to say, please pass the bread, but ended up saying, please kiss me. Now, every time I go to the dining hall, that lady winks at me. Enclosed is a color-changing maple leaf. The professor says placing it under your pillow will allow you to dream of the place you miss the most. R.E. The envelope containing the reply is bulging, faintly scented with gunpowder. Dear little rabbit, Fred laughed so hard at your letter that he fell off his broomstick. He is currently in bed feigning illness. Ron says he laughed so hard his ribs nearly broke. Add the potion included with this letter to your apple juice. It will transform into your favorite flavor and produce bubbles. A drawing of a rabbit surrounded by bubbles. Molly Mum is quite concerned. How old is that lady in the dining hall who wishes to kiss you? Yours anxiously, GW the First Autumn, making new friends. The stationery carries a hint of lavender scent. Dear George, today, I encountered a fascinating fellow by the name of Pierre Durand near the woods behind the hill. I was feeding a unicorn when he suddenly emerged from the bushes, leaves adorning his head, claiming he was evading the wrath of Queen Dracula. I later learned that he had swapped a classmate's hair potion, a girl from my class, for singing bubble water, resulting in him being chased down 3 corridors. A small ink blot spreads. He is a potion genius, albeit a bit of a show-off. We agreed to study the inventions you sent every Wednesday. He remarked that the Weasley products possess a savage creativity, which I suppose is a compliment. R.E. George's reply, the edges of the stationery smeared with jam. My dear Ryan, when Fred heard the phrase savage creativity, he was drinking pumpkin juice and ended up spraying Ron's face. He claims this French lad has good taste and intends to send him a box of tap-dancing dung bombs as a gift. Speaking of bubble water, Mum has recently become enamored with singing dish soap, and the kitchen is filled with the sounds of a pot of fiery love. She insisted I ask you for the recipe, but the ink suddenly darkens. That hair potion, a large blot suddenly appears, Merlin's beard. I wager your classmate's hair must have put on the most spectacular opera performance in Beauxbatons history. It is a miracle Pierre is still alive, however. Since he can appreciate the savage beauty of Weasley's antics, I declare him barely passing. Next time, try pouring the bubble water into the fountain. I bet your professor's expression will be priceless. GW the second summer, the Weasley twins enroll. The stationery is folded into a regal lion. Dear Ryan, guess what? Fred and I have officially become students at Hogwarts. The sorting hat barely brushed our hair before it shouted Gryffindor. Fred insists it was because the mischief ideas in our heads were too obvious. A simple drawing of a lion crest, with the scrawl beneath reading 7th generation of the Weasley family. Mum was so anxious while sending us off to the train station that she knitted 2 socks incorrectly. It wasn't that she was worried we wouldn't get into Gryffindor, after all, our family has always been, but rather that Professor McGonagall might send us back on the spot. Percy has been gazing at us with a skeptical expression, as if we might blow the castle to smithereens at any moment. The bubble solution you sent is absolutely marvelous. We have transformed the fireplace in the common room with it, and now, every time we light a fire, it produces bubbles in a spectrum of colors. Fat Lady declared it to be the most delightful prank she has ever witnessed. Enclosed is our enhanced color-changing ink, which causes the written words to leap about like little rabbits. I hope you find it to your liking. Yours excitedly, GW, the exuberant Gryffindor freshman. A glowing maple leaf is tucked inside the envelope, and when gently shaken, it reveals the silhouette of the Gryffindor Tower. A letter from Ryan. The stationery is folded into a blue bough reminiscent of Beauxbatons, exuding a subtle citrus fragrance. Dear George, I am truly delighted for you. Gryffindor is a splendid house, reputed for nurturing many exceptional wizards. Pierre was equally thrilled upon hearing the news, declaring that he must send you some French delicacies. Though I advised him against mailing singing cheese. A sketch depicts a simple French boy stuffing peculiar items into a package. I utilized the color-changing ink you sent in my potions notes, and upon seeing it, Pierre insisted on borrowing it for his own enhancements. Now, the entire library at Beauxbatons is engaged in a lively tap dance. The ink has spread slightly. Fleur remarked that it is the most amusing disaster she has ever encountered. However, the librarian would surely be driven to madness if he were to discover it. In the corner, a dancing copy of Advanced Potion Making is illustrated, with the caption noting that knowledge has never appeared so vivacious. I eagerly await more tales of your school adventures. Enclosed is a special calming tea from Beauxbatons, perfect for sipping after a late-night endeavor into prank props. Proudly yours, R.E., the second year winter Christmas. The stationery is folded into the shape of a penguin. Dear George, I have uncovered Pierre's grand secret. Yesterday, he stealthily added a truth serum to Fleur's boyfriend's tea, which I cleverly swapped for pumpkin juice. When I inquired about his motives, he stammered like he had been hit with a tongue-tie curse until I stumbled upon a stack of 14 sonnets he had penned for Fleur but never sent. The ink has faded. I suspected as much. That day he insisted I teach him to dance was evidently a ploy to disrupt Fleur and her boyfriend's courtship at the Christmas ball. You have sent me far too many rabbit plushies. I now have a dozen piled upon my bed. And Mira, the potions professor's daughter, comes to my dormitory every day to host tea parties for them. Fleur remarked that you ought to send more mature gifts. The ink suddenly lightens. Yet I must confess, I cuddle one of the red-haired rabbits every night as I drift off to sleep. R.E. The reply is accompanied by a photograph and a sprig of mistletoe. The parchment carrying a faint scent of singed edges. Dear little Ryan, that traitor Fred has been punished for peeking at your letter. I transformed his hair into a wild, frizzy mess. Evidence enclosed. The fat lady wept over Pierre's tail, moistening 3 picture frames. And now the entire Gryffindor house is abuzz with the story of the French poet's unrequited love. As for this sprig of mistletoe, you may hang it up. I've heard that anyone who stands beneath it for more than 3 seconds will be particularly favored by fate. On the back of the stationery, a leaf is illustrated, with 2 indistinct figures standing below it. Furthermore, I must officially declare that this is no ordinary plush toy. It is the latest product from Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. Pressing its left ear will elicit, the ink has been altered, a joke, so do remember to test it when you are alone. Should you inadvertently step on someone's foot while dancing, be sure to declare that it is a signature Weasley move. GW. Late at night, Ryan presses the rabbit's ear, and George's voice gently emanates. Good night, little rabbit. 3rd year spring potion class catastrophe. Dear George, Pierre and I have switched the ingredients for the stuttering remedy. And now everyone who drinks the potion is speaking in French slang. The professor awarded us at Sastru, poor grade, but Fleur believes we should have received a bluescent, excellent. As she finally comprehended her boyfriend's crude remarks, a small smiley face is illustrated in the corner. Pierre, having consumed most of the potion for his experiment, now insists on calling his cat sweetheart. R.E. The reply carries a pungent scent of pepper. Dear little accomplice, Fred has turned your story into an advertisement for the honesty potion, and now Snape has assigned us the task of cleaning all the cauldrons. But, truth be told, the ink suddenly becomes neat. I am very glad you have such a mischievous friend. Enclosed is the design for the advertisement. Yours with a hint of jealousy, GW. 3rd year summer unfulfilled appointment. The stationery carries the scent of sea salt and sunshine. Dear George, Madame Maxime has suddenly announced that we are to embark on a magical plant research expedition in South Africa for the summer. I have declined numerous times. The ink has smudged, yet she insists that Beauxbatons students should broaden their international horizons. A new piece of parchment. Pierre confided in me that it is due to our exploits in potions class that Madame Maxime believes we possess exceptional innovative potential. I counted the days, and it seems I may not return to England this year. Yours with a heavy heart, R.E. The reply is folded into a paper bird that flutters. Dear little rabbit, Fred has penned 3 letters attempting to send them to Madame Maxime, falsely claiming there are important social events requiring your attendance. But listen closely, the ink suddenly shimmers in gold. Every night at 8 o'clock, as long as you sprinkle this green powder, enclosed, into the fireplace, you can converse with me for an hour. Should Pierre dare to squeal, a sketch of a little figure tied to a firework. Don't forget to place our copper canute beneath your pillow. It will deliver my good night wishes. In the midst of digging a tunnel, GW. 4th year winter Quidditch antics. The edges of the stationery are adorned with ice crystals. Dear George, Pierre has invented snowball Quidditch. We replaced the bludgers with snowballs, and as a result, when the professors came to inspect, the ink has blurred. Now, the Great Hall has hung up new rules prohibiting snowball fights on the Quidditch pitch. But Pierre insists it was worth it, as he successfully hit Fleur's boyfriend on the back of the head. I have researched a spell. It is attached to the back of this letter, which will surprise you when used on your broomstick. R.E. The reply is folded into the shape of a rabbit. Dear Mischief Maker, the cold-resistant charm you improved has been applied by Fred to his broom, and now the entire Hogwarts pitch is showered in rainbow snow. Wood claims this is an affront to Quidditch until his broom began spewing hot chocolate. Percy asserts that you have corrupted him, but I believe you are merely harnessing your true talents. Yours cheerfully, GW. 5th year summer of disappearance. The edges of the stationery are stained with herbal residue. Dear George, Madame Maxime has cancelled all our holidays. She insists on special training for an important competition next year. Yesterday, while taming a thestral, I accidentally fell into a mud pit, and Fleur remarked that I resembled a walking chocolate frog. She recently broke up with her boyfriend, and her mood is as dreadful as a cat with its tail stepped on. The most outrageous part is Pierre. That fellow unintentionally let slip among the girls that I can transform my ears into rabbit ears to amuse Gabrielle. Now the entire school is abuzz with rumors that Evans can conjure magical creatures, and Madame Maxime even asked if I would perform for the judges. A new piece of parchment. Pierre suggested that if I were to be selected for the Warriors, he could assist me in navigating all those irksome interview stipulations by teaching him how to effortlessly attract the attention of Fleur. I could sense a mutual interest between them. Yet I was at a loss as to how to play matchmaker. An exasperated RE, urgent reply laced with palpable tension. Dear little warrior, Fred and I inadvertently blew up the viewing platform by Black Lake. It was merely a small spark, really. And are now sentenced to serve as Hogwarts designated janitors, doodling a little figure winking while holding a broom. As for Pierre's woes, I am willing to share a few tips. 1. Keep things fresh and fun to ensure your beloved wears a smile each day. 2. Maintain close contact to be attuned to every facet of each other's lives. 3. Most importantly, be the first to appear when they are feeling down, offering comfort and embraces. 4. Casually slip their favorite sweet treat into their pocket, doodling a green apple candy. Chapter 12, Hogwarts. The September evening breeze whispered the crispness of early autumn as it swept through the great hall. The air was infused with the scent of pumpkin juice and parchment, coupled with a certain tense, anticipatory energy. Dumbledore stood before the podium, his blue eyes unusually bright behind half-moon spectacles. The Triwizard Tournament. His voice, though not loud, silenced the murmurs in an instant. It was not a game, but a test of your intellect, bravery, and the ability to maintain clarity of judgment in the face of the unknown. George sat at the Gryffindor table, absently stroking the faded bronze canute in his pocket. Fred suddenly nudged him with his elbow. Hey, you've been staring at the bottom of the table for 10 minutes. Is there a galleon down there? George snapped back to reality, realizing several classmates were stifling laughter. Lee Jordan exaggeratedly mimicked his dazed expression, muttering, "Where are they?" "Shut it." George lowered his voice, pulling out a candy from his pocket and shoving it into Lee's mouth. Newly developed, 39 nonsense candy. Eat it, and you'll speak gobbledygook for an hour. Lee's expression froze, while Fred doubled over with laughter. Dumbledore continued, "The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive in October." Suddenly, the great hall doors burst open, a gust of cold wind swirling in with fallen leaves, causing George to instinctively sit up straight. "Look," someone from the Ravenclaw table exclaimed. Before the words had fully left their lips, the doors swung open with a bang. Everyone craned their necks, only to see an old man with peculiar eyes limping inside. George's shoulders sagged slightly, and Fred immediately leaned in, disappointed. "Thought your French prince would swoop in on a flying broom? Be careful. I've added a truth serum to your pumpkin juice," George replied without turning. "Soon enough, you'll publicly confess your crush on Peeves." After Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, Moody, he cleared his throat, a glimmer of humor in his eyes. "Please be patient. Our guests still have a while before they arrive." Fred raised his voice deliberately. "Some can't even wait a day." Lee Jordan leaned across the table. "I'll wager 3 sickles he'll start loitering by the castle entrance tomorrow." Angelina chimed in. 5 sickles. Betting he'll accidentally run into the Beauxbatons team by the Black Lake. Ron lifted his head. "I bet a galleon he'll have already decided which foot to step with first when they meet." "Do you even have that much money?" Hermione quipped after teasing Ron, her curiosity piqued. "You mean the friend from Beauxbatons?" Fred grinned widely. Red-brown hair, green eyes, with a little dimple when he smiles. Harry, listening absently to Fred's description, felt a strange familiarity with the vague figure emerging from his memories. George ignored their jests, his attention drawn to an owl that suddenly swooped past the window, dropping a familiar, deep blue parcel. Upon unwrapping it, he discovered a small, color-changing maple leaf bookmark. And as he held it, the leaf's veins revealed a line of tiny text. "Septembre est trop long, September is too long. La 14e nuit de pleine lune, the 14th night of the full moon. J'attends avec impatience de te rencontrer, I eagerly await our meeting." Fred seized the opportunity to snatch the package. "Let me see what else is in there." He shook out a photograph, in a flower bed under the sunset. A tall youth was bending down to groom a unicorn's mane, his red-brown hair cascading like silk, loosely tied with a pale blue ribbon, with a few rebellious strands falling against his porcelain-like neck, accentuated by a wooden rabbit pendant that swayed gently with his movements. Sunlight filtered through his long lashes, casting flecks of gold upon his emerald-green eyes, which were slightly upturned at the corners, bearing an innate softness. The boy in the photograph seemed to sense he was being watched, suddenly turning to face the camera, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth that revealed a small dimple on his left cheek. A warmth in his smile that seemed capable of melting even the thickest snow. The lower right corner of the photo bore the inscription, "Pierre Durand, a special gift." Secretly slipped in while Ryan was writing, "Thanks for your previous tips, brother." A chorus of gasps erupted from the Gryffindor table. Ron nudged Harry. "Seriously, George has good taste. That guy is really handsome." As Harry was about to agree, his gaze fell on the photograph in Fred's hand. Those smiling green eyes in the sunset strikingly reminiscent of his cousin who had given him his first warm embrace before mysteriously vanishing. That night in the attic. The deerwood carving passed under the moonlight. "You must take good care of yourself." "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione keenly noticed his unusual demeanor. "Of course." Harry quickly forced a smile, deliberately raising his voice. I was just thinking, it's surprising that George would fancy someone so artistic, caring for unicorns in the garden. Ron chimed in immediately, right? He should just like someone who plays Quidditch. George shot a fierce punch at both of them, and Harry laughed, dodging while taking a closer look at the photograph. Now he was increasingly convinced that while many shared the same name and eye color, that gentle gaze had only been seen in two pairs of eyes. One was his mother from his dreams, the other was. Would he remember me? Does he recall the Harry from that attic? I'll bet 50 galleons, Harry suddenly said to Ron, that when George meets him, he'll botch all the jokes he prepared. Ron's eyes widened. You're betting that much? When did you become so interested in George's love life? Silence. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over, but softened slightly upon seeing George's crimson ears. Mr. Weasley, please save your personal correspondence for private moments. As the feast drew to a close, the candlelight in the great hall blazed brightly, and Dumbledore's closing remarks echoed. So let us await with the utmost enthusiasm this magical event that transcends borders. Amidst the applause, George gazed out at the waxing moon, the bronze canute in his palm radiating warmth, as if whispering, 13 more full moons to wait. I shall arrive with the starlight of the south of France. Chapter 13. The journey begins. The Triwizard Tournament. At dawn's break in late October, a delicate mist wove itself around the mountains of Beauxbatons. And as the first rays of morning light refracted through the crystalline spires of the castle, the entire campus stirred to life. Students stood in neat formation, their robes fluttering gently in the breeze, the air fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers and verdant grass. Ryan stood on the stone steps, still damp with morning dew, gazing up at Madame Maxime's imposing figure on the pedestal before the fountain, her silver robe shimmering with a cold brilliance in the dawn light. Gather round. Her voice resonated, and at that instant, the ground beneath the courtyard trembled, the 12 fountains ceased their flowing, droplets suspended in midair, as if time itself held its breath. Madame Maxime's voice echoed from all directions, each syllable tightening Ryan's spine. Ladies and gentlemen. Her tone was low and commanding, reverberating through the stillness of the campus. The Triwizard Tournament is a test, a trial of your intellect, courage, and your worthiness to bear the name of Beauxbatons. Her gaze swept over Ryan, Fleur, and the other aspiring champions, her pupils reflecting the morning light like flames igniting. You shall face challenges unknown, confront dangers that may prove fatal. She raised her hand, and the water from the fountain surged upward, crystallizing into 3 towering illusions: the castle of Hogwarts, the fortress of Durmstrang, and the crystalline palace of Beauxbatons. History will remember the names of the victors, but it shall also remember who maintained their grace in the face of despair. The water towers shattered with a resounding crash, transforming into countless tiny droplets that refracted a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. Fleur gasped, her jeweled heels instinctively crushing a fallen leaf beneath her. Pierre stood behind Ryan, muttering something under his breath, but as Madame Maxime's gaze swept past, he immediately fell silent. The moment you set foot in Hogwarts, the trial shall commence. Madame Maxime descended the pedestal with measured grace. You represent not only yourselves, but also the glory and tradition of Beauxbatons spanning centuries. She paused before Ryan, her fingertips lifting the slightly crooked badge on his chest, the icy touch reminiscent of the first tremor he felt when grasping a wand. They will regard you with the eyes of those assessing rare and wondrous beasts, so remember. At that instant, the colored glass of the castle illuminated, enveloping all in a cascade of shimmering light. Ryan saw his shadow cast against the fountain's center, towering as if he were a legendary giant. Elegance is the armor of Beauxbatons. Wisdom is our sword. In unity, Madame Maxime raised her voice, her silver wand pointed skyward. Shall make our footsteps heard across all of Europe. With her motion, 120 enchanted horses descended from the clouds, their silver wings stirring up gusts of wind. Each horse adorned with sapphire-encrusted silver tack glittered brilliantly in the sunlight. 12 sky-blue carriages, each the size of an ordinary house, emerged slowly from behind the castle, their exteriors intricately carved with magical emblems. When the doors swung open, the interior revealed a vastness far exceeding the exterior, and Pierre nudged Ryan's shoulder. I'd wager Hogwarts carriages can't compare to our luxury. Madame Maxime, standing at the forefront of the lead carriage, softened her tone slightly for the other students. Your support is equally vital. When the champions battle on the field, you are their strongest pillar. As Ryan climbed aboard the carriage, he noticed the interior was adorned with a ceiling that transformed into a starry sky, the seats upholstered in plush velvet, and a table laden with self-refilling cups of coffee, tea, and delectable cookies. Pierre eagerly explored the surroundings, while Fleur elegantly adjusted her gown. Let us embark. Madame Maxime's voice pierced the heavens. Hundreds of enchanted horses unfurled their wings simultaneously, their silver feathers cloaking half the sky. As the carriage ascended gently, the fountains below erupted anew, the water arching into a grand emblem of Beauxbatons in the air. Let the flames witness our glory. The entire school echoed in unison. Chapter 14. A long-awaited reunion. The carriage soared through the twilight for what felt like an eternity. It was only when Pierre complained for the third time about his backside turning to wood that they passed over a mass of rain clouds. Lightning flickered deep within the clouds, casting intermittent shadows within the carriage, while Fleur sipped her tea with grace, and Ryan gazed out the window, lost in thought. Unconsciously, he caressed the wooden rabbit pendant around his neck, and when the lightning illuminated the engraved secret guardian on the rabbit's belly, the strokes seemed to pulse with warmth, in sync with his heartbeat. As they traversed through the storm clouds, the carriage shattered the surrounding fluff, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he glimpsed the smiling face of a red-haired boy reflected in the clouds, his heart suddenly racing with a heavy, erratic rhythm. Will he recognize me? Did my hair look ridiculous the last time we parted? What if he didn't come to greet Beauxbatons' team at all? These thoughts collided chaotically in his mind, forcing Ryan to bite down hard on the inside of his cheek. Suddenly, the copper canute in his pocket became scalding hot, and he glanced down to see new patterns emerging, two overlapping points of light. The discovery tightened his throat, and he had to feign adjusting his bow tie to mask his flustered state. Good heavens! Pierre leaned in closer. Ryan, your ears are red enough to serve as a traffic light. Ryan swatted away his reaching hand, but he heard Fleur's soft laughter from the front seat, and he fixated intently on his knees, wishing fervently that Beauxbatons' robes had a hood. As the silhouette of the Scottish Highlands finally appeared on the horizon, Pierre yawned. Finally. We're almost there. The carriage began its descent, the outline of the Black Lake becoming increasingly clear through the crystal windows. Ryan's nails unknowingly dug into his palms, the pain curiously soothing him. Yet he recalled the words he had spoken the last time he bid farewell to George, when everything turns to bronze. It would be time to meet. Ryan's heart began to whirl once more. What should I say? Should I wave first? Or wait for him to do so? Merlin, what am I even panicking about? The jolt of the wheels meeting the ground made Ryan shiver. The moment the doors opened, the damp Scottish breeze wrapped around him, carrying a familiar scent of smoke and fire, along with a hint of parchment warmed by sunlight. Ryan inhaled deeply, and as he took his first step, he discreetly patted his chest, striving to restore his heartbeat to a normal rhythm. Over on the Hogwarts side, the cold wind swept across the Black Lake, and the students gathered in clusters before the castle, their breath forming clouds in the night air. George stood among the Gryffindors, unusually silent, not sneaking any dung bombs into anyone's collar, nor eavesdropping on the professor's discussions with his extendable ears. He had even fastened every button of his robe meticulously, his red hair neatly combed, prompting Fred to glance at him with surprise. Merlin's socks, Lee Jordan exclaimed dramatically, gasping as he reached out to touch George's forehead. Are you ill? Or perhaps under a confundus charm? You're dressed like a prefect. George swatted his hand away, his ears slightly flushed. Yet his eyes were fixed on the sky, as if a shooting star might fall at any moment. Stop pretending. We all know who you're waiting for, Fred teased, jabbing him with his elbow. Shut it. George whispered a warning, yet his lips betrayed him, curling into a mischievous smile. At that moment, Dumbledore, standing in the back row alongside other teachers, called out, If I am not mistaken, the representatives from Beauxbatons have arrived. All eyes turned in unison towards the sky above the forbidden forest, and a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It was a fire dragon. No, foolish one. That is a flying house. A colossal powder blue carriage, drawn by a silver-maned winged horse, descended gracefully, the thud of hooves on the ground causing the students in the front row to stagger back. The doors swung open, and Madame Maxime emerged first, her towering figure exuding an air of authority that silenced the assembly instantly. Behind her, the Beauxbatons students formed a neat line, the girls led by Fleur, her silver hair cascading like moonlight, her blue satin robe accentuating her elegant curves. The boys stood on the opposite side, their leader bowing his head slightly, his chestnut hair fluttering in the night breeze. Then he lifted his face. It seemed as if the very breath of Hogwarts had halted for a fleeting second. Ryan followed closely behind Madame Maxime, his emerald green eyes shimmering in the torchlight like the depths of the Black Lake, clear and gentle. His eyelashes cast delicate shadows on his face, and a hint of a smile graced his lips, as if he had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Merlin's beard, Lavender Brown murmured, Is he glowing? I declare myself in love. Handsome, please be mine. Marietta Edgecombe from Ravenclaw suddenly knelt on one knee, proclaiming her affection in halting French, only to be yanked back up by her friend, Cho Chang. Meanwhile, George felt as though he might have forgotten how to breathe. Hey, Weasley, Seamus teased, poking him. Your face is redder than your hair. 3 galleons. He is about to trip over himself, Fred whispered to Lee Jordan. 5 galleons. PLL crash right into him. Lee grinned. George shot them a fierce glare, but before he could retort, Pierre Durand, the curly-haired boy from the Beauxbatons entourage, suddenly shouted in exaggerated English. Weasley, your Ryan is here. Instantly, a wave of laughter and whistles erupted from the Gryffindor contingent, and George's ears felt like they were on fire. Standing behind Madame Maxime, Ryan turned crimson upon hearing this, quickly covering Pierre's mouth. Angelina dragged out her tone, bumping George's shoulder. Need me to give you a push, Romeo? George opened his mouth, but found himself utterly speechless, for at that very moment, Ryan's gaze traversed the crowd, landing squarely on him. George Weasley, the most audacious prankster at Hogwarts, found himself utterly undone in that instant. Chapter 15, The Dinner Commotion. Just as the Beauxbatons students had finished lining up on the lawn, an unnatural whirlpool suddenly churned in the center of the Black Lake. The surface appeared to be torn apart by an invisible hand as a ghostly ship, adorned with a skull flag, broke through the waves, its sails glistening with icy crystals under the torchlight. Merlin's trousers, Ron exclaimed, gripping Harry's sleeve. That ship is made of dragon bone. The Durmstrang students advanced to the shore in heavy rhythm, their thick fur cloaks billowing behind them, resembling warriors from Norse mythology. Karkaroff, the headmaster, approached with his silver-laden cloak rustling, warmly greeting Dumbledore. My dear old friend, how have you been? Quite well, welcome, Karkaroff, Dumbledore replied. Madame Maxime elegantly fiddled with her opal ring. Igor, you are 3 minutes late. She cast a pointed glance at the few students at the end of the Durmstrang line. Their faces pale. It seems some need a refresher on the anti-dizziness charm. Our Durmstrang students are not delicate flowers, Karkaroff retorted with a sneer. Sensing the rising tension, Dumbledore clapped his hands. What a passionate reunion. However, I believe it would be better to warm ourselves inside rather than standing outside chatting. As Krum stood silently beside Karkaroff, Ron seized Harry's arm, shaking him excitedly, his voice cracking with enthusiasm. Harry, it's Krum. Alive. Breathing Krum. Merlin's stinky socks, the ice shards on his robe, are shimmering. Harry's sleeve nearly tore as Ron tugged him, his attention still fixated on the front row of the Beauxbatons students. Following his friend's gaze, Ron's voice faltered, his eyes darting between Harry and Ryan. Isn't that George's crush? Ron suddenly turned to Harry, his voice dropped to a whisper. What's going on? Do you know him? He's my cousin. We met when we were young, Harry replied softly. Ron's eyes widened. Akin to an owl struck by a swelling charm. He's the cousin you've mentioned countless times. Harry nodded, quietly following the line, while Hermione remained frozen, unable to comprehend the familial connections. As the 3 school delegations moved towards the castle, George seized the opportunity to dart between Pierre and Ryan. Excuse me, pardon me. He feigned a smile, nudging the French boy with his shoulder. This corridor is quite cramped. Their robes tangled in the night breeze as Ryan caught a whiff of the familiar sweet scent of apples. A note, George whispered, his fingertips brushing against Ryan's hand ever so lightly. Ryan's ears flushed instantly as he took the note, gently squeezing George's hand in return. A gesture that sent George's heart racing. Ahem. Fleur suddenly cleared her throat, nudging George to reluctantly return to the Hogwarts group. There would be time for intimacy after the feast. Fleur rolled her eyes gracefully, her fan half concealing a teasing smile. Pierre, pushed to the side, huffed indignantly. Honestly, that Weasley treating me, your good friend, like this. Ryan, you should say something to him. He probably didn't mean it, Ryan replied. Oh, look at you. Forgetting your friends for a pretty face, elbowing outward. The trio bantered as they moved forward. Upon reaching the Great Hall and taking their seats, Ryan was preoccupied with the urge to sneak a glance at the note's contents. However, Madame Maxime suddenly beckoned for Ryan and Fleur to step forward, and the two exchanged puzzled glances before approaching the teacher's table. She raised her chin slightly, a composed smile gracing her lips. Her voice gentle yet imbued with an underlying sharpness. Albus, allow me to introduce 2 distinguished representatives from Beauxbatons. She gracefully gestured, and Fleur stepped forward, her silver hair cascading like moonlight, enveloped in a hazy glow. Miss Delacour has perfectly inherited her family's magical lineage. Her prowess in hypnotic charms has garnered admiration even from our most senior professors. She then slightly turned, allowing Ryan to step forward, his green eyes shimmering with an unusual light under the candlelight. While Mr. Evans possesses somewhat unique magical abilities, his performance in practical combat is enough to leave many traditional wizards in awe. Moreover, he has just won the International Young Potion Masters Championship as the youngest participant in history. As her words hung in the air, Karkaroff let out an exaggerated scoff, tapping impatiently on the edge of his gilded goblet. Potion competition? Spell prowess? He drawled mockingly. What charming accomplishments. He waved dismissively, and Krum stepped forward with an impassive expression, his presence causing those around him to instinctively hold their breath. Victor Krum, the youngest champion of magical dueling at Durmstrang in a century, and the youngest seeker in the Quidditch World Cup, has earned every accolade through sheer combat. Madame Maxime gently waved her fan, her smile unwavering. Yet the warmth in her eyes abruptly dissipated. Igor, I have always believed that a true wizard should be well-rounded. She tilted her head slightly. After all, what distinguishes a wizard who can only brawl from a troll? Karkaroff's expression darkened, but he quickly forced a hollow smile. Ah, the French. Always masking their shortcomings with grandiloquent phrases. Unfortunately, the Triwizard Tournament does not judge who can wave their fan more elegantly. Madame Maxime let out a soft huff, her tone remaining composed. Indeed, the competition does not measure who can shout the loudest either. Karkaroff emitted a sharp, derisive laugh. Durmstrang cultivates true warriors. He roughly seized Krumm's arm, rolling up his sleeve. Do you see these scars from duels? Your young masters likely only concoct perfumes within their castle walls. At this, Ryan smiled just right and interjected. Mr. Karkaroff is correct. Those who are wounded in duels are indeed commendable. Yet, he tilted his head slightly, appearing somewhat troubled. We at Beauxbatons place greater emphasis on ensuring our students graduate unscathed. A few students from Beauxbatons chuckled softly, and even several professors could not suppress a smile. How fortuitous, Fleur remarked, glancing pointedly at the new wound on Krumm's arm, that some seem to prefer wearing such marks as badges of honor. Ryan, Fleur, do not be rude. Madame Maxime interjected, noting Karkaroff's growing ire. For your indiscretion, I shall impose a punishment. You are to return and transcribe the Beauxbatons etiquette guidelines 3 times. Though her words suggested a reprimand, the joy in her tone was unmistakable. Ryan and Fleur immediately acquiesced, bowing in apology. Just as Karkaroff was about to erupt, Dumbledore timely raised his goblet, smiling as he interrupted. Ah, it seems our competitors can hardly contain their enthusiasm for the tournament. However, no matter how riveting the debate, it should not delay our enjoyment of the pudding. The atmosphere in the hall relaxed slightly, yet the gazes of Madame Maxime and Karkaroff continued to clash, as if invisible sparks were flying. Soon, the 3 departed from the teacher's table. As Ryan walked alongside Fleur, a voice suddenly rang out behind them. Can that healing potion restore scars left by dark magic? The 2 turned to find Krumm standing behind them, and the hall erupted in murmurs. This was the first utterance from the international star that evening, and the students of Durmstrang exchanged astonished glances, surprised that their stoic figure had initiated a conversation. Ryan turned to him, his eyes reflecting a gentle glow in the candlelight. In theory, it could be attempted, but... He smiled shyly. I have yet to have the opportunity to experiment. Perhaps you might offer me some advice? A flicker of barely discernible amusement crossed Krumm's face as he nodded. I would be pleased to assist. I followed that potion competition. Your skills are impressive. Fleur, disinterested in their mutual flattery, dashed off to join a group of girls at the long table. At the Gryffindor table, George had punctured 17 holes into a pumpkin pasty with his fork. The Bulgarian giant glared at Ryan and Krumm, who were laughing at the long table. Fred, with a mischievous grin, poured half a bottle of pepper into George's plate. Calm down, Romeo. Hermione keenly observed the activity at the teacher's table. Look. Professor Snape has been watching Ryan intently. Perhaps he is looking to recruit him? Ron mumbled through a mouthful of chicken leg, his eyes glued to Krumm. Harry, lost in thought, merely stared at Ryan, reminiscing about the cousin who once occupied the attic at Privet Drive, now standing among the finest young wizards across Europe. Chapter 16, Confession. After the banquet, Madame Maxime escorted the Beauxbatons students back to their carriage for rest. Within the carriage, with a wave of her hand, it transformed into a spacious 4-person dormitory, complete with a bathroom and shower facilities. Ryan, Pierre, and 2 other classmates were assigned to the same carriage. The copper lamps inside cast Ryan's shadow upon the starry embroidered drapes. He nestled into the velvet sofa as Pierre hummed an odd tune in French from the bathroom, the sound of water masking his racing heartbeat. Outside, the night at Hogwarts was tranquil, the surface of the Black Lake glimmering under the moonlight like scattered silver. Ryan glanced down at the note in his hand, bearing familiar handwriting. Midnight, by the Black Lake. GW. He bit the inside of his cheek. A nervous habit of his. George always seemed to know. 6 summers ago, they met in the woods beside the Dursleys' home, where George and Fred nearly collided with Ryan while he was rescuing a fledgling. They later became companions, sneaking bites of Mrs. Weasley's apple pie and floating paper boats by the stream, with George often performing small tricks for him, sometimes mini fireworks, other times flowers transforming into butterflies. However, in the ensuing 6 years, their interactions dwindled to letters, unable to meet in person due to various trivialities. Ryan was at Beauxbatons, while George remained at Hogwarts. The handwriting on their letters gradually matured from scrawled lines, yet every one of George's concluded with a little rabbit doodle, accompanied by the hasty initials GW. Taking a deep breath, Ryan donned his cloak and quietly slipped out of the carriage. By the shore of the Black Lake, the night breeze was crisp, imbued with the essence of the Scottish Highlands. As he stepped onto the soft grass, his heart raced as though it might burst from his chest. Then he saw George. The red-haired youth stood with his back to him at the lake's edge, clutching a small paper boat. Upon hearing footsteps, George turned, his light blue eyes sparkling brilliantly in the moonlight. "You came." He smiled, his voice deeper than Ryan remembered, yet still carrying that familiar, languid tone. His lips curling into that signature, slightly roguish grin. "Pierre didn't stop you, did he?" "He no, Fred," Ryan muttered softly, his fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of his cloak. George chuckled lightly, taking a few steps closer and offering the paper boat. "For you." Ryan accepted the boat, gently unfolding it to find no fireworks or butterflies, only a single line. "I have waited for this day for a long time." Just as Ryan's fingertips lingered in surprise, the entire surface of the Black Lake suddenly illuminated. Hundreds of glowing paper boats unfurled across the water, each bow carrying miniature scenes of cherished memories, sharing apple pie in the backyard, floating paper boats in the summer, even accurately depicting the starry sky from the Beauxbatons astronomy tower. "Merlin," Ryan's voice caught in his throat, on the nearest boat. Mini George was performing the flower-to-butterfly trick for Mini Ryan, precisely the trick Ryan had adored that summer. "You remember?" Ryan's voice faltered. "Of course, I remember." George stepped closer, his fingertips gently brushing aside a stray lock of Ryan's hair. 6 years, 342 letters. "I recall you mentioning that the apple juice at Beauxbatons tasted of toothpaste, and that whenever you felt down, you would seek out unicorns in the garden to talk to." "I remember." George gently caressed the reddened corners of Ryan's eyes, remarking on how beautiful they looked in that hue. Ryan felt his heart skip a beat. There was something he had longed to express, but only now did he find the opportunity to convey it face to face. George gazed at him earnestly. "Ryan Evans, I adore you, profoundly and fervently." The night breeze caressed the surface of the lake, creating delicate ripples. "Will you be with me?" The moment the words escaped his lips, Ryan rose onto his toes and kissed him before George could react. He felt George's initial surprise, followed by a more passionate response as warm hands cradled the back of his head while the other encircled his waist, drawing him closer. The cloak slipped away, revealing a dark green sweater with crooked RE embroidery on the cuffs. When they finally parted, both were breathless. George nudged his nose against Ryan's, suddenly chuckling lightly. "You still have that sweater?" "My mother said my embroidery looked like it had been trampled by a giant spider." It truly was unsightly. Ryan buried his flushed face into George's shoulder, but tightened his grip on his clothing. Aunt Molly was right. George chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating in Ryan's chest. "So why are you still wearing it?" "Because you made it." Ryan's voice was barely a whisper. They stood there, quietly embracing, feeling each other's racing hearts. Then, George playfully tousled Ryan's hair, grinning mischievously. "Honestly, I thought you would pretend for a few more years." Ryan playfully nipped at George's shoulder, but couldn't help laughing. "You talk too much." George pinched the tip of his ear. "So, my little bunny, are you finally willing to admit it?" Ryan did not respond, merely letting out a muffled sound. George laughed heartily, pulling him closer. "It's all right, our shy Ryan. I'll take the lead." In the distance, the Hogwarts bell tolled midnight, and countless tiny paper boats drifted upon the lake, carrying the 6 years they had missed, now finally sailing towards one another. Chapter 17, All Eyes on Them. At this moment, on the eastern side of the bushes, Fred was crouched on the ground adjusting his invention, the Love Detector 2000, when suddenly the device emitted a piercing buzz. "Damn it," he exclaimed, hastily slapping the machine. "Not this way, there's interference." Ron pushed through the bushes, his eyes widening. "Merlin's stinking socks. The Beauxbatons lot is here too." Not far away, beneath a tree, Pierre was holding a delicate golden telescope, while Fleur elegantly leaned against the trunk, with several Beauxbatons students squatting behind her, clutching memory crystals. The two groups stared at each other from a distance of 10 meters. "Good evening?" Hermione awkwardly waved. Pierre blinked. "Bonjour, are you all stargazing as well?" Just as the tension escalated, a loud croaking sound erupted from Ron's pocket. He still had the chocolate frog he bought last time in Hogsmeade. Everyone lunged for his pocket, resulting in Harry accidentally stepping on a stinking egg that Fred had dropped, causing a muffled explosion as yellow smoke billowed forth. "Cough! Harry!" Ron screamed, leaping back into the bushes. A chain reaction ensued. The Beauxbatons students stumbled backward, snapping branches, while Pierre attempted to catch the falling memory crystals with a levitation spell, accidentally striking Fred's detector instead. The machine went haywire, spewing pink heart-shaped fireworks into the air, illuminating the entire shoreline of the Black Lake as if it were day. It even lit up Colin Creevey, who was hiding in the trees above. "Merlin," Hermione despaired, watching the farce unfold. "It's all exposed." By the lake, George instinctively shielded Ryan behind him, while Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why are there so many people? Fleur brushed leaves off her shoulder. We were just taking a stroll. Yes, a stroll with a panoramic telescope and memory crystals. Hermione raised an eyebrow, turning to Colin in the tree. Why are you here too? The small Gryffindor excitedly waved his camera. A historic moment. George Weasley has finally confessed. Fred sidled up to George, elbowing him. Brother, you really snagged the Beauxbatons prince? Mum will be overjoyed. Shut up, or I'll tell Angelina you've been keeping her lost handkerchief from last Christmas, George threatened, earning an exaggerated hand-to-heart gesture from Fred. Hermione suddenly exclaimed, Wait, is that? Everyone followed the direction of her pointing finger. At the window of the hut by the Forbidden Forest, half-giant Hagrid was beaming at them while holding a teapot. George and Ryan clutched each other as sleeves, voices trembling. Are we? George promptly drew his wand. Broomsticks incoming. The sound of rushing air drew near. His broom, glowing red, sped towards him, and he deftly mounted it. Pulling Ryan into his embrace. Hold tight, he whispered into his lover's ear, satisfied as he noted the rosy flush on Ryan's ears. The moment the broom soared into the sky, chaos erupted below. Don't let them escape, Fred shouted, tossing a dung bomb that accidentally struck Pierre on the back of the head. Murd, Pierre shouted, jumping up, his wand emitting a blue spark that inadvertently ignited the hem of Ron's robe. Hermione rushed to extinguish the flames on Ron, while Harry collided with a tree, causing Colin to tumble down. Hermione's water spell mistakenly drenched Colin's camera. Fleur elegantly waved her wand. The English are truly barbaric, though her lips curled upward. As the broom ascended higher, Ryan clung tightly to George's waist, hearing him laugh in the wind. Look below. There, the entire Gryffindor tower was ablaze with light. Professor Sprout poked her head out of the greenhouse, scattering glowing petals. Snape appeared at a first-floor window, his face dark, and promptly slammed the window shut. Most astonishingly, Madame Maxime stood beside the Beauxbatons carriage, using her wand to draw a massive heart-shaped firework in the air. George and Ryan buried their flushed faces in George's chest. This is too extravagant. George winked at him. Darling, this is Weasley-style romance. Then, a graceful dive from outside landed them in the Gryffindor common room, where they were met with cheers and whistles from all of Gryffindor. Finally, Angelina raised her glass. I won 10 galleons. I said he wouldn't tea last until 7th year. Ryan felt as if he would burst into flames from embarrassment, while George laughed heartily, embracing him. Welcome to the world of George Weasley, my little bunny. Meanwhile, throughout the castle, the ripples from this confession continued. On the Durmstrang ship, Crumb pondered, perhaps I should take notes. Half-giant Hagrid sniffled, holding an old handkerchief. How romantic. I think Molly would be delighted. Pierre frantically washed his hair, which had been hit by a dung bomb, grumbling. Weasley's way of confessing is rather romantic. On the way back, Fleur absent-mindedly played with a silver strand. Maybe I should find a Gryffindor? And at the highest point of the astronomy tower, Dumbledore smiled at the scene, turning to Fawkes beside him. Ah, youth is more splendid than Felix Felicis, is it not? Chapter 18, A Date. The mornings at Hogwarts always carried a hint of chill. Inside the Beauxbatons carriage, Ryan was adjusting his clothes in front of a mirror. Ever since that night by the Black Lake, he and George hadn't had a moment alone for a full 2 weeks. Madame Maxime had packed their training schedule tightly for the Triwizard Tournament. Still daydreaming? Pierre suddenly emerged from behind, waving a letter sealed with wax. The 7th one. Your dear Mr. Weasley certainly has a penchant for you. He winked and lowered his voice. Fleur has applied new lipstick today. Do you think she would appreciate the bottle of perfume I intend to gift her? Ryan accepted the letter, shaking his head in resignation. You might as well ask her directly, or be slain by her as a troll stomped on your brain. Gaze. Pierre exaggeratedly clutched his chest. Never mind. I shall remain a quiet admirer. As he tore open the envelope, a moving sketch floated out. George donned an exaggerated lioness head, holding a sign that read, I miss you so much I botched my transfiguration. Beside him was a weeping Sniffler. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Fleur lifted the carriage curtain, her eyes scanning them. Are you two planning to remain in this carriage until Halloween? Madame Maxime has summoned us. She has approved our trip to Hogsmeade. But we must stick together as a group. Pierre immediately stood upright. Of course. We'll be right there. After Fleur turned to leave, her silver hair trailed behind in a graceful arc. Are you pleased now? You can seize the chance to sneak away for a date, Pierre teased, patting Ryan's shoulder mischievously. Yet Ryan did not exhibit the anticipated excitement, merely nodding gently. What's wrong? Nothing. Ryan ran a hand through his hair, aware he could not hide anything from his childhood friend. I'm just a bit nervous. Pierre's expression turned serious. Why? You've known each other for 6 years. It's different now, Ryan murmured. We were pen pals and playmates, but now he has kissed you, Pierre stated plainly. Watching as Ryan's face flushed instantly, unable to suppress a laugh. Relax. That Weasley-esque gaze is so obvious that even a troll could discern how much he fancies you. Ryan bowed his head, recalling George's confession with a paper boat under the moonlight, his lips curving upward involuntarily. That's the spirit. Pierre clapped him on the shoulder. Go change your clothes. You can't possibly wear your school uniform on a date. On the main street of Hogsmeade, students from Beauxbatons were entranced by Honeyduke's candy window. Ryan trailed slowly at the back of the line, when suddenly, he was tugged into a narrow alley. Got you. George's voice rang in his ear, a warm palm gently covering his mouth. Turning back, Ryan saw George's red hair dusted with snowflakes. His nose reddened from the cold. Yet he grinned like a sniffler who had just snagged a galleon. Guess how I bypassed the security line? The Marauder's map? Wrong. George dramatically shook out his invisibility cloak, having borrowed it from Harry, and created a bit of mischief with Fred at Honeyduke's. As if to corroborate his words, an explosion echoed in the distance, followed by Fred's shout, Merlin, the chocolate frogs have revolted. Ryan widened his eyes. You're insane. Madame Maxime will. It's worth the risk for you. George whispered, his gaze tender enough to quicken Ryan's heartbeat. She'll first go after Fred. George reached out to tidy Ryan's wind-tousled collar, softly saying, so we must make the most of our date. Ryan shook his head, yet his lips could not help but lift. This was the George he adored, always defying convention. He gazed at George's face, so close that his eyes, perpetually gleaming with mirth, now brimmed with anticipation and affection. At that moment, Ryan realized this was their first true official date. No onlookers, no jeering, just the two of them. Anywhere with you, Ryan softly declared, is just fine. George's smile widened as he pinched Ryan's frostbitten nose. Then follow me, Mr. Evans. I will show you why I am the most suitable for you. George promptly led Ryan to the 3 broomsticks, ordering 2 renowned butterbeers. Madame Rosmerta. George greeted the proprietress warmly. This is my boyfriend, Ryan Evans. Madame Rosmerta appraised Ryan, offering a knowing smile. Ah, so this is the Beauxbatons boy who has set the entire school abuzz. George often speaks of you. Ryan's cheeks flushed instantly, while George proudly wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Tell him your favorite part, Madame Rosmerta. The proprietress rolled her eyes. His eyes are like pink diamonds, and his laughter could make a whomping willow blossom. Thank you, that's enough. Ryan hastily interrupted, eliciting a hearty laugh from George. They settled into a corner, and the butterbeer was even more delightful than Ryan had anticipated, sweet yet not cloying, with a hint of creamy aroma. George's gaze never strayed from him, as if committing every expression to memory. Did you know? George suddenly said, Fred and I made a bet. Ryan raised an eyebrow. What bet? Whether I could make you kiss me at Zonko's joke shop. George grinned mischievously, winking. Ryan nearly choked on his beer. George Weasley. Don't worry, I declined. George feigned seriousness. I told him you were more likely to kiss me in front of the shrieking shack. Ryan playfully kicked his leg beneath the table, exasperated yet amused. You are truly a genius? Charming? Irresistible? Hopeless? Ryan corrected, unable to stifle a smile. He resolved to ignore him and focus on the delightful butterbeer, while George secretly grasped his hand under the table. So, George whispered, how do the Beauxbatons students perceive us? Ryan shrugged. Some are curious, some indifferent. Pierre and Fleur certainly know. On the Hogwarts side, George made a face. Basically, the whole school is aware. All thanks to Fred's big mouth. Is it the fault of that love detector 2000? Ryan couldn't help but laugh. George pretended to be exasperated, covering his face. Merlin. Don't mention that disaster. They exchanged smiles, and Ryan felt a peculiar ease. With George, everything was so natural, devoid of pretense or explanation. After leaving the 3 broomsticks, George led Ryan to Zonko's joke shop, careful to avoid Beauxbatons students even while cloaked in invisibility. The shop was bustling, shelves brimming with all sorts of prank products. These are great, but I have something even better. Look at this. George excitedly produced a box. These are our latest creation, canary cookies. Eat one, and you'll transform into a large canary for a short while, reverting back in a minute. Ryan took the box, noticing the exaggerated faces of George and Fred printed on it, unable to contain his laughter. You two are incredible. George proudly puffed out his chest. This is just the beginning. After graduation, Fred and I plan to open the largest joke shop in all of Britain. Ryan watched George's eyes sparkle with passion as he spoke of his dreams, feeling a warmth swell within him. He loved this enthusiastic, creative side of George, full of hope for the future. Will you come to visit? George suddenly asked, when the shop opens. Ryan nodded with a smile. Of course. I want to be your first customer. George's smile broadened, and he quickly glanced around before swiftly kissing Ryan's lips. It's a deal. Ryan's face ignited with warmth, his heart feeling as sweet as the apple candy he had just tasted. Their final stop was the Shrieking Shack. As the sun set, casting a golden hue over the dilapidated house, George and Ryan stood outside the fence, gazing at the fabled haunted house. It is said that every full moon, terrifying screams emanate from within. George lowered his voice, deliberately creating an atmosphere of suspense. Ryan raised an eyebrow. You can't possibly be thinking of venturing inside, are you? Of course not, George chuckled. I merely wish to show you the sunset here. From the backyard, one can see the entirety of Hogwarts. They circled around to the rear of the house, where Hogwarts Castle loomed in the distance, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. A sight so breathtaking that Ryan held his breath. I often come here, George said softly, taking Ryan's hand, whenever I miss home or think of you. He paused, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Every time I think of you, I shout your name at the sunset, hoping the wind will carry my feelings to France. Ryan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? George did not respond, but suddenly released his hand and took a few steps forward. He inhaled deeply, cupping his hands around his mouth, and shouted towards the descending sun, Ryan, I love you. His voice echoed through the valley, startling a flock of birds into flight. Ryan stood frozen, his heart racing in his chest. George turned, wearing that youthful smile that was both shy and proud, the golden sunlight dancing upon his eyelashes. Ryan felt warmth welling in his eyes as he hurried towards him. You fool. But I'm your fool, George murmured, gently caressing his cheek. George, Ryan called softly, his voice trembling slightly. George did not answer. Instead, he leaned down and kissed him. This kiss was deeper and more tender than that night by the Black Lake, imbued with the warmth of the sunset and the fragrance of fresh grass. Ryan closed his eyes, savoring George's lips and the fingers weaving through his hair, as if the world had been reduced to just the two of them and the distant chimes of Hogwarts. Ahem. A deliberate cough shattered the tranquility. Ryan turned to see Fred standing a few meters away, a sly smile on his face. Sorry to interrupt, Fred exaggeratedly bowed. I just wanted to remind you that curfew is approaching. George ran a hand through his hair in annoyance. Fred, can't you? Can't what? Fred blinked innocently. Let my brother and his boyfriend enjoy some time behind the haunted house until it gets dark? Sorry, Mum would have my head. Ryan's face flushed as crimson as the Gryffindor scarf, and George sighed, taking his hand. Come on, we should head back. On their way back to Hogwarts, Fred politely distanced himself to avoid being a third wheel, while George held Ryan's hand tightly. They followed a hidden path, the autumn sun filtering through the leaves, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the ground. George shared various amusing anecdotes about Hogwarts, the time Filch made students scrub the swearing armor, Peeves' favorite hiding spots, and the secret passage he and Fred discovered that led to the kitchens in their first year. We often snuck out at midnight for snacks, George reminisced. Once, we nearly got caught by Professor McGonagall, but luckily, I quick-wittedly pretended we were out looking for our missing Transfiguration homework. Ryan shook his head with a smile. You two have always been troublemakers, and you are the one who prevents us from getting into major trouble. George squeezed his hand. Do you remember? When we first met, you threw fruit at us to protect that baby bird. Ryan certainly remembered. That summer, he had encountered George in the forest, and his life had since transformed. Fred me? Who would have imagined that 6 years later, they would be attending two different schools in the wizarding world, yet still maintaining their bond, now even as a couple? The carriages from Beauxbatons shimmered with blue light in the distance, signaling that the moment of parting had arrived. George kissed Ryan's cheek, whispering, if Madame Maxime gets angry, I have a perfect plan. What plan? We could apologize together, and then. George's smile turned mysterious. Invite her to our wedding. Ryan's eyes widened in shock. What? Just kidding, George teased, squeezing his hand. But perhaps one day in the future? Ryan gazed into George's sparkling eyes illuminated by the sunset, and suddenly felt that this red-haired boy would indeed be a part of his future. He smiled back, squeezing George's hand. Yes, one day in the future. Chapter 19. The Choosing of the Goblet of Fire. The Great Hall was aglow with the shimmering light of jack-o'-lanterns and bats, as the students of Beauxbatons sat at the Ravenclaw table. Ryan was stirring a bowl of creamy mushroom soup, enduring Pierre's incessant chatter. I bet Fleur will be chosen, Pierre said, biting his fork, his gaze fixated on the silver-haired girl ahead. Shut up, Pierre, Fleur retorted coldly without turning her head, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Ryan couldn't help but laugh, but as he raised his head, he caught George's gaze from the Gryffindor table. The red-haired boy winked at him and made a heart gesture, causing Ryan's ears to flush as he pretended to focus on his soup, unable to hide his smile. At the front of the hall, the silk curtain covering the Goblet of Fire suddenly fell, revealing blue flames that instantly turned red, spewing tiny sparks and drawing gasps from the students. All right, the Goblet of Fire is about to make its decision. Dumbledore rose, his silver beard glimmering in the candlelight. The champions I call will please step forward to the front of the hall, then proceed into the adjoining room. He waved his wand, and all the candles extinguished halfway. plunging the hall into a mysterious twilight. The flames of the goblet suddenly blazed brightly, shifting from red to blue and then to blinding white. Before a tongue of flame shot upwards, ejecting a scorched piece of parchment. The entire hall held its breath. Dumbledore caught the falling parchment, discerned the name within the sudden blue flames, and clearly announced, "The champion from Durmstrang is Victor Krum." Thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the hall, with Durmstrang students pounding their fists on the table in rhythmic approval. Krum stood expressionless, striding forward with his characteristic, slightly pigeon-toed gait. As expected, Pierre leaned towards Ryan, whispering, "I heard Karkaroff stared at the goblet for 3 whole hours on the day Krum signed up." Just as Ryan was about to respond, the goblet belched another flame, and a second piece of parchment soared out. "The champion from Beauxbatons is Ryan Evans." After a moment's silence, the Beauxbatons table erupted in enthusiastic applause. Ryan's spoon clattered loudly onto his plate. "Merlin's knickers. It's you. It's really you." Pierre shook his shoulders excitedly. As all eyes in the hall turned towards him, Ryan felt a wave of dizziness. He maintained a facade of calm as he stood, scanning the crowd for George. Across the Gryffindor table, the red-haired boy had already stood atop the bench, while Fred tugged at his robe to prevent him from rushing over. George's expression was a mix of shock, pride, and concern, as if he had been struck by a quaffle. Fleur elegantly stepped aside to let him pass. "Don't embarrass Beauxbatons." Ryan nodded mechanically, and as he walked towards the side room, he could hear the murmurs around him. "He is the one. I heard he s with the Weasley. Merlin, he s truly handsome. Damn it, Wesley's has beaten us to it." In the side room, Krum leaned against the fireplace and nodded slightly upon seeing Ryan. Shortly thereafter, Cedric Diggory was also ushered in, and the gentle Hufflepuff head boy greeted them warmly. Just as Dumbledore was poised to declare the ceremony concluded, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The goblet of fire belched forth another parchment. The glint of the old headmaster's crescent-shaped glasses flashed ominously. "Harry Potter." The atmosphere in the side room froze instantaneously. "This is impossible." Madame Maxime was the first to slam her hand on the table, her voice reverberating so forcefully that it caused the crystal chandelier to tremble. "The goblet has never produced 4 champions." Karkaroff sneered at Dumbledore. Clearly, someone is attempting to secure an additional spot for their own school. Before Dumbledore could respond, Moody's magical eye began to whirl frantically. Or perhaps someone seeks to harm that child. The uproar nearly threatened to lift the roof. Ryan stood in the corner, watching as Harry was brought in, the boy's green eyes behind his glasses brimming with trepidation. "I didn't enter," Harry blurted out, casting a glance towards Ryan. "I truly didn't. I also believe that, as an underage wizard, it would be quite challenging to surpass the age limit set by Mr. Dumbledore." Ryan interjected suddenly, his tone gentle yet resolute as he turned to the judges. "Is it possible that there is an issue with the goblet itself?" After Madame Maxime and Karkaroff exited to confer, the other 2 champions departed as well, leaving only Harry and Ryan in the room. "It's been a long time," Ryan began, his voice soft as the moonlight 6 years prior in the attic. "You've grown taller." Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. The figure before him was both familiar and foreign, the blue robes of Beauxbatons accentuating his striking features, yet those green eyes remained gentle. "Are you still using the wooden carving?" Ryan suddenly inquired. Harry instinctively touched his chest. "It glows every day, especially when Dementors are near." Ryan's eyes brightened. "It has transformed into a Patronus?" As Harry recounted last year's incident involving Sirius, he expressed gratitude for the carving that had helped capture Pettigrew, allowing his godfather Sirius to finally be vindicated. "The Silver Stag's eyes are just like yours." A sudden slamming of a door next door silenced them both, and Ryan quickly stepped back, adopting a more formal demeanor. When the judges returned from their quarrel, Harry was taken aside to clarify matters. Before departing, Ryan gently winked at Harry. "If you need help." Harry resolutely shook his head. "You have already assisted me in the most significant way." By the time Ryan emerged, the hall was already half empty. George came barreling towards him like a cannonball, wrapping him in an embrace. Merlin's beard. His voice quivered. "Did you know I almost tore Fred's robes to shreds?" Not far off, Fred showcased his tattered sleeve. "The evidence is undeniable. My brother is mad with love." Nestled in George's neck, Ryan inhaled the familiar scent of green apples. "I'm fine." "Fine." George pulled back, cradling Ryan's face in his hands. "You're participating in that damned Triwizard Tournament. Who knows what dangers lie ahead?" His thumb brushed against the corner of Ryan's eye, his tone suddenly softening. "What am I to do with you?" Fleur passed by, scoffing. "Beauxbatons champions do not require babysitters." Just as George was about to retort, Pierre leaped forward. "Well said. But do you need a bodyguard? I hold a black belt in judo." "Get lost." Pierre staggered back, clutching his heart. That "get lost" was too delightful. Upon returning to the Beauxbatons carriage, Ryan discovered a parcel at his bedside. A Upon unwrapping it, a vividly lifelike red-haired figurine sprang forth, holding a sign. All-weather amulet, Weasley patent. The miniature George, fuming with hands on hips, declared, "Listen, Mr. Evans. First, keep your distance from that clumsy giant from Bulgaria. Second, do your best. For you have always been the best in my heart. And third," the figurine suddenly grew bashful. "Third, I love you." Ryan chuckled as he pressed the figurine to his chest. Suddenly, a tapping sound came from outside the window. Upon opening it, he found George suspended in midair, riding a broomstick. "You forgot the fourth point." He leaned in closer, whispering, "Right now, Mr. Weasley is in dire need of a goodnight kiss." Ryan leaned out, kissing the boy in the cool night air. Chapter 20, Rita Skeeter. The air in the classroom was thick with the scent of parchment and remnants of potions. With beams of sunlight streaming through the high windows, casting mottled shadows upon the wooden desks, Ryan stood beside Cedric, both engaged in a hushed discussion about wand maintenance. Clad in Beauxbatons' soft blue uniform, the silver embroidery glimmered gently in the light, accentuating his green eyes that resembled the depths of the Black Lake. "I've heard that Durmstrang uses a higher ratio of dragon heartstring," Cedric remarked, fingers gliding lightly over the texture of his wand, "but I believe unicorn hair is more suitable." Just as Ryan was about to respond, his peripheral vision caught a flash of glaring magenta. Rita Skeeter, akin to a vulture spotting prey, tightly gripped Harry's arm, with her manicured fingers painted a vibrant red. Harry's face displayed clear reluctance, yet he seemed petrified and unable to break free. Ryan keenly noted the flicker of resistance on Harry's face, as well as the pallor of the arm being pinched. "One moment, please." Ryan politely nodded at Cedric, turning with a carefully calibrated expression, adorned with the unique elegance of a Beauxbatons student, as he approached. Rita was tugging Harry towards the nearby broom cupboard, her jewel-encrusted glasses reflecting a glint of avarice. "We need an exclusive interview, darling," she cooed in an overly saccharine tone. "The readers are eager to know the real Harry Potter." "Miss Skeeter," Ryan interjected, stepping forward, his voice low yet clear, "I fear you have overlooked Mr. Potter's discomfort." Rita turned her head, her jewel-laden glasses glinting with a harsh light. "Darling, it's merely a brief one." "At Beauxbatons," Ryan gently interrupted, deftly inserting himself between Rita and Harry, "we place great importance on the expression of personal will, especially concerning underage wizards." Rita's eyebrows nearly shot into her stiff curls. "This is an official interview for the Daily Prophet, young man." Her voice rang out sharply, her crocodile leather handbag swaying in her arm. "I believe students from Beauxbatons should understand the respect due to the media." Ryan discreetly shielded Harry behind him, his movements as fluid as a waltz. "Of course, madam, but according to the traditional protocol of the Triwizard Tournament, wand testing should take precedence, should it not?" He grasped Harry's wrist, gently guiding him closer. Harry, too, evidently values this tradition. A perfect smile graced Ryan's lips, yet a flicker of defiance danced in the depths of his green eyes. Rita blinked behind her jewel-encrusted glasses, momentarily forgetting her intentions. Just then, Madame Maxime's voice resonated from the doorway. "Ryan, Mr. Ollivander is waiting." Her sharp gaze immediately fell upon them, her towering figure leaning slightly forward, resembling a lioness poised to protect her cubs. Rita's forced smile faltered. "Very well, but the interview must." At an appropriate moment, with the consent of the other party, Ryan calmly interrupted her, maintaining impeccable politeness while adopting a more resolute stance. "I believe Harry would prefer to engage in a proper interview at a formal occasion." Before his words had fully settled, he turned away from Rita, leading Harry away while lowering his voice. "Be cautious of that woman. Her quill is sharper than a serpent's fang." Harry cast a grateful glance at Ryan as they made their way toward the door, leaving Rita standing still, her nails digging deeply into her crocodile leather handbag. "Thank you," Harry murmured. "She's like an octopus." Ryan chuckled lightly. Beauxbatons has its share of such individuals. They simply favor perfume over red nail polish. He paused. "Remember, no matter what she asks, stick to the fundamental facts. Refrain from revealing any personal sentiments or conjectures." Madame Maxime observed the entire exchange with satisfaction, a pleased smile curling at her lips as Ryan approached with Harry. "Well done, my child," she whispered to Ryan, her tone laced with approval. "But do not forget the matter at hand. You must proceed swiftly." "Yes, madam." Ryan inclined his head slightly, prompting Harry to bow in response as they ascended the spiral staircase together. On the staircase, Harry lagged half a step behind Ryan, his gaze inadvertently drawn to his cousin's profile. It was the first opportunity he had to converse with Ryan alone since that night in the attic 6 years ago, which had filled him with hope. Lowering his voice, Harry allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "To be honest, I still can hardly believe that the cousin I met in the Dursleys' attic all those years ago now stands before me as a champion." Ryan let out a soft laugh. the sunlight filtering through the stained glass casting dappled shadows across his face. Fate is always full of surprises, isn't it? I never imagined that the boy who once hid in the attic would grow into the survivor and champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Just as Harry was about to respond, a thought struck him, and his expression turned serious. Cousin, I think I understand why Aunt Petunia is so fearful of seeing you. Oh, Ryan slowed his pace, turning his head with curiosity. Harry took a deep breath. You resemble my mother quite a bit. Ryan's steps halted abruptly, his unruly hair brushing against his brow as he spun around. What? I mean, Harry adjusted his glasses, choosing his words carefully. Aunt Petunia's strange reaction upon seeing you is due to the shadow of my mother, Lily Evans, that lingers in you. Ryan blinked, suddenly breaking into a sly smile. Wow. So does that mean I am to gain a son who has survived great peril? He exaggerated the tone, but let me clarify. I do not knit sweaters, nor shall I chastise you in letters when you break school rules. Hey. Harry's face flushed crimson, both exasperated and amused as he nudged Ryan. That's not what I meant. Just a little jest. Ryan laughed heartily, dodging away, a glint of mischief in his eyes. But seriously, spare me the mother title. I would rather not be hunted down by Sirius. Harry couldn't stifle his laughter, and Ryan quickly regained his elegant demeanor, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. It's not about appearances, Harry continued, still chuckling. It's the gentle yet steadfast aura you both exude that is strikingly similar. Ryan nodded thoughtfully, extending his hand with a smile. So, shall the champions of Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, the descendants of the Potter and Evans families, look out for one another this time? Without hesitation, Harry grasped that hand firmly. Of course, cousin. Please. Ryan feigned a dramatic expression of disdain. That title makes me feel like an antiquity. Just call me Ryan. The two shared a knowing smile, as golden rays of sunlight danced upon the spiral staircase. Chapter 21, Deception. In the dim stone chamber, the flickering candlelight wavered in the damp air. The four champions stood against the wall, watching as Crumb's wand emitted sparks shaped like dragons from Ollivander's hand. Next, Mr. Ryan Evans of Beauxbatons. Ryan stepped forward with measured grace, retrieving the nearly pristine beech wand from his sleeve. This wand, scarcely used since he turned 11, felt almost comical in his grasp. 11 3/4 inches, unicorn hair core. Ollivander's silver eyes glimmered sharply in the candlelight. Please demonstrate a simple illumination charm. Out of the corner of his eye, Ryan noted Dumbledore standing in the shadows, the crescent-shaped glasses reflecting the light. Madame Maxime's towering figure loomed like a statue. Karkaroff was tapping the armrest with his long nails. Moody's magical eye spun wildly. Lumos. The wand tip flickered symbolically, extinguishing like a candle in the wind. Karkaroff chuckled derisively, but the laughter abruptly caught in his throat as the wand suddenly radiated a pearlescent glow, 6 ethereal pink strands spiraling up Ryan's fingers. This was a manifestation of magical resonance simulated by his soul energy. A level 60 Soul Emperor's intricate control over energy was sufficient to deceive most wizards. My Merlin. Ollivander leaned in abruptly, his bony fingers hovering above the glowing strands, hesitant to touch. This fluctuation of magic is a spell from Beauxbatons' ancient magic. Madame Maxime immediately stepped forward, casting a protective shadow over Ryan and Ollivander. It is one of the secret arts preserved in our library, Mr. Evans is quite adept at using it. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, yet he merely smiled. It appears that Beauxbatons has indeed developed a unique approach to magical education. Crumb leaned slightly forward, interest sparkling in his dark eyes, like the starlight charm from Bulgaria, but more refined. Dumbledore smiled in response, his blue eyes twinkling behind the lenses. I have heard similar energy forms mentioned by Monsieur LeMay. Upon hearing the name Nick LeMay, Karkaroff promptly sealed his lips, while Moody's magical eye scrutinized Ryan for a long moment before finally averting its gaze. Magic examination passed, Ollivander announced, though his tone still bore a hint of confusion. As Ryan stepped back to the wall, Crumb nodded at him with appreciation. Cedric offered a friendly smile, while Harry regarded him with a contemplative stare, curiosity and a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Madame Maxime's hand rested gently on Ryan's shoulder, silently conveying her support. At the far end of the stone chamber, Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully, the candlelight casting flickering patterns across his crescent glasses. Here is the protagonist's current ability panel. Name, Ryan Evans. Gender, male. Age, 17. Soul, gentle bone rabbit. Level 62 Soul Emperor. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black. Self-created soul skill, Moonlit Dance. Effect, in moonlight, all attributes increase by 10. During the day, only 3. Rabbit Shockwave, condenses soul energy into a pink rabbit energy form for attack. Talent skill, 8 section throw, 16 section throw. Each section leaves 5 soul power damage within the enemy. and upon accumulating 16 sections, it triggers an internal explosion, total damage of 80. First soul skill, Waist Bow, Centennial. Effect, increases waist strength by 200, extreme enhancement of flexibility, enabling instant execution of various high-difficulty kicking techniques. Second soul skill, Enchantment, Centennial. Effect, emits a pink glow from the eyes, causing the target to fall into a brief daze. Effect varies with the difference in mental strength between both parties. Third soul skill, Teleportation, Millennial. Effect, instantaneous movement within 100 meters, with an additional 50 meters range for every 10 levels ascended. Fourth soul skill, Invincible, Golden Body, 10,000 years. Effect, immunity to all physical and energy attacks for 3 seconds, limited to 3 uses per day. Fifth soul skill, Soft Bone Lock, 10,000 years. Effect, entangles the opponent with one's body, rendering those with soul power lower than the user incapable of escaping. Sixth soul skill, Nihility, 10,000 years. Effect, transforms oneself into a shadow, immune to any physical or energy attack for a duration of 10 seconds. Soul Bone, Fate Skull of the Three-Eyed Golden Lion. Skill, Eye of Fate, briefly glimpses the future 3 seconds ahead, allowing one to evade lethal attacks or anticipate enemy movements. Consumes 5 soul power per use, and cannot be activated again within 3 minutes. Lightning Rabbit, Right Leg Bone. Skill, Lightning Dash, temporarily increases speed by 300, with an electrifying effect. Great Strength Diamond Bear Left Arm Bone. Skill, Gravity Control, applies additional gravity to a designated target or area, causing the target to move sluggishly as if burdened by an immense weight, significantly reducing movement and attack speed. Chapter 22, Rabbit Kicks Dragon. Within the Beauxbatons carriage restaurant, Ryan was spreading blueberry jam on his bread when the carriage door was abruptly flung open. George, panting, stood at the threshold, morning dew dampening his fiery red hair. Merlin. George strode in, nearly knocking over a pot of hot chocolate. Last night at midnight, I saw Charlie. He told me you all are going to confront the fire dragon. Pierre, sensing the tension, discreetly slipped away with his tray, leaving Ryan pinned on the ornate chair by George. Those ever-smiling eyes were now brimming with concern, fingers gripping Ryan's sleeve tightly. Listen carefully, George whispered, his breath carrying the scent of mint toothpaste. If you draw the Hungarian Horntail, remember their S and 0. 8-second blind spot on its left side. When it turns, the Chinese fireball dragon will twitch its right wing before breathing fire. Listening to George's incessant chatter, Ryan was unsure whether to reveal that Madame Maxim had already confided in him last night. Ryan took a napkin, gently wiping the fine sweat that had formed on George's brow from his frantic dash. You studied all night? George's lashes fluttered against Ryan's palm as he grasped that hand, pressing it against his feverish cheek. Not exactly. I just couldn't sleep. Morning light streamed through the stained glass, casting their shadows upon the carpet embroidered with the Beauxbatons crest. I must be off. George suddenly sprang up, planting a firm kiss on Ryan's forehead. Madame Maxim is glaring at me from outside the carriage. He dashed out a few steps before returning for a big hug. Just remember to give it your all. In my heart, you are the best. Ryan embraced his overly anxious boyfriend, softly replying, Yes, I know. Mr. Weasley. The tall headmistress's voice resonated like a cello. The warriors of Beauxbatons are about to embark. George squeezed Ryan's fingertips one last time before turning to sprint towards the viewing platform. The tents at the edge of the forbidden forest rustled in the cold wind. As Ryan followed Madame Maxim inside, Cedric was pacing back and forth. Crumb leaned against a pillar with his eyes closed, and Harry stared blankly at the ground. The warriors of Beauxbatons have arrived. Bagman's cheerful voice shattered the heavy atmosphere, shaking a purple silk bag in his hand. Now that everyone is gathered, it's time to brief you on the situation. Ryan noticed Harry lift his head, a flicker of relief passing through his green eyes upon seeing a familiar face. You will draw lots for the dragon models you are to face sequentially. Bagman continued, but Ryan noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Different varieties, different difficulties. Oh, and the objective is to obtain the golden egg. A deafening roar suddenly echoed outside the tent, shaking the ground, causing Crumb to open his eyes immediately, Cedric to halt, and Harry's face to turn paler than parchment. Was that the Hungarian Horntail? Cedric asked softly, his voice maintaining a polite steadiness, though his knuckles had turned white. Bagman chuckled nervously, perhaps. All right, let us draw in the order of the schools. Durmstrang, you're up first. Crumb strode forward, his muscular arm reaching into the bag. When he withdrew his hand, a small, blood-red mini-dragon lay in his palm, sporting a lion-like snout, surrounded by a ring of golden, tassel-like spikes, with bulging eyes. Chinese fireball dragon, Bagman announced. Next up, a Spartan. As Ryan extended his fingers into the bag, he felt a model suddenly grow hot. He grasped the searing object and pulled it out. A pitch-black mini Hungarian Horntail unfurled its wings in his palm, its tail spike shimmering menacingly, and the sparks it emitted singed Ryan's sleeve. Hungarian Horntail, Bagman pronounced the name, causing a sudden drop in temperature within the tent. Crumb stepped forward abruptly, addressing Ryan. The tail of the Horntail has barbs. His voice was rough, his dark eyes locking onto Ryan's. So be cautious. With that, Crumb strode back to his position. Outside the tent, a terrifying roar resounded, seemingly affirming this warning. Cedric gasped, Crumb's brow furrowed deeply, and Harry, pale as a ghost, edged closer to Ryan, who seized the opportunity to whisper, "Don't worry." Subsequently, the draw results for all the warriors were as follows: Ryan, Hungarian Horntail; Cedric, Welsh Green; Crumb, Chinese Fireball; Harry, Swedish Shortsnout. The order of appearance was announced as Bagman retrieved a piece of parchment, according to the numbers on the dragons' necks. First up is Mr. Evans, followed by Crumb. Madame Maxim's towering figure loomed over Ryan as she leaned down, her voice low and resolute. "Ryan, remember, you represent Beauxbatons." Ryan looked up, meeting her piercing gaze. "Do not hide." She gently patted his shoulder. "Let everyone see just how far a Beauxbaton warrior can go." Ryan nodded. Madame Maxim understood his capabilities. After all, she had personally approved his special participation in the internal selection of Beauxbaton. "Go." Madame Maxim raised her hand to adjust his collar, her gesture akin to awarding a medal. "In your own way, astonish them." Suddenly, a thunderous horn blared from outside the tent. "Warriors of Beauxbaton, please proceed to the arena immediately." Bagman's voice trembled. Ryan's green eyes brimmed with determination as he turned towards the arena. George sat in the Hogwarts stands, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the railing. "Nervous?" Fred teased, leaning over to offer him a calming blood-nosed nougat. "Have one. I guarantee you'll bleed profusely and completely forget your worries." George swatted his hand away, his gaze fixated on the slender figure on the field, his lover now facing a Hungarian Horntail. The first warrior, Ryan Evans. Bagman's voice boomed. George held his breath. Then, Ryan sheathed his wand and slowly approached the Hungarian Horntail. The arena erupted into a chorus of laughter. "Huh, does the Beauxbaton warrior not even know how to wield a wand?" A Durmstrang student mocked. "Look at his spindly arms and legs." He likely turned to ash with a single breath from the dragon. From the Slytherin stands, Draco Malfoy elongated his tone, drawing a wave of laughter from those around him. "George, is your little rabbit utterly petrified?" Fred nudged his brother with his elbow, only to find George's knuckles turning white as he clutched the railing. Lee Jordan exaggeratedly shook his head, declaring, "I wager 10 sickles he won't last 3 seconds." "I'll bet 20, chimed in Simon Finnegan, inciting laughter. He'll be flung out of the arena by the dragon's tail. Even Karkaroff at the judge's table scoffed. "Maxime, is this the elite from your school?" Madame Maxime merely fanned herself gracefully, a mysterious smile playing at her lips. As Ryan approached the dragon, the jeers reached a crescendo. A suicidal charge. Beauxbaton's reputation is at stake. In the next instant, Ryan's figure vanished. Third soul technique, teleportation. He materialized right before the dragon's face, catching everyone off guard. With a swift uppercut kick, the several-ton Hungarian Horntail was sent soaring into the air. The derisive laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by the sound of jaws hitting the floor. 1, 2, 3. Ryan flickered through the air, each appearance accompanied by the dragon's anguished roars. His movements were so rapid they were nearly imperceptible, leaving the dragon to be tossed about like a rag doll. A profound silence enveloped the stands. Merlin's flowered knickers. Lee Jordan screamed. George's eyes widened, and Fred's jaw dropped to the ground. "Good George, you date someone like Ryan?" George swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. "I had no idea he was so violent." Fred interjected. "Charming," George corrected him. As Ryan delivered the final blow, the dragon crashed to the ground, momentarily incapacitated, yet miraculously unharmed. When Ryan picked up the golden egg, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. "George," Angelina threw her arms around his neck. "Your boyfriend is astonishingly formidable, so modestly hidden away. No wonder you've been skipping the night outings." Fred pretended to wipe away tears, afraid of domestic abuse, perhaps. Lee mimicked Ryan's moves. "That's what happens when George refuses to do the dishes. And that's what happens when he carelessly misplaces dragon droppings." Ron gazed at Ryan, who was smiling shyly on the field, with newfound respect. "Now I understand why you always rush to carry his things." George finally regained his voice, a proud smile curving his lips. "Shut it, Fred, or I'll have Ryan show you a few moves." In the distance, Ryan seemed to sense something. Looking up to meet George's fiery gaze, his face flushed, he clutched the golden egg and jogged away from the arena. As Ryan exited the passage, the students from Beauxbaton were already waiting outside, and as he stepped into the light, he was engulfed by a wave of cheers. "Look who it is." Pierre sprinted forward, enveloping Ryan in a big hug, his voice trembling with excitement. Merlin, you did it. That throw was spectacular. Ryan, warmed by his friend's enthusiasm, laughed and returned the embrace. I almost got scorched by dragon fire. But you won. Pierre released him, his eyes sparkling. Madam will surely give you full marks. Fleur elegantly approached, lightly patting Ryan's shoulder. Well done. She paused before adding, though your methods were rather unconventional. Fleur's lips quirked upward, clearly teasing him about his unconventional tactics of throwing the dragon. Unconventional? Pierre waved his arms dramatically. Fleur, you're too modest. He treated that dragon like a toy. He mimicked Ryan's moves. Bang. Smash. The Weasley will surely adore this. Ryan, flustered, attempted to cover his mouth, but Pierre nimbly dodged. Fleur gently shook her head, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. Ignore him. You should go rest. Just as Ryan was about to follow his classmates away, a familiar voice called out from the back of the crowd. Make way. Make way. George squeezed through the throngs, his hair tousled from running. Pierre immediately whistled. Look, we just mentioned him, and here he comes. George completely disregarded Pierre's jibe. Rushing up to Ryan, breathless and incoherent. You were incredible. You actually threw the dragon out. At that moment, Ryan glanced down at the golden egg in his arms, and then handed it to Pierre. Could you hold this for me? Pierre dramatically clutched his chest. Oh. The brave knight trusts me. Yet he still reached out to take it. Don't worry, I'll keep it safe. Fleur elegantly raised an eyebrow, pulling Pierre back a step as he attempted to continue his teasing. We should be going. Madame Maxime will be looking for you shortly. As Pierre was dragged away, he called back, have fun, but remember to come back. Then, one by one, the students of Beauxbatons followed Fleur out, each wearing a knowing smirk. You were amazing. George's voice was low and tender. I had no idea you. Ryan, embarrassed, lowered his gaze. I meant to tell you, but what? Afraid you might think I was too violent. George burst into laughter, cupping Ryan's face and planting a firm kiss on his lips. Merlin, you have no idea how much I adore this side of you. He seized Ryan's wrist. Come on, let us go see the judges' scores. You're definitely getting full marks. The two slipped into the shadows at the edge of the arena, George's arm draped around Ryan's shoulders. At the judges' table, Madame Maxime was the first to raise her wand. 10 points. Silver numbers gleamed in the air, and the Beauxbatons stands erupted in a wave of cheers. George immediately cheered, nearly jumping for joy. I knew it. She absolutely gave you full marks. Mr. Crouch followed suit, awarding 10 points. Dumbledore smiled and revealed another 10. George proudly squeezed Ryan's shoulder. See? Even Dumbledore acknowledges your physical dragon taming skills. Ludo Bagman's 10 points sent the crowd into a frenzy, and finally, Karkaroff, with a grim expression, raised his wand. The audience held its breath as a tiny 3 floated out. George cursed loudly, flames of fury igniting in his blue eyes. That old octopus-headed fool. He picked up a small stone to throw, but Ryan quickly grasped his wrist. Don't. Ryan blushed, pulling him back. 43 points is already quite high. George pouted but eventually set down the stone, wrapping his arms around Ryan's waist, whispering in his ear, no matter the score. You'll always be perfect in my eyes. In contrast to George's comforting presence, the Beauxbatons stands erupted in outrage. 3 points. Pierre leaped to his feet, brandishing his wand at the judges, shouting in French, this is blatant bias. Several Beauxbatons students drew their wands, sparks crackling dangerously. Even the usually composed Fleur frowned. Madame Maxime slowly raised a hand, and the students fell silent, though defiance was etched on every face. She turned to Karkaroff, her voice as smooth as silk. Igor, I'm curious, what led you to give such a peculiar score? Karkaroff sneered. Violence. Pure violence. His voice was sharp with agitation. This is the Triwizard Tournament, not a street brawl. Your student didn't cast a single spell. He merely relied on brute force to toss the dragon around. Oh. Madame Maxim meticulously arranged her silk gloves, pondering aloud, which regulation in the Triwizard Tournament prohibits the use of physical prowess? I recall that in 1790, a valiant warrior from Durmstrang severed the tail of a chimera with an axe. Laughter erupted from the audience, causing Karkaroff's face to redden like a liver. That was a unique circumstance. And similarly today, Madame Maxim continued, her voice rising suddenly, my student subdued a ferocious Hungarian Horntail using sheer bodily strength, without any form of cheating or violation of rules. She flashed a sharp smile. Or is it that Durmstrang has grown fearful of opponents who do not rely on magic? Karkaroff abruptly brandished his wand, sparks of danger erupting from its tip, as tension filled the air. Ladies and gentlemen, Dumbledore's voice interjected gently, instantly quelling the charged atmosphere. Rising from his seat, his blue eyes twinkled mischievously behind half-moon spectacles. He remarked, for the first time in hundreds of years, we have witnessed someone conquer a dragon with physical prowess. indicating that magical creatures can indeed be confronted without spells. Madame Maxim nodded gracefully, while Karkaroff trembled with indignation. Dumbledore continued, "However, Mr. Karkaroff does raise a valid point. Perhaps next time we should stipulate the use of at least 1 or 2 spells." He winked. After all, not every school can produce such remarkable students. Laughter and applause erupted throughout the hall. The Beauxbatons students stood tall with pride, and Pierre even leaped onto his seat, exclaiming, "Long live the Judo Club!" Though Beauxbatons had no such organization. 43 points. Bagman hastily announced, "Mr. Evans currently holds first place. Let us welcome the next champion to the stage." After the scores were revealed, George led Ryan around the stands, only to be immediately surrounded by Gryffindors upon their appearance. "Please give me your autograph." Lee Jordan knelt, presenting a copy of How to Tame Your Dragon. "Just right. To my faithful follower, Lee." "Don't listen to him." Angelina squeezed through, grinning as she draped an arm around Ryan's shoulder. "Can you teach us those moves? Next time in Quidditch, I'll kick the Slytherin Seeker right off his broom." Ginny emerged from the crowd, her red hair blazing like fire in the sunlight. She gave Ryan a thumbs up. "That was brilliant. I bet if Charlie saw you handle that dragon, he'd beg you to join the Romanian dragon team." She winked mischievously, but George might challenge him to a duel first. Ron, in awe, touched Ryan's arm. "Do you have to hold back when you argue with George?" "Firstly, we never argue," George replied, wrapping an arm around Ryan with a smug grin, "and Ryan wouldn't even dare to twist my ear." Just as he finished speaking, Ryan playfully pinched his side, causing George to yelp and leap away, only to step on a balloon Fred had carelessly tossed, resulting in a tumble. Lee Jordan promptly began betting on the outcome of the Weasley skirmish. Ryan smiled, observing the ruckus before him. The cacophony of laughter and joy felt profoundly real and precious. Chapter 23, A Restless Night, Part 1. After the final champion, Harry, successfully retrieved the golden egg with a firebolt, the first task of the Triwizard Tournament concluded. The current scores were as follows. 1. Cedric, 45 points. 2. Ryan, 43 points. 3. Crumb, 42 points. 4. Harry, 42 points. Cedric held a temporary lead, with Ryan closely behind, while Harry and Crumb were tied. Before the second task commenced, the champions were granted a respite, but the others seemed far from at ease that night. Nightfall. The Durmstrang ship rocked in the darkness, and Karkaroff locked himself in his office, his expression stormy enough to conjure rain. "Beauxbatons," he growled through clenched teeth, his fingers gripping the front page of the Daily Prophet special edition, featuring a magical photograph of Ryan Evans wrestling a dragon barehanded, replaying the breathtaking scene. That arrogant woman, Maxim, concealed such a student. He slammed the newspaper onto the desk, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, rage was swiftly supplanted by another emotion, fear. His left arm throbbed faintly, the dark mark burning beneath his skin, as if reminding him of an unspeakable past. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, nervously rubbing the mark concealed beneath his sleeve. He needed to speak with Snape urgently. In the Hogwarts potions office, Snape reflected on the Beauxbatons boy's combat display, a flicker of unnoticeable emotion crossing his dark eyes. This boy bore no resemblance to Lily, yet in certain moments of intense focus, with his brow slightly furrowed, he evoked a haunting memory of his lost friend. "Evans," he murmured the surname, his voice barely audible. More concerning was the fact that this boy had triumphed at the International Youth Wizarding Potions Mastery Competition. His elegant, precise techniques and instinctive grasp of potion properties reminded him of that red-haired girl who once stood before a cauldron. "Severus?" Karkaroff's urgent knocking interrupted. Snape waved his wand, and the door silently unlocked. Karkaroff strode in, pale as a ghost. "Did you see? That Beauxbatons boy?" "Yes, I saw." And Karkaroff nearly leapt up. That was hardly a conventional fighting style. "Mr. Karkaroff," Snape's voice was as cold as steel, "if you have merely come to complain about a student's combat skills, I suggest you leave." Karkaroff's expression twisted for a moment, then he lowered his voice. "Severus, you know what I'm concerned about. The dark mark has been acting up recently." Snape's gaze flickered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. "That is your issue. Are you not afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Snape sneered. "Afraid that the Dark Lord may return? Or that he might discover your past betrayal?" Karkaroff's face turned ashen. Snape turned away toward the potions cabinet, his tone somber. "Mind your own affairs. As for that boy," he paused, his gaze landing on a copy of International Potion Studies on the desk, which fortuitously featured a photo of Ryan receiving his award. "I shall continue to observe." Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts staff room, several professors gathered around the fireplace, discussing the day's match. "That Beauxbatons child," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly. His movements were as if enchanted by a levitation charm. "No, Phileas." Professor McGonagall shook her head, a thoughtful glimmer in her eyes. "That cannot be magic. At least not of the sort we are familiar with. Could it be some kind of innate talent? Professor Sprout inquired curiously. Like the strength of a werewolf or the speed of a vampire. Or perhaps an ancient family ability. Flitwick speculated. But I've never heard of the Evans surname having any unique legacy. Dumbledore, seated in an armchair, his blue eyes sparkling with warmth behind his half-moon spectacles, remarked. Regardless of the nature of it, he performed remarkably well. Albus, you don't seem surprised, McGonagall observed keenly. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Minerva. Hogwarts holds many secrets yet to be uncovered, as does Beauxbatons. McGonagall nodded thoughtfully, though doubt lingered in her mind. In any case, Firenze exclaimed with palpable excitement. The next match will undoubtedly be more thrilling. In the Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts, young Barty Crouch Jr. was presently seated at his desk, donning the visage of the mad-eyed Moody. The enchanted eye spun wildly in its socket, vigilantly surveying the corridor's activity. His fingers drummed on the tabletop as his gaze remained fixed upon a photograph in the Daily Prophet. Evans, he muttered under his breath, his voice laced with a chilling contemplation, the red-haired, green-eyed cousin of Harry Potter. He abruptly rose, pacing towards the window, retrieving a small communication mirror from the inner pocket of his robe. The surface rippled, revealing the grotesquely contorted visage of Voldemort. Master, Barty lowered his voice. The warrior Ryan Evans from Beauxbatons has exhibited extraordinary prowess today. The crimson eyes of Voldemort narrowed slightly as he commanded, continue. He single-handedly subdued a Hungarian Horntail, displaying physical strength far surpassing that of an ordinary wizard. Barty's false eye twitched nervously. Moreover, he bears the same surname as Lily Evans, making it highly probable that he is a cousin of Harry Potter. The breath of Voldemort grew heavy within the mirror. Evans, the red-haired woman who once obstructed me, Barty cautiously inquired. Shall I eliminate him preemptively? Master. Voldemort fell silent for a moment before a cold laugh escaped him. No, acting now would be too perilous. He is a warrior of Beauxbatons. Should an incident occur at Hogwarts, that French woman would not let it go lightly. Barty furrowed his brow. But master, if he interferes with our plans regarding Potter, then let him withdraw naturally. Voldemort interrupted icily. The Triwizard Tournament is fraught with danger, and accidents may transpire at any moment. But remember, leave no traces. Maxim is no fool. And neither is Dumbledore. Barty obediently nodded. Yes, master. Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. Remember, Harry Potter is the key. Do not allow an Evans to disrupt our plans. As the mirror regained its tranquility, Barty turned towards the iron cage in the corner of the office, within which resided a brownish owl, Moody's true pet for communication, now serving as a conduit for messages to his master. He roughly seized the owl, inserting a parchment filled with cryptic script into the leg's message tube. Deliver this to the master, he whispered threateningly, and if anyone intercepts you, incinerate yourself. The owl, in a state of panic, flapped its wings and soared into the night sky. Barty stood by the window, his false eye gazing towards the direction of the Beauxbatons carriage, a twisted smile gracing his lips. Let me see how long this Evans can endure under my special care, he murmured, from within the locked cabinet of the office. The genuine Moody's struggles could be heard, yet Barty remained oblivious as he turned and drained a vial of polyjuice potion. Chapter 24, A Night of Unrest, Part 2, in the Beauxbatons carriage, within the principal's private parlor. Madame Maxime's elongated fingers clutched a freshly printed copy of the Daily Prophet Special Edition, her brows furrowed in rare concentration. The front page boldly displayed a magical photograph of Ryan executing a shoulder throw on a Hungarian Horntail, accompanied by the sensational headline, Violent Dragon Tamer? The barbaric tactics of Beauxbatons warriors sparked debate. That woman works swiftly, Madame Maxime scoffed, tapping the newspaper with her fingertip. It has been nearly 2 hours since the main event concluded, and a special edition is already in circulation. Fleur, standing nearby, wore a look of concern. Madam, this is clearly targeting Ryan. There is no mention of the other warriors. Of course, it is because he has offended that venomous quill, Madame Maxime retorted with a huff, unfolding the newspaper, as Rita Skeeter's signature acerbic prose leapt forth. Mr. Evans has exhibited not so much the wisdom of a wizard, but rather the brute strength of a troll. According to an anonymous Durmstrang student, his fighting style evokes ancestral techniques reminiscent of certain dark magical creatures. Nonsense, Fleur exclaimed, her silver hair swirling as if caught in a gust. She is insinuating that Ryan has ties to those loathsome dark wizards. Go fetch Ryan. It is time to educate him on how to deal with the serpents of the magical world. Atop the astronomy tower, Ryan leaned against George, his fingers entwined in his lover's fiery locks. The distant black lake shimmered under the moonlight, and the sounds of merriment emanated from the Gryffindor tower. as George animatedly gestured about improving the self-expanding balloons to serve as airborne platforms for Ryan during his next dragon encounter. Are you not going to join in the celebration for Harry? Ryan inquired, glancing up at George with a smile. This is a prime opportunity to promote Weasley joke products within Gryffindor. George rested his chin atop Ryan's head, tightening his embrace. Well, let me ponder. Should I forego a promotional opportunity or miss a date with my boyfriend beneath the stars? He leaned down to peck Ryan's nose. The choice is rather simple, Ryan chuckled, but then turned serious. I must go see Madame Maxime. Off you go, George smiled at him. I promise to send only a very polite howler to Skeeter before you return. Ryan laughed lightly. Do not go overboard. George nodded obediently. But once Ryan and Pierre had walked away, his smile gradually faded. 5 minutes later, an owl soared towards the offices of the Daily Prophet, carrying a letter emitting a suspicious odor. Upon entering the parlor, Ryan found Madame Maxime elegantly using her wand tip to roast a copy of the special edition, the newspaper twisting into ashes within the blue flames. Ryan bowed. Madam, you summoned me. Madame Maxime turned, her brown eyes reflecting the candlelight. Did you see this little gift? She gestured towards the ashes. The special edition Rita Skeeter published just for you. Ryan pressed his lips together. I apologize for the controversy it has caused the school. No. Dear, Madame Maxime suddenly smiled. I wish to commend you. Ryan raised his head in confusion. The fact that you could provoke a scoundrel like Skeeter indicates that you have acted rightly. With a flick of her wand, a teapot automatically filled a cup with steaming hot tea and floated it in front of Ryan. However, now the entire magical community of Britain is aware that Beauxbatons has a warrior capable of single-handedly defeating dragons. We must discuss more pressing matters. She raised a slender finger. First, starting tomorrow, you will receive countless invitations to dueling clubs, love letters from young ladies, and collaboration requests from the editorial team of the new edition of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Ryan nearly choked on the hot tea. As she raised a second finger, the temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly. Secondly, certain ill-intentioned individuals will also set their sights on you. Ryan set down the cup, her green eyes growing alert. Such as? For instance, those behind Rita Skeeter. Madame Maxime said meaningfully, certain factions within the British Ministry of Magic, or even darker forces. Madame Maxime continued. Therefore, starting tonight, you must go out with companions. Pierre and 2 other 7th-year students will take shifts. She added, do not worry about your young boyfriend. I can allow him to join the Team 39, protecting Ryan on the condition that he refrains from sticking droppings onto the wheels of my carriage. Ryan's face instantly turned as red as George's hair. When did that happen? Last week. Madame Maxime huffed. However, for your sake, I will let him off this time. She waved her hand. All right, it's not a grave matter. You've had a long day, so go and rest well. Just as Ryan left, Madame Maxime gently tapped the table. Almost simultaneously, Fleur entered gracefully through the back door, her silver-blue robes shimmering softly in the candlelight. Fleur. Madame Maxime's lips curled into an elegant, yet dangerous arc. Go contact Barnabas Cuff, the editor of the Daily Prophet, and Emma Reno, the editor of the International Wizarding Weekly, and inform them that I am willing to provide special sponsorship for an objective and detailed feature on our warrior. Fleur's silver-blue eyes sparkled with understanding, especially those journalists who have had conflicts with Rita Skeeter. Naturally, outside, Pierre was vigilantly patrolling around the carriage, his wand at the ready. Madame Maxime regarded his figure with satisfaction. Nevertheless, we need not worry about Ms. Skeeter seeking to make herself a nuisance again. Fleur smiled knowingly. After all, she has gathered enough material to fabricate her stories. Madame Maxime elegantly adjusted her lace cuffs. But astute journalists understand that some facts are more valuable than fabrications. And I happen to excel at illuminating the truth. Fleur stifled a laugh, and Madame Maxime nodded slightly. Go now. I want to see the latest front-page headline from the Daily Prophet before breakfast tomorrow. As Fleur gently closed the door behind her, Madame Maxime murmured to herself, let us see who plays this public relations game better. The next day, Daily Prophet editorial department. Rita Skeeter stormed into the office, her high heels clacking angrily, emanating an indescribable stench. Colleagues along the way wrinkled their noses and retreated, several interns exaggeratedly covering their noses, while others opened windows to let in the cold breeze to disperse the foul odor. Rita slammed a stack of newspapers onto the desk, her crimson nails nearly digging into the wooden surface, the image of that damned fan letter exploding in her mind earlier that morning still fresh. But now, she had more pressing matters to settle. Her freshly penned article, The Untold Secrets of Beauxbatons, had just been returned by the editor under the pretext of needing further fact-checking. In its place was a lengthy tribute by her colleague Jack Brown titled The Perfect Union of Traditional Martial Arts and Magic, The Fighting Philosophy of Beauxbatons. How much did you take from that Frenchwoman? She shrieked at Jack, who was busy organizing his manuscripts. Jack leisurely sipped his tea. What are you talking about? I'm merely reporting the facts objectively. He waved his hand in front of his nose. But you, Skeeter, did you fall into a troll's dung pit? Rita's complexion shifted from green to red. Just as she was about to erupt, the door to the editor's office suddenly swung open. Skeeter. Editor Cuff stood at the door, pinching his nose. Until you can prove that you are not possessed by a troll, do not enter the editorial department and poison our noses. Immediately, the entire editorial department erupted into muffled laughter. Jack politely gestured. Need me to lend you a broom? I hear flying helps dispel odors. As Rita stormed out, Jack's cheerful voice followed her. By the way, I hear there will be a feature on Beauxbatons in tomorrow's International Wizarding Weekly. Remember to buy a copy if you can still approach the newsstand. Chapter 25, The Invitation to Dance. When Professor McGonagall announced the Christmas ball and that the warriors must dance the opening dance with their partners, Harry's complexion turned as pale as a ghost. He would rather face a fire-breathing dragon again. At least the dragon wouldn't mock his dance steps. Ron wore a similarly troubled expression, and the two sat in a corner of the Great Hall, pretending to be engrossed in their homework while anxiously exchanging opinions. We can't just sit here, Ron whispered, his quill scratching aimlessly on the parchment. You must find someone to dance the opening dance with. Harry raked his fingers through his hair, irritably saying, the problem is, who am I supposed to ask? I don't want to just grab someone and be the center of attention. The two exchanged glum looks, completely oblivious to Hermione beside them, flipping through standard spellbook level 4 with a rustle. How about Ron suddenly lowered his voice? Let Ryan introduce some girls from Beauxbatons. Surely one of them would be willing to accompany you? Before Harry could respond, two familiar redheads popped up from behind them. Look at our poor brother and his golden boy, Fred said, draping an arm over each of their shoulders. Trying to find a partner through the back door? George leaned in from the other side, mischief glinting in his blue eyes. Do you need your big brothers to demonstrate how to ask someone to dance? Ron frowned. What do you mean? Before he could finish, Fred had already marched over to Angelina, who was chatting with Alia, and exaggeratedly bowed. Miss Johnson, may I have the honor of being your dance partner? Angelina raised an eyebrow. That depends on whether you promise not to test any new products at the ball. I swear, Fred clutched his heart. I'll only bring 2 canary creams at most. Meanwhile, George had already set his sights on Ryan across the hall. The Beauxbatons warrior was helping a classmate revise a paper, the winter sunlight casting a mosaic of golden shadows across his eyelashes. George sauntered over slowly, pulling a green apple candy from his pocket. Opening his mouth, he naturally offered it at Ryan's lips. Without lifting her head, Ryan took the candy, her tongue inadvertently brushing against George's fingertips. Sneaking snacks? Just replenishing energy. George leaned over the table, cornering Ryan between the table and himself. After all, someone has to accompany a certain warrior for the opening dance at the Christmas ball. Only then did Ryan look up, a smile dancing in her green eyes. But I haven't received a formal invitation yet? Oh, George lowered his voice, his breath brushing against her ear. Then I hereby formally invite George Weasley to be the Christmas dance partner of Ryan Evans. He deliberately used a melodramatic tone. Please have mercy on this unfortunate soul who is utterly smitten with you. Ryan blinked, pretending to ponder. Let me think about it. George feigned injury. How could you bear to decline such a heartfelt invitation? Ryan could no longer contain his laughter and gently cradled his face. Of course. I cannot bear to. Fantastic, George exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Ryan's waist. Now the most dashing warrior in the world is mine. Beside them, Fleur elegantly rolled her eyes. You Brits call this a 39 invitation? Even our first-year students at Beauxbatons exhibit more subtlety. George grinned at her while still holding Ryan's waist. This is actually called being proactive, Miss Delacour, in case someone tries to steal my boyfriend. Ryan chuckled and shook his head, allowing George to rest his chin on his shoulder. In the distance, an exaggerated retching sound from Pierre could be heard. While Harry and Ron gazed in astonishment, Fred strolled back, patting his brother's shoulders sympathetically. I suggest you learn from George. Thick skin and swift action are essential. Ron stared at the direction of George and Ryan, unable to suppress his grumbling. This isn't even a demonstration. They are already a couple. Of course they would dance together. Fred immediately looped his arm around Ron's neck, grinning widely. Exactly, and they have partners, while little Ronnie here is still a lone bachelor. Ron's face flushed crimson. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly turned to Hermione. Wait. Hermione, you're a girl. Hermione, busily gathering her books, looked up, her expression devoid of emotion. Your observational skills are commendable. Ron completely missed the sarcasm. Then you choose one between Harry and me. Harry, Ron continued. Oblivious. Boys are fine, but it's just too miserable for a girl to attend the ball alone. Hermione snapped her book shut, her gaze narrowing dangerously. It's none of your business. She enunciated each word. In any case, someone has already invited me to the ball. Both Ron and Harry were momentarily stunned. What? Who? Ron's eyes widened. Hermione let out a cold laugh. Clutching her books and turning to leave, "It's none of your concern." Just as Ron approached to inquire further, Fred seized him by the collar. Oh. Looks like our little Ronnie is a bit slow on the uptake." George, still holding Ryan, approached, reveling in the drama. "I bet it's Crumb. Victor Crumb." Ron's voice pitched. "When did they?" Harry suddenly recalled. "Hermione seems to have been frequently seen reading by the Black Lake lately." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "And Crumb has also been running there quite often." Ron stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Fred patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Don't be disheartened. At least now you know Hermione is a girl." George added fuel to the fire, though it's a bit late. Ron. Chapter 26, The Beauxbatons Trio. The night breeze caressed the Black Lake, stirring fragments of silvery light. Ryan trod softly across the grassy ground towards the Beauxbatons' carriage, his lips slightly swollen. The culprit? None other than George, who had promised to practice their dance steps, but had spent 2/3 of the time finding various excuses to steal kisses. "You swept my hair across my neck while we twirled. That warrants a punishment. You misstepped. You should accept the consequences." "Brave sir, you stepped on my foot. Compensation is due." Ryan shook his head, yet his lips could not help but curl upwards. Just as he stepped onto the carriage's steps, he suddenly heard rustling from the bushes beside the road. "Over here." A familiar voice, deliberately lowered, called out. Ryan squinted, and in the moonlight, he saw Pierre peeking out from the thicket, wildly waving at him. Beside him, Fleur's silver hair shimmered in the night, her index finger pressed to her lips, though her eyes sparkled with unusual brightness. Ryan raised an eyebrow and stealthily approached them. "What are you doing?" "Shoo." Fleur swiftly pulled him behind the bushes. Ryan followed their gaze and nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Madame Maxime was practicing dance steps with Hagrid in the moonlit clearing of the forest. The usually imposing headmaster was now slightly bowed, patiently guiding the half-giant, who was nervously stepping in sync with him. Hagrid, in turn, carefully held Madame Maxime's hand, as if handling a precious porcelain piece. 1, 2, 3, oops. Hagrid's large foot accidentally trod on Madame Maxime's boot. "That's the 7th time," Fleur whispered, her lips unable to suppress a smile. Pierre was shaking with suppressed laughter. "I've never seen the headmaster so patient." In the bushes, the three quietly retreated to a safe distance, and Pierre finally burst into laughter. "This is priceless. I've never seen the headmaster exhibit such patience." Fleur adjusted her dress, snagged by branches, and the lady is entirely focused on Hagrid, completely unaware of our presence. She continued thoughtfully. "Actually, that half-giant secretly asked me what flowers the headmaster likes." "Did you tell him?" Ryan inquired. Fleur's eyes glinted mischievously. "I told him her favorite is the singing platinum rose." Pierre immediately caught on, laughing heartily. That kind of rose sprays pollen wildly at the sight of strangers. No wonder Hagrid was sneezing nonstop earlier. The trio strolled back along the path, the night breeze carrying distant music from the castle. Pierre suddenly nudged Ryan's shoulder. "Seriously, you and Weasley." He winked playfully, mimicking kissing sounds. "Are you using dance practice as an excuse again?" Ryan shook his head in resignation. He always finds reasons. Yet, his tone bore a hint of indulgence. Fleur scoffed lightly. "At least you two are above board." She shot a pointed glance at Pierre, who immediately pretended to study the pebbles by the roadside. Pierre, reclining with his hands behind his head, exaggeratedly sighed. "Having come to Hogwarts, our headmaster and distinguished student representatives have been swept away by Madame Maxime and Hagrid. And you and Weasley." He glanced sideways at Ryan. "Has all the charm of our school been absorbed by Hogwarts?" Fleur scoffed lightly, her silver hair shimmering in the moonlight. "Count me out. I haven't been swept away." She paused and added, "Pierre, if it weren't for your relentless pursuit, I'd prefer to dance alone." Pierre clutched his heart, feigning injury. "Fleur, that's quite hurtful. I'm merely upholding the honor of Beauxbatons." Ryan couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, you clearly asked me how to invite a girl without being rejected on the very day the headmaster announced the ball." Pierre's face turned crimson. "Hey, that was tactical consultation." Fleur raised an eyebrow. "Tactical? Your so-called tactics involve running into me every day and casually saying, 'Well, since you have no partner, why not settle for me?'" Ryan watched Pierre's rare bashful demeanor and tactfully changed the subject. "It's getting late. Let us head back. We need to prepare for the ball tomorrow." On the way back, Pierre suddenly mused. "But seriously, before coming to Hogwarts, the three of us never imagined we would experience all this." Fleur nodded, unusually refraining from retorting. "Indeed, the Triwizard Tournament, dragons, malicious reports, and these peculiar English people." Ryan chuckled softly. "But at least we've not brought shame upon Beauxbatons." Pierre nudged his shoulder, grinning broadly. "Not only have we not brought shame, but you are a warrior. Fleur is the dream girl of all the boys, and some girls, in school, and I." He puffed out his chest. "I am the only one who successfully invited her to dance." Furong rolled her eyes, yet a slight smile graced her lips. Your courage is commendable, albeit limited. Ryan observed the playful banter between the two and suddenly felt that despite the intense competition and impending challenges, the three of them would always stand as each other's steadfast support. On the day of the ball, he unexpectedly suggested, "How about the three of us perform a dance from Beauxbatons together?" Furong raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain? You do have a boyfriend now, and I fear he might become jealous." Ryan chuckled. "George isn't that petty." Pierre rubbed his hands together. "Then I must practice diligently to avoid stepping on Furong's toes." Furong huffed lightly. "Rest assured, I shall be wearing high heels, so I shall tread with greater precision." The trio exchanged smiles. As the night breeze carried distant laughter and music, the Christmas ball was drawing ever closer. Chapter 27. The Christmas ball. George stood beside the Beauxbatons carriage, his fingers absently tracing the cuff of his deep burgundy formal attire. Though it was an old suit belonging to Bill, it had been meticulously pressed. Mrs. Molly had also taken the time to tailor it, cinching the waist and lengthening the hem to better fit George's frame. The collar and cuffs were adorned with subtle golden embroidery, accentuating his tall and spirited demeanor. Coupled with his slightly tousled red hair and bright blue eyes, he exuded an air of charming nonchalance. From time to time, he glanced toward the carriage, a gentle smile lingering on his lips. Inside the carriage, Ryan sat at a desk, holding a freshly opened letter and smiling to himself. The elegant handwriting on the stationery belonged to his mother. "Dear little warrior, your father and I were thrilled to hear about your relationship with George. We fondly remember the days you two spent playing together in Ottery St. Catchpole. George is a fine lad, enthusiastic, intelligent, and evidently discerning. After all, he fancies our son. Arthur and Molly are also wonderful people. We hope you have a splendid time at the ball. Additionally, enclosed is your formal attire. Your grandmother insisted on adding a touch of pattern, but fear not, it shall not be too extravagant. Love, your mother. P.S. Your father insisted I add, if George dares to bully you, he can always fly over from France to resolve it in a muggle manner," his exact words. Ryan set the letter down and directed his gaze toward an inky black gown draped over the bed, its collar and cuffs subtly embroidered with silver patterns, understated yet exquisite. He gently caressed the fabric, warmth blossoming within him. Outside the carriage, George was surrounded by several Beauxbatons students, who were chattering away, inquiring about his plans for the ball. "Wesley," one girl mustered her courage to exclaim, "you must treat our Ryan well." "Indeed," another boy chimed in, "if you mistreat him, we shall be the first to object." George blinked, his smile tender yet resigned. "Rest assured, how could I dare? I cherish him too much." As they continued their chatter, a glimpse of movement caught their eye, and they fell silent as the carriage door swung open, revealing Ryan. George turned, breath hitching. Ryan's gown accentuated his tall figure, the inky hue deepening the allure of his eyes, while silver embroidery glimmered in the moonlight. George opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "Wow," Pierre whistled. "It seems someone has been rendered speechless by sheer handsomeness." Furong chuckled softly. Such an honest reaction. Finally regaining his composure, George strode towards Ryan, surprise dancing in his blue eyes. "You look magnificent." He gestured vaguely, struggling to articulate. "I mean, the dress. No, it's you." Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Adjusting George's bow tie, "You look dashing tonight as well. That burgundy suits you perfectly. Honestly, I don't want you to dance anymore." George leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Looking this good, I only wish to admire you." Ryan winked. "Then shall we forego the ball and rendezvous in the broom shed?" "Excellent idea." "You are quite clever, Mr. Ryan," George replied, eager to take his hand. Ryan gently redirected him. "But alas, do you not recall we are to perform the opening dance?" He paused, a playful grin emerging. "However, after the ball, I might not be in a hurry to change out of this attire." George immediately straightened up, feigning seriousness as he smoothed his clothing. "Sir, I assure you, tonight Hogwarts shall witness the most elegant performance by the Weasley family since its inception." The two clasped hands, walking toward the brightly lit hall, leaving a trail of parallel footprints in the snow. George suddenly halted, brushing away the snowflakes from Ryan's hair with a gentle hand. "Actually," he said earnestly, "you look good in anything, but tonight you are truly stunning." Ryan paused, lowering his gaze with a smile. "You too." Pierre exaggeratedly sighed from behind them. "Alas, our Beauxbatons flower has been completely swept away." Furong elegantly linked her arm with his. "Worry less about others. You ought to dazzle as well, though the hope may be slim." At that moment, the night deepened, and the music of the Christmas ball was faintly audible. Chapter 28. The Christmas ball. Too outside, delicate snowflakes continued to fall, yet within the hall, a warm, radiant glow enveloped the space. Silver frost adorned the walls, and stars twinkled overhead, as hundreds of mistletoe and ivy garlands hung down, casting delicate shadows. as Ryan and George entered the hall side by side. All eyes turned toward them, partly due to Ryan's status as a warrior, and partly because of the striking compatibility they radiated when together. George's burgundy attire appeared deep and elegant under the lights, while Ryan's black gown rendered him a picture of aristocratic beauty. Fred just winked at me. I bet he's regretting not inviting Angelina sooner, George whispered, his gaze drifting toward the twins who were sharing laughter with Angelina nearby. Ryan smiled gently. Are you certain he isn't hinting that you should avoid stepping on my toes later? Hey, I'm not that bad. George feigned indignation, leaning closer to Ryan. His voice soft yet teasing, although I must admit, I was indeed distracted during training. Ryan raised an eyebrow. You mean every time the music started, you sought excuses to steal a kiss? George beamed brightly. I prefer to call it, making the most of my time. Professor McGonagall, clad in a green formal robe, directed the warriors and their partners into line. Ryan and George stood second in line, just behind Hermione and Krum. Hermione looked breathtakingly beautiful tonight. Her voluminous curls elegantly pinned up, and her pale pink gown accentuated her snow-like complexion. Krum stood beside her, his demeanor noticeably softer as his gaze frequently lingered on her. It seems I am not the only one captivated by our partners, George quipped softly, eliciting a light laugh from Ryan. The line moved forward slowly, and Ryan could feel countless eyes scrutinizing them, some curious, some envious, and a few laden with overt hostility. Dumbledore sat at the staff table, his blue eyes twinkling with delight behind crescent-shaped glasses. Madame Maxime, shedding her usual sternness, appeared graceful and gentle in her purple gown, while Ludo Bagman remained his flamboyant self, his bright purple robe adorned with yellow stars sparkling with every movement. However, Karkaroff wore a remarkably grim expression, especially upon witnessing Krum holding Hermione's hand, his complexion nearly as green as Ron's. It appears the headmaster of Durmstrang is not particularly pleased, George remarked quietly. Ryan gently responded. Perhaps he should learn from you and focus on his dance partner. George immediately replied with a cheerful grin, at your service, Mr. Ryan. As the music began, the warriors commenced their opening dance, with George taking Ryan's hand and leading him to the center of the dance floor. To Ryan's surprise, George danced remarkably well, his steps steady and rhythm precise, even managing to twirl Ryan gracefully. When did you practice? Ryan asked, somewhat astonished. George blinked playfully, his tone soft yet tinged with pride. Secret training. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself in front of you. I thought you preferred to distract me, Ryan teased with a smile. Leaning closer to whisper in Ryan's ear, George's voice was low and gentle. You can still be distracted now, if you don't mind me kissing you while we dance. Ryan's ears flushed slightly, but his smile remained. Let us focus on dancing, Mr. George. George feigned a sigh of regret, yet his movements became even more tender. Smoothly twirling Ryan around the dance floor, his gaze fixed on Ryan's face, warm enough to melt winter's snow. After the opening dance concluded, the initially reserved students surged onto the dance floor, and the warriors no longer held the spotlight, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, Ryan noticed Fleur and Pierre waving to them from the edge of the floor. He gently squeezed George's hand. May I leave for a moment? George understood and released his hand. Go ahead. I'll wait to admire the elegance of Burbage. Ryan navigated through the crowd to his friends. Fleur was particularly radiant today, her silver blue gown shimmering under the lights, while Pierre was rarely seen in a formal deep blue suit. They looked nothing short of a newlywed couple. It's our turn to take the stage, Fleur said, slightly lifting her chin, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed excitement. Pierre adjusted his bow tie. I've practiced for a long time. I should be able to avoid stepping on your toes. The three shared a knowing smile and gracefully made their way to the center of the floor. The music shifted rhythm, transitioning to the lively melody characteristic of Burbage, evidently. Fleur had coordinated with the band. Standing in the center, with Fleur and Pierre on either side, the three stepped out in elegant unison as the first note rang out. Burbage's traditional dance emphasized harmony and synergy, the movements flowing seamlessly like a river, at times soaring like birds in flight, at others delicately falling like petals. Initially, Pierre was somewhat stiff, but quickly regained his rhythm under Fleur's watchful gaze. Ryan, however, moved effortlessly, each turn and gesture perfectly timed. Their movements were synchronized, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Indeed, they had spent numerous nights clandestinely practicing Burbage. George stood nearby, watching Ryan at the center of the dance floor, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. Fred had sidled over at some point, remarking, I never expected Pierre to dance so well, though he looks as stiff as a puppet. George chuckled. In the dance floor, Fleur executed a splendid spin, her skirt billowing like waves. Pierre instinctively reached out to steady her waist, but upon contact, he recoiled as if shocked, nearly losing his footing. Fleur shot him a glare, yet it seemed not to displease her. Ryan observed the entire scene, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes. As the next beat approached, he deliberately altered the direction of their movements, nudging Pierre toward Fleur. Caught off guard, Pierre nearly collided with Fleur, but managed to grasp her hand at the last moment. "You fool," Fleur murmured, though her tone betrayed her amusement. Pierre blushed, but surprisingly did not shy away, replying, "Thank you for the compliment?" As the final note echoed, the three halted simultaneously, executing a perfect Burbage bow. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause, and Mrs. Maxim nodded approvingly from the teacher's table. Returning to George's side, Ryan found him watching intently, his eyes brimming with warmth and pride. "You danced splendidly," George praised. "Thank you," Ryan replied, slightly breathless from the exertion. "Now, it's time for us to continue our ball." The band then took the stage, and the lively music instantly ignited the entire hall. Fred and Angelina dashed to the center of the dance floor, dancing with abandon, while Ron and Padma, as well as Harry and Parvati, sat nearby. The former two bearing sour expressions, while the latter two watched the dancers with enthusiasm. After Hermione and Krum finished their opening dance, Krum found himself surrounded by a group of Durmstrang students, while Hermione was drawn into conversation by a few girls from Ravenclaw. "Do you want to keep dancing?" George leaned in closer to Ryan, his voice raised above the music. Ryan nodded with a smile, and they immediately squeezed into the crowd. The quirky sisters' rock rhythm shook the floor, with George wrapping his arms around Ryan's waist, moving him to the music's beat. "You dance quite well," Ryan exclaimed. George beamed brightly, gently replying, "It's because my dance partner is so exceptional, I must keep up with the rhythm." Ryan couldn't help but laugh, and George seized the opportunity to pull him closer, his lips almost brushing Ryan's ear amidst the deafening music. "Ryan, Merry Christmas." Ryan paused in surprise, then leaned closer to George's ear amidst the flashing lights and raucous music, responding, "Merry Christmas." George. Chapter 29, Neville's Assistance. On the oak long table in the Hogwarts library, rays of winter sunlight cast dappled shadows upon the pages of advanced potion making. Ryan's long fingers delicately traced the lines of intricate potion instructions. Christmas had passed, and the second task loomed near. As a champion of Burbage, he had to prepare diligently for the forthcoming competition. "Gillyweed," he murmured softly, his fingertip resting on a section regarding an underwater breathing potion. Just as he was about to jot down the recipe, he heard a shuffling of footsteps behind him. "Excuse me." Ryan turned to see a round-faced Gryffindor boy standing by the bookshelf, clutching a hefty stack of herbology tomes. The boy's brown eyes sparkled with hesitant light, and his red and yellow scarf was still speckled with fresh dirt, clearly just returned from the greenhouse. "Neville?" Ryan spoke first, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "What a coincidence to find you here." Neville appeared taken aback, his cheeks flushing instantly. "Why, you remember me?" "Of course," Ryan replied, closing the book and gesturing for him to sit. "Your Mimbulus Mimbletonia certainly left a lasting impression on me." Neville's eyes brightened at once, and he awkwardly took a seat opposite Ryan. "Actually, I recognized you right away. I just couldn't find the right moment." Ryan smiled warmly. "Isn't this the perfect moment?" Noticing the book on Neville's lap, "Are you studying that?" "Oh, this." Neville seemed to suddenly recall something, hastily pulling out a notebook from the stack of books. "It's because I've been helping Professor Sprout care for the aquatic plants in the greenhouse." He glanced at Ryan's open book. "Are you preparing for the second task?" "Yes. I'm looking for ways to breathe underwater." "I can help," Neville suddenly blurted out, only to realize his slip moments later, hurriedly adding, "I meant to say that I'm currently researching aquatic plants in the greenhouse." "Neville, I appreciate your kindness," Ryan replied with an unwavering smile. However, Neville's face flushed deeper. Yet he stood his ground. "I merely wish to share some of my research findings." Observing the determination in Neville's eyes, Ryan sighed softly. "Very well. But please offer me just a few suggestions, if you would." Neville nodded vigorously, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket and handing it to Ryan. "If you intend to concoct an underwater breathing potion, blending gillwort with watermint yields particularly excellent results." Ryan accepted the notebook, scrutinizing the meticulously pinned notes and detailed sketches within. Though Neville's handwriting was somewhat juvenile, the recorded data was remarkably thorough, with some pages adorned with carefully pressed herbal specimens. "These discoveries are quite valuable," Ryan sincerely remarked. "Thank you, Neville. This information is immensely helpful to me." "Oh, not at all." Neville fervently shook his head, pulling out a small cloth pouch containing several green plants. "I happen to have brought some samples with me." Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the tabletop between them as Neville earnestly explained the characteristics of the herbs, occasionally producing various small vials to showcase the ingredients. Ryan nodded in understanding or posed questions, deeply engrossed in their discussion. Finally, "Adding a couple of drops of Moondew essence can make the potion more palatable," Neville concluded, glancing at Ryan with a hint of apprehension. "What do you think?" Ryan met his gaze. "These suggestions are exceptional, Neville. Your expertise in herbology is truly commendable. Embarrassed, Neville lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously brushing against a dried leaf. Actually, I've always wanted to thank you, if it weren't for you that year. But you ultimately accomplished it on your own, Ryan gently interrupted. Just as you have now, approaching me proactively to generously share such significant findings. Neville lifted his gaze, meeting Ryan's eyes, and beamed with a radiant smile. The sunlight continued to dance across the tabletop, illuminating the open notebook and the pouch filled with herbs. Oh, right, Neville suddenly recalled. Retrieving a small wooden box from another pocket. This is for you too. Seeds of a plant called sneezewort that releases a calming fragrance. As Ryan accepted the box and prepared to express his gratitude, he noticed Neville already standing, gathering the scattered books and specimens. I must head to the greenhouse. Professor Sprout is still waiting for me. After stuffing the last book into his bag, Neville added, if you need potion ingredients, feel free to come find me in the greenhouse. Ryan carefully tucked the wooden box away and stood to see him off. Thank you, Neville. Watching Neville depart with his books, Ryan gently ran his fingers over the wooden box. The sunlight continued to warmly drape over the tabletop. Chapter 30. The turbulence of adolescence. The winter dusk bathed the corridors of Hogwarts in a golden hue as Ryan descended the spiral staircase, cradling his books. Just as he rounded the corner, the familiar sound of a heated debate reached his ears. Harry, I think you should really consider what Cedric suggested. I know, Hermione. But not right now. As Ryan approached, he saw Hermione with her brow furrowed and Harry tugging at his perpetually tousled black hair. Hello, what intriguing matters are being discussed? Ryan inquired with a smile. Ryan, Harry exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. What perfect timing. Sirius and Remus asked me to send their regards to you. Ryan paused, taken aback. They know of me. Of course. Harry nodded. They wrote to me after seeing your photo in the Daily Prophet, and I told them you're my cousin. Ryan's expression softened. Oh, I see. How are they? Quite well, Harry chuckled. Sirius said you're always welcome to visit them at number 12, Grimmauld Place if you find the time. Please thank them for me, Ryan replied warmly. Then noticed Hermione standing nearby, looking somewhat downcast. What were you just discussing? He asked. Harry scratched his head. Cedric just told me I should try the prefect's bathroom to unravel the secret of the golden egg. Ryan pondered. That's a splendid idea. You should give it a shot. During their conversation, Hermione suddenly cleared her throat. I just remembered I have a paper to write. I must be off. As she turned, Ryan noticed the taut line at the corner of her mouth. Once Hermione had walked away, Harry sighed. She and Ron are still at odds over the ball. Ryan nodded in understanding. She seems to be managing well, Harry shrugged. Just working harder. I saw her in the library until Madame Pants had to shoo her away yesterday. Ryan gazed in the direction Hermione had gone, then said to Harry, by the way, I think I left my quill in the library. Let us continue this conversation another day. He quickened his pace to catch up with Hermione. Hermione, wait a moment. Hermione halted and turned, her expression already adjusted. Ryan? What is it? Though it may seem a bit intrusive for me to say this, I feel compelled to share something with you. Ryan stepped closer, his tone gentle. Hermione. Sometimes when we are faced with those we care about, we find it hardest to express ourselves. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Hermione's eyes. I don't quite understand what you mean. Adolescent boys can often be painfully awkward, Ryan chuckled softly, especially when they are in the presence of someone they hold dear. You mean like how George cares about me? Ryan blinked, keeping his tone light. It's just that his methods might not be the most graceful. Ryan continued. Back in fourth year, George once inexplicably wrote to me, informing me that 3 girls had simultaneously given him love letters. Hermione could not help but smile. Really? I ignored him for a week. Ryan shook his head. Later, Fred told me George practically moved into the Ollery during that time. Hermione burst into laughter. That's quite the tale. Indeed, that's the nature of adolescent emotions, Ryan shrugged, filled with clumsy attempts and unarticulated jealousy. What matters is whether it's worth giving each other the opportunity to grow. Hermione's lips curled upward slightly, but she soon sighed. Yet I don't want to accommodate his temper every time. You don't need to accommodate, Ryan said earnestly. But you can grant him a little time to figure things out for himself. Hermione's demeanor lightened considerably, the evening sun casting a warm glow upon her fluffy curls. I understand now. Thank you, but I really must get back to my paper. You're welcome. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Watching Hermione straighten her back as she walked away, Ryan realized that this clever girl had found her way again. He silently thought to himself. Thankfully, he and George had moved past that awkward phase. Or so he hoped. Chapter 31. Treasure hunting at the Black Lake. In the early morning, a veil of mist cloaked the Black Lake, its surface shimmering with a cold silver light. Ryan and Pierre walked side by side towards the competition grounds, the Beauxbatons' robes fluttering gently in the breeze. Are you nervous? Pierre whispered. Ryan shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Not particularly. Before he could finish, a familiar sound of footsteps approached. Fred strode over, his usual grin in place. though his eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty. "Hey, Ryan." Fred whistled. "George asked me to let you know that Professor McGonagall called him away unexpectedly. He might not make it to watch your match." Ryan's gaze flickered momentarily, yet his expression remained composed. "It's nothing. I'll seek him out after the match," he assured. Fred seemed poised to say something, but ultimately opted to pat Ryan on the shoulder before turning away. Pierre cast a puzzled glance at Ryan. "Called away? What a coincidence." Ryan offered a slight smile, fully aware of George's whereabouts. The stands across the lake were already teeming with spectators, their cheers resonating in waves. Four warriors stood in a line by the shore, and Ryan's eyes swept across the tranquil surface of the lake. Bagman's voice boomed throughout the arena. Amplified by a spell, "Warriors, after the match commences, you shall have but 1 hour to reclaim your most cherished treasure." Taking a deep breath, Ryan raised the potion to his lips and drank deeply. The icy liquid slid down his throat, and in the next instant, he leaped into the dark lake. The water was frigid, yet the underwater breathing potion swiftly took effect. Ryan opened his eyes to a dim and serene underwater world, where silvery flashes occasionally darted by. He plunged deeper, channeling his soul power as the soft-boned rabbit spirit quietly enveloped him. 6 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 swirling around him. His ears perked up slightly, and his pupils shimmered like pink jade, his soul power creating ripples in the water. Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures sprang forth from the rocks in different directions. As they drew near, Ryan's form blurred. Teleportation. His figure vanished from sight, causing the 3 oncoming shadows to collide with one another. They were 3 deep green Grindylow, adorned with horns atop their heads, their eyes glowing a menacing red as their sharp claws tore through the water towards him once more. Ryan crossed his arms before his chest, and several orbs of pink energy transformed into rabbit shapes, shooting forth. Rabbit Shockwave. The attack struck the 3 Grindylow squarely in the chest, pushing them back several meters, their chests indented. Yet, they merely shook their heads and lunged again. A frown creased Ryan's brow. These Grindylow exhibited an unusually fierce nature and seemed entirely impervious to pain. The second Grindylow charged from the side, prompting Ryan to exert force from his waist, the light of his 200-year soul ring flaring brilliantly. A swift kick sent the water creature soaring, and he deftly flipped backward to evade a third claw strike. He spun gracefully in the water, once more gathering his soul power. Rabbit Shockwave. 2 energy rabbits struck their targets, finally knocking the monsters unconscious as they slowly sank to the lake's bottom. Ryan did not lower his guard, scanning his surroundings. Satisfied that there were no new foes for the moment, he continued to swim forward. The light at the lake's bottom grew dimmer, with only the occasional glimmer of silver fish providing illumination. Just as he believed he had broken through the encirclement, a powerful current surged from behind him. A glimmer of determination ignited in Ryan's eyes as the dark 4th soul ring flared to life. Invincible golden body. Brilliant golden light enveloped him instantly, the claws scraping against the golden barrier with a screeching sound, yet failing to inflict any harm upon him. Indeed, it was not as simple as it appeared. Turning to face the source of the attack, Ryan beheld a monstrous creature thrice the size of an ordinary Grindylow, its menacing gaze fixed upon him. The giant Grindylow opened its cavernous maw, a silent roar stirring dark currents in the water. It did not launch an immediate assault, but rather moved slowly, seemingly searching for the optimal angle of attack. Ryan understood that he could not afford to be passive. His eyes suddenly radiated with pink light. Enchantment. However, the beast merely shook its head, the disorienting effect barely registering. It abruptly lashed its tail, sending a powerful torrent of water that pushed Ryan back several meters. Steadying himself, Ryan quickly devised a strategy. Ordinary attacks were evidently ineffective, and he needed to employ a more formidable technique. The giant did not allow him a moment's respite, launching a second wave of attacks. This time, it was a downward claw strike, intent on tearing its prey to shreds. In the nick of time, as the giant claw descended, Ryan teleported behind the beast, swiftly wrapping his legs around its neck. The light of his 5th soul ring shone brightly. Soul lock. With a surge of soul power, he executed a perfect crosshold, wrenching the creature's head sharply to an unnatural angle. The sound of breaking bones echoed dully through the water. The beast thrashed violently, yet Ryan maintained his grip. 10 seconds, 20 seconds finally. The creature's movements weakened, and it slumped lifelessly. Ryan released his hold, gasping for breath. The battle had drained a significant portion of his soul power, but he had finally neutralized the greatest threat. However, just as he prepared to continue his advance, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The supposedly lifeless giant suddenly convulsed, its wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate, broken bones realigning as if by some dark sorcery. What? Ryan's pupils contracted. This was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary dark creatures. Even more ominously, two smaller, yet equally abnormal Grindylow appeared in the distance, rapidly swimming toward him. Clenching his fists, Ryan realized he might have fallen into a trap designed by an unseen adversary. Chapter 32, Treasure Hunt in the Dark Lake 2. Ryan's 6 soul rings shimmered brightly in the water, their brilliance illuminating the depths. His ears twitched as his pink pupils reflected the 3 ferocious water monsters. 2 smaller Grindylow approached, their 8 tentacles encircling him, while the giant's wounds oozed a viscous green fluid, the sound of its bones healing sending shivers down his spine. Faced with 3 extraordinarily savage Grindylow, he swiftly adjusted his strategy. In the water, the Grindylow's regenerative abilities and mobility exceeded those on land. A direct confrontation would only deplete his soul power. A quick resolution was imperative. The soul bone in his right arm flared to life, and an invisible gravitational field radiated outward from Ryan. Gravitational pressure. The movements of the 2 smaller Grindylow slowed dramatically, as if burdened by an immense weight, their tentacles becoming stiff. The giant Grindylow, though still capable of action, was clearly hindered. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan vanished from sight. He reappeared before the left Grindylow, his right hand clawing forth as he concentrated his soul power. Rabbit shockwave. The pink energy rabbit erupted from his palm, striking the Grindylow squarely in the face. The creature hastily raised its long claws to defend, yet Ryan's assault showed no signs of abating. 3 energy rabbits surged forth once more, accurately targeting the joints of the right side monster. With a sharp crack, the beast's long claw broke. Before he could catch his breath, a violent disturbance in the water drew his attention. The giant Grindylow's tentacles lashed out like whips. Teleportation. The ability to move within 100-meter range placed Ryan atop the beast. He wrapped his legs around one of its thick horns, exerting force from his waist. Bow kick. With a 200-fold power increase, the giant's head was cruelly twisted 90 degrees. Yet this time, the creature was prepared. Its 8 tentacles suddenly expanded, ensnaring Ryan like a fishing net. Gravitational pressure increased 3-fold. The soul bone in his right arm glowed once more, the terrifying gravitational field slowing the tentacles' movements. Ryan took this opportunity to escape, but he soon discovered that the 2 smaller Grindylow had successfully encircled him. Their tentacles secreted a viscous substance, forming a massive sticky net in the water. Narrowing his eyes, Ryan realized these creatures possessed tactical coordination. The giant had fully recovered and seized the moment to break free from the gravitational constraints, roaring silently as it lunged at Ryan's throat with its claws. A troublesome adversary. In the critical moment, a flash of pink light ignited in Ryan's eyes. Enchantment. Although the disorienting effect lasted merely half a second, it was sufficient for him to dart behind the colossal beast. The unique flexibility of the soft-bone rabbit spirit allowed him to execute an astonishing turn, his legs entwining around the creature like a pair of scissors. 16 segments of throws. The first segment shattered the elbow joint with a waist bow kick. The second segment, a knee strike, shattered the wrist bone. The third segment, a heel strike, crushed the knuckles. By the time the 16th segment, in conjunction with the soft bone lock, was completed, the giant beast had twisted into a pretzel shape. Ryan's figure flickered, appearing atop the beast's head, his right hand gathering all his soul power. The final blow. A radiant pink beam erupted from his palm, piercing straight through the beast's crown. Under the suppression of the gravitational field, this strike forcefully drove the beast's head into its chest cavity, its massive body finally ceasing its struggles, slowly sinking to the lake's bottom. However, Ryan also paid a price as 2 small Grindylow tentacles seized his ankles. TSK. The viscous secretion from the tentacles made escape increasingly difficult. Ryan acted decisively, his right hand forming a blade with his fingers. The pink energy transformed into a crescent-shaped light blade, precisely severing the tentacle entangled around his left foot. Yet, the Grindylow on his right suddenly opened its cavernous mouth, revealing rows of barbed teeth. Indestructible golden body. The 4th soul skill activated, enveloping Ryan in a golden shield. The monster's bites stirred ripples upon the shield, but could not penetrate the absolute defense for 3 seconds. In the instant the golden light dissipated, Ryan curled into a ball, the ultimate flexibility of the soft-bone rabbit spirit being showcased to its fullest. He released himself like a spring compressed to its limit, concentrating his soul power in his legs, and with a splash, kicked through the monster's lower jaw. This strike sent the Grindylow soaring from the water, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing down heavily. The other Grindylow, witnessing this, attempted to flee but was pinned down by the suddenly descending gravitational field. It was over. Ryan's hands came together, numerous energy rabbits materializing around him, each radiating terrifying waves of soul power. A rain of pink light enveloped the entire battlefield, the explosive force catapulting the creature's body, colliding against the rocky lake bed. The last Grindylows tentacle twitched a few times before finally falling limp. Ryan retracted his spirit, breathing heavily. He checked his remaining soul power, confirming the area was secure before continuing his descent into the depths of the lake. On the shore, the surface of the dark lake suddenly erupted with a splash. A Grindylow being hurled out of the water, crashing heavily onto the rocky beach. Its tentacles twitched twice before becoming still. A chorus of gasps erupted from the stands as students rose to peer closer. In a corner of the audience, disguised as Moody, little Barty's magical eye whirled frantically. Fixated on the rippling surface of the lake, his knuckles tightening around his cane, turning pale. Damn, he cursed inwardly. Those Grindylow were clearly under his control with the soul-seizing curse, their strength doubled, and their pain receptors completely muted. Logically, they should have easily dealt with that pesky Beauxbaton kid. But now it seemed that Evan's physical prowess far exceeded his expectations, managing to strike the Grindylow out of the water under such pressure. This was far beyond what any ordinary wizard should possess. Little Barty's false eye continued to whirl, his mind racing. His original plan was straightforward. Use dark magic to control several Grindylow, allowing them to unexpectedly entangle Evans. A student injured by a monster in the competition, unable to continue, would be entirely plausible. No one would suspect a thing. But now, it appeared that ordinary schemes were utterly ineffective against this brute. The plan must be adjusted. Since covert methods had failed, perhaps a more direct assault would suffice? A cold smile crept across little Barty's lips. If Ryan Evans was destined to become a variable, he would not hesitate to personally handle matters during the maze segment. The lake's surface returned to tranquility, as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. Little Barty stood, leaning against his cane, the false leg thumping heavily as he limped back to the castle. 520 extra. A new friend in the forest. In the morning forest, dew glistened upon the grass blades. A little rabbit sat in a ring of mushrooms, earnestly reading a book made from birch bark. Unlike other rabbits, he possessed a pair of special pink eyes, reminiscent of blooming cherry blossoms. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle halo over his snowy white fur, his long ears swaying slightly with the turning of the pages. Hey, hello there? A cheerful voice suddenly called from behind. The little rabbit nearly jumped out of his skin, dropping the book onto the ground. He turned around to see a golden-furred dog grinning at him, its tail wagging like a windmill. Your eyes are truly beautiful. Thank you. The little rabbit replied shyly, his ears instinctively flattening against his head. Other rabbits often remarked that pink eyes were odd. This dog was the first to compliment him. The dog excitedly circled around him. Where do you live? I've never seen you before. The little rabbit pointed to a distant oak tree. I just moved here with my parents not long ago. After this unexpected encounter, the golden dog became a regular visitor beneath the little rabbit's oak tree. Every morning, he would bring fresh berries to knock on the door, or rather, gently nudge aside the vines blocking the tree hole with his nose. Good morning, little rabbit. So many flowers have bloomed in the forest today. Let me show you. The little rabbit gradually grew fond of playing with the golden dog, moving from shyness to enjoyment. The dog ran swiftly, but always remembered to pause occasionally to wait for the little rabbit. He playfully nudged his nose against the little rabbit's. Want me to carry you? The little rabbit's face instantly flushed pink. No, it's fine. The golden dog's family consisted of a lively bunch of dogs. The first time the little rabbit met them, he nervously hid behind the golden dog. The dog's mother, a gentle brown dog, gently nudged the little rabbit's small head with her nose. What a cute little fellow. She smiled. The dog also had a mischievous twin brother, who constantly tried to play pranks on the little rabbit, but was always outsmarted by the golden dog. Their playful banter eliciting giggles from the little rabbit. As for the little rabbit's family, his father enjoyed telling stories about the stars, while his mother was gentle and attentive, preparing delicious apple salads. One day, the little rabbit curiously asked, "Why does your tail wag so incessantly?" The golden dog blinked. "Because I like you too much." The golden dog loved watching the little rabbit read. The little rabbit always appeared so focused, his pink nose twitching slightly as he read, sometimes unconsciously scratching behind his ears with his hind paws. The golden dog would quietly lie beside him, resting his chin on his front paws, occasionally using his tail to swat away bothersome little insects that disturbed the little rabbit. One time, the little rabbit suddenly looked up and asked the golden dog, "Do you know why stars shine?" The golden dog blinked. "Because they've eaten too many fireflies?" The little rabbit burst into laughter, revealing 2 tiny front teeth. "That's an interesting answer. The book says the stars are siblings of the sun, living in a distant place. They must be very lonely," the golden dog replied. The little rabbit pondered for a moment, gently leaning against the golden dog's warm belly. "No. They have the moon to keep them company, just like I have you." The little rabbit did not voice his thoughts, yet the tips of his ears subtly flushed a rosy hue, akin to his eyes. As winter approached, The family of the great dog graciously invited the little rabbit-s family to spend the season in their cozy den. It was a warm, spacious burrow, adorned with dry leaves and soft moss. At night, the little rabbit nestled beside the great dog, listening to the howling winds outside the cave. "Are you cold?" the great dog inquired softly. The little rabbit shook his head and burrowed deeper into the great dog's warm fur, replying, "It's quite warm, thank you." The great dog gently licked the little rabbit's ear and said, "Next spring, shall we go flower picking together?" The little rabbit nodded in the darkness, aware that the great dog could not see him, yet certain that the great dog could feel it, for the great dog's tail began to wag gently once more. The howling winter wind battered the entrance, swirling fine snowflakes, while beneath the great dog's fluffy coat, the little rabbit drifted into sweet dreams, dreams of fragrant blooms dancing in the wind and frolicking with the great dog in the springtime. Chapter 5:21 Dreams of Unmet Encounters. Another year had passed, and Ryan's birthday quietly arrived amidst the smell of disinfectant. Outside the window, the setting sun bathed the white walls of the sanatorium in a warm orange glow, reminiscent of a slightly burnt loaf of bread. Ryan reclined against his pillow, his slender fingers gently tracing the cover of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Having just finished the final page, he closed the book, feeling an emptiness within, as if he had lost something profoundly significant. "Happy birthday, Ryan," he murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the desolate hospital room, amplifying his solitude. As dusk descended, the nurse had already made her rounds, delivering his medication and a cup of warm water. Ryan swallowed the pills, feeling them, as usual, stick in his throat, the bitter taste spreading through him. He turned off the bedside lamp, lying awake in the darkness. Time passed, and at last, exhaustion triumphed over pain, his eyelids growing heavier. His dreamscape unfolded in a misty expanse. Ryan glanced at himself, still bearing the frail appearance of illness, with the adhesive mark of an N4 on his slender wrist. He frowned. It was indeed tiresome to be shackled by his ailment even in dreams. What a peculiar dream, devoid of even a chair. A voice imbued with mirth emerged from the fog. Turning, Ryan beheld a red-haired youth crouched on the ground, examining a plant that did not exist. The young man wore an eccentric patchwork robe, and something peculiar seemed amiss with his left ear, though the thick fog obscured his features. "Can you see me?" The youth stood up, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Excellent. I've been yearning for conversation. Lately, others regard me as if I were fragile, which is utterly vexing." Ryan instinctively took a step back. "Don't be alarmed," the youth reassured him with a dazzling grin. "I'm George, and you?" "Ryan," he replied tersely, omitting his surname. The fog swirled between them as George retrieved a green apple candy from his pocket. "Care for a sweet?" "It's the last one." "No, thank you." Ryan noticed the wrapper bore some indistinct writing, but he could not decipher it. "What happened to your ear?" Ryan inquired casually. George's smile faltered for a brief moment. "Bitten by a dog when I was young." A lie. Ryan had witnessed too many smiles concealing pain in the sanatorium, but he was disinclined to expose it. "And you?" George tucked away the candy. "You look as thin as a matchstick." "Illness," Ryan replied, tracing the non-existent ground with his toes. "I might be nearing death." He spoke so nonchalantly, as if discussing the possibility of rain tomorrow. George whistled softly. "Well, we truly make a fine pair, a nearly dead one and a half-dead one." The distant tolling of a bell caught Ryan's attention as he noticed the fog beginning to whiten at the edges, signaling the dream's imminent end. "Hey!" George suddenly leaned closer. "If this isn't a dream, what would you most like to do once you're outside?" Ryan pondered seriously for 2 seconds. "Bask in the sun." "Is that all?" "Well, the nurse never lets me outside." George erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing through the mist. "Just so happens I own a prank shop that can make the whole world laugh." He winked. "If you come, I'll save you a window seat." Ryan's lips twitched. It had been ages since he last smiled. His muscles felt somewhat stiff. As the morning light pierced the fog, George's figure began to fade. Ryan suddenly noticed that the hem of his robe was smeared with suspicious black powder, resembling scorch marks from an explosion. "Time to wake up." George stretched lazily, his damaged ear particularly prominent in the morning light. "Goodbye, stranger." Ryan froze. That damaged ear, the explosives, that smile. Yet before he could contemplate further, George waved goodbye, vanishing into the white light. When Ryan opened his eyes, the nurse was drawing back the curtains. "Did you have a nightmare?" she asked, noticing the moisture at the corners of his eyes. "Not really." Ryan reached for the book on the bedside, the golden title of Harry Potter shimmering gently on the cover. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to the last few pages, his gaze lingering on a certain name. Then, Ryan closed the book and turned his gaze toward the window. The morning mist was dissipating, heralding a rare fine day. Chapter 33, the second challenge concludes. Beneath the water's surface, the world lay tranquil and profound, sunlight refracting through the lake's surface into myriad sparkling shards, casting dancing shadows upon the lakebed. Ryan swung his legs, gliding through the depths with the agility of a true fish. As he ventured further, the scene below began to crystallize. In the distance, a mermaid village, constructed from coral and massive stones, emerged from the haze. Most striking was the colossal stone mermaid statue at the village's center, its tail entwined with 4 thick ropes, each binding a shadowy figure. Ryan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the familiar red-haired figure, George, languidly floating there, his fiery locks swirling like flames in the water. A signature mischievous grin playing upon his lips, as if he might awaken at any moment to beckon Ryan. Ryan chuckled inwardly, quickening his pace towards him. As he drew near, he noticed Cedric had already untied Cho's ropes, guiding her upward. Not far off, Crum's distinctive shark-like head stood out prominently as he bit through Hermione's bindings. Meanwhile, Harry was attempting to cast a spell to free Ron. Ryan's attention returned to George. He swam directly in front of him, unable to resist poking that familiar face. The warmth emanating from his fingertips relieved Ryan. But seeing George still unresponsive with closed eyes prompted Ryan to mischievously pinch his cheek. "Wake up, sleeping beauty," he silently urged, yet George remained motionless. Ryan concentrated, gathering a soft pink energy at his fingertips, precisely striking the junction of the ropes, severing them with ease. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The previously unconscious George abruptly opened his eyes, his blue irises sparkling with mischief. Before Ryan could react, George's strong arms encircled his waist, pulling him fiercely into an embrace. "Ah!" Ryan gasped, his eyes widening in surprise as a stream of bubbles escaped his lips. Seizing the moment, George leaned in, perfectly aligning his lips with Ryan's amidst the crystalline bubbles. The underwater kiss bore a unique tenderness. George's fingertips gently traced the contours of Ryan's cheeks, while the other hand firmly cradled his lower back, as if afraid to disturb the serene waters surrounding them. Ryan's mind went blank in an instant. He could hear the fervent thumping of his own heart, and even feel the vibrations emanating from the other's chest. George was still laughing. When they finally separated, Ryan's face had turned as red as a ripe apple. He shot an annoyed glare at George. But when their gazes met, and he beheld those twinkling eyes, his expression softened involuntarily. With a playful wink, George made a shushing gesture, then took Ryan's hand and inscribed the word surprise in his palm. Ryan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, just as he was about to speak. He noticed Harry still struggling with Ron's chains not far away. The spell was evidently not functioning well underwater, and Harry appeared somewhat anxious. "Wait a moment." Ryan gestured to George, then turned and swam downstream. He meticulously searched through the coral and ultimately found a jagged stone. Upon reaching Harry, Ryan gently tapped his shoulder and handed over the stone. Harry paused for a moment, then broke into a grateful smile and gave Ryan a thumbs up. Ryan nodded with a smile and swam back to George. George had been waiting patiently for him. Upon his return, he immediately offered an exaggerated salute, causing Ryan to emit a series of bubbles and laughter. The two intertwined their fingers, silently sharing warmth as they slowly ascended towards the surface. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting a golden halo around them. They synchronized their movements, maintaining a steady rhythm, rising leisurely. Finally, as their heads broke the surface, the stands erupted with thunderous applause. George reached out to sweep the damp hair from Ryan's forehead and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Ryan nodded with a smile, droplets cascading from his eyelashes. George gazed at him with tenderness before turning to the audience and waving to a certain direction. Fred was enthusiastically whistling from the stands. Ryan, face aflame, turned his head away, unable to conceal his smile. George chuckled softly, pulling him towards the shore. At that moment, a cool voice called out from the stands. "Finally surfaced?" Fleur stood at the front row, arms crossed and chin slightly raised, her tone laced with playful mockery. "I thought you two would remain underwater until the match concluded." Pierre peeked from behind her, winking mischievously at Ryan. "So, did you sneak a kiss underwater? It's far more thrilling than on land, isn't it?" Ryan's cheeks flushed slightly, but he raised an eyebrow in gentle retort. "If you're so curious, perhaps you should invite someone else to try." Pierre instantly jumped as if his tail had been stepped on, stammering, I. Fleur huffed lightly, her expression still aloof, though her ears were faintly tinged with pink. George laughed as he wrapped an arm around Ryan's shoulders. "Well done, my hero." His voice was soft and affectionate, brimming with love. Madame Pomfrey hurriedly approached, wrapping them in thick towels, honestly, allowing these children to stay underwater for so long. "Thank you, madam," Ryan replied obediently, discreetly holding George's hand beneath the towel. Fleur gracefully turned to leave. "Remember to come to the common room tonight. I want to hear the entire account of the match." Pierre hurriedly followed her, maintaining a respectful distance, glancing back at Ryan and making a face. "Don't forget, You still belong to us tonight. Ryan shook his head in exasperation, feeling George gently squeeze his hand. Sunlight bathed them, elongating their shadows. Chapter 34. Who to Revive? The Triwizard Tournament's second task, the treasure hunt in the Black Lake, had concluded. The current scores of the 4 champions were as follows. 1. Cedric, 454, 792 points. 2. Ryan, 434, 689 points. 3. Harry, 424, 486 points. 4. Crumb, 424, 385 points. That evening, within the carriage of Beauxbatons, Ryan reclined in an ornately carved armchair, while Fleur lazily lounged on the opposite sofa. And Pierre sat cross-legged on the carpet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ryan regaled them with tales of his experiences in the second task, omitting the peculiar Grindylows. Pierre whistled and mischievously winked. You Haven T shared the most thrilling part. Did you and Weasley actually? Ryan felt warmth creep to his ears as he lowered his gaze and sipped his tea. That was merely an emergency measure. The trio burst into laughter, the carriage filled with a relaxed atmosphere, while the night outside deepened, the Black Lake shimmering under the moonlight. After Fleur and Pierre departed, Ryan exhaled deeply, loosening the buttons at his collar. He approached the window, gazing at the distant silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, its tower lights twinkling like stars. Chime. A sudden, clear notification rang in his mind, reminiscent of wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze. Congratulations, host, on completing the second task. Performance rating, a grade. Acquired domain skill, Lunar Radiance Domain. Effect, a domain extending a diameter of 150 meters centered around oneself. Within the domain, personal magical resistance increased by 70. All magical skills of enemies weakened by 25, e.g., the hit rate of the stunning spell decreases. The spread rate of Fiendfire slows. Allies' movement speed increased by 20, and energy damage received reduced by 15. For each enemy unit present within the domain, the host recovers 0. 1 of maximum soul power per second, up to 5 units, thus 0, 5 per second. Under moonlit conditions, recovery efficiency multiplies, 25 seconds max. And the domain's range temporarily expands by 50. The lively voice of little Dingxiang, long absent, echoed in Ryan's mind. However, there's an even more important task to announce. Ryan set down his teacup. What task? Main quest updated. Assist Voldemort in a successful resurrection. Quest reward, 10 level soul power, a random 90,000 year soul ring, and a 90,000 year soul bone. What? The teacup slipped from Ryan's hand, landing heavily on the plush carpet with a muffled thud. He silently chanted, Little Dingxiang, please clarify this. The silence in his mind lasted a few seconds. Then Little Dingxiang's tone turned serious. Host, I understand this task sounds absurd, but please allow me to analyze. Voldemort's resurrection and demise are pivotal moments in the magical world that will trigger significant change. Based on projections from the original timeline, his ultimate demise will yield the following consequences. As the system narrated, vivid images unfurled before Ryan. The concept of pure-blood supremacy utterly dismantled. The status of half-blood and muggle-born wizards significantly elevated. The Ministry of Magic's stance on the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy began to soften, easing relations between the magical and muggle worlds. The rights of werewolves and house elves improved. But the cost of these transformations? Ryan interrupted, his voice low. Cedric's hollow eyes flashed before him, and the image of Sirius plummeting into the veil crossed his mind. History demands sacrifice. Little Dingxiang's voice softened. Yet what? But the host possesses the ability to alter details. Little Dingxiang's tone suddenly brightened. As long as the key nodes remain unchanged, the details throughout the process can be avoided. The system will not interfere with the host's methods. Ryan momentarily stood still, then fell into deep contemplation. The twilight outside gradually deepened, and the automatic candles within the carriage flickered to life one by one, casting dancing shadows across his face. In other words, he began slowly. I can resurrect Voldemort, while simultaneously preserving the lives of those individuals? Theoretically, it is entirely feasible. Little Dingle chirped cheerfully. As long as the initial resurrection of Voldemort and the final outcome of his demise remain unchanged. Beneath the moonlight, Ryan's silhouette stood tall as a pine, his eyes gleaming with a piercing light. Chapter 35, Old Barty. The May evening breeze, laden with the scent of fresh grass, swept past the castle of Hogwarts. Ryan stood before the window of the Beauxbatons carriage, his fingertips gently tapping on the frame. Although he had tasks to undertake, he found himself firmly ensconced within the Beauxbatons camp, and the undercurrents of the British wizarding world were, in essence, of no concern to him. However, the peculiar behavior of the earlier Grindylows led him to suspect that Professor Moody, Little Barty, had likely set his sights on him. He could not allow Beauxbatons to be embroiled in this conflict because of his actions. The only course of action available was to act covertly. Ryan reflected on the original storyline. Since the incident involving his malicious reporting, Madame Maxime had intervened, and Rita Skeeter had been effectively silenced in the Daily Prophet. Consequently, the events concerning Rita from the original narrative had been nearly erased, indirectly safeguarding Hermione and Hagrid from the venomous slanders depicted therein. Then came May 27th. Ryan silently repeated this date in his mind, for it was the morrow. According to the original text, that evening, old Barty Crouch would venture to Hogwarts, attempting to reveal Voldemort's conspiracy involving his son to Dumbledore, only to meet a tragic fate. The moonlight was obscured by clouds, yet Ryan's resolve grew ever more steadfast. He must save old Barty. This was the inception of altering destiny and the first step towards communicating with Dumbledore. The following day, at 8 in the evening, the Quidditch pitch had transformed entirely. The towering hedgerow walls twisted and turned, casting eerie shadows under the moonlight. Four champions stood at the entrance of the maze, listening intently to Bagman's explanation. His voice resonated clearly in the night breeze, detailing the order of entry based on the scores from the previous two events. Ryan's gaze swept across the maze, his thoughts far from the competition rules. He noticed Krum frequently glancing at Harry, his expression scrutinizing, as he subtly inched closer to Harry. Remember, Bagman continued, the first champion to reach the Triwizard Cup will be victorious, but most importantly, safety comes first. With the explanation concluded, the champions departed. The lights of the Quidditch pitch dimmed, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Ryan feigned returning to the Beauxbatons carriage, but stealthily followed Krum and Harry around the corner. It appeared that even in the absence of Rita's malicious reporting, Krum still felt jealousy due to Hermione frequently spending time with Harry and the others. The two avoided the crowd and found a secluded clearing near the Forbidden Forest. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Potter. Krum's voice was somewhat stiff. I have something to ask you. Harry paused, puzzled. What is it? Krum took a deep breath. What is your relationship with Hermione? Harry clearly faltered for a moment. We're friends, very good friends. Just friends? You spend every day together, Krum pressed, his brow furrowed. Of course, Harry replied candidly. She has someone she likes, and I have someone I like. Krum's expression visibly relaxed, the corners of his mouth even curving upwards. I see. I misunderstood. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the bushes. The two turned alertly, only to see a disheveled man, bloodied and with a vacant gaze. Staggering out, none other than the long-missing Barty Crouch. The competition plan. Crouch mumbled, his eyes darting. My son, he is out to kill me. Harry and Krum exchanged glances. Mr. Crouch? Harry tentatively inquired. Are you all right? Dark Wizard. Dark Mark. Crouch suddenly grew agitated, gripping Harry's shoulders tightly. I must see Dumbledore. Dumbledore? Without hesitation, Harry declared. Krum, keep an eye on him. I'll go find Dumbledore. As Harry turned to leave, Ryan stepped out from behind a tree. Harry? What are you doing here? I heard strange noises from the bushes. Ryan, thank goodness. Mr. Crouch seems unwell. I need to find Dumbledore, Harry replied, clearly relieved. Ryan nodded. Let me help you get him back to the castle. Harry hesitated, but his condition. Before he could finish, Ryan swiftly delivered a precise chop to Crouch's neck. Crouch's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply. Harry and Krum stared in shock. This is quicker, Ryan calmly explained, effortlessly hoisting the unconscious Crouch over his shoulder. Let us go find Dumbledore. Chapter 36, The Night's Undercurrent. Ryan secured the limp form of Mr. Crouch over his shoulder. Krum, we'll handle this. You should head back, Ryan said softly, yet with an undeniable authority. Beneath the moonlight, his profile was taut, his green eyes shimmering with a vigilant light in the shadows. Krum hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Be careful. His silhouette soon vanished into the night. Let us go? Ryan succinctly instructed Harry, lowering his voice to a whisper. Avoid the main path. Just as Harry was about to inquire, a sharp crack of a breaking twig echoed behind them. Instinctively, he turned, only to see the trees swaying, as if countless eyes were peering at them from the darkness. An inexplicable chill crept up his spine. Don't look. Ryan's hand suddenly gripped his wrist. Focus on the path. At Ryan's words, Harry quickened his pace, closely following behind him. The moonlight flickered, illuminating the path along the edge of the forbidden forest in a dappled glow. Ryan moved swiftly and steadily, carrying the weight of an adult man with apparent ease. Harry found himself jogging to keep up, his heart racing in his chest. He noticed Ryan's ears twitching slightly, as if attuned to some faint sound. Why the rush? Harry finally could not contain himself and whispered. Ryan did not respond immediately. They turned onto a seldom-traveled path, the damp moss beneath their feet emitting a squelching sound. Harry's heart raced, his ears filled with the sound of his own hurried breaths. It felt as if something was always trailing them, maintaining a fixed distance, neither too far nor too close. Suddenly, Ryan came to an abrupt halt, yanking Harry to a stop. Shoo! Harry held his breath. In the distance, the sharp crack of another twig echoed, followed by a rustling sound. As if something was parting the bushes and advancing slowly. Cold sweat broke out on Harry's back. He fixed his gaze on the direction of the sound. Yet all he could see were the swaying shadows of the trees. A night owl suddenly let out a chilling cry, startling Harry so much that he nearly jumped. Ryan's hand firmly pressed on his shoulder, the warmth of his touch seeping through Harry's robes, as he whispered, "Don't be afraid, just follow me." They advanced cautiously, their movements synchronized with the shadows of the trees. Harry observed how Ryan could effortlessly sidestep the brittle twigs scattered on the ground, selecting the most concealed paths. On several occasions, as they sought refuge behind a tree, Harry distinctly heard footsteps mere inches away, accompanied by heavy breathing. Yet, Ryan always managed to lead him away from peril at the last moment. To the left, Ryan suddenly yanked Harry into a thicket of dense bushes. In the cramped space, Harry could hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. Ryan's shoulder pressed against him, radiating a reassuring warmth. The footsteps drew closer, eventually halting just a few paces away. The air seemed to solidify. Harry held his breath, feeling cold sweat trickle down his spine. Through the gaps in the foliage, he caught a glimpse of a shadow standing in the moonlight, seemingly scanning the surroundings. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of crunching leaves echoed in the distance, gradually fading away. "Move." Ryan's voice was barely a whisper. "Don't look back." They continued to navigate through the darkness. Harry noted that Ryan's steps were even more cautious than before, occasionally veering off in unexpected directions. When they finally beheld the silhouette of the castle, Harry exhaled deeply. Yet, Ryan's expression remained taut. "It's not over yet." Indeed, just as they were nearing the entrance hall, the familiar footsteps echoed behind them once more. This time faster and more urgent. "Run." Both dashed toward the castle doors. All that filled Harry's ears were his own frantic breaths and the sound of pursuit behind him. As they sprinted down the castle corridor, a familiar figure suddenly appeared ahead. "Mr. Potter." "Mr. Evans." Professor McGonagall's voice rang out in astonishment. "Good heavens. This is Mr. Crouch." Harry gasped. "We need to see Professor Dumbledore." Meanwhile, Ryan maintained his steady hold on Mr. Crouch, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. McGonagall's gaze flitted between the three of them, ultimately settling on the unconscious Crouch. "Follow me." Inside the headmaster's office, Fawkes suddenly let out a cry. Dumbledore awoke in bed, his azure eyes flashing with alertness. "It appears we have an urgent matter to attend to," he murmured. In the pitch-black night, the thickets surrounding the castle swayed in the wind like a congregation of whispering phantoms. In the distance, a dry leaf spiraled down, silently vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 37, Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall's hurried footsteps echoed down the empty corridor, followed closely by the breathless Harry and the unflappable Ryan, who carried the elder Barty without faltering. As they rounded the final corner, the stone guardian at the entrance of the headmaster's office had already parted, clearly indicating that Dumbledore had anticipated their arrival. The staircase ascended slowly, and Ryan adjusted the weight of Barty on his shoulder, feeling the official's breath growing increasingly faint. When the stairs finally came to a halt, Dumbledore appeared before them, clad in a deep blue nightgown adorned with embroidered stars and fuzzy moon-shaped slippers, his silver hair cascading loosely over his shoulders, as though he had just risen from slumber. "Ah," the old man said gently, his gaze sweeping over the trio. "It seems this evening is quite eventful." Ryan laid Barty down in an armchair within the office and quietly stood to the side. He noticed Dumbledore's gaze linger on him for a moment, not scrutinizing, but rather observing with a sense of goodwill. Before addressing the matter at hand, the venerable headmaster suddenly blinked. "Would you like a cup of hot cocoa first? It would be especially nice on such a chilly night." McGonagall cleared her throat, unable to suppress her interruption. Of course. Dumbledore beamed as he turned his attention back to the unconscious Barty, scrutinizing his pallid visage. "Professor." Harry stepped forward eagerly. "We found Mr. Crouch outside the Forbidden Forest. He kept saying someone wanted to kill him and insisted on seeing you." And then, Dumbledore gently interjected, conjuring a steaming cup of hot cocoa and handing it to Harry. "Minerva, I believe Harry has been through quite enough tonight. He needs to rest. Would you kindly escort him back to Gryffindor?" "But, Professor," Harry protested, desperate to explain. "You can provide me with a detailed account of what transpired after breakfast tomorrow." Dumbledore's tone was gentle yet firm. "For now, you need to rest." McGonagall's gaze urged Harry to swallow his objections. "Come along, Potter." She gently nudged him forward. "You need to rest. We shall discuss these matters tomorrow." Reluctantly, Harry followed Professor McGonagall out, casting a worried glance back at Ryan, who offered him a reassuring wink. As the door closed, The headmaster's office fell into a brief silence. Ryan remained quietly standing, his hands naturally resting at his sides, resembling an ordinary student awaiting instruction. Dumbledore waved his hand and conjured 2 cups of hot chocolate. Warm yourself, the elder smiled. Carrying an adult wizard this far is no small feat. Ryan accepted the cup, the warmth seeping through the ceramic to his fingertips. Thank you, sir. His voice was calm, neither anxious nor overly familiar. Dumbledore assessed Barty's condition. Can you tell me how you discovered Mr. Crouch? I was on my way back to the carriage after Mr. Bagman explained the rules when I heard some rustling in the bushes. Ryan took a sip of hot chocolate, allowing the steam to momentarily cloud his thoughts. Upon investigating, I found Harry and the others, along with Mr. Crouch. A keen eye for observation, Dumbledore praised, conjuring a plate of cookies. Ryan took a cookie. My father often took me camping when I was young. He always said to be mindful of unusual sounds in the forest at night. Although stated casually, Ryan noticed a flicker of understanding in Dumbledore's eyes. The old man smiled and nodded. Ordinary survival wisdom often proves invaluable. Was your father an adventurer? He is a muggle, working in finance, Ryan replied, though I don't quite grasp those numerical games. Dumbledore chuckled. Numbers are indeed fascinating. Whether in the muggle stock market or our arithmetic divination. He turned his attention back to Barty, his expression becoming grave. Mr. Crouch has been missing for quite some time. Ryan wisely chose to remain silent, allowing the elder to ponder. The only sounds in the headmaster's office were the crackling of the firewood and the occasional soft chirp from Fox. It is getting late, Dumbledore finally said. You should return to your rest. Please do not discuss tonight's events with anyone else for the time being. All right? Ryan nodded and stood to take his leave. At the door, he heard Dumbledore's gentle addendum. If you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out, Mr. Evans. Students from Beauxbatons are always welcome at Hogwarts. Thank you for your kindness, Professor Dumbledore, Ryan replied softly, gently closing the door to the headmaster's office. In the corridor, Ryan finally allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He gazed up at the night sky. The moon had already set, and the darkness before dawn was at its most profound. Meanwhile, within the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood by the window, watching Ryan depart into the night. A gentle call escaped from Fox, to which the elderly man softly replied, Indeed, a truly remarkable child. Chapter 38, The Family's Surprise. In the early morning, a light mist enveloped Hogwarts, rendering the forbidden forest deep and mysterious in the dim light. Sunlight streamed through the blue curtains of the Beauxbatons carriage, where Ryan was already dressed, seated at a small table by the window. Today marked the final challenge of the Triwizard Tournament, the maze. He gazed out at the completed maze grounds, yet his thoughts drifted to more distant matters. Voldemort was on the verge of resurrection. Ryan needed to devise a way for everyone to witness this event firsthand, without appearing to have premeditated it. Presenting the memory crystal for a live broadcast? Too conspicuous. He required the perfect opportunity. As Ryan pondered, a gentle knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He composed his serious expression into one of calm before opening the door. Madame Maxime's tall figure appeared in the doorway, clad in a deep blue robe, her hair meticulously styled, holding a delicate little box in her hands. This is for you, she said, handing the box to Ryan. Just in case. Ryan opened the box to reveal a small silver brooch, shaped like a blooming rose, adorned with a ruby. This is a modified distress signal device, for when you encounter insurmountable danger, Madame Maxime explained. Simply press the gem, and it will launch red sparks into the sky, faster than casting a spell with a wand. Moreover, the sparks will create a canopy above, replicating your surroundings, allowing us to pinpoint your location and extract you from the maze. Ryan's eyes brightened. This was precisely what he needed. Thank you, madam, he said sincerely, carefully pinning the brooch to the inside of his robe. Madame Maxime nodded but then revealed a mysterious smile. Don't be too quick to rejoice. There is one more thing. Ryan looked up in confusion as she stepped aside, revealing 2 familiar figures emerging from behind her. Dad, Mom. His father, Mark Evans, was dressed in a sharp suit, a smile gracing his face, while his mother, wore a pearl gray satin dress, her golden curls cascading casually over her shoulders. Surprised, are you, lad? Mark strode forward and enveloped Ryan in a hearty embrace, patting his back firmly. Ryan stood momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Since entering Beauxbatons, his parents had resided in France due to work commitments, and his grandparents had moved there as well. He had assumed they wouldn't make the effort to attend this competition, given the challenges of international travel for both wizards and muggles. How did you? Madame Maxime specially arranged it, and explained with a smile, adjusting Ryan's collar. She used the port key to bring us here. Madame Maxime nodded slightly. I believe that before the final challenge, a warrior needs the encouragement of family. Ryan felt a tightening in his throat. He embraced his parents tightly, inhaling the subtle scent of his father's cologne and the floral fragrance from his mother's hair. Momentarily lost in a daze. Now, don't get too sentimental, Mark ruffled Ryan's hair, feigning an exaggerated tone. I canceled 3 important meetings to come and watch you compete. So don't let me down. And shot her husband a disapproving glance. Don't put pressure on him. She turned to Ryan, her voice softening, regardless of the outcome. You are our pride. Ryan nodded, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within him. He knew that after today, everything would change. Voldemort's resurrection would plunge the wizarding world into panic, and he must ensure that Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix obtained the evidence at the earliest opportunity. By the way, Mark suddenly pulled a muggle camera from his suit pocket. Let's take a picture for keepsake. Ryan was momentarily taken aback before smiling. Dad. The wizarding world has magical photographs and memory crystals. But muggle cameras have a certain charm, Mark insisted, adjusting the lens. Besides, your mother loves to stick the photos on the fridge. And shook her head in resignation, but still stood beside Ryan in compliance. Madame Maxime should join us too. Mark naturally invited. Madame Maxime, her eyes crinkling with a smile, kindly positioned herself behind the trio. Mark raised the camera, and the 4 of them beamed at the lens. Click. As the flash illuminated the moment, Ryan suddenly had an epiphany. Muggle cameras capture images. His heart raced slightly. If he could trigger the brooch's red sparks at the exact moment of Voldemort's resurrection while having his father's camera document everything. Double evidence. Entirely natural. Dad, he asked casually. Does this camera record video? Of course. Mark proudly shook the camera, the latest model, high-definition quality, with a night mode. Ryan smiled. Then could you record the match for me? I want to keep it as a memento. Leave it to me. Mark patted his chest confidently. After a heartwarming moment among the 3, Madame Maxime glanced at her watch and reminded, it's almost time. We should head to the 3rd challenge area. Ryan nodded and followed his parents as they walked out of the carriage alongside Madame Maxime. Sunlight bathed the grass of Hogwarts, and the towering hedges of the maze became distinctly visible in the distance. Just as they turned a corner, a familiar voice warmed Ryan's heart. Ryan. George stood in the morning light, cradling a bouquet of carefully wrapped pink bluebells and blue forget-me-nots, his red hair particularly radiant in the sunlight. Upon seeing Ryan, a brilliant smile blossomed on his face. I knew you would arrive early. George hurried forward, planting a kiss on Ryan's lips. Good luck in the 3rd task. My brave champion. He softly uttered, handing the bouquet to Ryan. I picked these from the Hogsmeade florist. The shopkeeper said bluebells symbolize blessings and forget-me-nots. He paused, his ears slightly reddening. Well, you know, quite literally. Ryan's face flushed crimson as he fumbled to accept the bouquet, simultaneously signaling George with his eyes. However, George apparently misinterpreted the signals, wrapping his arms around Ryan's waist and leaning in to give a loud peck on Ryan's forehead. Miss me? Ryan stiffened and turned his head, only to find his parents standing not far away. Mark raised an eyebrow, wearing a bemused smile, and covered her mouth, her shoulders suspiciously shaking. Good George. Ryan struggled to speak, discreetly pinching George's side. George finally followed Ryan's gaze and froze upon noticing the 2 people behind him. Uncle Mark? Anton. Long time no see. And S eyes sparkled with warmth. Indeed, it has been a while. The last time we met, you 2 were merely holding hands. Mark crossed his arms and pretended to scrutinize George seriously. It seems someone has grown bolder. Are we interrupting something? George immediately stood at attention, like a child caught stealing candy. No, I meant that, and could no longer suppress her laughter. Relax, George. We won T-Bite. Mark raised an eyebrow. You little scamp, I noticed your interest in our Ryan back in the day. Dad, Ryan exclaimed in embarrassment, nearly dropping the bouquet. George's ears were as crimson as his hair, yet his gaze was remarkably earnest. My thoughts on the matter remain unchanged, and could not suppress a laugh, while Mark feigned seriousness with a cough. Madame Maxim looked upon this scene and elegantly cleared her throat. Although familial exchanges are heartwarming, the competition is about to commence. Mark draped his arm over George's shoulder and lowered his voice deliberately. My boy, we must have a serious talk after the match. George nodded, devoid of his usual playful demeanor, and, embodying the essence of a true gentleman, inclined his head slightly. At your service, uncle. As they walked along, Ryan listened to the laughter shared between George and his parents. The once gentle and humorous red-haired boy in his memories had blossomed into a dependable young man. The scent of the bouquet lingered at the tip of his nose, warming his heart as if he had consumed a cup of hot fruit juice. Chapter 39. The Gathering of Friends and Family. Towering hedges of the maze cast dappled shadows in the sunlight, and one could faintly sense the magic swirling within. The audience was gradually filling the stands. As Ryan's group approached, they were greeted by a chorus of laughter behind them. Oh, my dear, Mark, and Mrs. Molly's vibrant voice rang out as she appeared in a dark robe embroidered with flowers, her face adorned with a warm smile. Bill Weasley stood beside her, his long hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing an earring that dangled a fawn-like charm. Molly, and hurried forward, embracing Molly tightly. It has been ages. My goodness, and you still look so youthful. Molly chuckled, patting her back before turning to Mark. Mark, you've shaved. You look even more handsome than before. Mark laughed heartily. Molly, your spirit remains as vibrant as ever. Molly's gaze shifted to Ryan, her eyes widening in surprise. Merlin's beard. Is that Ryan? Aunt Molly. Ryan smiled as he stepped forward, with George following suit. Molly cupped Ryan's face in her hands. The last time I saw you, you were this tall. She gestured to a height just above her waist. And now, look at how handsome you've become. Ryan smiled bashfully. Then, in a sudden feigned seriousness, Molly asked, My dear, you must tell me the truth. She glanced at George standing nearby. Is this rascal forcing you to be with him? George immediately adopted an exaggerated expression of wounded innocence. Mom, how could you doubt your most obedient son? Obedient? Molly raised an eyebrow. That term has never been associated with you. George defended himself. Ryan can attest. I am quite well behaved in his presence. Ryan chuckled softly. Indeed. At times. Molly was amused, taking Ryan's hand. But in all seriousness, I am delighted and fully supportive of your relationship with George. Ryan blushed as he replied, Thank you. Molly continued, If he dares to mistreat you, tell me at once, and I shall break his legs. George clutched his chest. Mrs. Weasley. Am I no longer your beloved son? Molly replied with a smile. Now Ryan is considered my child as well, so I must favor him a little. Bill chimed in with a laugh. Mom, don't worry. George is completely devoted to Ryan. Fred says he is so mushy it gives him goosebumps. Laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, Molly suddenly remembered something and retrieved a package from her bag. Almost forgot. These are the butter biscuits I baked. Ryan took the warm package, the sweet aroma wafting into the air. Thank you. Don't be so formal, my dear, Molly said with concern, seizing the opportunity. George wrapped his arm around Ryan's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Indeed, we are all family. No need for formality. Ryan gently nudged George with his elbow. Yet a smile could not be concealed from his face. Sunlight poured onto the clearing before the maze as Mrs. Molly was pulling out more homemade treats from her bag when a commotion of footsteps approached from behind. Ryan. He turned to see Harry, Hermione, and Ron hurrying towards him. And trailing behind them was a tall, slender man with dark hair, Sirius Black, recently exonerated. He appeared even more vibrant than in the newspapers, his gray eyes twinkling with mirth. Harry. Ryan beamed as he welcomed him, the two embracing. Harry hesitated, glancing at the couple beside Ryan. Who are these two? Mark patted Harry's shoulder with a fatherly affection. Harry, it's been a long time. Harry blinked, suddenly enlightened. Uncle Mark. Anton. I've seen you when I was little, and smiled gently. You were just a wee lad back then. Now you've grown into a handsome young man. Harry turned to introduce the Evans couple. Uncle Mark, Aunt, and this is Sirius Black, my godfather. Hello. Mark smiled warmly, extending his hand. Mark Evans. And this is my wife, and Sirius grasped his hand, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Mark Evans? Lily's cousin? We seem to have met at James' wedding, if I recall. Mark nodded. Indeed, though I didn't have many opportunities to meet Cousin Lily. And also smiled, extending her hand. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Black. Please. Just call me Sirius, he replied amiably, his gaze shifting between Ryan and Mark. I must say, do the Evans family members share a mold? Mark looked puzzled. I doubt we are identical in appearance. Our features are quite distinct. Sirius playfully wiggled his fingers, but that expression. He mimicked a slight upward tilt of the chin. That look of certainty you both possess is strikingly similar. Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Black. Are you complimenting us or mocking us? Absolutely a compliment, my boy. Sirius clapped Ryan on the back. Lily used to rely on that expression to put James in his place quite often. At that moment, Mrs. Molly handed a plate of biscuits. Here, have a snack. You'll need the energy before the match. Ron immediately grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Mom, why didn't you say there were biscuits sooner? You would have been the first to notice, Ronald. Hermione laughed, then politely nodded to the Evans couple. Good day, Mr. and Mrs. Evans. Dear, no need to be so formal, and said gently. You must be Hermione, right? Ryan mentioned in his letter that you are a remarkably clever witch. Hermione's face tinged slightly pink. Thank you, ma'am. Seizing the moment, George leaned closer to Ryan and lowered his voice. It seems our families are getting along splendidly. Ryan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the adults engaged in conversation. Mark and Sirius discussing the weather in London, a typical safe topic for British acquaintances, while and Mrs. Molly debated the culinary differences between France and England. Hey, Ryan. Harry suddenly approached. How are your preparations coming along? Ryan nodded. Quite well. Harry sighed in relief. That's good. I always feel there's something odd about this maze. Ryan picked up on his sentiment. and they exchanged a knowing glance. Sirius, noticing their conversation, strolled over and placed a hand on each of the young men's shoulders. What are you two conspiring about? Nothing, Sirius, Harry chuckled, just discussing the match. Sirius cast a glance at Harry and then at Ryan, a sudden smile breaking across his face. The sight of you two together reminds me of James and Lily. George immediately sprang forward as if his tail had been stepped on, possessively wrapping his arms around Ryan and pulling him closer. Ahem, Mr. Sirius, please mind your wording. Ryan couldn't help but chuckle, indulging George's firm embrace. Relax, kid. Sirius, with a mischievous grin, raised his hands in mock surrender. I merely meant to say that you both appear quite in sync. George lifted his chin slightly, an unmistakable pride gleaming in his voice. Ryan and I are the most in tune. Harry stifled a laugh nearby. George, you say that as if I were trying to steal Ryan away. Better safe than sorry. Harry, George replied earnestly, though the twinkle in his eyes betrayed him. After all, my boyfriend is simply extraordinary. Observing this scene, Sirius couldn't help but reminisce about the days when James and Lily were together, displaying similar behavior. Whenever someone, regardless of gender, expressed affection for Lily, he would react like a protective guardian. Just then, Bagman's voice rang out. Please have the 4 champions gather at the entrance. Ryan and Harry exchanged glances. George turned to Ryan, saying, remember, no matter the outcome, you are the best. Harry received a warm embrace from Sirius and a kiss from Mrs. Weasley. Good luck, kids. After the competition, dinner is on me, Mark stated solemnly, and gently patted both boys on their heads, reminding them, stay safe. Amidst the blessings of family and friends, the two cousins walked side by side toward the entrance of the maze. See you in a bit? Harry whispered. See you soon? Ryan nodded in response. Bagman's voice was magically amplified, reverberating throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final round of the Triwizard Tournament. As the sound of the horn echoed, the 4 champions stepped into the maze, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. Ryan touched the silver brooch on his chest and glanced at his father, who was adjusting his camera in the audience, a slight smile forming on his lips. Everything was in place. Chapter 40. The Maze for the Championship Inside the Dark Maze. Ryan advanced alone, his soft-boned rabbit spirit manifesting as 6 soul rings slowly materialized around him. His ears perked up, keenly attuned to the sounds surrounding him. This maze is more intricate than I anticipated, Ryan mused quietly, his fingertips brushing against the rough surface of the hedges. Suddenly, rustling noises emerged from the thicket ahead. Ryan paused, his gaze sharpening. Bang! A burst of searing flames erupted from the shadows, and Ryan swiftly teleported several meters away. The flames detonated where he had just stood, waves of heat rolling forth, filling the air with a charred scent. A bombtail snail? Ryan focused on the colossal creature emerging from the underbrush. It was a giant scorpion-like being, measuring 10 feet in length, its shell gleaming with a metallic sheen, spikes arching menacingly from its back, and flames still flickering at its tail. It swung its pincers angrily, clearly hostile toward him. A smirk graced Ryan's lips, a flash of pink light shimmering in his eyes. The bombtail snail's movements froze, its crimson eyes glazing over. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan flickered and appeared behind it, channeling his strength into a powerful kick. His strike landed squarely on the creature's head, denting its hard shell. The bombtail snail let out a pained cry, yet remained entranced, and Ryan was already launching another attack. Bunny shockwave. A pink energy rabbit burst forth from his palm, striking the snail's back with pinpoint accuracy. The explosive force sent shockwaves through the surrounding hedges, causing them to tremble, while the bombtail snail was pushed back several meters, its shell only cracking slightly. Its defenses were indeed impressive. Ryan's form flickered once more, appearing at the side of the bombtail snail, his legs coiling around its tail like a serpent, unleashing a surge of soul power that snapped its tail segment clean off. Green fluid sprayed forth as the bombtail snail let out a chilling howl, thrashing wildly. It's over. Ryan concentrated his soul power in his right hand and slammed it against the snail's head, pink energy surging into its body before erupting violently. The shell of the bombtail snail shattered from within, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ryan exhaled, a breath of relief escaping him. However, just as he prepared to move forward, more rustling sounds emanated from the thicket. 3 bombtail snails emerged simultaneously from different directions, their scarlet eyes fixated on him. Truly relentless. Ryan shook his head in resignation, his eyes flashing with pink light once more. The movements of the 3 bombtail snails halted in unison, and Ryan darted between them, bending low, unleashing his bunny shockwave in rapid succession. In under 10 seconds, all 3 bombtail snails lay defeated, their shells shattered, green fluid pooling around them. Though the bombtail snails had thick hides, their mental resistance was virtually non-existent, saving Ryan considerable effort. He felt a twinge of guilt toward Hagrid. After silently apologizing to him, Ryan continued onward. The air was thick with the damp scent of vegetation. Maintaining his spirit manifestation, Ryan vigilantly scanned every corner. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, like hard objects clashing together. Moments later, 8 stout black legs emerged, and a monstrous creature crawled forth from behind the hedge, an 8-eyed giant spider. Its body spanned an impressive 15 feet, 8 glossy black eyes glinting coldly, covered in dense black fur. The massive pincers opened and closed rhythmically, emitting a chilling clicking sound. The 8-eyed giant spider had evidently locked onto Ryan as its prey, its long legs swiftly advancing toward him. Ryan remained unfazed, employing his usual combination of attacks, his eyes flashing with pink light. The giant spider's movements abruptly froze, its 8 eyes becoming vacant and lifeless. Seizing the moment, Ryan flickered and appeared at the side of the giant spider, amplifying his strength to 200, delivering a powerful kick that shattered one of its legs. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as that leg broke cleanly. The giant spider, in pain, awoke from its enchantment, letting out an enraged clicking sound as the remaining 7 legs flailed wildly in a desperate attempt to retaliate. Ryan flickered again, positioning himself behind the giant spider, gathering his soul power in his hands. Bunny shockwave. Multiple energy rabbits surged toward the giant spider's back, the explosive impact causing it to scream in agony. Abruptly turning to face Ryan, its pincers snapping viciously, Ryan nimbly leaped back, evading the strike, and circled the giant spider swiftly, bending low and firing off successive bunny shockwaves. Each attack struck precisely at the joints or weak points of the giant spider's shell, its roars growing fainter. Just as Ryan was preparing to continue his assault, a shadow suddenly darted from behind the hedge. Crushed to dust, a spell struck the giant spider's head directly, its massive body crashing to the ground. Ryan instinctively took 2 steps back, realizing the newcomer was Crumb. However, Crumb's demeanor was clearly off. His eyes were vacant, a strange smile playing on his lips, and his wand was pointed directly at Ryan. Crumb? Ryan called tentatively, remaining on guard. Crumb offered no response, suddenly raising his wand, heart-piercing curse. Ryan's pupils dilated in shock, and he instinctively activated his teleportation, narrowly dodging as a red beam grazed his sleeve, exploding into a charred crater on the hedge behind him. As the soul-binding curse took hold, Ryan's expression grew grave. Crumb, like a machine, turned his neck mechanically. Raising his wand once more, Crucio. Ryan's form flickered, teleporting to a distance of 3 meters, leaving a deep fissure where he had stood. It seems I must first bring you to your senses. Ryan flashed to Crumb's front, delivering a sweeping kick to his wrist, causing the wand to fly from his grasp. Crumb staggered back, but still lunged forward, undeterred. Ryan focused his soul energy in his right hand, striking Crumb squarely in the chest, and sending him retreating several paces. Seizing the moment, Ryan instantaneously materialized behind him, delivering a precise chop to the neck. Crumb emitted a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Time for a nap, Ryan murmured, carefully placing the unconscious Crumb beside the hedge. Rustle. At that moment, a deliberately softened footfall approached from the side. Ryan's keen ears detected the faintest sound. Who goes there? He called out, his voice steady and clear. Well done, Evans. A coarse voice responded as Professor Moody emerged from around the corner. Leaning heavily on his cane, his magical eye whirled with fervor, the wooden prosthetic leg thumping rhythmically against the ground. It appears you have dealt with one opponent. Quite commendable. Ryan remained still, slowly straightening his posture. Mr. Moody, he acknowledged calmly, nodding in greeting. Your timing is impeccable. I haven't even sent up the red fireworks yet. The false Moody grinned, revealing a jagged array of teeth. It is my duty. Let me take him away. He limped forward, his right hand seemingly absent-mindedly reaching into his robe. As he approached Ryan, merely 3 steps away, Ryan's voice turned icy. Taking the injured out of the maze is indeed the duty of a patrolling professor, but that does not pertain to you, does it? A sharp glint flickered in Ryan's green eyes. Mr. Moody, that is not quite right. A smile tugged at Ryan's lips. Perhaps I should call you Little Barty Crouch? The air thickened in an instant. The false Moody's magical eye abruptly halted, frozen in its socket, sunlight illuminating his scarred visage. Ha ha! A shrill laugh erupted suddenly. The scars on the false Moody, no, Little Barty, began to writhe grotesquely, contorting as if alive, ultimately revealing a youthful yet deranged face. A sickly excitement sparkled in his eyes as he grasped his wand. When did you figure it out, Ryan parted his feet slightly. 6 soul rings shimmering brilliantly under the blazing sun. The scent of the polyjuice potion on you has always been overwhelming. Could you kindly speak from a distance? Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. After a fit of manic laughter, Little Barty steadied his wand toward Ryan. But alas, your cleverness ends here. A chilling intent to kill erupted in the air. Ryan's fingertips twitched slightly, pink soul energy swirling in his palm. You may certainly try. Amidst the shadows of the trees, the cicadas fell silent. Chapter 41. The Maze Championship 2. The scorching sun blazed down upon the maze's hedges, the rising heat distorting the air. Ryan fixed his gaze upon the man masquerading as Mad-Eye Moody, little Barty Crouch. What a pity, Evans. Little Barty grinned, malice flickering in his eyes. If your father weren't a lowly muggle, with your talent and strength, you might have caught the Dark Lord's attention and joined our ranks. Ryan's fingertips twitched ever so slightly. Yet his expression remained calm. Is that so? Then I must consider myself fortunate. His tone was almost courteous. If I had to work alongside a bunch of inbred lunatics, I dare say I'd go mad myself. Little Barty's smile abruptly faltered. After all, consanguinity breeds fools who cannot comprehend human speech, but your pure-blood family should have ample experience in conversing with such individuals. Crucio. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, little Barty struck first, a red light slicing through the air towards him. Ryan's form blurred and reappeared 3 meters to the left of little Barty, his right leg snapping out like a whip. The strike cut through the air with a crack. Little Barty hurriedly sidestepped, but his right leg shattered with a sickening crunch, sending him reeling backward. TSK. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he waved his wand violently. Shatter. Ryan sidestepped deftly, the curse grazing his robe and leaving a deep gash on the hedge behind him. Is that all you've got? Ryan's voice remained gentle, tinged with amusement. It seems the so-called Death Eaters are not so formidable after all. Little Barty's pupils constricted with fury, his magic becoming more volatile. He swung his wand with fervor. Avada Kedavra. The green light shot forth like a venomous serpent. Ryan's lips curled upward as he enveloped himself in a dark aura, his form suddenly becoming ethereal. The killing curse pierced through him, striking only an illusion, erupting into a charred explosion against the distant hedge. How is that possible? Little Barty's pupils dilated. Ryan's figure solidified once more, his right arm glowing with soul energy. An invisible pressure descended abruptly, forcing little Barty to his knees in the dirt. He struggled to raise his wand. Avada. Before he could finish, Ryan had already appeared before him, compressing his soul energy in his palm. A violent explosion sent little Barty flying. Ryan offered no respite, teleporting inches from his face, executing a spinning kick that struck little Barty's wand-holding wrist with precision. The wand spiraled skyward, tracing a brilliant arc in the sunlight. It ends here, Ryan stated coldly, his hands like iron clamps gripping little Barty's shoulders. The joints strained under the pressure, his face flushed from oxygen deprivation until his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ryan released him, allowing little Barty to crumple to the ground. He bent down to retrieve the fallen wand, snapping it with a gentle twist. Crack. The shattered wand was carelessly discarded aside. Then, Ryan turned his attention to the unconscious Crumb. He seized Crumb's wand, pointing it skyward and sending forth a red light that erupted in the azure expanse above. Subsequently, Ryan glanced at little Barty's pallid face, narrowing his eyes slightly. Just in case. His left arm glowed, the radiance swirling. The soil beside little Barty suddenly sank as though an invisible hand had excavated it, swiftly forming a deep pit. Ryan grasped little Barty by the collar, tossing him into the hole like a sack of potatoes, after which the earth filled itself in around him. In an instant, little Barty was buried deep, with only his head protruding, resembling a deformed pumpkin. Ryan crouched down and slapped little Barty's face twice. No response. This should suffice, he muttered, standing and brushing the dirt from his hands. He cast one last glance at little Barty's buried head and the still unconscious Crumb before turning to continue deeper into the maze. Chapter 42. The Resurrection of Voldemort. Ryan concealed himself in the tall grass near the Triwizard Cup, holding his breath as he awaited the arrival of his targets. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps and labored breathing echoed as Harry and Cedric leaned on each other, racing toward the trophy. Together, Cedric gasped, reaching for the cup's handle. Teleport. Ryan's figure suddenly materialized, shoving Cedric aside at the last moment. Cedric stumbled back several steps, landing on the grass, bewilderment etched across his face. Sorry, Ryan said swiftly, grasping the edge of the Triwizard Cup. Ryan. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful force of attraction surged forth. The portkey activated. In the fleeting moment when Ryan's consciousness was torn away, he swiftly pressed the emblem on his chest. Whoosh. A scarlet firework erupted in the night sky, piercing the darkness like blood. In the next instant, the world spun violently. Ryan's feet left the ground, and he felt as though he was being dragged into a distorted vortex. The wind howled in his ears, colors whirled frantically before his eyes, and Harry's figure flickered beside him in a hazy motion. Just as he was about to land, a flash of light enveloped Ryan. The space around him warped slightly, and he abruptly vanished from his spot. Bang! Harry crashed alone onto the hard stone ground, letting out a muffled groan of pain. A few dozen meters away, behind a gnarled tree, Ryan's silhouette quietly emerged, cautiously surveying his surroundings. This was a desolate graveyard. A chilling fog wound through the gravestones, and the twisted branches of the dead trees reached skyward like ghostly claws. In the distance, a tombstone bore the indistinct inscription of Tom Riddle. At that moment, a rustling sound of footsteps approached. A diminutive figure emerged from the shadows, cradling an ugly, rag-wrapped object resembling an infant. "Only Potter is here, my lord," Peter's voice trembled, the tip of his wand already aglow, stupefied. Before Harry had a chance to rise, he was struck unconscious. Ryan narrowed his eyes, his pupils slightly constricting in the darkness. He gently touched the emblem on his chest. The red firework had already been unleashed, and now he merely had to wait. Harry was tightly bound to the gravestone with coarse ropes, encircled from his wrists to his ankles. His glasses hung askew on his face. Peter, panting heavily, pushed a stone cauldron large enough to hold an adult next to the tombstone. The liquid inside shimmered with an eerie glow, while the rag-wrapped object on the ground writhed violently, as if eager to break free. "Hurry!" The sharp, cold voice emanated from the bundle. Ryan's gaze took in the distant scene. His father's muggle camera should have begun recording everything. Peter trembled as he raised his wand, inscribing intricate runes at the base of the cauldron. With the completion of the final stroke, an explosive sound erupted, and blue-green flames suddenly surged, enveloping the bottom of the cauldron in an uncanny glow. Nagini slithered slowly around the gravestone, the scales brushing against the withered grass, producing a rustling sound. The liquid in the cauldron boiled rapidly, shooting forth sparks like diamonds. The steam thickened, and Peter's figure became blurred and distorted within the fog. The sharp voice echoed once more, "Hurry!" The entire surface of the liquid was now completely covered in sparks, resembling a velvet cloth adorned with emeralds. Peter collapsed to the ground, trembling as he unwrapped the filthy bundle. Ryan's pupils constricted suddenly. Inside was a deformed creature, curled up like an infant. It was hairless, its skin covered in dark red scales, resembling a piece of flesh that had been flayed. The sight churned Ryan's stomach, but he forced himself to continue observing. "It's ready, my lord." The voice of the creature trembled as it lifted the monster, sobbing. In the instant the sparks danced, Ryan witnessed a twisted smile materialize on the serpent's face. With a hissing sound, the creature was placed into the cauldron, sinking rapidly into the boiling liquid. Peter commenced his ritual. He first pointed his wand at an ancient grave. "Bone, arise. Unknown father, willingly offer yourself to aid in rebirth." A grayish-white bone flew from the grave and fell into the cauldron. The liquid within instantly transformed into a blinding blue. Next, Peter directed his wand toward his own right hand, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Crack! Blood gushed forth as a severed hand flew into the cauldron. The liquid instantaneously turned a vivid crimson, resembling boiling blood. Finally, Peter turned toward the unconscious Harry, a silver dagger gleaming coldly in the moonlight. "The blood of an enemy, forced to be offered for your rebirth." As the blade sliced through Harry's arm, blood dripped into the cauldron, and in that moment, the liquid transformed into a dazzling white. Dense steam swirled, forming the outline of a man. A chill crept up Ryan's spine as the silhouette began to solidify. The steam gradually dissipated, revealing a gaunt figure stepping out of the cauldron. His pale skin bore no trace of color, and on his flat, serpent-like face, a pair of scarlet eyes glowed. Voldemort had returned. "Close," he said coldly. Peter hurriedly presented a black robe, draping it over his master. Voldemort stretched his newly revived body, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. He turned to Peter, who knelt beside him, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "Extend your arm, Wormtail." Peter trembled as he extended his mutilated right arm, and Voldemort's cold voice reprimanded, "The other one, you fool." As Peter hesitantly revealed the dark mark on his left arm, Voldemort's slender fingers pressed down slowly. The grotesque skull and serpent design instantaneously darkened to a deep crimson, as though seared into his skin. "Ah!" Wormtail let out a piercing scream, but Voldemort paid him no heed. Meanwhile, throughout various corners of the magical world, the Death Eater's arms reacted violently at the same moment. The dormant mark, having lain silent for 13 years, was awakening. Ryan, hidden behind the gnarled tree, keenly sensed the sudden surge of magical energy in the air. He observed Voldemort retracting his finger, satisfied as he watched Peter writhe in agony on the ground. "They will be here soon," Voldemort whispered, his voice slithering like a serpent through the grass. "My loyal and less than loyal servants." Before their arrival, Voldemort's scarlet gaze fixed upon Harry. At that moment, Harry had already regained consciousness, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his face turned ashen. Let me have a proper chat with Harry Potter first. Chapter 43. On how many Death Eaters one kick can send flying. The night wind swept through the graveyard, rustling the withered leaves as moonlight cast mottled shadows upon the crumbling statues. Ryan held his breath, his auburn hair gently swaying in the darkness. 20 meters ahead of him, Harry was securely bound to the gravestone. Voldemort stood at the center, his pallid visage glistening coldly in the moonlight. His crimson eyes slowly scanning the surrounding circle of silent Death Eaters, their hoods obscuring their faces, revealing only a few strands of hair or their chins. Then, Voldemort began his lengthy discourse, providing individual critiques of the Death Eaters. Ding dong. The voice of Little Dinky echoed in Ryan's mind. Congratulations, host. The main storyline mission has been completed. Rewards are being dispensed. Level 75 Soul Saint Realm has been solidified. The 90,000 year left leg bone and 90,000 year spirit ring have been temporarily stored in the system space. Ryan clenched his fists, feeling the surging soul power within him. Ahead, Voldemort's slit-like pupils suddenly shifted. It seems a rat has slipped in. His voice was cold and playful, yet he did not act immediately. Instead, he raised his hand slightly, signaling the Death Eaters to remain calm. Realizing he had been discovered, Ryan did not hesitate. With a crackling surge of lightning, his right leg propelled him forward with a speed boost of 300, transforming him into a blur as he charged toward Harry. The Death Eaters were caught off guard. Ryan had already appeared beside Harry, his fingertips coalescing with soul power, effortlessly severing the binding ropes. Moonlight Domain. A silver-white halo with a diameter of 150 meters erupted, flooding the entire graveyard with moonlight akin to liquid mercury. The spells of the Death Eaters suddenly slowed, as a burly figure robed in black cast a piercing curse. Its speed visibly reduced by a quarter. In a flash, Ryan's figure vanished once more, reappearing behind the nearest Death Eater. The first soul ring radiated brilliantly, amplifying his waist strength by 200. His kick lashed out towards the adversary's knee like a whip. The sound of cracking bone echoed, and the Death Eater let out a muffled groan, staggering to his knees. Mitsu Shockwave, 16-tier throw. Ryan transformed into a pink whirlwind, darting among the Death Eaters. Each strike was precise and efficient, his soul power threading through the enemy's bodies like fine silk. The first elbow strike shattered a Death Eater's wrist bone, sending the wand flying. The fourth tier delivered 2 consecutive kicks, propelling a golden-haired man backward. The 8th tier knee strike collided with another's abdomen, causing him to spew blood. The 12th tier spinning kick sent 3 cloaked figures tumbling, crashing heavily against a tombstone. Voldemort remained passive, standing at the rear with narrowed eyes, seemingly observing a captivating performance. As Ryan smashed a Death Eater into the mud, he suddenly chuckled lightly. Pure physical enhancement is not the bloodline of magical beings. Void. The 6th soul ring surged with dark light, rendering Ryan's body instantly translucent. Several incoming killing curses pierced through his phantom, obliterating a statue behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan grasped Harry's arm and dashed towards the fallen Triwizard Cup. Voldemort finally stirred, lifting his wand with a slight motion, unleashing a sharp green light. Ryan's 4th soul ring illuminated, wrapping him in a golden shield of absolute defense for 3 seconds. Bang! The collision of golden and green light erupted, unleashing a storm of energy that ground the surrounding tombstones to powder. Utilizing the force of the blast, Ryan rolled with Harry to the side of the Triwizard Cup, their fingers simultaneously brushing against the cool metal. A tearing sensation enveloped them in an instant. In the final moment, Ryan locked eyes with Voldemort's crimson gaze, which held no anger, but rather a fervent mixture of shock and delight. Anticipating our next encounter, Voldemort's whispered words drifted away with the wind, while Ryan and Harry's figures had already vanished into the swirling vortex. Meanwhile, as Harry and Ryan disappeared at the maze entrance, the adults in the stands naturally began to converse. Molly gently patted Annie's hand. I still remember that summer when you all came to our humble abode for the family gathering. Annie chuckled softly. At that party, I recall George trailing Ryan like a little shadow. Indeed, during that time, I could easily tell them apart. Molly mischievously winked. Whenever Ryan appeared, the one continuing the pranks was definitely Fred, while the one sticking close was surely George. Sirius listened intently. How fascinating that the twins exhibit such distinct personalities. Oh, that's only in front of Ryan. Molly waved her hand dismissively. Usually, George is just as mischievous as Fred. The 3 parents shared a quiet laugh. The night breeze swept through the stands, carrying the scent of pine from the forbidden forest. Mark's gaze was serene. Thus, seeing them together doesn't surprise Annie and me at all. We have always supported Ryan in whatever he wishes to pursue. Indeed, Annie added softly. As long as he is happy, regarding the future, he will tell us when he is ready. Molly nodded in agreement, patting Annie's hand. Children must forge their own paths. Arthur and I share the same sentiment. The conversation on the stands gradually melded into the night. while deeper within the maze's hedges, flickers of wand light could be faintly seen. Suddenly, the commotion among the audience was abruptly interrupted by a piercing explosion. Bang! Red sparks erupted in the night sky, forming a dazzling fire cloud. Following that, Hagrid's massive figure emerged at the entrance of the maze, cradling the unconscious Krum. The hospital wing. He needs to be taken there immediately. Hagrid's rough voice carried an unusual urgency. Karkaroff quickly stood and approached. However, before he could inquire about the situation, a commotion echoed from within the maze. Professor McGonagall emerged with a grave expression. Her wand tip shooting forth a rope that ensnared a figure completely enveloped in a deep gray robe. The individual struggled incessantly, yet no sound escaped, evidently under a spell. Murmurs of speculation arose among the audience, but soon fell silent. Dumbledore remained seated at the judge's table, his gaze inscrutable behind half-moon glasses. "Minerva, what is this?" Professor Sprout inquired quietly. An intruder, McGonagall's voice maintained a deliberate calmness. "We need to escort him for immediate questioning." Her gaze briefly met Dumbledore's, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, boom. A second red firework soared into the sky, more dazzling than the first. As the sparks exploded in the air, a massive curtain appeared. The image that materialized within the curtain plunged Hogwarts into silence. In the moonlit graveyard, a vague, diminutive figure raised a wand, an indistinct object floating before it. Seemingly conducting some ritual, the scene shifted to Harry bound to a tombstone, struggling in agony, surrounded by dozens of cloaked figures. Then, a reddish-brown figure darted into the fray like lightning, a silver-white halo erupting with a resounding blast. George's voice caught in his throat. Ryan's speed was astonishing. Weaving through the Death Eaters, each strike precise and lethal. A stout Death Eater's knee shattered under his kick, while another golden-haired figure was hurled against the tombstone. The audience began to stir. Fudge's expression darkened, yet he maintained a strained smile. This must be some sort of prank. The curtain rapidly changed, finally freezing on a blurred pair of crimson eyes. Anticipating our next encounter. With that whispered phrase, the curtain collapsed, leaving only a shower of embers. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Just as the curtain dissipated, the air at the maze entrance suddenly warped. Crack! With a crisp explosion, two figures materialized out of thin air, landing solidly on the ground. The Triwizard Cup rolled nearby, its silver surface tainted with a hint of mud. Ryan brushed off the dust from his sleeves, steadying the staggering Harry. Harry, panting, bore only the red marks from the ropes on his arm, otherwise unscathed. He looked up at Ryan, his green eyes still reflecting shock. Ryan raised a finger and winked at him. The audience sat in stunned silence for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers. "By Merlin's beard, they have returned." George leapt from the stands, rushing towards the two. Gripping Ryan's shoulders anxiously. "Are you all right? Really, are you all right?" Ryan smiled and gestured, and scathed, "Just a bit dirty." Sirius closely followed, enveloping Harry in his embrace. "You frightened me to death, kid. Just to be safe, I think you should go to the hospital wing for a checkup." Albus Dumbledore appeared before them, as if he had materialized from thin air. Fudge descended from the judge's stand, his round face plastered with a strained smile as he reiterated. "Dumbledore, this is undoubtedly some sort of prank." "This is no prank," Harry interjected, his voice surprisingly calm. "Voldemort has returned. I witnessed it with my own eyes." The crowd erupted in chaos. Madame Pomfrey swiftly covered Ginny's ears, while Karkaroff's complexion turned ashen. Ryan retrieved the silver rose brooch from his pocket. "Madam, your gift has proven invaluable." Madame Maxime accepted the brooch. "Those images, all too real." Ryan nodded. "Voldemort has returned. The Death Eaters are gathering. I saw Harry bound to a gravestone, and I rushed in to rescue him." He spoke nonchalantly, as if he had merely made a trip to the neighboring village for a butterbeer. George stared at him for several seconds before pulling him into a tight embrace. "Stop talking." George's voice was muffled against Ryan's shoulder. "My heart can't take this kind of shock." "I'm fine," Ryan reassured, smoothing George's furrowed brow. "Really, I'm tougher than I look." At that moment, Annie and Mark squeezed through the crowd. "Ryan." Annie nearly leaped down the stairs, her golden hair tousled by the wind. Her face still bearing traces of lingering horror, with Mark anxiously trailing behind. "Mom, Dad." Ryan offered a soothing smile. Annie enveloped her son in a tight embrace, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her fingers brushing his tousled hair. "Are you hurt? Did some curse get to you?" Her voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mark stood beside her, his expression more composed than his wife's, yet the taut line of his jaw betrayed his anxiety. He ruffled Ryan's hair. "You little rascal. You scared us to death." Ryan felt his mother's trembling hands, and a wave of guilt washed over him. "I'm sorry for worrying you." Annie cupped his face in her hands, shaking her head. "Who could have predicted such a thing?" Her voice hitched slightly. "As long as you return safely. That's all that matters." Ryan's heart warmed as he grasped his mother's hands. Yes, I'm fine, just a bit tired. He paused before adding. And I managed to take down a few Death Eaters. They're worse off than I am. Mark couldn't help but chuckle, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. That's my boy. Annie broke into a smile, casting a reproachful glance at her husband before gently pinching Ryan's cheek. You little rascal. All right, Dumbledore interjected appropriately. Let us take the children to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey is already waiting. He turned to Sirius. I would appreciate it if you could accompany Harry. Sirius nodded, supporting Harry as they made their way toward the castle. Just as Ryan was about to follow, George suddenly bent down and swept him into his arms. Ryan gasped but instinctively wrapped his arms around George's neck. I can walk. George's gaze was serious. Just in case. In the distance, Professor McGonagall and several other professors were guiding the crowd out. Meanwhile, Fudge appeared to still be arguing with Dumbledore, though his voice was soon lost to the evening breeze. The Triwizard Cup lay on the ground, glimmering under the flickering candlelight. Chapter 44. A Conversation by the Black Lake. Ultimately, the competition concluded with Ryan and Harry tied for first place, each awarded 1,000 galleons. The curtain fell on the Triwizard Tournament in a manner that none had anticipated. Despite the truth laid bare before them, the visage of Voldemort illuminated by the red sparks. The dark cloaks of the Death Eaters, Cornelius Fudge stubbornly denied the return of the Dark Lord. This cannot be true. The Minister of Magic paced back and forth in the headmaster's office, beads of perspiration glistening on his round face. Dumbledore, you cannot spread such panic. Cornelius. Dumbledore's voice was soft, yet commanded the room's attention. 2 students have just escaped the clutches of Death Eaters. If you choose to turn a blind eye, at least do not prevent others from seeing the truth. That night, Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, mysteriously vanished. Crumb furrowed his brow as he informed Dumbledore that the former Death Eater had fled in haste without even notifying his students. At the end of your feast, Dumbledore stood at the center of the staff table, his silvery beard shimmering in the candlelight. What does this moment remind us? His voice resonated in the hushed hall. Though we hail from different places and speak different tongues, our hearts are intertwined. The return of Voldemort has rendered the bonds forged this year all the more precious. At the Hufflepuff table, Cedric Diggory wore a grave expression. Draco Malfoy of Slytherin was unusually silent, his gray eyes darting occasionally toward the staff table. As night deepened, the Beauxbatons' carriage glimmered with a ghostly blue hue under the moonlight. Mark and Annie graciously declined the guest room arranged by Dumbledore, opting instead to stay in the Beauxbatons' carriage for the night. The surface of the Black Lake shimmered with fragmented moonlight, the evening breeze carrying the coolness of the lake's waters gently across the shore. Ryan and George sat side by the lake. The Beauxbatons' carriage was already packed, ready to depart for France at dawn. George absent-mindedly fiddled with the grass beside him, occasionally stealing glances at Ryan. So, George finally spoke, his tone tinged with reluctance. You'll be returning for a graduation ceremony? Ryan nodded, his gaze fixed on the lake's surface. Yes, our class is set to graduate. Time has truly flown. George's fingers suddenly stilled, the blades of grass quivering between his fingertips. He fell silent for a moment before inching closer to Ryan, their shoulders pressed tightly together. What are your plans afterward? Ryan turned to look at him, a smile gracing his lips. I'm considering perhaps working in England. George's eyes brightened momentarily, but quickly dimmed again. He frowned, his expression conflicted. No, I mean, it's not very safe here right now. I know, Ryan replied softly. George's hand pressed against Ryan's sleeve. I would certainly love for you to come back, but Ryan placed his hand over George's, feeling the warmth of his fingertips. Actually, I'm still in the consideration phase. Once I have made a decision, I will let you know right away. George stared at their intertwined hands for a long time before burying his face into Ryan's shoulder, his voice muffled. You have to promise. I promise. Ripples danced across the lake's surface, the moonlight shattering into countless silver shards upon the water. George lifted his head, his eyes reflecting Ryan's outline. And you must promise me to write every day while in France. Every day? At the very least. All right, every day? Ryan's voice carried a gentle indulgence. The night breeze rustled, carrying the distant whispers of the forbidden forest. George leaned closer to Ryan's ear, whispering, I will miss you terribly. Moonlight bathed the two of them, intertwining their shadows upon the grassy bank by the lake. In the distance, the Beauxbatons' carriage glimmered softly in the moonlight, patiently awaiting the journey to come. Chapter 45. The Summer Yet to Arrive. The morning mist wrapped the day of parting in a veil of hazy poetry. The grand ship of Durmstrang lay anchored beside the Black Lake, its sails gently billowing in the morning breeze. The silver-blue carriage of Beauxbatons stood quietly, the magnificent steeds occasionally fluttering their wings, their manes glistening with a pearlescent sheen in the morning light. Students and faculty from the 3 schools mingled together, exchanging heartfelt farewells. Ryan lingered at the edge of the crowd, observing this splendid gathering born from the Triwizard Tournament. Fleur was surrounded by a group of Hogwarts girls, sharing parting gifts. Meanwhile, Pierre was engaged with several Durmstrang students, exchanging Quidditch cards in a jovial embrace. In that moment, the boundaries of nationality and house dissolved, leaving only the pure camaraderie of youth. It felt like a dream, didn't it? Harry had somehow found his way to Ryan's side. Reflecting on it, now still felt a bit surreal. Ryan nodded, his gaze instinctively searching for a familiar figure. Fred, do you know where George is? He inquired. Stopping a passing red-haired boy, Fred shrugged. I haven't seen him this morning, not even a note left behind. In the distance, Madame Maxime had begun to gather the Beauxbatons students. The time for departure had arrived. After exchanging embraces with Harry and the others, Ryan still found no sign of George. Ryan, Fleur called from a short distance away. It's time to leave. Before boarding the carriage, Ryan took one last look around. Through the window, he gazed at the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, the morning light gilding its ancient stone walls. The Thestrals took flight, and the carriage ascended gently into the sky. Ryan leaned against the window, watching as the castle gradually diminished in his view. At that moment, a red figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star. George was riding his broom, chasing after the carriage in the morning light. His red hair danced wildly in the wind, his robes billowing, and in his arms he clutched a large bouquet of flowers, petals scattered in the airflow, resembling an unexpected rain of blossoms. Ryan immediately pushed open the window, leaning out as the wind tousled his hair. George's face was smeared with dirt, his bangs damp with sweat, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. Their gazes met midair. George's lips curled into that familiar smile, his eyes brimming with unspoken affection. He tilted his broom slightly, drawing closer to the carriage window. Petals swirled between them, and they exchanged a kiss amidst the floral fragrance, as if even their breaths were infused with the essence of early summer. In that moment, time slowed. Below lay the receding Hogwarts, above the boundless azure sky, and they hovered between the two realms. Yet, the long whinny of the Thestrals shattered the tranquility of that instant. The carriage began to accelerate, and the kiss had to end. George hastily shoved the bouquet into Ryan's hands. Goodbye. George's voice was soft, yet distinctly reached Ryan's ears. Sunlight kissed the corners of his slightly reddened eyes, bestowing upon him a gentle halo. Ryan clutched the bouquet in response. Goodbye. As the carriage entered the clouds, the last image etched in his mind was of George, suspended in midair on his broom, a figure so radiant it was impossible to look away. Upon returning to his seat, Ryan lowered his gaze to arrange the flowers in his arms, suddenly feeling a coolness against his neck. A ruby pendant had appeared there unbeknownst to him. He opened the pendant to find a photograph inside. He and George stood in the snow of Hogsmeade, the 3 broomsticks sign behind them. Their noses flushed from the cold as they grinned foolishly at the camera. Ryan gently caressed the photograph and then carefully retrieved a blue forget-me-not from the bouquet, pinning it to his chest pocket. In the distance, summer was slowly unfurling its lengthy scroll across the horizon. Their story, much like a seed, was quietly buried in this parting morning, awaiting the next encounter to break through the soil. Chapter 46, The Eve of Graduation. The crystal dome of Beauxbatons Academy refracted a dreamlike glow in the setting sun. The Thestral carriage slowly descended into the courtyard adorned with white marble. The fountain's droplets, sparkling with fragmented light in the afterglow, were finally back. Pierre stretched widely. Though Hogwarts Castle is magnificent, nothing feels as comforting as our Crystal Palace. Fleur raised an eyebrow at Pierre's exaggerated kiss of the pillar, speechless. Ryan, however, still cradled the flowers George had given him. After their arrival, Mark and Annie had returned to their home in Paris, France. Of course, before leaving, Ryan had asked Mark for the Muggle camera that had recorded the tournament. We'll prepare a graduation gift for you to keep at home. Annie kissed Ryan's forehead before departing. Remember to consider Madame Maxime's suggestions carefully. After watching his parents leave, Fleur gently patted Ryan's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Let us go, or Pierre might just kiss the paint off that entire pillar. Passing through the doorway inlaid with mother of pearl, the trio strolled along the platinum corridor towards the dormitory. The magical murals on the walls greeted them enthusiastically. In one ancient painting depicting the French wizarding parliament, an official wearing a feathered hat paused his debate to wave his jeweled wand in their direction. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the floor. Their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, occasionally accompanied by the distant sound of a harp as younger students attended their music lessons. In the greenhouse garden nearby, several students were busy with notebooks, documenting the habits of the green-veined butterfly. The 3 friends chatted as they walked to the dormitory, Serendipitous. The dormitory tower stood at the northwestern corner of the castle, constructed from pearl-white gemstones and silver-blue magical crystals. It quietly loomed in the twilight, with 12 columns intricately carved with star patterns encircling the entrance. The star maps on the columns had begun to emit a soft glow. Tomorrow after breakfast, shall we gather for Madame Maxime's consultation? Fleur paused before the archway of the girls' dormitory. Of course, Ryan replied with a smile. I was hoping you would help me strategize. Pierre exaggeratedly bowed. It would be my honor, esteemed Mademoiselle Delacour. Fleur rolled her eyes at Pierre, though her tone was laced with amusement. Spare us the theatrics. See you tomorrow. With that, she turned and walked towards the girls' dormitory, her robes gently swaying behind her. Following suit, Ryan and Pierre linked arms as they made their way back to the boys' dormitory. Along the way, Pierre suddenly lowered his voice. I still can't believe you actually escaped from those Death Eaters. His eyes sparkled with admiration. And you brought Potter along too. Ryan pushed open the intricately carved crystal door to their dormitory, shaking his head with a wry smile. Thankfully, the Triwizard Cup itself served as a key. Otherwise, it would have been quite the ordeal. The dormitory was spacious and well lit, with 4 beds draped in silver blue curtains positioned in each corner of the room. 2 of the beds had already been tidied up, leaving only empty nightstands. Those were the beds of the graduates. A moonstone chandelier sensed their arrival and illuminated automatically. Pierre flopped onto his bed, and the enchanted frame at the head of his bed displayed him catching the golden snitch during a Quidditch match. He gestured excitedly. If you ask me, the most thrilling moment was when you kicked each of those Death Eaters. I still break into a sweat just thinking about it. Ryan chuckled as he hung up his robe in a wardrobe made of a massive gemstone. By the way, he suddenly recalled, are you really planning to confess to Fleur tomorrow afternoon? Pierre's face suddenly flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of the dragon's blood gem he cherished, as he nervously twisted the corner of his blanket. Well, after the graduation ceremony, I plan to meet her at the Fairy Grove Square. I believe she will agree. Ryan said earnestly. Really? How do you know? Pierre immediately sat up. From my perspective as an onlooker, you two should have been together a year ago, Ryan shrugged, exclaiming in exasperation, I never imagined you would procrastinate for so long. It's not that there were no opportunities, Pierre retorted. 7 years without a suitable moment? That was... Well, the two continued their conversation for quite some time. As dusk descended, the 2 boys lay side by side in their respective beds, the ceiling casting the ethereal shadows of the galaxy. What do you think our lives will be like in the future? Pierre's voice hesitated in the darkness. Ryan gazed up at the gently flowing river of stars above. I don't know, he murmured, but it will certainly be different from now. Pierre yawned. I might have to return home to inherit the family business. My father has even mapped out the itinerary for his post-retirement globetrotting, just waiting for me to graduate and take over. That sounds delightful, Ryan replied softly. And don't you enjoy dabbling in potion making as well? It's tolerable. Pierre turned over, propping his chin on his hand to look at Ryan. What about you? Still undecided? Ryan's gaze fell. I think I will first heed Madame Maxim's advice tomorrow, and then discuss it with you both. That's fair, Pierre smiled broadly. The 3 of us together will surely devise a good plan. Moonlight streamed through the crystal window, casting geometric patterns of light upon the floor. Gradually, their breathing became even and prolonged, as the night in Beauxbatons quietly slipped away beneath the starlit sky. In the distance, the gentle sound of the fountain resembled a soothing lullaby, safeguarding the dreams within this crystal palace. Chapter 47. The Graduation Speech. In the morning, the air in the Beauxbatons dining hall was infused with the rich aroma of beef and onion soup. Ryan dipped his bread into the bowl, savoring the last remnants of melted cheese. The golden bread soaked up the hearty broth, accompanied by the sweet fragrance of onions. Today's breakfast was especially lavish. Pierre contentedly wiped the corners of his mouth, declaring, the cafeteria lady must have been enchanted by my charm to bestow upon us this much cheese. Narcissist. Fleur set down her silver spoon. It's because today is our final meal at Beauxbatons. The 3 exchanged smiles, hastily finishing their breakfast before crossing the sunlit courtyard towards the hall. The Beauxbatons hall appeared unusually solemn today, with silver blue drapes cascading from the dome and a magnificent crystal chandelier hovering above, casting a soft glow. The students took their seats in order of year, with Ryan, Pierre, and Fleur, the graduates, occupying the front row, their backs to the curious gazes of the younger students. When Madame Maxim's tall figure appeared on the podium, the entire hall fell silent. She announced, first, Professor Leclerc will deliver a speech on behalf of the faculty to the graduates. The potion professor, known for his stern demeanor, ascended the podium today in a rare departure from his usual disheveled work robes, donning a formal deep green gown. However, after only 2 sentences, his voice began to tremble. Children, though you often gave me headaches, seeing the individuals you have become. Before he could finish, he turned away, dabbing at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief. Pierre whispered, goodness, I'd prefer he berate us for treating potions like toys. Professor Morrow's transformation was even more astonishing. The witch, who usually drifted off during divination classes, stood at the podium now, speaking earnestly. The future is like the intersecting trajectories of celestial bodies. Her voice glided through the hall like silk, but the true essence of divination lies in maintaining your path amidst the fog. Next, it was the turn of the outstanding student representatives to speak, with Pierre, as the Quidditch captain and student council officer, being the first to take the stage. He bounded up the podium in a few strides, winking at the audience below, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the younger students. Ladies and gentlemen, he deliberately lowered his voice, mimicking the tone of a ministry official. Today is a serious occasion. Suddenly, he shifted gears, revealing his signature mischievous grin, just as serious as when I first smashed the stained glass window of the hall on my broom 7 years ago, and the professor scolded me. Laughter and applause erupted within the hall. Once the laughter subsided, Pierre's expression grew serious. But what Beauxbatons has taught me is far more than how to turn in the air. It has taught me how to rise again after a fall. After Pierre concluded his speech, Fleur, as the president of the student council's female section, gracefully ascended the podium. Her voice flowed like a clear spring through the hall. I once thought magic was about perfect spells and precise potion recipes. She slightly raised her chin, her gaze sweeping over the younger students below, but Beauxbatons has taught me that true magic lies in the perseverance amidst imperfection. In Charms class, I spent an entire week practicing a simple levitation spell. In the potions lab, my first attempt at a beauty potion turned my hair purple. The audience erupted in good-natured laughter, and Fleur's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet these setbacks made me realize that the essence of magic is not in one-time successes, but in the courage to lift one's wand after each failure. She raised her wand, and the tip blossomed into a crystalline rose, its petals spinning gracefully in the air. Some say Beauxbatons students are as cold and proud as ice and snow, but I would argue that we can be as pure and steadfast as ice, yet bloom with fervor like a rose. As Fleur curtsied and exited the stage, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. When it was Ryan's turn, his titles as the Triwizard Tournament champion and president of the Male Student Council had students from all years eagerly craning their necks to catch a glimpse. He took a deep breath and approached the podium. Ryan surveyed the familiar faces, the stern yet gentle professors, the classmates he had spent countless days with, and the younger students in the back who gazed at him with admiration. His voice resonated with calm assurance. 7 years ago, when I first arrived at Beauxbatons, I was so awestruck by the magnificent architecture that I nearly fell into the fountain. A chorus of light-hearted agreement arose from the audience, prompting Ryan to smile. At that time, I never imagined I would find a second home here. I remember the first time I entered the greenhouse. Terrified by the peculiar plants and stumbling backward, I recall the joy of successfully brewing a potion in potions class for the first time. And I especially remember during Quidditch class, when Pierre had to catch me midair on his broom to prevent me from falling. The hall filled with warm laughter, and Ryan noticed Professor Leclerc wiping his eyes again. The most precious gift Beauxbatons has given me is acceptance and growth. Here, my accent transformed from a source of ridicule to a distinctive trait. My clumsiness was patiently guided into proficiency. He paused, his gaze deepening. When facing challenges in the labyrinth of Hogwarts, what sustained me was not a specific spell, but the lessons learned from every failure and retry over the past 7 years, the wise words of my professors, and the encouragement from my friends. He raised his wand, its tip radiating brilliant light. Beauxbatons has taught me that the most powerful strength is the belief in knowing what one fights for. The radiance coalesced in the air, forming the emblem of Beauxbatons, as Ryan's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Regardless of the paths we shall tread in the future, everything the Academy has bestowed upon us will eternally guide our journey forward. As his words lingered in the air, a brief silence enveloped the auditorium, soon to be overwhelmed by a torrent of applause that surged for a full 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. Ryan bowed deeply, and upon straightening, he noticed Pierre dramatically dabbing at non-existent tears, while Fleur bestowed upon him an approving smile. Following the speech, the graduates congregated outside Madame Maxime's office in the Silver Moon corridor, queuing for her employment consultation. The arching ceiling of the corridor bathed in warm light, and the magical murals adorning the walls fell silent. Even the boisterous figures in the medieval wizard's ball, with their voluminous skirts, ceased their tea party. It was rumored that Madame Maxime had prepared a new career assessment for this year. Fleur adjusted her hair, eyeing the career intention crystal ball enhanced by the Ministry of Magic. Pierre stretched languidly, questioning its accuracy. I mean, if one already has a desired job, is the test really necessary? Ryan gazed out the window. In the courtyard, several younger students frolicked and raced, their laughter carried by the wind into the corridor. When the door to the principal's office creaked open, A familiar scent of champagne peach tea wafted through the gap. Fleur tapped Ryan on the shoulder. Don't dawdle. It's your turn to go in. Pierre straightened his back and nodded at Ryan. In any case, let's South meet on the terrace later with our respective choices. Chapter 48, Madame Maxime's Assistants. The door to the Beauxbatons principal's office closed silently behind Ryan, effectively isolating the corridor's sounds. The interior was suffused with soft light. Tall windows embedded with magical crystals filtered sunlight into a delicate golden haze, while the floor was adorned with irises patterned carpets. Several exquisite magical chandeliers hung from the ceiling, their shades crafted from translucent shells, refracting a spectrum of rainbow hues. Madame Maxime sat gracefully behind an intricately carved birchwood desk, a delicate tea set displayed upon its surface, from which the aroma of peach and champagne gradually wafted. Behind her stood an entire wall of bookshelves, lined with ancient magical tomes, their spines embossed with gilded French titles that shimmered in the light. Please, take a seat, Ryan. Madame Maxime gestured with a warm smile, her wand giving a gentle flick as a steaming cup of peach tea floated before him. Do give it a taste. It features a new Ceylon black tea base. Ryan accepted the teacup with both hands, the pleasantly warm porcelain conveying just the right temperature. He took a sip, and the flavor blossomed on his palate. The sweetness of peach melding flawlessly with the rich black tea, accented by a hint of champagne's effervescence. Thank you, madam, he replied earnestly. Madame Maxime clasped her hands atop the desk, her gaze fixed on Ryan, imbued with the gentle pride characteristic of a mentor. I have reviewed the future intention form you filled out 2 years ago, as well as the job application you submitted last year. Leaning slightly forward, she continued, as principal, I am very pleased to welcome you to the faculty of Beauxbatons. Ryan's fingers traced the rim of the teacup. A year prior, such an invitation would have sent him into euphoric rapture at the thought of becoming a professor at Beauxbatons, guiding students who, like him once, were filled with wonder for the magical world. Yet now, with Voldemort resurrected, the British magical community stood on the brink of a dark era. What gripped Ryan's heart even more was his acute awareness of the impending future, foreseeing countless sacrifices in the Wizarding War. Moreover, his beloved, the ever-smiling George who masked his tender heart, would lose so much amidst the turmoil. Madame Maxime perceptibly detected the hesitation in Ryan's eyes. She sighed softly, waving her wand to refill his teacup with hot tea. However, the current faculty at the Academy is sufficiently staffed, especially since Professor Leclerc of Potions could easily teach for another 30 years. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Madame Maxime's eyes. Thus, I have a proposal. Ryan raised his gaze, the reflection in his teacup rippling with the movement. I can write a letter of recommendation to Dumbledore, Madame Maxime stated deliberately, allowing you to attend Hogwarts as a visiting professor from Beauxbatons. She paused momentarily. For a duration of 3 years, how does that sound? The teacup quivered slightly in Ryan's grasp, a few drops spilling onto the silver-blue carpet, which were instantly whisked away. His heart raced, for this proposal seemed too perfect to be true. Madam, Ryan set down the teacup, rising to bow deeply. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Madame Maxime gestured for him to sit again, and Ryan noticed a glimmer of reluctance in her eyes. Remember, this is merely a temporary exchange, she said suddenly, her tone turning serious. In 3 years, I expect to see a whole and unbroken Ryan Evans return to Beauxbatons. She paused, her voice softening, bringing back more teaching experience and life wisdom. Ryan felt warmth gathering in his eyes. Madame Maxime had never been one to express her concern overtly, but the care and affection embedded in her words moved him more than any flowery rhetoric could. I will. Madam, he vowed solemnly, I shall certainly return. Madame Maxime nodded, retrieving a piece of parchment embossed with the Beauxbatons crest from her drawer. A quill floated into her hand, dipping itself in ink as she began to write. I will write to Dumbledore now, she said as she penned the letter. If there is anything additional you wish to convey to him, it can be included before I finish. Ryan immediately comprehended her intent, seizing the quill and parchment to diligently write at a nearby desk. He also retrieved several photographs from the inner pocket of his robe, captured by his father, Mark, using a Muggle camera, documenting the harrowing moments of the Triwizard Tournament. These items had been rigorously suppressed by the British Ministry of Magic, yet they were the most essential evidence for the Order of the Phoenix. He carefully tucked the letter and photographs into Madame Maxime's already composed letter of recommendation, ensuring they were securely fastened. She gently patted Ryan's shoulder. The issue is resolved, and I shall not keep you much longer. We still need to take graduation photographs. Ryan bowed once more, but as he turned to leave, he unexpectedly halted. To Madame Maxime's astonishment, he stepped forward and embraced the tall headmistress. Thank you, madam, for your care and guidance over the years, and for your patience with my caprices. Ryan's voice trembled slightly. Madame Maxime paused, Then her typically stern eyes softened. She patted Ryan's back, tenderly ruffling his hair. Silly boy, there's no need for thanks between us. Be cautious in England, and should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. After nodding in acknowledgement, Ryan turned towards the door. As he pushed it open, the sunlight of the Silver Moon corridor illuminated his face, warm and bright. Chapter 49, A Strange Sourness. Ryan stepped through the door of the principal's office, immediately spotting Fleur and Pierre still waiting in line. How did it go? Fleur silently mouthed, her lips forming the words. Ryan gave them an okay gesture, then pointed towards the courtyard, signaling his intent to wait on the terrace. Pierre exaggeratedly mimicked wiping sweat from his brow, eliciting soft laughter from nearby classmates. As he traversed the corridor, the early summer breeze enveloped him, carrying the fragrant aroma of roses from the Beauxbatons gardens. A considerable number of classmates have gathered on the terrace, engaging in animated discussions about their plans post-graduation while awaiting the forthcoming group photograph. Ryan, over here. Several girls beckoned to him, and Ryan smiles and nods in acknowledgement. How is the consultation going? Someone from the group of boys inquires. After conversing with a few of them, Ryan retreats to a shaded corner, seating himself on a stone bench. The ruby pendant around his neck catches the light, casting a myriad of shimmering red reflections that dance upon his collarbone. As he awaits the arrival of Fleur and Pierre, his thoughts drift to distant musings about what George might be doing at this very moment. Perhaps he is once again engaged with Fred in concocting new prank products. The image of his lover's focused demeanor brings a gentle smile to Ryan's lips. What should he write in tonight's letter? Should he inform him of his return to England, or keep it a secret and surprise him later? What are you smiling about all by yourself? A deep voice interrupts his reverie. Ryan looks up to see Theo leaning against the stone railing, silhouetted against the light. This typically solitary boy stands in stark relief, his chiseled features adorned with his customary aloof expression, yet his slate blue eyes reveal a hint of warmth. Thinking about post-graduation plans, Ryan casually fabricates a reason, shifting slightly to the side. Care to join me? Theo is Ryan's partner for the Ancient Runes elective. Initially, Ryan was paired with Pierre, but that fellow had abandoned the course after just 2 lessons, deeming it too tedious. Subsequently, fate had brought Theo and Ryan together as partners. While Theo's exterior may appear somewhat austere, Ryan knows he possesses a meticulous nature. Are Pierre and Fleur still in line? Theo inquires, producing 2 lemon drops from his pocket and offering one to Ryan. Ryan accepts the candy. They should be next. By the way, have you decided which department you will join at the Ministry of Magic? Theo does not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly retrieves a small velvet box from his pocket. Just as he is about to speak, his gaze falls upon the ruby pendant at Ryan's neck, and his brow furrows ever so slightly. Did you change your necklace? Ryan momentarily fails to grasp the question. That wooden rabbit. Theo's voice dips even lower than usual. The one you've worn for so long. Realization dawns on Ryan as he pulls out the wooden pendant he has carried with him. The delicate rabbit glistens with a gentle sheen. I still have both, he smiles, placing the 2 pendants side by side in his palm. The ruby is a recent gift. Observing Ryan's smiling eyes, Theo's throat constricts slightly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the velvet box in his hand before he finally presents it. He hesitates, his voice taut. I wanted your assistance with this. Inside the box lies a silver necklace, its pendant an oval-shaped obsidian engraved with ancient runes. Ryan is immediately captivated by the symbols, his professional instincts propelling him into an evaluative state. This is a complete protective sequence. He examines the intricate patterns closely. The combination of runes here is exceptionally clever. Sensing Ryan's proximity, Theo's breath seems to momentarily halt. Yet Ryan, utterly absorbed in his analysis of the runes, remains oblivious to Theo's unusual reaction. You've even added dual reinforcement to the runes. This technique isn't even mentioned in the textbooks. He suddenly pauses. Wait, are there hidden runes on the back? In the shadows, Ryan's eyelashes flutter slightly, and Theo's gaze lingers there until Ryan lifts his head. This is undoubtedly of Newt's examination standard, Ryan genuinely exclaims. When did you learn such intricate carving techniques? Theo's ears flush with a faint hue. Just some practice. I didn't dare seek the professor's evaluation. No. You are far too modest. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Ryan catches sight of tiny cursive letters etched onto the back, spelling out poor R. He pauses momentarily before continuing his analysis, unconsciously stepping back. This protective effect should withstand at least 15 curses or more. Theo's expression darkens as he retracts the pendant, his movements more hurried than usual. Thank you for your assessment. He swiftly closes the box and, as he stands, the hem of his robe grazes the stone bench, producing a soft rustling sound. Congratulations on your graduation, Ryan. Congratulations, Theo, Ryan nods, watching as Theo turns and walks away. At that moment, The voices of Fleur and Pierre reach him from behind. Ryan promptly rises and strides towards his friends. Chapter 50. Racing towards their futures. In the center of the courtyard, the graduates of Beauxbatons stand in neat formation on the steps. The photographer waves his wand, prompting the camera to adjust its angle in midair. 3, 2, 1. As the flash ignites, Ryan positions himself centrally in the second row, with Pierre to his left, dramatically forming a peace sign, and Fleur to his right, elegantly tilting her chin upward. After the graduation photograph is taken, the classmates disperse in small groups. Ryan, Fleur, and Pierre make their way to the grassy area behind the courtyard, where several ancient sycamore trees cast dappled shadows. Finally done, Pierre sprawls across the grass, loosening his tie and tossing it aside. My dad has already sent me 7 letters urging my return. I've never seen him so eager to have me back. Fleur smooths her dress as she sits down. But deep down, you're rather looking forward to it, aren't you? I remember you mentioning wanting to improve the family's potion recipes. You caught me. Pierre grins widely. Ryan looks at his 2 friends. Fleur, what suggestions did the lady give you? Fleur's eyes light up. The Department of International Magical Cooperation. I'll start as an assistant, but it will perfectly utilize my language skills. She pauses, casting a concerned glance at Ryan. And you? The lady should be delighted that you're staying on as a professor, right? Ryan reclines on his back, squinting at the sunlight filtering through the leaves. I will be going to Hogwarts as an intern professor from Beauxbatons for exchange studies. Pierre flips over, propping his head on his hand as he gazes at Ryan. You're really going to Hogwarts? Fleur turns her head, grinning mischievously. I knew it. The Weasley influence is indeed formidable. Ryan's ears redden slightly as he gently counters. I'm going for work, and it's a splendid opportunity for learning. Not what? Pierre mimics Ryan's tone. Not just to see George every day? The trio erupts into laughter, startling a few blue jays perched in the trees. After their playful banter, they lie side by side on the grass, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting delicate patterns on their faces. Pierre suddenly speaks up, his tone surprisingly serious. Time really flies. Ryan gazes at the drifting clouds. It feels like just yesterday I was standing at the gates of Beauxbatons with my suitcase, and now here we are graduating. Fleur shakes her head gently. It hasn't been that swift. At least I still vividly remember the mess we left in the student council. Mentioning the student council immediately opens the floodgates for conversation among the 3. As the male president, Ryan, alongside Fleur as the female president and Pierre as a student officer, has had his fair share of headaches managing various school affairs over the past 3 years. Do you remember Halloween 2 years ago? Pierre chuckles uncontrollably. Those first-year students turned the pumpkins into biting monsters, and the entire hall descended into chaos. Furong rolled her eyes and remarked. And then our leaders actually took the initiative to play Quidditch with pumpkin lanterns. Quite amusing, wouldn't you agree? Pierre mimicked the motions of playing. Ryan interjected. It was amusing until the next day when the 3 of us were punished to clean the castle windows for a month. The trio burst into laughter. As memories surged forth like a tidal wave, the chaos of the freshman soiree, the late nights during finals week, the headaches from mediating student disputes, those once exasperating moments had now become their most cherished anecdotes. As their laughter gradually subsided, Furong sat up, her silver hair gently swaying in the breeze. Let us make a pact, she proposed, extending her pinky. First, we shall always be the best of friends. Second, we must gather at least once every year. Her voice dwindled to a near whisper, almost a mumble, if you have no objections. Without hesitation, Pierre entwined his finger with hers, no objections. Ryan, catching the expectant gazes of the 2, also extended his pinky, and their fingers locked tightly together. It settled. The distant chimes of a bell rang out. The sunlight remained warm, and the breeze continued to caress the air gently. The 3 young souls lay on the grass, as if time had paused at that very moment. Under the setting sun, Ryan, Furong, and Pierre walked side by side along the cobblestone path of Buston. At the fork leading to the dormitory, Pierre suddenly halted, dramatically patting his pocket. Oh no, my pocket watch is missing. He turned to Furong, a look of dismay on his face. It must have fallen on the lawn back there. Furong sighed. When will you ever learn to be more responsible? Though she complained. She turned to retrace her steps. Come on, let's hurry and find it before it gets dark. Just as Ryan was about to follow, he noticed Pierre giving him a quick wink. Instantly, he understood. Ah, I just remembered, Ryan said, feigning urgency as he glanced at his watch. Madame Maxim wants to discuss my internship with her before I leave. He offered Furong an apologetic smile. You 2 go ahead. I'll join you shortly. Furong expressed no doubt, merely nodding. Don't keep Madame waiting too long. With that, she and Pierre headed toward the courtyard. It was only after their figures vanished around the corner that Ryan diverted back to the dormitory. As he passed through the rose-laden archway, a clear voice called out to him. Ryan. Gabrielle stood at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, clutching a hefty stack of books. Have you seen my sister? Mom and Dad are coming to pick us up soon. and she hasn't finished packing yet. Gabrielle tilted her head in inquiry. Ryan crouched down to meet her gaze, kindly replying. Ferrong and Pierre went that way toward the courtyard. He hesitated briefly but decided to speak truthfully. Pierre has something important he wants to tell her. Gabrielle's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she placed her hands on her hips like a miniature adult. Oh, is he finally going to confess? Then, with a hint of exasperation, she added, but my sister is just as bad. She clearly likes Pierre, but always pretends not to care. Ryan couldn't help but chuckle. You certainly are perceptive. Of course. Gabrielle proudly lifted her chin. I've watched them flirt for a whole year. Suddenly recalling something, she dashed back toward the dormitory. In that case, I'll help my sister pack. Otherwise, we really will miss the train. Ryan watched her skip away, pondering how children today seemed so mature. Shaking his head, he continued on to the boys' dormitory. Upon returning, Ryan began organizing his and Pierre's belongings. Outside, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, casting an unusually tranquil ambience over Buston's tower. Ryan paused in his tasks, gazing toward the courtyard. I wonder if at this moment, Pierre is holding Ferrong's hand. Uttering the words he has harbored in his heart for so long, he gently smoothed out the clothes in his suitcase, knowing that regardless of the outcome, at least Pierre had bravely taken this step. As Ryan descended the stairs with several heavy suitcases in tow, the courtyard of Buston had already succumbed to twilight. In the distance, the Delacour family carriage stood beside the marble fountain, while house elves busily transported luggage. Just as he set down the suitcases to catch his breath, a scene unfolded before his eyes. Ferrong stood on the carriage step, her silver hair fluttering in the evening breeze, while Pierre gazed up at her, their lips softly brushing against each other. A smile crept onto Ryan's lips. He recalled the whistle that George had taught him, placing 2 fingers in his mouth and letting out a loud whistle. Ah! Pierre abruptly turned, his face lighting up with a radiant smile, wildly waving at Ryan. Ferrong, meanwhile, blushed instantly, playfully kicking Pierre. Yet as she turned to board the carriage, a sweet smile lingered on her lips, betraying her delight. Don't forget to write. Ferrong leaned out of the carriage window. You two fellows. Gabrielle squeezed next to her, making a silly face at them. The carriage began to roll away, its wheels crunching over the cobblestones with a crisp sound. Ryan and Pierre stood side by side, watching as the carriage bearing the Delacour crest disappeared at the end of the tree-lined path. She said yes. Pierre suddenly spoke, his voice imbued with incredulous joy. She told me she has liked me for a long time, but she thought you were too unreliable? Ryan interjected gently, a teasing glint in his eyes. Pierre exaggeratedly clasped his chest. Hey, I am the best seeker at Buston. But he quickly broke into laughter, however. She said it was precisely my unreliability that made her feel life was never dull. As dusk deepened, the lights of Buston flickered on one by one. The two stood by the fountain, listening to the gentle sound of flowing water. We should be going. Ryan pointed to the waiting carriage in the distance. Yours is headed to Durand Manor, while mine goes to Paris. Pierre enveloped Ryan in a hearty embrace. Take care of yourself, brother. Ryan smiled, patting his back. You too. Remember to stay in touch. The 2 carriages departed one after the other from Buston's grand iron gates. Ryan leaned against the window, gazing at the castle spires receding into the distance, where he had cherished his most valuable memories over the past 7 years. The sound of the wheels intertwined with the night breeze, carrying the young men toward their respective futures. Chapter 51, Homeward Bound. Ryan's carriage halted at the magical transfer station on the outskirts of Paris, and he dragged his suitcase through the brick wall that remained invisible to muggles. Hidden beyond the wall lay the secret subway station of the French Ministry of Magic, where advertisements displaying shifting patterns hung from the platform. The next train is about to arrive. Passengers, please watch your step, a mechanical female voice echoed through the tunnel. Ryan squeezed into the crowded carriage, surrounded by a myriad of wizards, merchants carrying dragon-hide trunks, students cradling owl cages, and a few alchemists clad in peculiar long robes. After 20 minutes of traveling underground, the train stopped at the Charles de Gaulle Plaza station. As he emerged from a phone booth near the Arc de Triomphe, the evening breeze filled with the scent of coffee and sycamore leaves enveloped him. The laughter of tourists mingled with the sound of street performers' accordions, creating the unique rhythm of Paris. Master Ryan, over here. Luke, dressed in a sharply tailored dark blue uniform with neatly trimmed graying hair, stood respectfully beside a black Mercedes waiting for him. As Ryan approached, he inclined his body slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face. Uncle Luke, it has been a while. Ryan stepped forward briskly. Congratulations on your graduation, and also on the victory at the Triwizard Tournament. Luke deftly took the luggage and placed it in the trunk. Madam has been preparing since morning, claiming she intends to personally make your favorite beef stew with red wine. The Mercedes glided slowly over the Alexander III bridge spanning the Seine, caught in the evening rush hour traffic. While waiting to proceed, Luke glanced at Ryan through the rearview mirror, hesitating before speaking. Young master, I have prepared a small gift. He retrieved an exquisite deep blue gift box from the passenger seat and handed it to Ryan in the back. It's nothing extravagant, merely a simple Longines watch. Ryan opened the box to reveal a sleek and elegant silver wristwatch. Thank you, Uncle Luke, Ryan said sincerely. I will treasure it. Luke's ears tinged slightly with color, but he quickly regained his professional demeanor. I'm glad you like it. Having served this family for over a decade, watching you grow up. This is just a small token of my affection. As the car turned into the tree-lined avenue between the Champs-Élysées and Avenue Foch, an imposing duplex villa gradually came into view. The villa, styled in neoclassical architecture, stood 3 stories tall, constructed from cream-colored limestone, with grand Corinthian columns supporting its arched portico. Carefully trimmed ivy climbed the columns, while a wide terrace encircled the entire building, adorned with intricately carved black wrought iron railings. In the courtyard, a fountain splashed crystalline droplets. Surrounded by a blooming garden, the circular driveway in front of the garage was paved with marble, where several understatedly luxurious cars gleamed dully beneath their dedicated shelter. The master renovated the villa last month, Luke remarked as he parked the car, adding a small library and a reception room. The car came to a smooth halt in front of the portico, and Luke promptly exited to open the door for Ryan. Warm light spilled from within the villa, and faint voices could be heard drifting outside. Shall I take your luggage to your room? Luke inquired. No need, Uncle Luke, Ryan replied with a smile. You should head home and rest. Luke nodded gently. Very well, young master. As Ryan watched the elderly gentleman stride toward the garage, he too made his way to the front door with his luggage. Upon pushing open the villa's heavy door, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier cascaded like a river of stars. The wheels of Ryan's suitcase made a soft sound against the floor, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of freshly baked bread and beef stew simmering in red wine. Welcome home, dear, came In's voice from the living room. She was clad in a comfortable linen gown, her silvery wand casually tucked at her waist, as she sat on the sofa engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Ryan enter, she set her book aside, a warm smile illuminating her face. Mom. Ryan placed his luggage down and stepped forward to embrace her. At that moment, the study door swung open, and Mark strode in. Still dressed in his work suit, his tie loosened and sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He held a freshly opened bottle of whiskey in hand. Finally back, son, he exclaimed, striding over to pat Ryan on the shoulder. Your mother has been preparing this dinner for ages. It has been quite the temptation for me. In the dining room, candlelight danced upon the crystal glasses. Although it was merely a dinner for 3, and had prepared a sumptuous feast, burgundy beef stew, Provençal ratatouille, seared foie gras, and a steaming basket of French bread, among other delicacies. Mom, this is too extravagant, Ryan exclaimed, eyeing the dishes nearly spilling over the edge of the table. Nonsense, just try this first, and said, serving Ryan a bowl of beef stew. You can have more after you finish this. Mark raised his glass, a toast to our outstanding graduate. The dinner continued with laughter and merriment until deep into the night. Mark listened with keen interest as Ryan recounted the details of his graduation ceremony, frequently expressing astonishment, while and proudly showcased a collection of newspaper clippings from the French Prophet's Daily featuring her son. When the conversation turned to Pierre and Fleur's romance, the couple exchanged a meaningful glance. Just as the dessert plates were cleared, Mark suddenly cleared his throat. Son, it is time to unveil your graduation gift, and tapped her wand lightly, and 3 velvet boxes floated into the air. The first box contained a key adorned with sapphires, the second, a gray key, and the third, a key to a Porsche 911, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the light. Ryan looked at his parents in astonishment. Mark placed his hand on Ryan's shoulder. Listen to me. We do not wish to interfere with your choices. This is not an extravagant gift. We merely hope that wherever you decide to build your future, you will have a proper home. And added, the first key is for a townhouse at the corner of the Champs-Élysées, conveniently located near the Ministry of Magic should you wish to work there. The second key is for a luxurious apartment in Chelsea, London, an area known for its excellent transport and pleasant environment. And continued, the car is meant for your use in the Muggle world. Your father insisted on buying it, while I argued that a flying broom would be more convenient. Every boy ought to have a good car. Mark interjected, unable to hide his pride. Ryan's eyes welled with emotion. They always expressed their love for him so wholeheartedly. He embraced his parents in turn, and just as the atmosphere turned warm and cozy, a gray owl suddenly collided with the floor-to-ceiling window, and hurriedly opened the window. And the owl dropped off a peculiar package, a bizarrely shaped lantern. The lantern appeared to be carved from some kind of black bone, its surface covered in mysterious runes, with a bluish flame flickering within the glass cover. Ah, your grandparents' gift has arrived, and exclaimed, excitedly unwrapping the accompanying parchment letter. They are currently traveling the world. I thought it would arrive a couple of days later. The letter bore the elegant and flamboyant handwriting of Ryan's grandfather. Dear Ryan, this lantern was procured from an old witch who claims to be the Nile River sorceress in Egypt. It is said to be the ultimate weapon against mind-controlling spells. No matter how powerful the dark magic or curses, they will falter under its light. Your grandmother, that stubborn old woman, has always doubted this as anything more than a worthless lamp. However, from your grandfather's perspective over many years, this is indeed an artifact, albeit a rather frightening one. We are currently traveling in Peru near Machu Picchu, and will send you more interesting things as we find them. Love, your grandparents. Ryan carefully lifted the bone lantern, and the blue flame suddenly surged 3 inches higher, casting distorted shadows on the wall, and gasped, Merlin, this is definitely a dark magic item. Cool. Mark leaned in with excitement to examine it. No, dear, it's best not to tamper with it. Nonsense, my love. How about we test this lantern's effects? Would you care to cast a spell on me? Mark Evans. As night fell, Ryan stood on the balcony of his bedroom, gazing at the myriad lights of Paris. On his bedside table lay the new car keys, while documents for the 2 properties rested on his desk, and the peculiar lantern was temporarily placed on the mantelpiece. Asin insisted on treating it with 10 cleaning charms first. The night breeze stirred the curtains, and the blue flames within the bone lantern flickered gently, casting a shadow on the wall that resembled a giant bird in flight. Chapter 52, Retreat. The morning light streamed through the expansive windows of the dining room, dancing upon the silver cutlery. Ryan fixated on the wavering reflection in his coffee cup. Annie was spreading homemade jam onto her toast, while Mark was engrossed in reading the Financial Times. Everything appeared as tranquil as any ordinary morning. Dad, Mom, Ryan set his coffee cup down, the porcelain clinking resonantly in the quiet dining room. There's something I wish to share with you. Mark immediately folded his newspaper, and Annie halted her movements. It seemed they had anticipated this moment's arrival. Ryan inhaled deeply. I have decided to undertake an exchange internship at Hogwarts for 3 years. A brief silence enveloped the dining room. Outside, a robin alighted on the edge of the fountain, its splashes glimmering in the sunlight. Annie gradually set down her knife, the silverware clinking against the porcelain plate. Is it because of George? She inquired softly, her gaze unusually gentle. Not solely because of George, but also for the broader magical community, Ryan replied. Yet, there are many dangers in Britain at present. Mark interjected suddenly, his tone grave. A terrorist leader has been resurrected in your world, has he not? Annie calmly interrupted her husband. Turning to Ryan, do you wish to join the Order of the Phoenix? Ryan's head snapped up. How do you know about the Order? A fond smile played on Annie's lips. Because I was once a member. Her voice was soft, yet it reverberated like thunder in Ryan's ears. Annie explained to her astonished son. When Voldemort first rose, I was one of the Order's secret informants within the magical parliament, tasked with relaying intelligence to Dumbledore. Even your grandparents were unaware of this. Regrettably, I was soon promoted and dispatched to the French Ministry of Magic, where I met your father and subsequently gave birth to you. Voldemort disappeared, the Order fell silent, and the magical world returned to tranquility, until now. She chuckled lightly. Though I have resigned from the magical parliament, I have never severed ties with Mr. Dumbledore. Annie stood and approached her son, gently brushing her fingers over the corners of his eyes. I consulted him about the unusual redness in your eyes back then. Mark moved to Ryan's other side, his broad palm resting heavily on his son's shoulder. Listen, child, he paused briefly. We shall not impede your decision, but you must promise us. Annie suddenly embraced Ryan. You must return safely. Mark joined the embrace, and the 3 of them held each other tightly in the morning light. Whenever you need us, we will be here. Ryan felt the subtle tremor in his parents' arms, understanding the love and concern that underpinned their support. What they offered him was not merely a blessing, but the courage to confront the darkness, courage that would accompany him across the English Channel to face the impending storm. Ryan closed the door to his bedroom, his fingertips lingering on the doorknob for a moment. The afternoon sun cast warm patches of light upon the Persian carpet. He approached the ornate writing desk, retrieving a gilded piece of parchment. Dipping a quill into ink, he began to pen a letter. Dear George, I have some delightful news to share. I intend to take up a position at a secluded educational institution in England. There is a training period of over a month before my official commencement, during which I may not respond promptly to your letters, but rest assured, I shall read every missive you send. Once I begin my official duties, we may be able to correspond more frequently. Yours affectionately, R.E. The quill scratched softly against the paper, and Ryan felt a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. He intentionally wrote in a vague manner, and after completing the last word, he gently blew on the still wet ink, envisioning George's reaction upon receiving the letter, raising an eyebrow, grinning, and then speculating about its origin. Ryan couldn't suppress his laughter any longer. He carefully folded the letter, sealing it with wax, and opened the window. A crisp whistle echoed, and moments later, a gray owl flew from the treetops, landing gracefully on the windowsill. Deliver this to George. Ryan secured the letter to the owl's leg and fed it a piece of jerky. Thank you for your service. As the owl vanished into the clouds, Ryan drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. He waved his hand gently, instantly enveloping the entire space in a faintly colored barrier that shielded him from all external distractions. He then sat cross-legged in the center of the carpet, regulating his breath to calm his mind. Subsequently, a profound black light coalesced before Ryan, gradually transforming into a soul ring adorned with intricate golden patterns. Radiating a heart-pounding energy, an astonishing 90,000-year soul ring. Simultaneously, a crystalline bone floated beside the soul ring, emanating a lustrous glow, an extraordinary 90,000-year soul bone. Ryan closed his eyes, forming a hand seal, as the soul power within him began to circulate slowly, drawing the soul ring and soul bone closer to him. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged into his being. Ryan's body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He understood that by the conclusion of this secluded training, his strength would undergo a significant transformation. Chapter 53, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. In the kitchen of Number 12, Grimmauld Place, Mrs. Molly Weasley was wielding her wand, causing a heap of potatoes to peel and slice themselves, while the spatula clanged rhythmically in the frying pan. Her brow was furrowed, clearly indicating her displeasure. Ever since the Triwizard Tournament, Minister of Magic Fudge had completely severed ties with Dumbledore. Not only did Fudge prohibit Ministry employees from contacting Dumbledore, but he also painted Dumbledore as a mad old man in the Daily Prophet, branding Harry as a deceitful liar, while Ryan was entirely erased from the narrative. It seemed that as long as Voldemort did not cast the killing curse in front of him, Fudge would only perceive him as an oddly-looking passerby. To make matters worse, Percy had a vehement argument with their parents over this issue, accusing them of recklessly following Dumbledore and ruining his future. Ultimately, he packed his belongings and left home, declaring his allegiance to the Ministry of Magic. Presently, in the Weasley household, the name Percy was as taboo as Voldemort himself. Currently, after its reformation, the Order of the Phoenix comprised nearly 20 members, some tasked with tracking known Death Eaters, others with recruiting new members, and a dedicated team focused on protecting Harry Potter. Sirius had generously offered the Black family home as the Order's temporary headquarters, although most of the time the Weasley family resided there. Other members of the Order frequently came for meals or rest. The school-aged children, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and the Weasley twins, could only engage in menial cleaning tasks and were never permitted to participate in actual meetings. At that moment, Harry sat at the dining table, staring blankly at the steaming stew before him. He was still preoccupied with the Ministry hearing on August 12th and the inexplicable Dementor. Just days prior, in a narrow alley, a Dementor had suddenly appeared and attacked him and Dudley. It was the stag wooden carving Ryan had gifted him that once again unleashed the Patronus charm. However, the Ministry had indiscriminately accused him of using magic off-campus, threatening immediate expulsion, and it was only due to Dumbledore's intervention that it was altered to a hearing. Subsequently, he was escorted here by Professor Moody, Tonks, and Lupin. Although Harry could have directly thrown the wooden carving in the faces of those loathsome officials to prove he had not used magic, the thought of it being confiscated left him in a moral quandary. Uncertain as to why he was so adamantly opposed to the Ministry of Magic seizing this object from him, Harry was jolted from his thoughts by Ron, who elbowed him and urged, "Harry, don't just stare, eat." His mouth stuffed with bread, Ron continued, "Mum's been in a foul mood lately. If you don't eat, she might just hurl the frying pan at you." Hermione, seated beside Harry, lowered her voice. "You mentioned that wooden carving was a gift from Ryan, right?" Harry nodded yes. "He gave it to me for my 8th birthday." "That explains it." Hermione's eyes sparkled. "Ryan's magic is quite unique. He might have sealed the Patronus charm within the carving." George, who had been listlessly poking at the peas on his plate, perked up at the mention of Ryan. "Ryan? Are you talking about him?" "Just a theory." Hermione quickly glanced towards the kitchen to ensure Mrs. Weasley wasn't eavesdropping. "But where has he gone? It's been a month without a word." George's shoulders slumped as he muttered. He said he was preparing for some training and couldn't reply for now. Clearly, the separation during the honeymoon phase was proving to be quite arduous. Fred grinned widely and nudged his brother's shoulder. "Oh, someone's lovesick, are we?" "Shut it." George retaliated by shoving a piece of bread into Fred's mouth. Just then, the kitchen door swung open with a bang, and Sirius strode in, followed by Lupin and Tonks. "Good news." Sirius beamed, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "We have a crucial witness who can confirm that you were attacked by Dementors." Harry's eyes widened in excitement. "Really?" "Absolutely." Sirius replied as he pulled out a chair and began sharing details about the events Harry had missed. "Enough." Mrs. Weasley interjected, her frying pan still raised threateningly. "He"s just a child. He shouldn't know so much." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Molly, Harry has the right to know the truth." "I certainly understand that." Mrs. Weasley raised her voice. "But as adults, we should protect him, not thrust him into these matters too soon." "Molly, calm down," Arthur quickly intervened. "He"s not James, Sirius." Mrs. Weasley retorted angrily. "Letting Harry know about these dangers prematurely will only lead him to worry unnecessarily." Sirius abruptly stood, the chair screeching against the floor. "I'm not harming him. Voldemort has returned. Do you think keeping him in the dark is protection?" The air in the kitchen became thick with tension. Molly clenched her fists, as though ready to strike Sirius. Lupin quickly rose to defuse the situation. "All right, everyone, let us calm down." "Sirius, sit." Harry stared at his hands, feeling a tightness in his throat. He understood Mrs. Weasley's concern, but Sirius was right. He no longer wanted to be treated like a helpless child. Ultimately, under Lupin's persuasion, Molly wearily acquiesced. "Fine, you can tell him part of the situation." Sirius finally relaxed his furrowed brow and turned to Harry. "Listen, Harry. Things are more complicated than we imagined." Chapter 54, a new card up his sleeve. Time passed painfully. On the first day, Ryan's entire outfit was soaked with sweat, beads of blood forming on the surface of his skin. By the third day, his limbs were cracked and bleeding, yet his resolve remained steadfast. On the seventh day, his body began to acclimate to the surging energy, the flow of his soul power gradually becoming smooth. Throughout this prolonged ordeal, Ryan felt as if he were ensconced in an ancient forest, silently grappling with the lingering will of the soul beasts within the soul rings. He constructed defensive lines within his body using soul power, taming and absorbing the tumultuous energy bit by bit. After a full 21 days, when the first rays of dawn peeked through the curtain, Ryan finally opened his eyes. A profound black soul ring rose from beneath his feet, harmonizing with the other 6 soul rings. 7th soul skill, True Spirit, 90,000 years. Effect: all attributes enhanced. Power, speed, and flexibility increased by 150. All soul skill effects enhanced by 40, e.g., 16-segment throw damage increased to 120. All soul skill cooldowns reduced by 30. Soul power consumption decreased by 20. True Spirit trait: body can partially jadify, e.g., arm hardens to block attacks, or legs jadify to enhance kicking techniques. Resistance to spells increased by 50. Ryan felt the surging power within him, his entire being radiating a lustrous jade glow. He lightly swung his fist, and the air erupted with a thunderous crack. The effect of the power enhancement was immediate. This was the might of a 90,000-year soul ring. After a brief respite, Ryan began to absorb another 90,000-year soul bone. The absorption of the soul bone proved to be even more excruciating. With every passing second, Ryan could vividly feel his left leg being torn apart and reassembled. At times, the agony would cause him to briefly lose consciousness, but upon awakening, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Another 18 days passed. When Ryan opened his eyes once more, his left leg had undergone a transformation. Underneath his skin, faint azure patterns pulsated, and with a single stomp, 9 identical phantoms instantaneously appeared throughout the room. 90,000 years left leg bone of the Night Phantom Cat. Skill: Phantom Duplicity. Creates 9 tangible duplicates, each possessing 50 battle power of the original. When duplicates appear, the original can enter a complete concealment state, shielding against magical perception and life detection spells. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 20 minutes. Dark Night Assimilation. Passive in moonlit or dark environments. Duplicate existence time extended by 10 minutes. Duplicate battle power increased to 70 of the original, and probability of detection reduced by 80. Phantom Explosion Finale. Active trigger can command duplicates to self-destruct, each explosion causing area damage equivalent to 70 attack power of the original, with additional damage to structures and barriers. As Ryan concluded his seclusion and gazed out the window, the starry night sky of Paris unfolded before him. He felt the surging soul power within him. The level 75 threshold had been surpassed. Empowered by the soul rings and soul bones, Ryan leaped directly to level 78, officially entering the advanced soul sage realm. The ability bestowed by the 7th soul ring granted his spirit a qualitative leap. In the forthcoming battles against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, he now possessed another card up his sleeve. Ryan then turned his gaze to his desk, where 2 letters lay quietly, one in a silver-blue envelope, the other sealed with the Hogwarts wax emblem. Sitting at his desk, the moonlight gently illuminated the surface. He first opened the silver-blue envelope, the parchment exuding a faint scent of perfume. Dear Ryan, Dumbledore has approved your application for exchange study. However, after discussing with Minister Du Bois at the Ministry of Magic, I believe this is not merely an exchange between 2 schools, but also represents a friendly exchange between the magical communities of France and the UK. Therefore, the procedures will be a bit more cumbersome. I hope you don't mind. Although it may be a bit tedious, I believe this will greatly benefit your future resume. Wishing you all the best at Hogwarts. Maxime. Ryan smiled faintly, gently placing the letter back on the desk. He then opened the Hogwarts envelope, and a gilded letter of appointment slid out. The contents of the letter of appointment were consistent with what Madame Maxim had conveyed. However, what surprised him most was the signature at the bottom. In addition to the signatures of Madame Maxim and Dumbledore, there was also the signature of Lucille Dupont, the French Minister of Magic, and Connolly Fudge. Ryan blinked in astonishment. The signature of the British Minister of Magic was prominently included, even bearing an official seal. Ryan caressed the parchment, pondering the implications. He had assumed that Fudge would either refuse to sign or create obstacles in the process. The man who had consistently denied Voldemort's resurrection would actually agree to permit a witness who had seen the Dark Lord's return to go to Hogwarts? Or did Fudge believe that no sane person would dare to return to Britain after witnessing Voldemort's revival? Thus, Ryan's arrival might serve as evidence contradicting Fudge's claims that Voldemort had not returned? Contemplating this, a hint of resignation crossed Ryan's face. He paused for a moment, ultimately sighing gently. Well, this is acceptable. At least the paperwork is in order. He then read Dumbledore's accompanying letter. Dear Ryan, first and foremost, please allow me to express my gratitude to you and your parents. The photographs documenting the truth are invaluable treasures that have aided me in persuading many wavering wizards. Regarding your position at Hogwarts, I would like to arrange for you to serve as a student assistant, primarily responsible for assisting professors in managing their classes and providing after-class tutoring to students. This position will allow you to interact with students and professors from all houses, and I believe it will be a remarkable experience. Furthermore, your expressed desire to join us touched me deeply. However, we shall discuss the specifics in detail upon your arrival at Hogwarts. Finally, welcome to Hogwarts. I am confident that you will become an exceptional mentor to the students. Chapter 55. Journey to Hogwarts. The following day, as Ryan stepped out of his room, he was met by the worried gaze of his mother, Annie. She was holding a plate of freshly baked apple pie, the warm aroma wafting towards him. Merlin, you finally emerged, Annie exclaimed, hastening towards him, one hand cradling Ryan's face as she scrutinized him. Look at you, you've lost weight. Ryan replied somewhat sheepishly, haha, but the process of studying magic has been quite smooth. He reached for the apple pie. It smells wonderful. One cannot neglect meals while studying. Mark's voice called from the kitchen, accompanied by the clatter of a spatula. Just wait. I've prepared you a steak, medium rare, with your favorite black pepper sauce. For the next few days, Ryan was almost overwhelmed by his parents' culinary onslaught. Whenever he was engrossed in reading or brewing potions, the door would gently open. Ryan, try this. It's a freshly baked chocolate lava cake. Son, I've made soup. Drink it while it's hot. This is your favorite cherry pie from childhood. Ryan looked at the towering plates before him, both amused and exasperated. In just a few days, his cheeks had regained their fullness, even appearing more rosy than before his retreat. On a night in August, Ryan received the notification for early enrollment. What? So soon? Mark exclaimed as his soup spoon clattered onto the table. I thought we had at least 5 or 6 days. Annie had already dashed towards the storage room. I need to prepare you more warm cloaks. The autumn and winter in Scotland are no joke. And you've always been sensitive to the cold. Don't forget your scarf and gloves. Oh, where's your grandfather's jar of anti-chapping ointment? Ryan watched as his parents flitted about the house like headless chickens, feeling both warmed and helpless. Dad, Mom, he gently interjected. I'm just going to be a teaching assistant, not embarking on an Arctic expedition. Mark yanked out a massive suitcase from the closet. Honey, we must pack. But we cannot forget money. Will this amount of galleons suffice? It was evident that Ryan's persuasion was in vain. The next morning, as Ryan stood at the door ready to depart, his suitcase was stuffed to the brim, brimming with items that could potentially overwhelm the staff room. Ryan contemplated the contents, wondering if they could flood the faculty lounge. Outside, the carriage had been waiting for some time, and as Ryan stepped onto the platform, his parents continued their incessant reminders. He patiently nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Mark and Annie realized the time was drawing near, reluctantly bidding Ryan farewell. As the carriage began to ascend slowly, he glimpsed his parents growing smaller through the window until they became 2 tiny figures fervently waving goodbye. Inside the carriage, the blue flames of the skeletal lantern at Ryan's feet continued to flicker quietly within its enclosure. As the sun set, the carriage descended gently into Hogsmeade Village, the wheels crunching over the gravel path with a soft creak. Ryan peered out the window, the familiar village scene coming into view. The carriage followed the 4-wheeled cart path to the northeast of the station, winding around the towering walls of Hogwarts. The ancient stone walls were draped in vines, and occasionally, a curious bowtruckle peeked out from the branches, observing the new visitor. Upon passing through the school gates, they continued along the lengthy uphill drive. The silhouette of the castle gradually became clearer, its majestic towers piercing the clouds, the windows shimmering with warm light in the sunset. The carriage passed by a cottage outside the forbidden forest, then rounded a few corner towers, traversing the great lawn before finally halting before the castle's grand entrance. Ryan alighted from the carriage, inhaling deeply the air infused with the sense of fresh grass and earth. Just as he steadied himself, the castle doors slowly opened, revealing Professor McGonagall, clad in a vibrant green robe, standing at the entrance. She nodded slightly, her tone formal. "Professor Evans, welcome to Hogwarts." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Ryan responded politely, his voice warm and clear. McGonagall gestured for him to follow, and the two ascended the spiral staircase. Along the way, she spoke. "Dumbledore should have explained your responsibilities to you, but I would like to provide a more detailed introduction." Ryan nodded in acknowledgement, listening attentively. "As a student assistant, your primary role will be to assist the main course professors in tutoring 5th and 7th year students, as they are preparing for the OWL and NEWT examinations. In the first week, you will assist with the 5th year classes, followed by the 7th year in the second week, and so on." McGonagall's tone remained as crisp and decisive as ever. "You will be able to demonstrate spells in class, grade assignments, or provide additional guidance after class." "I understand," Ryan replied earnestly. "I will do my utmost to assist them." McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. She had always appreciated reliable and grounded young individuals, and Ryan Evans had made a commendable first impression during the Triwizard Tournament, polite and earnest, devoid of any ostentation. They traversed several corridors before finally stopping before a sturdy oak door on the 6th floor. "This is your office," she announced, with a flick of her wand. The door unlocked with a soft click. "The house elf has already tidied up. You may arrange it according to your preference." Ryan pushed the door open, revealing a spacious and bright office, centered around a large desk, neatly stacked with parchment and ink bottles. To the left stood a row of empty bookshelves, while to the right was a door leading to a bedroom and bathroom. Upon entering the bedroom, Ryan found the bed already made, 2 oil lamps perched on the nightstand, alongside a teapot and a plate of snacks. In the lavatory, an array of towels, soap, toothbrushes, and other essentials awaited. Dumbledore hoped you would visit his office after dinner. Professor McGonagall stood at the door, stating, "The password is Licorice Wand." "Thank you very much," Ryan replied sincerely, inclining his head slightly. McGonagall paused at the entrance, her serious expression tinged with concern. "Professor Evans, should you encounter any difficulties or uncertainties during your teaching, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. My office is always open to dedicated educators." Ryan's eyes widened slightly, followed by a grateful smile. "I truly appreciate your consideration, Professor McGonagall. I shall certainly seek your guidance." With that, McGonagall departed. After closing the door and setting down his luggage, Ryan began to organize his belongings. He retrieved several hefty tomes from his trunk, arranging them neatly on the bookshelf, and carefully placed the bone lamp gifted by his grandparents in a corner of his desk. After observing for a moment out of curiosity, he resumed tidying up. Chapter 56. The new semester begins. The crisp September morning carried a hint of cool mist as the Hogwarts Express billowed steam while coming to a halt on the tracks. The platform brimmed with returning students, bustling with luggage and loud laughter. Owls flapped their wings in their cages, while a toad peeked from the pocket of a first-year student, only to be hurriedly pushed back in. Harry stood alone in the train corridor, watching Ron and Hermione sporting gleaming prefect badges as they were summoned to the prefect's compartment for a meeting. He sighed, lifting his luggage in search of an empty carriage. At that moment, Ginny waved at him. "Looks like you'll be sticking with us this year," Ginny said with a smile. "The prefects are all busy." Harry managed a faint smile and followed Ginny towards the carriage. At the other end of the train, George and Fred were crammed into a compartment with Lee Jordan. The trio tossed their luggage onto the rack, and Fred pulled out a stash of skiving snack boxes, grinning mischievously as he shared them with his friends. "How was your summer?" Lee Jordan inquired as he accepted a candy. George leaned against the window, his fingers idly tapping the glass. "It was all right," Fred exaggeratedly remarked. Someone spent the entire summer wondering when Ryan would write, and what he was up to, even while product testing. George scoffed. "I turned my longing into motivation." Lee Jordan laughed heartily. "Merlin, George, you're like a lovesick teenage girl." George raised an eyebrow in retort. "At least I have someone to think about, unlike some people." Just then, the compartment door swung open, and Angelina peeked in. "Hello, is there room?" Fred immediately chimed in. "Come in, ladies." After Angelina and Alia took their seats, she regarded George for a moment. "Are you all right? You look like you've been trampled by a troll." "That's typical boyfriend withdrawal syndrome," Fred deadpanned. "Symptoms include daydreaming, foolish grinning." And George hurled a cushion at him, and the compartment erupted in laughter. After a while, Angelina suddenly stated, Quidditch training begins in the first week back. We must secure the House Cup this new season. Fred's eyes widened. Merlin, have you been possessed by wood? I've already drafted the training schedule. Completely ignoring his teasing, Angelina pulled out a scroll of parchment from her pocket. 3 training sessions a week, starting at 2 hours each. George and Fred simultaneously groaned, while Lee Jordan doubled over in laughter. Amidst the merriment, George's gaze drifted unconsciously towards the window. Outside, a tall figure stood before the gates of Hogwarts Castle, clad in a deep green robe with silver trim at the collar and cuffs, accentuating his snow-white complexion. The robe swayed gently in the breeze, revealing a glimpse of a white shirt beneath. As he tilted his head slightly, his breathtaking features became fully visible. His skin was as delicate and pale as the finest jade. His high nose was sculpted with impeccable precision, while his perfectly shaped lips bore the faintest hint of a smile. Most captivating were his eyes, shimmering with a honeyed hue, the corners slightly upturned, and his thick lashes casting a fan-shaped shadow upon his cheeks, drawing one in to gaze more closely. A ruby pendant hung elegantly around his neck, harmonizing beautifully with his green eyes. Achoo! Ryan suddenly sneezed. Caught a chill? Professor McGonagall's voice drifted from behind him. Ryan smiled and shook his head. Perhaps someone has been speaking of me. McGonagall cast him a knowing glance. Ryan cleared his throat and continued to gaze into the distance. Chapter 57, Professor Evans? In the evening hall, long tables were filled with students, thousands of candles floating in the vaulted ceiling. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table, occasionally glancing towards the staff table. It was unusual for Professor McGonagall not to greet the first years this year. Instead, she was engaged in conversation with Professor Sprout. Strange, Harry murmured, lowering his voice. Why isn't Professor McGonagall welcoming the new students this year? Hermione furrowed her brow, recalling, during the prefects' meeting on the train, they mentioned that aside from the defense against the dark arts teacher, there would also be a student assistant responsible for greeting the first years this year. Ron asked curiously, "You don't think this assistant is like Percy, do you?" Just then, the side door of the hall slowly opened. The entire hall fell silent for a moment, and then erupted into a flurry of surprised whispers. Dean Thomas's eyes widened. Isn't that a Beauxbatons champion? What are they doing at Hogwarts? Lavender Brown exclaimed, Merlin. He looks even better than last term. Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances, while Hermione appeared contemplative, as if piecing something together. Ryan led a line of first years into the center of the hall, as the Sorting Hat began to sing its new song. After the melody concluded, Ryan produced a scroll from within his robes and read the first student's name with a clear, melodious voice. It was he who was responsible for the sorting. Seamus Finnegan's eyes widened. Fred whistled and elbowed George beside him. Hey, look who's stealing the spotlight up there. George's gaze followed Ryan intently. He finally understood where the closed management educational institution Ryan had mentioned was located. After a summer apart, Ryan seemed to have grown a bit taller, and his hair was slightly longer, cascading softly by his ears. His demeanor was more composed, yet his gentleness remained unchanged, especially as he placed the sorting hat on a first year's head, his fingers moving delicately, as if afraid to disturb them. Well, Lee Jordan teased, leaning in. Now you can truly run amok in school without a care. Fred immediately pretended to hold a microphone, offering it to George. Interview time. Mr. George Weasley. What is it like to have a professor as a boyfriend? Angelina excitedly banged on the table. Fantastic. This year's Quidditch training venue will be entirely ours. No one will dare compete with us. She turned to George, adding seriously, Listen, George, this year, under no circumstances are you to argue with Ryan or break up. It's for the honor of Gryffindor. George hardly absorbed what they were discussing. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Ryan, observing as he tenderly smiled at each new student, and gently assisted the anxious children after the sorting ceremony, until, at that moment, a little boy who had just been sorted into Gryffindor suddenly rose on his tiptoes and planted a kiss on Ryan's cheek the instant he helped remove the sorting hat. The hall erupted into a cacophony of gasps. Wow! Fred exclaimed theatrically, clutching his chest. This year's first years are remarkably audacious. The boy, blushing fiercely, fished a handful of dirt-streaked wildflowers from his pocket and thrust them into Ryan's hands before dashing toward the Gryffindor table. Ryan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. He glanced at the flowers in his hand and graciously thanked the boy. He then tucked the flowers into the pocket of his robe and continued calling out the next name. Throughout the entire episode, his demeanor displayed neither embarrassment nor displeasure, as if it were merely an everyday occurrence. However, someone at the Gryffindor table wore a countenance as dark as a stormy sky. Fred shot him a sidelong glance and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Seriously, mate? Are you really jealous of a child? George gritted his teeth. That brazen little imp kissed my boyfriend, and he is only 11. That doesn't matter. Fred rolled his eyes and turned to Lee Jordan. He is beyond saving. Let's just send him to St. Mungo S. Lee shrugged. Love makes one blind, especially when your object of affection is a veritable heartthrob. George scoffed, redirecting his attention back to Ryan. Once the feast concluded, he was determined to assert his claim. After the last first year was sorted into Hufflepuff, Ryan closed the parchment, lifted the sorting hat and chair, and exited the hall. Moments later, Dumbledore rose to his feet. This year, he donned a deep purple robe adorned with silver stars, shimmering softly under the candlelight. Welcome our new students. Dumbledore's voice resonated powerfully as he spread his arms wide, a familiar benevolent smile gracing his face. And welcome back to our returning students. Now let us feast. The hall erupted with cheers and applause, as the 5 long tables were suddenly laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Roast beef, sausages, fried chicken, stews, pies, bread, butter, and pumpkin juice wafted enticing aromas, tantalizing all present. Dumbledore returned to his seat, and the other professors began to partake in the meal. Ryan soon returned, seated to the left of Professor Snape, while an impressive lady occupied the seat to his right. Dolores Umbridge. She was short and plump, her neck almost non-existent, resembling a pink meatball perched on her chair. Her face was broad and slack, with corners perpetually turned down, as if eternally dissatisfied with the world. Her eyes were large and bulging, reminiscent of a toad, blinking exaggeratedly with an air of astonishment. She wore a fluffy pink cardigan, paired with an uncomfortably small handbag, exuding an outdated saccharine charm. Ryan quietly settled in, elegantly picking up his knife and fork to commence his meal. He did not initiate conversation with Umbridge, responding only occasionally to Professor Snape's remarks. Meanwhile, beneath the table, the students were far from idle. Merlin. Seamus Finnegan stifled a laugh. How is it that a swan and a toad are seated at the staff table simultaneously? Harry couldn't help but chuckle. That metaphor is spot on. Hermione frowned. Don't say that. After all, she is a new professor. She is not a good one. Harry retorted coldly. I encountered her at the ministry hearing, and she was so aggressive she practically wanted to convict me on the spot. Ron nodded in agreement. She looks like she has been stuck in pink bubblegum. Meanwhile, students like Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, situated near the staff table, were fixated on Ryan. His table manners are impeccable, Lavender remarked with admiration. And he looks so good while eating, Parvati sighed. I could watch him all day. George, seated not far away, stabbed a roasted potato with his fork. Fred grinned mischievously. What is this? Can't even stand others watching him eat? George gritted his teeth. A bunch of infatuated fools. Oh, come on. Lee Jordan rolled his eyes, with Ryan's looks. Who wouldn't he want to steal a glance? George remained silent, merely biting into his bread with a scowl. Up at the staff table, Umbridge seemed to sense the students' gazes upon her. She slightly raised her chin, displaying a self-satisfied smile, even theatrically dabbing at the corners of her mouth with her napkin. However, the students, who had initially been admiring Ryan, grimaced and bowed their heads to their plates, as if another glance would spoil their appetite. Umbridge squinted with satisfaction, clearly mistaking the moment for a demonstration of her allure. Ryan continued to eat his dinner quietly, oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around him. Until the final dessert had vanished, Dumbledore rose once more to begin his address. Chapter 58, The Speech Controversy. The clamor in the hall gradually subsided, Dumbledore's silver-white beard shimmering softly in the candlelight. All right, his voice carried clearly throughout the hall. Now that we have indulged in a remarkably lavish feast, I ask everyone to please quiet down for a moment so I can discuss the important matters of the new term, as is customary. The students straightened in their seats, their attention riveted on the headmaster. First-year students should be aware that the forbidden forest in the grounds is off-limits to students. Dumbledore paused, casting his gaze over several upperclassmen. This is also something our older students should remember. Fred and George exchanged innocent glances. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, I've lost count of how many times he has requested me. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with mischief, to remind everyone that magic is not permitted in the corridors during breaks. And many other regulations are posted on the door of Mr. Filch's office. Ron muttered, those wretched rules stacked together must be thicker than the history of magic textbook. Dumbledore smiled slightly and continued, this year, we welcome several changes to our faculty. First and foremost, we are pleased to welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who will continue to teach care of magical creatures. A gray-haired witch, with a protruding chin, stood up at the staff table, nodding at the students with a pipe in her mouth. The hall erupted into polite applause. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged tense glances. Dumbledore's omission of any mention of Hagrid's return cast a shadow over their spirits. Additionally, Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Ryan. The newly established position of student teaching assistant will be held by Mr. Ryan Evans, a name that should be familiar to all of you. As soon as the words left his lips, the hall erupted into an enthusiastic burst of applause and cheers, far louder than the welcome given to Professor Grubblyplank. Ryan rose gracefully, offering a slight bow. "My office is on the 6th floor of the castle." His voice, calm and reassuring, conveyed warmth. "Whether it be academic concerns or personal troubles, I welcome you all to come and see me for assistance." "What about love issues?" a girl from the Hufflepuff table called out, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Ryan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he replied, "Of course. As long as you are willing to share, I am here to listen." The applause grew even more fervent, mixed with excited squeals. At the long table of Gryffindor, George rested his forehead in his palm amidst a cacophony of cheers, though a smile could not help but grace his lips. Dumbledore raised his hand to signal for silence and continued, "It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Umbridge, our new instructor for defense against the dark arts." Umbridge rose, resembling a pink, squirming ball of flesh, and performed an exaggerated curtsy to the audience. The applause in the hall was sparse, starkly contrasting with the earlier enthusiasm. In fact, many had not even noticed her standing. The selection for the Quidditch teams was about to commence when a sharp, high-pitched cough interrupted Dumbledore's subsequent remarks. The entire hall fell into an immediate hush, all present momentarily stunned. Never before had anyone interrupted Dumbledore's opening address. Umbridge could have introduced herself in the manner of Ryan, and no one would have paid her any mind. Yet she chose to wait for Dumbledore to continue before deliberately interjecting. However, Dumbledore swiftly regained his composure, gracefully taking a seat and adopting an attentive demeanor. The other professors, however, were less composed. Professor Sprout furrowed her brow, Professor McGonagall pressed her lips tightly together, and Snape, well, his expression remained as dark as ever. Umbridge, with a saccharine smile, spoke in an overly sweet tone, "Thank you, Headmaster, for such a warm welcome." She scanned the room, seemingly anticipating enthusiastic responses, yet the audience remained in bewildered silence. "I must say, it is simply splendid to return to Hogwarts." She continued in that sickly tone, as though addressing a group of 3-year-olds. "Seeing all these cheerful little faces gazing up at me is wonderful." Ryan glanced around the hall, noting that not a single face appeared cheerful. On the contrary, everyone looked shocked and puzzled, wondering what on earth was happening. "I am eagerly looking forward to getting to know all of you, and I believe we shall become very good friends." A few suppressed snickers arose from the crowd, with Fred even exaggerating a gagging expression. Then, Umbridge's voice abruptly turned dry as she began to recite a lengthy official statement. "The Ministry of Magic has always regarded the education of young witches and wizards as a matter of utmost importance." Her speech was tedious and drawn out, akin to overcooked oatmeal, sticking stubbornly in everyone's ears. While Dumbledore spoke, the hall had been utterly silent. Now, whispers and giggles echoed throughout. "Let us move forward into an enlightened, efficient, and sensible new era." Finally, she sat back down. Dumbledore led the applause, while the other professors clapped half-heartedly before stopping. A handful of students, as if awakening from a dream, clapped sporadically, but most were already lost in their own thoughts. Dumbledore stood once more, resuming the speech that had been interrupted, as though the recent incident had never occurred. Ryan lowered his gaze. Umbridge's words were laced with implications of the Ministry's interference in Hogwarts. He sighed inwardly at Fudge's foolishness, which remained unchanged. Chapter 59, Jealousy and Reassurance. After the dinner concluded, the crowd in the hall gradually dispersed. The heads of houses prepared to lead the new students away, while older students strolled in small groups, laughter echoing in the corridors. Just as the newcomers were about to step through the grand doors of the hall, students from the 4 houses simultaneously halted, turning in unison to wave farewell to Ryan. "Goodbye, Professor Evans. See you tomorrow." Ryan smiled gently and waved back at them. The other professors, witnessing this exchange, could not help but show a glimmer of warmth. Only Umbridge stood to the side, her face contorting into a stiff smile, her eyes casting a dark glare at Ryan. The professors gradually departed, returning to their offices to prepare for the next day's lessons. Ryan walked alongside Professor Flitwick, discussing the integration of charm work and close-quarters combat techniques. "Your style of martial arts is truly remarkable," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, waving his small hands excitedly. "If we could incorporate it into dueling techniques, it would certainly catch opponents off guard." Ryan nodded with a smile. "I think so too. Perhaps we could find some time to explore this further?" "Absolutely. You are always welcome." Flitwick's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The two engaged in lively conversation, unwittingly arriving at the 6th-floor staircase. Flitwick reluctantly said goodbye. "Well then. See you tomorrow, Professor Evans." "See you tomorrow, Professor Flitwick." Ryan smiled as he watched him leave, then turned to head towards his office. However, just as he pushed open the door, bang, the door slammed shut abruptly, and a familiar presence surged from behind him. Before Ryan could react, he found himself pinned against the wall with a forceful grip. George, slightly out of breath, leaned against the wall beside Ryan's ear with one hand. while the other gently grasped his chin, a dangerous smile glimmering in his eyes. Running so fast, are we, Professor? Ryan blinked, a mischievous thought crossing his mind as he feigned innocence. Excuse me, what business do you have, my dear student? George raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk forming on his lips. Indeed, Professor Evans, I seem to have a bit of a romantic dilemma that is keeping me awake tonight. His voice was deep and gentle, yet carried an undeniable weight of persuasion. Unable to contain himself, Ryan burst into laughter. George simply watched him quietly until Ryan's laughter gradually subsided. Ryan cupped George's face in his hands, a hint of apology in his eyes. I'm sorry. I wanted to surprise you. It seems the effect was quite successful? George raised an eyebrow, evidently still not appeased. Ryan felt a twinge of embarrassment and then stood on his tiptoes to lightly press his lips against George's. He then instinctively embraced him, his voice softening. I missed you so much. George paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, tightening his arms around Ryan. You truly are. After a moment of tenderness, they began to confront the issue of their current identities. Ryan leaned against George's chest, feeling the warmth emanating from him, and quietly inquired. So how shall we resolve this predicament? George tightened his embrace, resting his chin atop Ryan's head. It's quite simple. We must maintain our distance while at school. His tone bore a clear reluctance. Are you willing? Ryan looked up at him. Of course, it is not that straightforward. George leaned down, his nose brushing against Ryan's. In exchange, you must agree to go on a date with me every weekend. Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Is that all? It is a reasonable compensation. George replied with utmost seriousness. Think about it. I have to watch you stand at the podium, yet I cannot. Cannot what? Ryan teased him deliberately. George narrowed his eyes, suddenly leaning in to whisper in his ear. Cannot be like this. Deal, Ryan responded, his cheeks flushing. But I have conditions too. What conditions? No mischief in class, Ryan said sternly, though the twinkle in his eyes betrayed him. George reacted dramatically. Professor, are you questioning my character? Then, are there more conditions? George raised an eyebrow. Ryan stood on his tiptoes and pecked him lightly on the lips. You must pay attention in class. George feigned a sigh. Professors have such numerous demands. One last request, Ryan suddenly stated earnestly. What is it? Now, immediately return to the Gryffindor Tower. Ryan glanced at his Longines watch. In 10 minutes, Filch would commence his patrol. George sighed in resignation. At your command, Professor. He ambled toward the door, but suddenly pivoted. Almost forgot. Before Ryan could react, George strode back, pinning him against the wall for a passionate kiss. As he departed, George turned back to emphasize, see you this weekend, Professor. Ryan touched his slightly warm lips, gazing at the closed door, unable to suppress a grin. Chapter 60, The First Day of the Teaching Assistant, Part 1. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the room as Ryan, impeccably dressed, stood before the dressing mirror, adjusting his robes. Today marked his inaugural day as a teaching assistant at Hogwarts, and he was determined to avoid any blunders. The fifth years were in the same cohort as Harry. He murmured to himself, his fingertips lightly brushing over the schedule. 2 classes of History of Magic, 2 potions classes, 1 divination class, and 2 defense against the dark arts classes. With the OWL's exams approaching, the fifth-year curriculum was densely packed. You can do this, Ryan. He reassured himself in the mirror before grasping his wand and stepping out. Note. Here, I wish to elaborate on the setting. Ryan possesses a wizarding bloodline. Otherwise, he would not have been admitted to Beauxbatons. However, due to an initial conflict between his soul power, external force, and magical power, innate force, he seldom utilized it. As Ryan's soul power advanced from level 60, where it merely suppressed his internal magic, to level 70, where it surpassed his magical capabilities, he gained full control. Nevertheless, advanced magic remains off-limits to prevent the volatile clash of his wizarding bloodline and the 2 opposing forces. First and second period, History of Magic. The classroom for History of Magic was situated on the 2nd floor of the castle, and Ryan arrived 10 minutes early. Upon pushing the door open, Professor Binns, the renowned, ghostly lecturer, was leisurely floating out from the blackboard, clutching a tattered History of Magic textbook. Good morning, Professor Binns, Ryan greeted with a smile. Professor Binns lifted his head, his murky eyes blinking as if struggling to recognize the figure before him. Ah, you are the new, Ryan Evans, student assistant. Ryan patiently clarified. Oh, yes, Professor Binns nodded, evidently unconcerned with the information, as he slowly drifted to the podium. Today, we will discuss the Giant Wars. Turn to page 394 in your textbooks. Ryan surveyed the room, which gradually filled with students, yet, given that it was the first early class after the holidays, most appeared drowsy. Hermione, however, was wide awake, already flipping through her textbook, while Ron rested his chin on his hand, staring blankly ahead. Harry occasionally glanced out the window, clearly uninterested in the lesson. This won't do. Ryan approached Professor Binns and softly suggested, "Professor, I propose that we use magic to simulate the historical scenes of the Giant Wars. It would allow the students to grasp the concepts more vividly." Professor Binns regarded him with a bewildered expression, seemingly not fully comprehending, but offered no objection. "Oh, do as you please." With a subtle smile, Ryan drew his wand, lightly tapping the textbook while softly uttering, "Historia Viva." Instantly, the air in the classroom quivered, and the text and illustrations on the pages appeared to spring to life, coalescing into a dazzling golden light that formed a three-dimensional magical depiction of the Giant Wars, vividly showcased before everyone. "Wow!" A chorus of astonished gasps filled the classroom. Ron sat up straight, his eyes wide. This is far more engaging than Professor Binns' dry lectures. Harry couldn't help but lean in, captivated by the magical imagery of giants wielding colossal clubs in fierce combat with wizards. Professor Binns, seemingly oblivious to the students' reactions, continued his monotonous recitation. The Giant Wars erupted in 1142 AD, stemming from resource disputes between giant tribes and wizarding villages. Yet this time, his narration was far from tedious, as the magical imagery seamlessly complemented his account, rendering history animated. Hermione eagerly took notes, occasionally glancing at Ryan, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Professor Evans, what kind of magic is this? Could you enlighten me?" Ryan winked at her. "A little trick from Beauxbatons. I'll teach you later." The 2 periods of history of magic concluded amidst the students' awe. Third and fourth period, potions. As Ryan entered the underground classroom, he was immediately enveloped by a potent aroma of potions, accompanied by Professor Snape's icy gaze. "Mr. Assistant," Snape's voice was low and calm, devoid of his usual sarcasm but still tinged with detachment. "Today we will be brewing calming draft. The recipe is on the board." Ryan nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Professor Snape." Snape turned and walked toward the podium, offering no further commentary. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, grimacing at the intricate steps of potion-making displayed on the board. Moonstone must be crushed with a crushing spell, porcupine quills need to be sifted, and unicorn horns also require grinding. Hermione muttered under her breath, already preparing the ingredients. Ryan moved among the students, patiently observing each individual's process. Noticing Harry struggling with the valerian roots, he quietly approached and whispered guidance. "Relax your wrist. Slicing at an angle will yield a more even cut." Following his advice, Harry managed to improve significantly. However, Snape's gaze was ever watchful. As Ryan prepared to assist Harry with the heat regulation, Snape suddenly appeared behind him, coldly stating, "Mr. Assistant, please refrain from interfering with the students' independent work. Will you assist them during the exam as well?" Ryan withdrew his hand, responding gently, "No, Professor Snape. I believe that pointing out mistakes enhances students' learning experiences." He turned to Harry. "Shortly, Harry will attempt this again without my guidance, correct?" Harry immediately nodded. "Yes, Professor Evans." Thus, Harry commenced his second attempt. This time, his movements were markedly more fluid, and he executed the steps correctly, soon producing a commendable batch of calming draft. Snape cast a brief glance, but said nothing as he turned to leave. Ryan smiled slightly. "Well done, Harry. 10 points to Gryffindor." Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his first time earning points in potions class. Ron clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. "Harry, you actually scored points in potions." Hermione also beamed with pride. After guiding each of the Gryffindor students, Ryan made his way to the Slytherin table. The Slytherin students were clearly less welcoming. Draco Malfoy even let out a derisive chuckle during Ryan's demonstration with Blaise, rolling his eyes. Ryan understood their attitude. After all, he had sent several Slytherin parents to the hospital during the graveyard incident. Expecting their children to view him favorably was unrealistic. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, nodding after inspecting the calming draft brewed by Malfoy. "Steps correct, heat control commendable, 10 points to Slytherin." Malfoy was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of unnatural emotion crossing his face before he turned away, mumbling something under his breath. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances, seemingly astonished by Ryan's fairness. Chapter 61. The First Day as a Teaching Assistant, Part 2. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Yet it could not dispel the oppressive atmosphere within. Ryan stood at the back of the classroom, arms crossed, quietly observing every movement of Umbridge. "Students, please put away your wands," Umbridge said with a smile, her voice sharp and thin like a sparrow caught by the throat. "Today, we shall study theory." A chorus of groans erupted in the classroom. "Silence." Umbridge suddenly raised her voice, the smile on her face unwavering, though her gaze grew colder. "The Ministry believes that practical lessons pose a risk, thus we must adhere strictly to the textbook." Harry and Ron exchanged glances of disdain, while Hermione furrowed her brow, her fingers tightly gripping her quill. Ryan's brow slightly furrowed. Umbridge, keenly aware of his expression, feigned a smile, and inquired, "Assistant Evans, do you have a question?" After a moment's contemplation, Ryan replied calmly, "I believe that defense against the dark arts necessitates some practical application. Otherwise, students will find it difficult to truly grasp the subject." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the students in the classroom before he continued, "If students encounter dangerous magical creatures or dark wizards, should they merely recite the ministry's dogma in hopes that their adversaries will cease their actions?" The classroom fell into a profound silence, the stillness palpable. Umbridge's smile faltered, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features, but she quickly forced a sickly sweet smile. "Dear, the ministry knows better than you how to educate students." She stepped forward, lowering her voice yet injecting an unmistakable threat. "Under the ministry's jurisdiction, those dangerous magical creatures and dark wizards you speak of may never cross paths with these children, and—" She deliberately elongated her words, narrowing her eyes. "Do you remember that I am the professor for this course?" Ryan did not flinch. Instead, he chuckled softly, his green eyes fixed steadily on Umbridge. "Of course, I merely offered a suggestion. If the head professor insists on this method of teaching, I, as the assistant, have no authority to intervene." His voice remained gentle, yet Umbridge inexplicably felt a chill, as if being scrutinized by a predatory creature. She instinctively took a half-step back, but then straightened her posture, scoffing with pride. "Very well, class." Umbridge turned to the podium, her voice sweet once more. "Please turn to page 5 of your textbooks. Today, we shall learn the ministry-approved theories of safe defense." Throughout the lesson, Umbridge incessantly emphasized the importance of theory, while the students were compelled to transcribe the lengthy regulations of the Ministry of Magic. Harry scrawled a few hasty words on the parchment, only to angrily cross them out. Ron simply slumped over his desk, pretending to take notes while actually sketching a comical caricature of Umbridge. Hermione, though diligently recording, was increasingly visibly displeased. Ryan paced at the back of the classroom, occasionally stopping to check the students' notes. When he approached Harry, he whispered, "Hang in there, we can discuss it after class." Harry looked up, meeting Ryan's gaze, and nodded slightly. Umbridge noticed their interaction and sharply asked, "Mr. Potter, what are you discussing with the assistant?" Harry replied with a blank expression, "I was asking him about my notes, Professor." Umbridge narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced, yet she did not press further, merely forcing a smile as she added, "Very well, continue to focus and do not get distracted." The bell finally rang, and the students breathed a sigh of relief as they packed their bags, eager to escape the stifling classroom. Umbridge called out to Ryan, "Assistant, please stay." Ryan halted, turning to face her. "Is there something you need, Professor?" Umbridge approached with a forced smile, her voice lowered to an almost conspiratorial whisper. "I hope you understand that in this class, I am in charge. Your role is to assist, not to question my teaching methods." Ryan smiled slightly, yet his gaze remained devoid of warmth. "Of course, Professor, I merely hope the students can learn something truly valuable." "Truly valuable?" Umbridge scoffed. "What the ministry deems valuable is what is truly valuable." Ryan refrained from responding, politely nodding before turning to leave. Umbridge's eyes remained fixed on his retreating figure, filled with cold malice. As soon as Ryan exited the classroom, he was intercepted by Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Ryan," Harry whispered urgently, "we can't continue learning a bunch of useless theory." "Voldemort, Harry." Ron shot him a warning glance, signaling him not to utter that name in public. Harry clenched his teeth and rephrased, "That person has returned, yet everyone can't even learn the most basic defensive spells. What are we going to do?" Ryan glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before responding quietly, "I understand your concerns, but this is not the time for discussion." He paused, however. "If you truly wish to learn something practical, I can devise a plan." Harry's eyes lit up. "You mean?" Ryan held a finger to his lips and smiled slightly. "Tonight at 8 o'clock, in my office on the 6th floor." The three exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Chapter 62, The Secret Society. The chimes of the night echoed throughout the castle as Ryan set down his teacup and looked toward the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knock came precisely on time. "Come in." The door opened gently, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione stepped inside, their faces betraying a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. "Have a seat." Ryan smiled, gesturing toward the sofa. With a flick of his wand, the teapot tilted, pouring steaming cups of tea for the three. "Take a moment to breathe." Harry accepted his teacup, the warmth seeping through the porcelain, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. He cut straight to the point. "Ryan, we can't go on like this. Umbridge teaches nothing of value. When Voldemort invades, the other students won't even have the ability to protect themselves." Hermione took over, her voice resolute. "We need to learn genuine defense against the dark arts, not the ministry's empty rhetoric." Ron nodded in agreement. "Exactly, we can't just recite regulations in front of Death Eaters. Can we?" Ryan listened quietly, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "I completely understand your grievances, We can form a society to teach everyone authentic, useful magic. The three's eyes brightened, but before they could express their joy, Ryan continued slowly. However, the one who teaches everyone will not be me. His gaze fell upon Harry. Me. Harry nearly choked on his tea, waving his hands in protest. No. How could I possibly teach others? I can barely manage it myself. Hermione and Ron were equally taken aback, clearly unprepared for this development. Ryan calmly set down his teacup and walked to the window. Moonlight streaming through the glass, casting a soft silver outline on his profile. My position is rather inconvenient, as you should realize. Umbridge is a spy sent by the Ministry, and every action of Hogwarts faculty is under her scrutiny, but the mutual support among students is entirely reasonable. Harry still hesitated, but my level. Your performance in the Triwizard Tournament was quite remarkable. Ryan turned around, his gaze intense. His battle instincts and reaction speed far surpassed those of his peers. I occasionally lend a hand, he added, and besides. He glanced at Hermione and Ron, a faint smile gracing his lips. You still have two reliable friends. Do you not? After a moment of contemplation, Hermione seized Harry's arm, exclaiming, You're absolutely right, Harry. You are more than capable of teaching everyone. Ron scratched his head, grinning broadly. It's definitely 1,000 times better than Umbridge classes. As Harry looked at his friends, a warm surge filled his chest. He took a deep breath and finally nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. Ryan's smile broadened with satisfaction. Excellent. Now, for the next step. He extracted a piece of parchment from the bookshelf, tapping it with his wand, causing a quill to dip into ink and autonomously inscribe several lines. Harry, Hermione, Ron. You are responsible for finding willing participants among the students. Be discreet, and only seek those who are truly trustworthy. A mischievous smirk danced on his lips, and I shall approach Dumbledore to propose the establishment of a mutual assistance psychology society, with Harry as the president. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that name a bit too formal? Precisely why no one will suspect it, Ryan winked. Who would imagine that a society with such a dull name is actually teaching everyone how to combat Death Eaters? Hermione couldn't suppress her laughter. It's absolutely perfect. As night fell, the trio quietly exited Ryan's office, a clandestine flame igniting within them. In the corridor, Ron counted on his fingers. Shall we start with Gryffindor? Neville, Ginny, Dean. I'm sure they would be eager to join. Harry nodded. Luna from Ravenclaw is trustworthy as well. Hermione pondered for a moment. I think we could also approach Jo and her friends. Hermione and Ron exchanged sly smiles. Harry felt a flush rise to his ears, feigning ignorance. It settled then. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled with determination. We'll split up and begin tomorrow. Thus, the embryonic form of Dumbledore's army was born. Chapter 63, The Gathering at the Hogshead Inn. Thanks to the live coverage of the Triwizard Tournament, many students were not as easily misled by the Daily Prophet and the Ministry of Magic as depicted in the original narrative. Consequently, Harry's treatment at school improved significantly, and numerous individuals were willing to believe his words. Thus, the efficiency of the trio was astonishing. Within mere days, they had privately contacted over 40 students from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. We need a more secure location for our first meeting. Hermione whispered to Harry and Ron in a corner of the library. The Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade is an excellent choice. It's bustling with a mix of people, and no one will pay particular attention to a group of students. She pulled out a yellowed piece of parchment from her bag. This is my modified betrayal contract. Lowering her voice, she continued. Any traitor will instantly develop boils spelling out the word squealer on their face. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, swallowing in unison. That evening, Ryan meticulously examined Hermione's contract in his office. A remarkably ingenious piece of magic. He nodded in appreciation, lightly touching the parchment with his wand, causing a silver light to seep into the parchment. I shall add a layer of protection. Anyone attempting to betray us will have their mouth sealed immediately. Hermione quickly responded. Is that a counter curse against Veritaserum? Indeed, though it is a minor spell, Ryan smiled. Yet it is unbreakable. Ron muttered under his breath. I'm beginning to feel sympathy for those who might betray us. Unsurprisingly, Dumbledore readily approved the application for the Mutual Assistance Psychology Society. I believe the study of psychology will be quite beneficial for the children, the headmaster said as he stamped the approval, his eyes glinting mischievously behind his half-moon spectacles, especially in alleviating the anxieties of the present moment. As Ryan took the document, the two exchanged a knowing glance. On the weekend, George eagerly awaited at the door of Ryan's office, having donned a newly purchased deep red sweater and styled his hair tidily. You look splendid, Ryan remarked as he opened the door. Isn't it rather dashing? George grinned, pulling him into an embrace. I know. Professor, are you ready for our date? Ryan chuckled. Of course. Hand in hand, they walked along the path to Hogsmeade, where trees shed their yellowing leaves, and sunlight cast dappled shadows upon them. George animatedly recounted the success of the instant escape candy, while Ryan shared amusing anecdotes from his teaching experiences. George squeezed Ryan's hand. I heard you turned Professor Bin's class into a magical theater? Ryan chuckled lightly. I merely added some visual effects. But what about you? He shot George a sidelong glance. How are sales for your new instant escape candy? George proudly lifted his chin. Sales speak for themselves. We've even developed an upgraded version of the fever candy that can precisely control body temperature. 38 degrees for feigning illness and 40 degrees for actual sickness. Your choice. Ryan shook his head in exasperation, though a smile lingered on his lips. The two strolled to Madame Putafoot's tea shop. The tea room was adorned with lace curtains and pink satin ribbons, small round tables decorated with heart-shaped candy jars, and teacups edged in gold. George led Ryan to a corner booth, ordering a few plates of pastries and 2 mugs of hot cocoa topped with marshmallows. Lowering his voice, George asked, How is your society progressing? Ryan stirred his hot cocoa, remarkably efficient. We're gathering at the Hog's Head in this afternoon. Shall we head over? Absolutely. George suddenly turned serious, grasping Ryan's hand and tightening his grip slightly. We cannot rely solely on theory to survive. Ryan reciprocated the grip, nodding gently. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, the second floor of the Hog's Head Inn was filled with the scents of butterbeer and aged wood, dim light filtering through grimy windows, illuminating the youthful, resolute faces within. As Ryan and George entered, the room was already packed. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood at the forefront, flanked by a dense crowd of Neville, Luna, Ginny, Dean, Seamus, Cho, Angelina, Alicia, and several students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The attendance exceeded expectations by more than double. Fred squeezed through the crowd, draping an arm over George's shoulder. Well, if it isn't our dating expert. He raised his voice deliberately. Didn't we agree that tardiness was unacceptable, yet here you are sipping tea? George shoved Fred aside. First of all, we are not late. Secondly, you should seize your own opportunities for envy. He winked towards Angelina. Ryan cleared his throat, while Fred promptly elbowed his twin brother. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Ryan surveyed the room. Harry stood at the forefront, with Ron and Hermione on either side. Hermione clutched the parchment imbued with the anti-betrayal magic, while Ron occasionally glanced at the door, as if fearing someone might burst in unexpectedly. Clearing his throat again, Ryan commanded silence in the bustling room, waving his wand to cast a silencing charm at the entrance. Before we begin, he stated slowly, if anyone is here against their will or has not fully decided whether to join, you may leave now. The room fell silent, the only sound being the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Nearly a minute passed without a single person moving. Ryan nodded, passing the floor to Hermione. Hermione raised the parchment, her voice clear and composed. Let it be known beforehand that joining this society requires the signing of this contract. The magic inscribed upon it is severe. Any traitor will immediately bear the mark of the informant upon their visage. She paused for effect. Moreover, Professor Evans has added an additional spell. Anyone attempting to divulge secrets will find their mouths sealed, an enchantment that cannot be undone. A few gasps echoed through the crowd. But soon, Neville Longbottom stepped forward first. I sign, he declared, his voice trembling slightly, yet his gaze resolute. Luna floated forward, her fingertips gently caressing the parchment. The magic upon this is intriguing. Fred and George exchanged glances, a shared grin spreading across their faces as they strode forward to inscribe their names. Once everyone had signed, Harry inhaled deeply and positioned himself at the center of the room. All right, he began, taking a deep breath. We have formed this society to learn genuine defensive magic. For Voldemort has returned, and the Ministry is lying. There were no murmurs of dissent or skepticism, for the majority of students had witnessed Voldemort's resurrection in the sky. A Ravenclaw boy raised his hand to inquire, will Professor Evans be teaching us? An immediate chorus of eager affirmations filled the room. Ryan shook his head. I can only provide cover for you, or assist occasionally. He turned to Harry. The primary instruction will be led by Harry. This declaration rippled through the room like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Harry? A Hufflepuff girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. But he's only in his 5th year. Another Ravenclaw student frowned. On what basis should we trust him to teach us? Harry clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening. At that moment, Susan Bones suddenly spoke up. I heard that Harry can perform the Patronus charm. The room fell into an immediate hush. The Patronus charm is an advanced defensive spell, one that many adult wizards struggle to master. All eyes turned to Harry. Without hesitation, he drew his wand, closed his eyes, and summoned his happiest memory, riding Buckbeak for the first time, Gryffindor winning the Quidditch Cup, Sirius. Expecto Patronum. A silvery light erupted from the tip of his wand, transforming into a magnificent stag that shimmered in the dim room. It strode confidently, its mane flowing like moonlight, dispelling the shadows in its wake. The onlookers widened their eyes, even holding their breath. Fred whistled. Wow, well done, Harry. George chimed in. Looks like we ought to start calling him Professor. As Harry stowed his wand, the stag dissipated into a silvery mist. He surveyed the assembled crowd. His voice low yet steady. I may not be the best teacher, but I will impart all that I know. At this moment, we must learn to protect ourselves. Hermione produced a bag of modified galleons. The time and location for future meetings will be displayed on these galleons. She cautioned, be careful not to spend them inadvertently. Suddenly, Autumn raised her hand. We should give the organization a name, something only we know. Defense Association, she proposed. We could shorten it to DA. How about that? Ginny's eyes brightened. DA could also represent Dumbledore's army. The room erupted in cheers as the name received instant approval. Dumbledore's army. Neville echoed excitedly. With a flick of her wand, Hermione conjured flaming golden letters in the air. Dumbledore's army. Harry gazed at the scene before him. A surge of unprecedented strength swelling within him. We shall commence our first training next week. Ryan stood in the corner, observing the young ones. They might not fully comprehend what lay ahead, but at this moment, there was no fear in their eyes. George quietly approached him, his finger playfully hooking Ryan's. Looks like we have our work cut out for us, Professor. Ryan chuckled softly. Indeed, our private meetings will be fewer. George lamented dramatically, for the sake of the revolution. Sacrifices must be made. Chapter 64, Harry's Nightmare. The ensuing weeks at Hogwarts passed in a tranquil, yet fulfilling manner. The DA's weekly meetings were held in the Room of Requirement. To maintain secrecy, Ryan had also requested a nearby empty classroom from Professor McGonagall as the public meeting place for the psychology support group. Umbridge scoffed at this, but due to Dumbledore's approval, she could not directly interfere. However, she began to escalate her harassment of Ryan. Yet each time, Ryan managed to deftly navigate her schemes, occasionally leaving her at a loss. For instance, last week, Umbridge demanded a detailed report of the psychology group's activities. Ryan submitted a 50-page document titled On the Relationship Between Adolescent Psychological Stress and Magical Learning Efficiency, filled with technical jargon that left Umbridge dizzy and ultimately forced her to relent. Each time George heard about Ryan's intellectual sparring with Umbridge, he would burst into uncontrollable laughter. However, this tranquility was shattered one fateful morning. Harry jolted awake from a dream, the scar on his forehead searing with pain. He gasped for breath. Cold sweat soaking his pajamas, the dark corridor and the door at its end still vividly etched in his mind. He yearned to open that door, as if something within beckoned him, yet each time he approached, a violent headache yanked him back to reality. He reached for his nightstand to retrieve a cup of water, but his hand brushed against something. Crack! The sound of splintering wood echoed distinctly in the quiet dormitory. Harry's heart raced as he hastily illuminated his wand. In the faint glow, he beheld the stag figurine that had accompanied him for years, its once smooth surface now marred by spiderweb-like cracks. No, he gingerly picked up the figurine, his fingers trembling slightly. The next morning, Harry knocked on Ryan's office door. Come in, Harry. Ryan looked up at him. What brings you here? Harry bit his lip and approached, placing the figurine on the desk, then recounted the events of that morning. I'm sorry, I accidentally broke it. Ryan's gaze fell upon the figurine, and upon seeing the cracks, his brow furrowed slightly. Harry, this may not be your fault. He gestured for Harry to sit down, and with a flick of his wand, a cup of hot tea floated before Harry. This figurine. Ryan paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. It is somewhat special. In fact, it was originally a gift from your mother. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. My mother. Ryan nodded. I received it from my grandfather at a magical market when I was young, from a mysterious stall. The vendor claimed it was custom-made for a red-haired lady who never came to collect it. His voice was gentle and calm. He said I was fortunate to have found it, and that I should pass it on to the child of the lady. That red-haired lady seems to be your mother. Lily, as the base of the figurine is engraved with your initials and date of birth. Harry's heart raced, gripping the figurine, his fingers trembling. So this was left for me by my mom? Indeed. Ryan spoke softly. At that time, my father and I were merely distant relatives visiting, and it seemed rather inappropriate to suddenly inform you that this is your mother's keepsake. Thus, I presented it to you as an ordinary gift. Harry tightly grasped the wooden carving, feeling a warmth welling up in his eyes. This small object, which had accompanied him for so many years, unexpectedly bore the love of his mother. However, Harry suddenly recalled something. Why had it fractured so abruptly? Ryan's expression grew serious. This is what I wish to inquire of you. Have any unusual occurrences transpired recently? For instance, peculiar dreams? Harry gazed at him in astonishment. How did you know I've been having nightmares? Rather than answering directly, Ryan asked, could you elaborate on that dream? Under Ryan's gentle prompting, Harry recounted his dream to him. Moreover, Harry hesitated momentarily before brushing back the hair from his forehead. Ever since I had that dream, my scar has been hurting. Ryan listened quietly, deep in thought. He gestured for Harry to sit on the sofa while he took a seat opposite him. Harry, I intend to attempt a special form of magic that may alleviate your headache. Ryan placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. Close your eyes and relax. Harry complied. In the next moment, he felt a warm energy enveloping him. In a daze, he slightly opened his eyes and beheld a golden crown-like apparition manifesting on Ryan's forehead. Its intricate patterns flowing as if alive, radiating a gentle glow. Suddenly, Harry felt a sharp pain at the sight of his scar, followed by a cacophony in his mind, howls of beasts, screams of humans, and the shattering sound of glass. He couldn't suppress a cry of pain. The connection was severed instantaneously. Gasping, Harry opened his eyes, only to find the pain in his forehead significantly diminished. Ryan, what was that? A special calming spell, Ryan replied, casually concealing the soul bone. Do you feel better? Harry nodded, though filled with questions. He sensed that Ryan preferred not to elaborate. Before leaving, Ryan returned the simply repaired wooden carving to him. Should you experience a similar dream again, do not hesitate to seek me out. Harry clutched the carving tightly and nodded solemnly. After Harry departed, Ryan stood before the office window, his brow furrowed. The realization that his three-eyed golden lion soul bone could suppress a fragment of Voldemort's soul was both surprising and unsettling. Chapter 65, A Battle of Wits. In the October Hall, an owl flapped its wings as it flew in, delivering that day's daily profit to the faculty and students. Just as Harry took a bite of his toast, he heard Hermione gasp sharply. Oh no! The front page of the newspaper boldly proclaimed. The Ministry of Magic appoints Dolores Umbridge as Hogwarts High Inquisitor. The subtitle read, according to Educational Decree No. 23, Professor Umbridge will conduct a comprehensive review of Hogwarts teaching quality. Ron choked on his pumpkin juice. What on earth is this? Are they trying to turn Hogwarts into an extension of the Ministry of Magic? Hermione quickly scanned the article, her brow furrowing deeper. She has the authority to attend any class, scrutinize all teachers, and even dismiss those who do not meet her standards. The chatter in the hall grew louder, with numerous students casting worried glances at the staff table. Ryan was engaged in a quiet conversation with Professor Flitwick, seemingly unfazed by the news in the newspaper. Meanwhile, Umbridge, clad in a pink robe with an oversized black bow at the collar, wore her customary unsettling smile as she surveyed the hall with evident satisfaction. George and Fred exchanged glances, both sporting mischievous smiles. Umbridge's inspections commenced that very afternoon. Armed with a clipboard, she strode confidently into each classroom, frequently interrupting lessons to offer unsolicited advice. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class was criticized for its rapid pace. Professor Sprout's Herbology class was deemed somewhat hazardous, and even Professor Bin's History of Magic class was chastised for its outdated content. However, when she entered Ryan's classroom, the situation took an unexpected turn. Ryan was currently guiding fifth-year students in practicing the summoning charm. The atmosphere in the classroom was vibrant, with students collaborating in groups. Umbridge cleared her throat and, with her sickly sweet voice, stated, Mr. Evans, I believe your lax teaching methods are detrimental to the students' learning. Without lifting his gaze, Ryan assisted Neville in perfecting his wand movement. Professor Umbridge, if you have a better suggestion, I welcome you to demonstrate. Umbridge's expression stiffened. Excuse me. Are you deliberately trying to spar with me, Mr. Evans? Am I? Laughter erupted from a few students in the classroom. Umbridge's face turned a deep shade of crimson, her clipboard creaking ominously in her grip. She turned to the students. Do you find this teaching method effective? Very effective. Hermione responded immediately. Professor Evans explains things very clearly. Harry added. Much better than any nonsense theory class, Seamus muttered, earning a swift kick from Dean as a reminder. Umbridge, unwilling to concede, pressed several Slytherin students for their opinions, only to receive a nonchalant shrug from Draco Malfoy. It's all right, I guess. Ultimately, she could only grit her teeth and mark down that the teaching methods were not in compliance on her assessment form before storming out in frustration. Such scenes repeated in the days that followed. Umbridge escalated her harassment of Ryan, but Ryan was no pushover. He gradually ceased to tolerate her provocations. Their confrontations evolved from subtle tension to overt verbal sparring. Mr. Evans, your lesson plan lacks the ministry's dogma. Oh, perhaps your eyesight is failing you, Ryan retorted. Your classroom discipline is lacking. If student engagement is deemed non-compliant, then I indeed stand guilty. Umbridge was left speechless after each encounter, resorting to arbitrary low scores on her assessment forms. Ron and Seamus privately expressed their eagerness to witness Ryan unleash a well-deserved hex on Umbridge when sufficiently provoked. That would be quite a sight, Seamus mused. George, naturally, would not stand idly by as his partner was bullied. One morning, as Umbridge entered her office, a bucket of green slime was dumped on her head, transforming her into a comically grotesque frog-like creature. On another occasion, her clipboard suddenly morphed into a shrieking groundhog. Bouncing around the hall, The most spectacular incident occurred when the tea in her cup transformed into a miniature fire dragon, chasing her hair with flames. Do you think she'll figure out it was us? Fred asked while munching on an apple. George scoffed. Even if she does, what can she do? She has no evidence. In truth, had it not been for Ryan's persistent admonitions, George would have long since smashed a dung bomb squarely in Umbridge's face. Don't act impulsively, Ryan said, pinching George's cheek. Her power derives from the ministry. We must employ a more cunning approach to deal with her. George grimaced. A cunning approach is letting her pick on you every day? Ryan blinked innocently. I assure you, I am not the sole target. That evening, in Ryan's office, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were summoned. Umbridge's scrutiny is merely the beginning, Ryan said quietly. The ministry's interference in Hogwarts will only increase, and DA gatherings must be conducted with utmost caution. Harry clenched his fists. We will not remain idle. Hermione nodded. I have inscribed a new spell on the fake galleon. It will emit a warning if anyone is being tracked. Ryan replied in a mild tone, regardless of her ulterior motives. Our objective remains unchanged, to protect ourselves and one another. Outside the window, dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and it seemed as if something sinister was stirring in the shadows of the castle. Chapter 66, Expulsion? After finishing a day of classes, Ryan returned to his office, clutching his lesson plans. In the corridor, several students hurried past him, their expressions tense as they whispered amongst themselves. He furrowed his brow slightly, but thought little of it until he pushed open the door to his office. The bookshelves were bare. The quill, inkpot, and bone lamp on his desk had all vanished. Ryan stood at the threshold, his demeanor instantly turning cold. Ah, you have finally returned, came an arrogant voice from behind him. Ryan turned to see a man clad in a dark gray Ministry of Magic robe leaning against the corridor wall, a condescending expression on his face. Umbridge, the senior undersecretary, is waiting for you in the courtyard, he said in a businesslike manner. Your belongings have been moved there as well. Now please. Ryan did not wait for him to continue his ramblings and strode away decisively. Hey, I haven't finished speaking. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had just exited the Transfiguration classroom and witnessed a throng of students rushing downstairs in a frantic manner. What is happening? Harry asked, stopping a Hufflepuff student. I don't know. It seems something serious has occurred. At that moment, Ginny squeezed her way through the crowd, her red hair disheveled from running. Harry, she gasped. Umbridge is trying to expel Ryan. She's announcing the dismissal in the courtyard. What? Ron's eyes widened. Hermione was taken aback. Does she truly dare to do such a thing? George and Fred had already rushed ahead. I'm afraid George might confront Umbridge directly. And Fred can't stop him alone, Ginny said anxiously. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry dashed downstairs, with Ron and Hermione closely following. In the corridor, more and more students joined the throng, all heading toward the courtyard. In Hogwarts courtyard, the sun shone brightly, yet an atmosphere of tension hung palpably in the air. Ryan stood in the center, surrounded by his scattered books, lesson plans, and personal belongings, all carelessly piled atop several trunks. Umbridge, clad in her nauseating pink cardigan, stood opposite him with her chin held high, wearing a victorious smirk. A crowd of over 100 students had gathered, with George and Fred at the forefront. George's face was terrifyingly pale, while Fred clutched him tightly. Ginny and Ron arrived, and immediately joined the ranks of protesters. In light of the above, Umbridge announced in her saccharine voice, I, Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary of Hogwarts, hereby officially revoke Ryan Evans' teaching credentials at Hogwarts, effective immediately. A wave of angry protests erupted from the crowd. George's face turned ashen, while Fred and Ginny clung to his arms. Ron even bit down on the wand in George's hand, terrified he might lash out at Umbridge in a moment of impulsive rage. Yet Ryan remained surprisingly composed. His gaze swept over the worried faces before finally settling back on Umbridge. If this is a joint decision by Minister Fudge and Headmaster Dumbledore, he said slowly, then I shall comply. However, I require to see the formal documentation signed by them. Umbridge's lips twitched in irritation. There's no need for such trouble. As Senior Undersecretary, I have the authority. No, you do not, Ryan interrupted her, his tone still gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength. Perhaps you have not investigated thoroughly. I arrived at Hogwarts as an exchange professor from Beauxbatons, which is not merely a collaboration between two schools, but a formal exchange program sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic of both England and France. Umbridge's expression froze. Wish to dismiss me? Very well, Ryan continued eloquently, but first, a performance evaluation report must be issued by Headmaster Dumbledore, signed by Minister Fudge, and then submitted to the French Ministry of Magic for joint deliberation with Minister Dubois and Madame Maxime, before any decision regarding my future can be made. He narrowed his eyes slightly, not merely dismissed by some senior undersecretary with a piece of paper. Umbridge's complexion began to pale. Of course, Ryan stepped closer. his voice dropping to a whisper for her ears alone. "If you insist on my immediate departure, that is also acceptable. However, I will have no choice but to report back to Madame Maxime and Minister Du Bois regarding whether Hogwarts looks down upon Beauxbatons or if the British Ministry of Magic wishes to terminate the friendly collaborative relationship between our two magical communities." His words landed like a heavy blow. Umbridge's face turned ghostly white, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She opened her mouth but could produce no sound. Ryan elegantly adjusted his robes. "Therefore, until all formalities are in order, I kindly ask that my belongings be returned intact to my office and that everything be restored to its original state." He inclined his head slightly. "Now, if you will excuse me." As he brushed past her, he intentionally bumped shoulders with the stunned Umbridge. The courtyard fell into a hushed silence until Ryan's figure vanished through the castle doors, at which point a thunderous cheer erupted. "Brilliant! Long live Professor Evans." George broke free from the restraint and joyfully lifted his siblings into the air one by one before dashing into the castle. As for Umbridge, she stood rooted in place, like an infuriated pink balloon, before finally screaming and storming away under the watchful gaze of the crowd. That evening, all the items that had been removed were returned and scathed to Ryan's office. Chapter 67, Hagrid Returns. Umbridge's failure did not temper her, but rather deepened her gloom. She no longer dared to openly target Ryan, instead opting for more insidious methods of retaliation, such as enacting Educational Decree No. 24. The announcement was posted on the Great Hall's notice board, the glaring red Ministry of Magic seal stamped prominently on the parchment. Effective immediately, all student organizations, clubs, and gatherings not approved by the senior undersecretary shall be disbanded. Violators will face expulsion. Students gathered around the notice, murmuring amongst themselves, some in anger, others in concern. Upon hearing this news, Ryan chose not to confront Umbridge directly, but instead knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door. Dumbledore sat behind a large desk, and after listening to Ryan's account, he gently set down his quill. "It seems this senior undersecretary has caused quite the inconvenience for everyone." Professor McGonagall's voice was taut, albus. "She has no authority to interfere with Quidditch team practices." "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "As headmaster, I possess the right to approve the formation of school organizations." He turned to Ryan. "Your peer support psychology club has a complete application record and is entirely compliant." Ryan smiled. "Then, the reorganization paperwork is already in order." Dumbledore retrieved 2 licenses stamped with the Hogwarts seal from his drawer, one for the psychology club and one for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, both reinstated for immediate activities. Just as the students and faculty at Hogwarts reveled in Umbridge's latest defeat, a tall figure quietly returned under the cover of night. Hagrid had come back. Harry and his friends rushed to the hut, disregarding their meals. The smoke gently wafted from Hagrid's hut, where several enormous footprints marred the pumpkin patch outside. Just as they reached the door, it creaked open. "Harry, Hermione, Ron." Hagrid's bushy beard framed a weary yet joyous smile. "Come in, I've just brewed some tea." Inside, the crackling fire filled the room, and Fong excitedly bounded over, licking Harry's face. Hagrid appeared even more haggard than when he had left, his face and arms covered in bruises and scars, his beard disheveled. Harry eagerly inquired, "Where have you been all this time? How did you get hurt like this?" With a sigh, Hagrid poured them tea and recounted his recent experiences alongside Madame Maxime as they ventured to the giant tribe, attempting to win their support for the Order of the Phoenix. Initially, the giant leader was pleased with Dumbledore's gifts. However, on the 3rd day, a rebellion erupted within the tribe, and the new leader sided with the Death Eaters. "A wasted trip," Hagrid mused bitterly, "but I did bring back Grop." "Grop?" Ron exclaimed, wide-eyed. "My brother," Hagrid scratched his head sheepishly. "I brought him back. He is living in the Forbidden Forest now and has a bit of a temper." Hermione expressed concern. "So that is how you got hurt." Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. The little guy just doesn't understand yet." Not long after Harry and the others departed from Hagrid's hut, Umbridge arrived with her clipboard. "Ruby is Hagrid." Her saccharine voice dripped with malice. "I hear you've been on leave for quite some time. Where have you been?" Hagrid frowned. "Personal matters." "Is that so?" Umbridge narrowed her eyes, as a high inquisitor. "I have the right to know the whereabouts of faculty members." She circled Hagrid's hut, scrutinizing every corner, finally stopping in front of the massive crossbow. "Your teaching credentials have always been in question, and now you've left school without reason? I shall attend your next class." Hagrid clenched his fists but refrained from retorting. Umbridge smiled smugly. "I hope your lesson does not disappoint me." When she departed, her posture was as triumphant as a victorious toad. However, Umbridge's good mood lasted but a few hours, for during her observation that day, she encountered the very visage from her recent nightmares. On the grassy edge of the Forbidden Forest, a circle of Hogwarts students had gathered. Hagrid's towering figure stood in the center, accompanied by several golden-furred unicorn foals, who were nuzzling the apple slices offered by the students. The unicorn's horn possesses potent purifying magic, and Hagrid gently stroked one foal's mane, saying, "But remember, never force them. Treat them as you would a baby." Ryan seized the moment to engage the students, smiling as he asked, "Who can tell me why unicorn blood is silver?" Hermione instantly raised her hand, "Because their blood has immense healing properties. But the price is that the drinker will bear a curse." "Absolutely correct. Miss Granger, 10 points for Gryffindor." Ryan nodded appreciatively, catching sight of Umbridge standing not far away. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, and her quill was furiously recording, yet she found nothing to critique. As the class concluded, Ryan passed by her, his tone lighthearted. "It seems Professor Hagrid's care of magical creatures class is quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Umbridge? What are you doing here?" Umbridge spat through gritted teeth. Ryan smiled kindly. "Professor Dumbledore asked me to assist. He worries that Professor Hagrid may not be aware of Grop's teaching progress." Umbridge glared at Ryan, her grip on the quill tightening until the veins in her hand bulged, and finally, she stalked off, her neck stiff with indignation. Chapter 68. The Eve of Christmas Holidays. Hogwarts in December lay beneath a thick blanket of snow, the corridors filled with the aromas of roasted gingerbread and hot mead. Students gathered in small groups, discussing their plans for the Christmas break. Deep within the room of requirement, members of DA congregated for their last secret meeting before the holidays. Harry stood at the center of the crowd, guiding everyone in practicing the armored charm. Suddenly, the stone door creaked open, and a gust of cold wind swirled in, carrying snowflakes. "Hi, I'm late." Ryan's voice rang out at the entrance, a few unmelting snowflakes still clinging to his robe. His cheeks flushed from the chill. "Ryan!" Hermione exclaimed joyfully, as other students turned, their faces alight with excitement. Ron jokingly asked, "Did you shake off Umbridge and Filch's watch?" Ryan chuckled wryly, "Something like that. Just dealing with their surprise inspections was enough to wear me out." He waved his wand, conjuring a massive woven basket filled with exquisitely wrapped Honeydukes gift boxes. "Merry Christmas. Sorry I couldn't come by more often. The tutoring has been busier than I anticipated. Consider these a token for my absence." With a flourish of his wand, 50 gift boxes settled neatly in front of each member. "We're just glad you could come," came the chorus of gratitude. Ginny tore open a gift box, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, this is a limited edition cedar candy box. I heard they're going for 15 galleons and are hard to come by." Fred chimed in, "Quite the splurge, Professor." George leaned in, feigning disappointment. "What about mine?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "You and I both know yours was devoured by someone long ago." Laughter erupted among the group. Ryan then turned to the others. "All right. While we still have a bit of time, is there anything you would like me to guide you on?" "Professor." Cho suddenly raised her hand, her eyes sparkling. "We saw you in the Triwizard Tournament, defeating the Hungarian Horntail with your unarmed combat skills. Could you teach us?" A chorus of enthusiastic agreement filled the room. Ryan chuckled helplessly, scanning the eager faces before settling on George. "Very well, we need a volunteer." George immediately raised his hand, striding to the center, but suddenly dropped to one knee, grasping Ryan's hand. "But how could I bear to strike my beloved?" "Ugh." Fred dramatically clutched his chest. "I think I'm going to be sick." Ron rolled his eyes. "Can you two stop flaunting your romance in public and think about us?" Before he could finish, George was back on his feet, wand pointed at Ryan. "Stupefy." In an instant, as the red light shot forth, Ryan sidestepped, moving so quickly that he seemed to leave an afterimage. He seized George's wrist, executing a swift shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the floor, simultaneously snatching away his wand. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, completed in under 3 seconds. The room fell silent before erupting into thunderous applause. "That was incredible," Dean shouted excitedly. Ryan helped George to his feet, brushing off the dust from his robes. In the face of a top-tier wizard, this move wouldn't suffice, as they wouldn't allow you close enough. However, in a duel against a regular wizard, disarming them can swiftly turn the tide. Ryan proceeded to explain. "The key to a shoulder throw is to lower your center of gravity, seize the right moment, and use your opponent's strength against them." After thoroughly detailing and demonstrating the essential techniques of the shoulder throw, the students paired off to practice. As Ryan observed them beginning to try, he reminded, "Remember, act quickly, but don't injure your partner." Laughter and chatter filled the room as they practiced. Just as Ryan relaxed, he suddenly felt a familiar warm breath brush against the back of his neck. "Professor," George's voice resonated beside him, low and filled with a sense of grievance. "You hurt me so badly just now." Ryan turned around to find George standing behind him, resembling a forsaken golden retriever, his eyes brimming with a plaintive expression. "Did it hurt?" Ryan inquired gently, reaching out to massage George's shoulder. George instinctively rested his chin on Ryan's shoulder, his voice muffled. "It hurts terribly. I need treatment." Ryan continued to knead the back of his neck. "All right, where does it hurt?" George immediately seized the opportunity, leaning closer and murmuring, "Everywhere, especially here." He took Ryan's hand and pressed it against his chest. "My heart feels shattered." Ryan chuckled softly, placing a tender kiss on his forehead. "Is that better?" "Not quite," George insisted, gesturing towards his lips. Ryan shook his head in resignation, but ultimately acquiesced. The surrounding students discreetly averted their gazes, pretending not to witness the couple's interaction. Except for Fred, who scoffed derisively. Chapter 69, The Crown and the Bone Lamp. After the DA members concluded their training and departed, the corridor once again fell into silence. Ryan returned to the wall of the room of requirement, silently reciting, "I need to find the room containing Ravenclaw's crown." He strolled along the wall. And on his first pass, it remained unresponsive. On the second, the stone patterns appeared to subtly warp. On the third, as he halted once more, an ancient wooden door materialized soundlessly. Ryan pushed the door open, and a cloud of stale dust enveloped him. The room was cluttered with items long forgotten over the centuries: a broken phonograph, a rusty pointed helmet, a crooked bookshelf, and in the corner, a golden candlestick. Its flame long extinguished, yet a few Cornish pixies buzzed around it like a swarm of bothersome mosquitoes. The crown soared through the air. Ryan waved his wand, but the spell failed to take effect. A dull thud resonated in the air, akin to metal colliding with a wooden box. Following the sound, Ryan discovered an ancient locked chest buried beneath a mountain of debris. The patterns on the chest's lid were almost indistinct, but the keyhole bore faint traces of dark magic entwined around it. After unlocking the chest, Ryan refrained from hastily touching the crown. He closed his eyes, a faint golden pattern emerging on his forehead as the power of the three-eyed golden lion's soul bone was quietly unleashed. A pure golden light enveloped the chest. Inside, Ravenclaw's crown lay peacefully atop a velvet lining, its silver leaves adorned with sapphires glinting with a chilling radiance. However, as Ryan's soul bone power reached out to the crown, it suddenly quivered violently, emitting a piercing wail akin to a human's lament. Ryan furrowed his brow, the power of the soul bone surging dramatically. Golden light coiled around the crown like chains, suppressing the restless darkness within. Moments later, the wailing ceased abruptly. The crown fell silent. As if it were merely an ordinary antique, Ryan picked up the now quiet crown, feeling a subtle tremor at his fingertips. Once more, he summoned the power of the three-eyed golden lion's soul bone. The golden light flowed around the crown like a stream. This time, he distinctly sensed the immense power of the soul bone acting as a sturdy cage, firmly imprisoning a fragment of Voldemort's soul, yet it could never completely dissolve it. "So that's how it is," Ryan murmured softly, his brow slightly furrowed. While the soul bone's power could suppress Voldemort's soul fragment, it functioned more as a lock than a blade against such a fractured essence. He could feel the dormant power within the crown still retaining its vigor, akin to a hibernating venomous snake, poised to awaken at any moment. It appeared he would need to seek alternative methods. Ryan withdrew his power, observing the crown return to its tranquil state. He carefully concealed this perilous dark magical artifact within the inner folds of his robe. At the very least, this experience clarified the bounds of the soul bone's effectiveness and deepened his understanding of Voldemort's soul fragment. Before departing, Ryan took one last look around the cluttered room. The forgotten items cast eerie shadows in the dim light, as if silently narrating the untold secrets of Hogwarts. He gently closed the door, the wall restoring itself to its original state, sealing all secrets once more. Ryan placed Ravenclaw's crown on the shelf in his office, standing alongside the ever-burning bone lamp. The blue flame flickered quietly in the wick, emitting a faint glow, as if silently observing everything. It illuminated the gems embedded in the crown, refracting an otherworldly halo. He gazed at the bone lamp, his thoughts drifting back to the moment his grandparents gifted him this lamp as a graduation present. It had been burning ever since, never once extinguished. Over the past few months, although he occasionally pondered its origins, he had never found the time to delve deeply into it. Perhaps there is something to uncover, he mused quietly, reaching out to gently touch the lamp's base. Its touch was cold, yet subtly imbued with warmth, reminiscent of some ancient creature's skeletal remains. Just as he contemplated investigating the lamp thoroughly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a new document on the table, a letter from the Ministry of Magic. He picked it up casually, skimming through its contents. It was not urgent, merely a request for him to visit the ministry to obtain a stamp. Glancing out the window, he noted it was still early, and the ministry likely had not yet closed for the day. I might as well take care of it today to avoid any complications later, he thought, closing the document and preparing to leave. Of course, before departing, Ryan needed to inform Dumbledore. His gaze returned to the bone lamp. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to postpone his research until the Christmas holidays. He shut the office door behind him, his footsteps gradually fading away. Silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, The blue flame within the bone lamp flickered, as if stirred by an invisible breeze. In an instant, the flame swelled, burning more fiercely than usual. The fiery tongues danced like living beings, casting shadows on the walls that twisted and spread until they completely enveloped the crown. The crown seemed to sense the impending danger. The silver leaves trembled slightly, and a black liquid seeped from its surface, reminiscent of blood or some form of decaying substance. However, before the black blood could drip down, the intense heat of the blue flame caused it to evaporate instantaneously, dissipating into tendrils of black smoke in the air. Suddenly, a melodious phoenix cry resonated through the silent office. Simultaneously, the crown quaked violently, emitting a sharp, almost human-like scream, as if something was being seared alive. Moments later, all fell quiet. The surface of Ravenclaw's crown no longer oozed black blood. The silver leaves lost their luster, becoming dull and lifeless. Meanwhile, the bone lamp continued to burn, its flame now more vigorous than ever. Chapter 70. The Ministry of Magic. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore nodded with a smile after listening to Ryan's report. Of course, Ryan. You may leave the school at any time. No sooner had he spoken than a silvery weasel Patronus glided through the wall, landing gracefully before them. Arthur Weasley's voice emanated from it. Dumbledore, I've received the shift notification. I will be heading to the Department of Mysteries after work. Ryan glanced at Dumbledore with curiosity, and the elder immediately understood, patiently explaining, the Order of the Phoenix has recently been rotating shifts guarding the Department of Mysteries, as you know. Voldemort remains obsessed with that prophecy. A flicker of concern crossed his gaze, but he quickly regained his composure. Since Voldemort's resurrection, Ryan had been striving to seize the prophecy crystal ball, which contained the foretelling that the boy who would survive the calamity at the end of July would vanquish the Dark Lord. Voldemort was fervently eager to uncover the latter part of this prophecy, while the Order of the Phoenix had to thwart him. Mr. Arthur Weasley, working at the Ministry of Magic by day and burning the midnight oil by night, was likely to find it overwhelming. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan boldly proposed, "Why not allow me to assist? I have no classes tomorrow," and he paused, his tone resolute. "As a new member, I also wish to contribute." Dumbledore regarded the young man before him with a gaze filled with appreciation. "You are ever so considerate." He continued, "Then I entrust this task to you. Should you encounter any unusual circumstances, do not hesitate to inform me." "Rest assured," Ryan replied, making his way to the fireplace and grasping a handful of flue powder. The leaky cauldron. In an instant, emerald flames engulfed him. Moments later, Ryan emerged from the fireplace at the leaky cauldron, brushing the soot off his robes before seizing more flue powder. The Ministry of Magic. With another burst of flames, his figure vanished once more. As Ryan stepped into the grand hall of the Ministry of Magic, the evening sun streamed through the towering dome, casting a shimmering reflection upon the peacock blue ceiling, resembling a flowing river of stars. Golden magical symbols danced across the dome, akin to a playful band of sprites engaged in a game of hide and seek. He passed by the central fountain of magical brethren, where the statue of a wizard raised his wand toward the heavens, while the witch, centaur, fairy, and house elf beside him gazed up in adoration. This fountain always struck Ryan as ironic, as it merely represented the deluded arrogance of certain wizards. "Ryan?" A familiar voice called from behind. Turning, Ryan saw Cedric emerging from the nearby fireplace, clutching a stack of documents. Dressed in a crisp Ministry of Magic robe adorned with a silver badge, he appeared more mature and composed than during their school days. "Cedric," Ryan exclaimed with delight. "It's been ages. I heard you're teaching at Hogwarts now?" Cedric smiled as they shook hands. "When Autumn mentioned you in her letter, I thought she was jesting." The two stood conversing before the elevator, where Cedric shared his frustrations about being assigned to the Muggle Liaison Committee. "To be honest, I found that job rather unexciting at first." He shrugged, "Until last month, when I managed to convince an entire neighborhood of Muggles that a magical accident caused by a drunken wizard was merely a rehearsal for a circus fireworks display." Ryan chuckled. "It seems your communication skills have improved remarkably." The elevator chimed as it arrived, and they squeezed in with the crowd. Cedric pressed the button for the third floor, while Ryan selected the fifth. As the doors slowly closed, the ancient gears emitted a dull click. They stood in a corner, surrounded by ministry employees clutching files and murmuring quietly. "By the way," Cedric lowered his voice, "I've been meaning to thank you for what happened during the Triwizard Tournament last year." Ryan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Actually, I should apologize for jumping in like that." "Don't be ridiculous." Cedric suddenly laughed, drawing curious glances from several wizards. "If it weren't for that push of yours, I might well be lying in Street Mungo S right now. Or worse." He mimed a throat-slitting gesture, not even making it to St. Mungo S. Ryan felt a shiver of dread. Although he was aware of the original plot, hearing it recounted by the individual involved tightened his stomach. The elevator halted at the third floor, and Cedric stepped out, turning back with a smile. Next time you visit the ministry, be sure to find me. I'll treat you to some muggle drinks. I assure you they're far more exhilarating than butterbeer. Absolutely. Ryan waved goodbye as the elevator doors closed once more. The office of the International Magical Cooperation Department was infused with the musty scent of aged parchment and ink. Attending to Ryan was an elderly witch with graying hair. Her tortoiseshell glasses perched on her nose, moving with surprising agility. Mr. Evans? She scrutinized him over her glasses. Are you certain it is you who has come? Yes. I am, he replied. The documents are in order. She mumbled, her wand tapping lightly, and several stamps magically leaped to imprint onto the documents. All done. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes. As Ryan tucked the documents away, the old witch was already calling for the next visitor. Ryan then took the elevator to the second floor, to the office for the regulation and control of magical creatures. It was busier than he had anticipated. Through the crack of the half-open door, he could see Arthur Weasley enthusiastically demonstrating a magically enhanced toaster that was continuously ejecting buttered slices of bread. Ryan quietly leaned against the wall, waiting. Outside, the sun's glow gradually faded, and the lights of the ministry flickered to life one by one. Chapter 71, The Department of Mysteries. The corridors of the ministry appeared particularly desolate at night, the hurried footsteps and conversations of the day now silenced. Ryan and Mr. Weasley concealed themselves in a cramped storage room, surrounded by an assortment of tattered quills, ink bottles, and crumpled parchment. The air thick with dust and the scent of old books. I never anticipated meeting you again in this manner, Ryan, Arthur whispered, a gentle smile gracing his face. Molly has been speaking of you ever since she saw you at the Triwizard Tournament. Ryan chuckled sheepishly. Mrs. Weasley can be quite enthusiastic. Arthur shook his head, pride evident in his tone. She is always going on about how talented you are, how handsome, how well you perform academically. How could you possibly be interested in our little troublemaker? Ryan's cheeks flushed slightly as he defended. George is actually really wonderful. Oh. Arthur's eyes sparkled with mischief. Ah, I forgot. That lad seems to behave quite well in front of you. He is very kind and attentive, Ryan replied softly. Arthur burst into laughter but quickly covered his mouth, listening intently for any sounds from outside. Once assured they were alone, he continued in a hushed tone. Regardless, Molly and I support you both. We want to interfere in your romance. He winked. But if you ever consider marriage in the future, I hope you'll discuss the venue arrangements with us. Ryan felt his ears grow warm and hurriedly shifted the topic. Isn't it about time? Arthur nodded, peeking through the door crack. The corridor lights had been entirely extinguished, leaving only a few dim emergency lights flickering in the distance. He gently opened the door, the tip of his wand glowing faintly. Let us go, but be careful. Ryan also illuminated his wand, and the two moved silently along the wall towards the Department of Mysteries. The darkened ministry felt unfamiliar and mysterious, as if every shadow concealed an unknown peril. Fudge is obstinately disregarding Dumbledore's warnings, Arthur whispered, frustration and anger lacing his voice. He even forbids any ministry personnel from contacting the Order, as if denying Voldemort's return would make the danger vanish. So we must act in secrecy, Ryan responded quietly. Arthur nodded. We must remain vigilant tonight, in case any Death Eaters or other threats infiltrate. Their footsteps were nearly inaudible in the stillness of the corridor. The elevator gate clicked shut behind them, and Ryan and Arthur stepped into a modest corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a modest black door, its handle nearly indistinguishable in the dim light. Arthur skillfully pushed the door open, and the two were instantly engulfed by an enigmatic darkness. Before them lay a completely pitch-black circular chamber, its ceiling, floor, and walls all crafted from smooth black marble. 12 identical, unmarked black doors were evenly set into the walls, interspersed with candles flickering with blue flames, casting a faint glow that danced upon the obsidian floor like a bottomless pool of ink. Caution, Arthur whispered. The walls will rotate once the door closes. True to his words, the door behind them clicked shut, and the entire circular wall began to turn silently. Ryan felt a slight dizziness wash over him. But Arthur had already chosen one of the doors without hesitation, pulling him along into the next room. They emerged into the Prophecy Hall, a vast chamber so immense it was reminiscent of Hogwarts' Great Hall. Countless towering black shelves stood in meticulous rows, extending as far as the eye could see, each laden with dusty glass, orbs of prophecy. Eerie blue candlelight, spaced at regular intervals, illuminated the hall with a hauntingly mysterious glow. As Ryan approached the nearest shelf, he noticed that each prophecy orb was labeled with a yellowed tag. Some orbs shimmered with a faint light, resembling trapped fireflies, while others remained entirely dim. We'll split up, Arthur instructed, gesturing to the center of the hall. You take the left side, and I'll handle the right. The first half of the night passed with an unsettling calm. As Ryan navigated through the aisles, he occasionally paused to examine the glowing prophecy orbs, Names on the tags caught his eye: Sybil Trelawney, Albus Dumbledore, and Harry Potter. This is exactly what Voldemort desires. Ryan's fingers brushed against a luminous prophecy orb. By the time the night wore on, Arthur was utterly exhausted. Leaning against a shelf, his eyelids drooped incessantly. "You should take a break," Ryan murmured. "I can handle the patrol." Arthur wanted to decline, but the fatigue from consecutive days of overwork was overwhelming. "All right, thank you, Ryan. I'll rest for half an hour. Wake me immediately if anything happens." Once Arthur succumbed to sleep, Ryan slapped his cheeks to stay alert. He expanded his patrol area, the beam from his wand sweeping through the aisles. Just then, he heard it, a hissing sound, like a serpent's tongue flicking, accompanied by the subtle rustle of scales against the floor. Ryan spun around, directing the wand's light toward the source, but saw only his shadow cast upon the shelves. Holding his breath, he cautiously advanced. The sound tailed him, growing nearer and clearer until suddenly, a massive shadow slithered past the bottom of the shelves. A serpent, as thick as a man's thigh, coiled between two rows of shelves, its golden vertical pupils glimmering in the darkness. It slowly raised its head, its forked tongue quivering. Nagini. Ryan did not retreat nor raise his wand to attack. He simply locked eyes with the colossal snake. "Has your master sent you?" Nagini flicked its tongue, seemingly scrutinizing the human before it. Then, the giant serpent's body suddenly tensed, poised to strike. Chapter 72, Repelling Nagini. Nagini's golden eyes fixated on Ryan, the hissing of its tongue releasing a dangerous sound. The thick body of the serpent coiled slowly, its smooth skin reflecting an eerie sheen. Its movements were both graceful and perilous, like flowing silk, silently gliding between the shelves of the prophecy hall. 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 4 black, rose sequentially from beneath Ryan's feet, shining brilliantly in the darkness like 7 luminous moons. He refrained from launching an impulsive attack, instead lowering his posture slightly, allowing his soul power to circulate within, ready to unleash astonishing speed at any moment. Hiss! Suddenly, Nagini lunged. Its speed was so swift it seemed to transform into a shadow, its head darting towards Ryan like lightning, its venomous fangs glinting coldly. Ryan's eyes flared with a pink glow. The pink aura exploded before Nagini, momentarily halting the serpent's advance. Yet, mere seconds later, it shook off the control, its fangs mere inches from Ryan. Anticipating this, Ryan vanished, reappearing 10 meters away in an open space, deliberately steering the battle away from the densely packed prophecy orbs. Nagini missed its strike, its tail sweeping through the shelves, shattering an entire row of orbs. Crash! Dozens of prophecy spheres shattered, glass shards flying in all directions. Ryan's pupils constricted, his legs propelling him like a bullet. He controlled his angle as he executed a whip-like kick aimed at Nagini's midsection, ensuring the impact would not affect the surrounding shelves. Smack! The blow landed solidly on the serpent's body but felt akin to striking oiled leather. The force diminished significantly. Nagini let out a pained hiss, twisting its body, skillfully evading further damage. Seizing the opportunity, it retaliated, its powerful body sweeping toward Ryan like a giant whip. Ryan did not meet the blow head-on. Instead, he performed a backflip to evade it, only to see the tail continue unabated, crashing into another row of prophecy shelves. Stop! Ryan instantly teleported in front of the shelves, crossing his arms to absorb the impact. With a resounding thud, he was pushed back several steps, his back slamming against the wall, yet he successfully protected that row of prophecy orbs. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Nagini's eyes. It discerned Ryan's concerns and grew increasingly reckless in its attacks. Suddenly, Nagini turned its head, its gaping maw opening wide as a stream of dark green venom was sprayed toward Ryan's face. Invincible golden body. Ryan's body erupted with golden light, the 3 seconds of invulnerability rendering the venom ineffective. The corrosive liquid hissed against his golden skin but was unable to inflict any harm. As the golden light remained unbroken, Ryan's 5th soul ring manifested, coiling around Nagini like a serpent, his limbs tightening like iron bands. However, Nagini's smooth skin diminished the effectiveness of this tactic. It thrashed violently, slowly breaking free. Ryan acted decisively, lifting the giant serpent into the air and executing a series of 16 throws. With the first throw, he adjusted the angle to ensure Nagini's head struck an open area. On the 3rd throw, he slammed it against the wall. By the 6th throw, the serpent's body began to ooze blood. Yet, on the 9th throw, Nagini suddenly twisted, its smooth skin allowing it to slip free like an eel. Its thick tail lashed out with a whistle, and Ryan, in a moment of haste, crossed his arms to block, but was still flung several meters away, crashing into a shelf before finally halting. Coughing lightly, Ryan felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the pain, he quickly surveyed the surroundings. Fortunately, only a few prophecy orbs had been damaged. Seizing the moment, Nagini charged again. its body slamming into the open space in the center of the hall like a battering ram. Ryan's figure blurred, passing through numerous shelves until he stood before Nagini. At the moment of solidification, he ensnared the serpent's neck with his legs, channeling power into his hands to unleash Me Too shockwave. Boom. This strike finally elicited a pained roar from Nagini, which thrashed wildly, deliberately crashing into more shelves. Ryan found himself caught between the need to pursue and protect the prophecy orbs, the battle reaching a deadlock. Recognizing this, he adjusted his strategy, no longer seeking a single decisive blow. Instead, he utilized his teleportation to navigate the aisles with agility, delivering precise short attacks before retreating each time. Despite Nagini's tough exterior, she began to bear the scars of the guerrilla tactics being employed against her. In that very moment, she collapsed. A beam of crimson light shot in from the side, striking her head directly. The colossal serpent shook her head, seemingly unaffected, and instead appeared enraged as she turned to attack the source. Mr. Arthur awoke, wand in hand. Standing not far off, Merlin. Is this serpent immune to the stunning spell? Hissing, Nagini's slitted eyes darted back and forth between the two. And suddenly she emitted a sharp shriek. It was as if she had received a command, and a flicker of defiance flashed in her gaze. Abruptly, she opened her gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of dark green venom and toxic mist towards Arthur, simultaneously sweeping her tail to topple the nearby stand. Ryan, radiating a golden light, instantaneously apparat in front of Arthur. Although the venom posed no harm, Ryan inadvertently inhaled a small amount of the noxious gas, leaving him momentarily dizzy. As the mist dissipated, Nagini's form had vanished, leaving behind a scene of chaos and winding blood trails. Arthur, frustrated, tugged at his hair. Damn it. Let her escape. If only I hadn't fallen asleep. Are you all right, Ryan? Ryan managed a faint smile, his complexion slightly pale. It's nothing serious. The priority now is to inform Dumbledore. His body swayed, and Arthur quickly steadied him. Have you been poisoned? Ryan shook his head, attempting to speak, but was suddenly seized by a coughing fit, his throat feeling as if pricked by needles. It's minor, Ryan gasped. Let's tidy up the scene first. Arthur swiftly waved his wand. The shattered prophecy ball and the fallen stand gradually restored to their former state, though minor cracks remained visible upon closer inspection. They would at least not raise suspicion. Supporting Ryan, the two hastily exited the prophecy chamber. We must make haste to St. Mungo's, he urged anxiously. Nagini's venom is no trifling matter. You need treatment, and I shall report tonight's events to Dumbledore. Without delay, Arthur apparat with Ryan to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Chapter 73. St. Mungo's. In the corridors of St. Mungo's, Arthur managed a strained smile in response to the healer's inquiry. There was a minor mishap during our research. He lowered his voice. I inhaled a bit of serpent venom. Is the situation grave? The healer regarded him skeptically but ultimately nodded. His physical constitution is robust, and with the antidote we administered, he has nearly recovered. However, he must remain under observation for the night. Of course, Arthur exhaled in relief. After watching the healer depart, he quietly pushed open the hospital room door. Ryan lay peacefully on the bed, moonlight streaming through the curtain's gap, casting a pale outline upon his face. Standing by the bedside, Arthur wrestled with self-reproach. Had he been more vigilant, perhaps matters would not have unfolded as they did. Taking a deep breath, he drew forth his wand, Expecto Patronum. A silver mole leapt from the tip of his wand, affectionately nudging Arthur's hand. He spoke softly. There was an unexpected incident. Nagini appeared and attacked us. Ryan was injured while saving me. He is now at St. Mungo's for observation, and the scene has been addressed. The Patronus nodded and gracefully glided through the wall, disappearing into the night. Simultaneously, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Harry's voice resonated distinctly in the tranquil chamber. I dreamt I transformed into a snake. His hands instinctively clenched into fists. I was that snake. It attacked Ryan and Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his blue eyes narrowing slightly behind his half-moon spectacles. His long fingers intertwined thoughtfully as he regarded Harry. Can you describe it in more detail, Harry? Harry swallowed hard, closing his eyes as he endeavored to recall the dream's imagery. It was a massive black serpent, in a room filled with shelves laden with glass orbs. Ron gasped beside him, and Professor McGonagall's expression turned grave. Dumbledore did not respond immediately. His gaze fell upon Fawkes, who was quietly preening his feathers. Just then, a silver mole slipped through the wall, gracefully landing before Dumbledore. Arthur's weary voice emanated from within. After the Patronus dissipated, the room fell into a brief silence. Harry suddenly sprang to his feet. It's true. That serpent really attacked them. Dumbledore slowly rose, stepping towards Harry and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Harry, thank you for informing us tonight. We will manage the situation. Harry opened his mouth as if to ask something further, but ultimately nodded in silence. Minerva. Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall. Would you kindly escort them back? McGonagall nodded seriously, leading Harry and Ron out of the headmaster's office. Once the door closed, Dumbledore stood alone by the window, the moonlight stretching his silhouette. His gaze was fixed on the distance, as if piercing through the darkness to confront some perilous truth. Fawkes let out a gentle chirp, as if in inquiry. Yes, Fawkes, Dumbledore replied softly. I believe we have finally confirmed something. The following morning, in the hospital room at St. Mungo's, Ryan had awakened and was propped up against the headboard, perusing a light read. The hospital's ambience and the scent of potions did little to lift his spirits. Just then, the door creaked open, and Dumbledore entered with a smile. Good morning, Ryan. How do you feel? Ryan snapped back to attention, closing his book to reveal a relaxed smile. Much better, Headmaster. Dumbledore sat beside him, his gaze warm yet profound. Arthur informed me that you encountered some unexpected challenges. Ryan nodded, briefly recounting the events of the previous night's battle. That serpent is quite unusual. My abilities had limited effect on it, and it seems to possess a certain intelligence. Dumbledore's eyes flickered slightly. Indeed, very unusual. He refrained from elaborating further, yet Ryan keenly sensed that Dumbledore appeared to be privy to some knowledge. Headmaster, Ryan hesitated. That serpent has some connection to Voldemort. Does it not? Dumbledore did not respond directly, instead gently patting his shoulder. Rest well for now. We shall have ample time to discuss these matters. After Dumbledore departed, Ryan gazed out at the blue sky, his thoughts drifting to more distant concerns. Chapter 74. The Phoenix Society meeting the day after, at noon. After a thorough examination confirming Ryan's complete recovery, he was discharged from St. Mungo's. Dumbledore, clad in Muggle attire, personally came to fetch him. Rather than operating, he chose to walk alongside Ryan through the streets of London towards Grimmauld Place. Snowflakes fluttered down, and Ryan tightened his cloak, watching his breath crystallize in the air. He glanced at Dumbledore, who ambled leisurely, as if merely out for a stroll. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. The moment Mrs. Weasley spotted Ryan, she promptly set down her cloth and hurried over to give him a hearty embrace. Oh, my dear. Her voice brimmed with concern. Arthur has told me everything. You did it for him. Not finishing her thought, Mrs. Weasley patted Ryan's back vigorously, as if to assure herself of his safety. Ryan offered an awkward smile. Mrs. Weasley. I'm fine, truly. Mrs. Weasley released him, her eyes slightly red. You are certainly fine, but do not take such risks again next time. She turned to Dumbledore, her words trailing off. Dumbledore offered a gentle smile, addressing Molly. Ryan requires a brief respite. He will certainly join us for the upcoming meeting. Molly opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately sighed. Very well, I shall prepare some hot cocoa. As she turned toward the kitchen, Ryan sensed the worry reflected in Mrs. Molly's eyes. Like Harry and the others, he too seemed to be in need of protection. Dumbledore lightly patted Ryan's shoulder. You may take a moment to rest in the sitting room. The meeting will commence shortly. In the sitting room, Ryan settled into an armchair by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames dispelling the chill that clung to him. He surveyed his surroundings. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was far more antiquated than he had anticipated, yet it exuded a palpable air of life. Molly returned, holding a cup of hot cocoa, which she pressed into his hands. Drink something warm. It will do you good. Thank you, Ryan replied, accepting the cup, the sweet aroma of the cocoa aiding in his relaxation. Molly took a seat across from him, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Ryan, I recognize your exceptional abilities, and Dumbledore holds you in high regard, but she paused. Certain battles should not fall upon the shoulders of young ones like yourselves. After a moment of silence, Ryan responded, but are we not also part of your generation? Someone must take action, mustn't they? Molly's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she reached out to ruffle Ryan's hair. You are right. This world ought not to be this way. Just then, footsteps echoed from the hallway as members of the Order of the Phoenix began to arrive. The long table in the sitting room quickly filled with people, forming a circle around it. Moody's magical eye darted about. Kingsley bore a serious expression. Lupin appeared weary yet alert. Tonks's hair transitioned from a soft lavender to a vibrant pink, and Sirius nodded at Ryan upon entering. Arthur Weasley arrived last, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Dumbledore stood before the fireplace, his silvery beard shimmering in the firelight. Thank you all for coming, he stated calmly. Last night, the Department of Mysteries was attacked. The assailant was not a Death Eater, but Nagini, Voldemort's serpent, and Mr. Evans and Mr. Weasley were able to fend it off last night. All eyes turned to Ryan and Arthur. That serpent is exceedingly dangerous, Ryan remarked, swift, highly defensive. And its venom is lethal. What complicates matters further, Arthur interjected, is that it seems to resist most spells. My stunning spell was completely ineffective against it. Kingsley frowned. This marks the second incident. Previously, Stodgy Bode was controlled by the Soul Sucker to steal a prophecy ball, and now Nagini has infiltrated. They are after the prophecy ball. Sirius stated bluntly, and it appears they will not relinquish their pursuit easily. The atmosphere in the meeting grew tense. We must take advantage of their current weaknesses and thoroughly search for the Death Eater's stronghold. Moody thumped his cane heavily. Locate their base, and we shall capture them all. The problem is we cannot find them. Lupin shook his head. Since Voldemort's resurrection, their whereabouts have vanished as if into thin air. What about Malfoy Manor? Tonks's hair flared into a fiery red. There must be something amiss there. Kingsley sighed. Our people have monitored it for quite some time without any sign of activity. And we cannot breach a private estate for a search. Being discovered would only lead to them and Fudge turning the tables on us. Sirius slammed his hand on the table. So what shall we do? Wait for them to strike again. The debate grew increasingly heated as Ryan listened quietly, noting Dumbledore's silence, observing everyone's reactions. Midway through the meeting, Tonks suddenly plopped down beside Ryan. Hey, they say you single-handedly drove off that serpent? How did you manage that? Her eyes sparkled, her hair turning bright pink with excitement. Ryan felt a bit bashful. It was mainly due to, special combat techniques. Merlin, Tonks exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. I heard you faced a group of Death Eaters alone during the Triwizard Tournament, and now you've repelled Nagini. Moody's magical eye shifted toward Ryan. Good lad. Would you be interested in becoming an Auror? It's far more thrilling than teaching. Dumbledore finally interjected, a twinkle in his eye. Alastair, please refrain from poaching my professors in my presence. The tense atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Once the laughter subsided, Dumbledore's expression turned serious once more. There is one more matter to address. It seems Harry may have established some form of connection with Nagini's consciousness. At the same time last night, he dreamt of the attack. The room fell into an immediate hush. What? Sirius sat up straight. How could this be? Is Harry under a spell, or? Moody's magical eye spun wildly. Could it be Voldemort possessing him? Dark magic control? Impossible. Sirius immediately countered, his expression darkening. Harry would never be. I trust Harry is fine. Dumbledore calmly interrupted, but this phenomenon certainly warrants attention. I intend to bring him here during the holidays, so we can promptly intervene should a similar occurrence arise. Sirius's expression brightened instantly. Wonderful. I haven't spent Christmas with Harry in ages. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Dumbledore made his final arrangements, and the members began to rise, some heading off on missions while others returned to their posts. Before departing, Tonks turned to Ryan. Teach me a couple of tricks next time? Ryan smiled and nodded. The sitting room soon emptied, leaving only the flames in the fireplace to continue their quiet dance. Chapter 75, Mrs. Black. After tidying up the tea set used by the guests, Mrs. Molly wiped her hands and turned to Ryan. Ryan, you should rest for a while, she said kindly, her eyes filled with concern. I will go purchase some ingredients for dinner and be back shortly. Ryan nodded in agreement. All right, be careful on your way. Molly donned her cloak and reminded him before leaving. The guest room is the third door on the left upstairs. The sheets have all been freshly changed. As the sound of the door closing echoed, the vast Black family home fell into a profound silence. He made his way up the stairs, the wooden floorboards creaking softly beneath his feet. Just as he passed through the first-floor hallway, a sharp voice erupted. Get out, you filthy mudblood. Ryan halted abruptly, turning to the source of the voice, where a life-sized portrait hung on the wall. The image depicted an elderly woman wearing a black pointed hat. Her waxen skin stretched tightly over high cheekbones, and her murky eyes glinted with madness. This must be the portrait of Sirius's mother from the original text, Ryan mused. He intended to greet her politely, but Walburga Black did not afford him the opportunity. Another one of Dumbledore's lackeys, here to desecrate the noble Black ancestral home. Her voice grated like nails on glass. Who permitted you to stand here? Get out. Instantly. Ryan furrowed his brow slightly, but maintained his composure. Madam Black. The old woman interrupted sharply. This house only welcomes pure-blood wizards. Ryan sighed, deciding not to engage further, and turned to ascend the stairs. Wait. Walburga suddenly called after him. Her tone somewhat softened. Where has that wayward son gone? Ryan paused, weighing his response. Sirius has gone out for some matters. The portrait's elderly woman scoffed derisively. Off serving that old lunatic, I presume? Spending his days with a bunch of low-born half-breeds and mudbloods. She spoke through clenched teeth, yet beneath her furious tone, there lingered a hint of another emotion. Ryan perceptively sensed this, turning to face the portrait as he tentatively ventured. I presume you must be Lady Walburga Black. The elderly woman scrutinized him with suspicion. How do you know? Did someone tell you? Indeed, someone had mentioned it. Ryan smiled faintly. However, your commanding presence stands out among the myriad of portraits, making it rather easy to identify you. Walburga's expression softened slightly. She straightened her posture and raised her chin ever so slightly. You possess a modicum of discernment. Noticing his approach bore fruit, Ryan continued. The Black family is one of the foremost pure-blood families in the British magical community. I have heard numerous legendary tales about your lineage. Humph, you do possess some knowledge. Walburga snorted lightly, though her tone had lost its sharpness. Most young people today have forgotten the glory of pure-blood families. Her gaze swept over Ryan. What's your name, boy? Ryan Evans. The elderly woman's expression darkened instantly. Evans? Her lips twisted as if she had swallowed a fly. Is your mother a muggle, you filthy half-blood? Ryan furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. My mother's maiden name was Baker. The Bakers, Walburga squinted thoughtfully for a moment. An inconspicuous little family. But I suppose their lineage is somewhat respectable, having had a distant marriage connection with the Greengrass family. Ryan was somewhat taken aback, though not overly so, as the web of pure-blood families in Britain was indeed intricate and intertwined through marriage. He feigned surprise. I see. I am not well versed in my mother's family history. Walburga seemed to grow animated, launching into a lengthy discourse. Your generation has no grasp of the significance of pure blood. Our history can be traced back to the Middle Ages. For the next half hour, Walburga regaled him with the illustrious history of pure blood families, particularly the glory of the Black family, lost in reminiscence of past grandeur. My father, Pollux Black, held absolute sway in the Ministry of Magic. Back then, which official was not from a pure blood family? Unlike now, where there are filthy half-bloods everywhere. Ryan nodded in agreement at appropriate intervals, occasionally interjecting with remarks of admiration or astonishment, deftly steering the conversation. When Walburga began to berate Muggle-born wizards, he swiftly redirected the topic. My two sons. Walburga abruptly shifted the subject, her expression becoming complex. The elder son is a disappointment, rebellious from a young age, and worse yet, he was sorted into Gryffindor, tarnishing the family name. Though she spoke through gritted teeth, Ryan noted that her vitriol was not as fierce as he had imagined. But when the conversation turned to her younger son, the elderly woman's demeanor transformed entirely. Regulus is different. He has been sensible since childhood, excelling academically, gifted, and even recognized by the Dark Lord. Her voice suddenly caught in her throat, and the figure in the portrait trembled slightly. A peculiar silence ensued. Ryan astutely sensed the shift and gently remarked, Mr. Regulus must be exceptionally gifted, having inherited your qualities. Walburga's expression gradually returned to pride. Indeed. Her tone brimmed with arrogance. This child has always been like me. Ryan seized the opportunity to inquire, might I be fortunate enough to see a photograph or portrait of Mr. Regulus? The elderly woman scrutinized Ryan with piercing eyes. After a prolonged moment, she gestured upstairs, second room on the right on the 5th floor. Go look for yourself, but do not touch anything else. Her voice suddenly grew weary. Now, leave my sight. Ryan bowed slightly. Thank you very much, Lady Black. He turned and ascended the staircase. The sound of Walburga's muttering trailing behind him, though it had lost its edge. As he climbed higher, her voice gradually faded, replaced by the distinctive silence of the ancient manor. The corridor on the 5th floor was even dimmer than below, the wallpaper peeling, the carpet worn, and the heads of house elf specimens faintly visible in the shadows. Following the directions, Ryan located the second room on the right. The door marked with a sign reading no entry without explicit permission from Regulus Black. He silently apologized for not obtaining permission before gently pushing the door open. Inside was a bedroom, surprisingly tidy, with deep green drapes adorning the walls, and a 4-poster bed covered in faded silver and green sheets. A desk was neatly arranged with a quill and inkpot, as if the owner might return at any moment to use them. Ryan's gaze was drawn to a photograph on the bedside table. It depicted a young boy with black hair, strikingly handsome, with clear eyes that bore a remarkable resemblance to Sirius, though his demeanor was more subdued. He wore the Quidditch uniform of Slytherin and smiled shyly at the camera. Outside, the lingering rays of the setting sun filtered through the glass, casting a golden hue throughout the room. Chapter 76, Creature's Secret. Just as Ryan's fingers brushed the frame of Regulus's photograph, a piercing explosion of sound erupted in the air. Put that down. You are not permitted to touch Master Regulus's belongings. Creature suddenly appeared in the center of the room, his gaunt fingers trembling as they pointed at Ryan. His wrinkled face contorted with fury. His eyes bulged wide, the murky whites laced with bloodshot veins, as if he were ready to pounce and tear at him. Ryan offered the frame. I sincerely apologize. I should not have touched Mr. Regulus's possessions. Creature snatched it from him, meticulously wiping the frame with the one clean corner of his filthy pillowcase, muttering incessantly about the ungrateful outsider defiling the Master's relics. Ryan noticed that as the frame returned to Creature's grasp, the old elf's tense shoulders seemed to relax slightly. I learned of Mr. Regulus after conversing with Lady Walburga downstairs. Ryan gently explained. She mentioned he was an exceptional wizard, which prompted my desire to see his likeness. Creature abruptly looked up, his pointed ears twitching. The mistress spoke to you? He scrutinized Ryan with suspicion, his voice hoarse. Creature heard, but cannot believe a lowly half-blood would dare to converse with the mistress. Ryan opted to overlook the derogatory terms and continued. Does Mr. Regulus not have a portrait? One that can speak like Lady Walburga's? Creature fell silent suddenly, his bony fingers gripping the frame tightly, knuckles turning white. Ryan crouched down to meet Creature's gaze. The dim evening light on the 5th floor made the house elf's wrinkled skin appear even more sallow. Ryan's expression was sincere and calm. This room is spotless, and the frame is so well cared for. Mr. Regulus must have been a wonderful person, inspiring you to cherish his memory so diligently. Creature's murky eyes shifted towards Ryan, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. After a moment, he let out a snort through his nose. Master Regulus was indeed a good person. Ryan keenly detected a shift in the house elf's tone and skillfully prompted. Would you share some stories about him with me? I have heard he excelled at Hogwarts. Initially, Creature remained guarded, but as Ryan continued to express appropriate admiration and genuine interest, the old elf gradually opened up. Throughout their conversation, Ryan provided ample emotional validation. When Creature recounted Regulus's impressive accomplishments at school, he would interject with awe. When discussing the young master's gentle disposition towards house elves, he expressed admiration. Those people do not know. Creature's voice suddenly rose, laden with years of pent-up grievances. Master Regulus is such a wonderful person. His words trailed off abruptly, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, the lines of his aged face contorting with a mixture of anguish and dread. Ryan refrained from pressing further, letting out a gentle sigh. It matters not, Creature. From your words, I can already perceive the true nature of Mr. Regulus. He is unlike what others have described. If you wish to refrain from sharing the subsequent tale, you need not oblige. Creature lifted his wrinkled visage. What do others say about Master Regulus? Ryan chose his words with care. Madame Walburga speaks of him as clever and diligent. Creature nodded slightly, clearly in agreement with this assessment. Ryan continued, and loyal to the Dark Lord. He is not. Creature suddenly shrieked, only to immediately cover his mouth in terror, trembling all over. Creature cannot say. Creature has promised. Ryan patiently awaited, recognizing the fierce inner turmoil Creature was embroiled in, a clash between years of loyalty and the vow of secrecy, and the yearning to vindicate his master. At last, Ryan spoke. If Mr. Regulus is not as everyone perceives him, he should not be vilified. Creature, if you are willing to reveal the truth, Madame Walburga and Sirius will come to know what manner of person her child, his brother, truly is. These words seemed to shatter the last bastion of Creature's resolve. He collapsed to the ground, his gaunt chest heaving violently, tears rolling down the creases of his skin. The old elf sobbed, intermittently beginning to recount the long-buried secret. The tale commenced with Voldemort borrowing a house elf from the Black family. The Dark Lord, ostensibly in need of assistance, sought to exploit Creature's life to ensure the safety of the Horcrux's hiding place, while simultaneously testing the obedience of pureblood families. That fiend whose name cannot even be uttered. Creature wept, his voice faltering. He demanded a house elf from the Blacks under the pretense of borrowing, when in truth he desired Creature to perish. Ryan listened intently as Creature recounted the terrifying night Voldemort brought him to a sinister cave, forcing him to drink poison. The potion sliced through his throat like a knife. Creature trembled as he recalled the horror of that cave. Then those cold hands seized Creature. So many corpses. The elder elf's description sent shivers down Ryan's spine. Yet Voldemort overlooked a crucial aspect. The magic of house elves differs from that of wizards. In a moment of peril, Creature managed to disapparate away, revealing the horrifying experience to Regulus. Upon learning the truth, Regulus shockingly insisted that Creature take him back to the cave. Ryan listened raptly as he learned of the brave young man who unraveled Voldemort's secrets, how he ventured into that dreadful cave bearing a replica of the locket. Master. He drank that potion. Creature's voice was barely a whisper, more than Creature did. He trembled in pain, but still commanded Creature to leave with the real locket. Creature broke down, tears streaming. In the end, he was dragged away by the corpse. The elder elf's narrative came to a halt. He curled into a ball, silently sobbing, as if transported back to that nightmarish moment, watching his beloved young master being pulled into the dark waters by a pale corpse. Ryan gently patted Creature's emaciated back, feeling the tremors coursing through the old elf beneath his hand. Creature, Ryan softly said, if you are willing, I would like to inform Dumbledore and Sirius of this matter. Together, we can retrieve Mr. Regulus's remains. Creature suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope in his tear-blurred eyes. Really? Can you truly bring Master back? I assure you. Ryan replied solemnly. The old elf scrutinized Ryan for a long moment, seemingly weighing the authenticity of this promise. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and vanished, only to reappear seconds later with a loud crack. cradling an exquisite locket box. The box was adorned with a serpent-shaped S, inlaid with green gemstones, glimmering ominously in the dim light. The Slytherin locket. Creature handed the Horcrux to Ryan. I hope you keep your word. When you are ready, Creature will lead you to the cave. Ryan accepted the heavy relic, feeling the faint tremor of the soul contained within. Thank you for trusting me, Creature. Ryan bowed slightly. Chapter 77. The Mother-Son Dispute. That night, in the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, Molly was wielding her wand, orchestrating the spatula as it flipped ingredients in the frying pan. The rich aroma of stewed meat wafted through the room, golden gravy bubbling away. Ryan, dear, could you help me set the table? Molly called without turning, her wand flicking as a stack of plates flew steadily to the dining table. Ryan nodded and began to lay out the tableware. Members of the Order of the Phoenix returned one after another, each entering the kitchen with a chill about them. Molly, this scent is enough to make one forget there's a madman out there intent on killing us all, Sirius exclaimed dramatically, inhaling deeply before reaching for a piece of toast, only to have Molly swat his hand away with the spatula. Wash your hands. Molly glared at him. And wait until everyone is seated before you eat. Dinner proceeded in a lively atmosphere. Tonks recounted the amusing incidents involving Fudge at the Ministry. Kingsley shared updates on several suspicious locations, while Lupin mentioned some unusual happenings in the werewolf community. Ryan listened quietly, occasionally chiming in, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. After dinner, most hurried off to carry out nighttime missions. As Sirius donned his coat, preparing to accompany Lupin, Ryan intercepted him. Wait, Sirius, can I have a word? He hastily approached, placing a hand on Sirius's shoulder. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Now? I've already informed Dumbledore. You don't have to stake out tonight. Ryan spoke earnestly. Before Sirius could respond, Ryan was already tugging him outside. Lupin glanced back, waving to them. Looks like you have an extra meeting to attend. We'll be off. He and Tonks then vanished into the green flames of the fireplace. Hey, Sirius was pulled into the corridor, finally breaking free from Ryan's grasp. Why are you doing this? Today, I finally had my turn to surveil Malfoy Manor. Perhaps I could catch a Death Eater in action or accidentally drop bird droppings on Lucius Malfoy's odious face. Ryan looked at him, explaining, I do not intend to interrupt your assignment, but this matter truly cannot wait. What matter cannot wait until breakfast? Sirius crossed his arms, impatience evident in his gray eyes. It cannot, Ryan insisted. I genuinely have something of utmost importance. Sirius flashed a mischievous smile. Oh, I often had girls ask me out in school, and their opening lines were just like that. He deliberately elongated his tone, and what they had to say was usually of a similar nature. Ryan's expression grew serious as he locked eyes with Sirius, waiting until the teasing smile faded. All right. Sirius raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I believe you are different from them. After all, you already have that red-haired boy. He deliberately squinted. So, what is this crucial matter? We need to wait for Dumbledore. Ryan glanced at his watch. He will arrive shortly. Now, please accompany me to meet your mother's portrait. Sirius's expression instantly darkened. What? No, absolutely not. I have nothing to discuss with that old hag. Ryan quickly placed a hand over his mouth. I assure you this conversation will not exceed 10 minutes. Do not argue with her. Can you manage that? Sirius wanted to shake his head, but Ryan grasped his chin with his other hand, pulling it down firmly, compelling him to nod. Say yes, or I shall forcibly pluck your beard, Ryan threatened. Sirius rolled his eyes, but ultimately acquiesced with a vague agreement. Ryan released his grip, and he immediately rubbed his chin. Merlin, you possess considerable strength. Well then, let us proceed as promised. Ryan tugged at his sleeve. Now let's go? At that moment, the flames in the fireplace unexpectedly transformed into a bright green, and a tall figure elegantly stepped out. Dumbledore brushed non-existent dust from his robe, his blue eyes behind crescent-shaped spectacles twinkling with a gentle light. Ah, it seems I have arrived just in time, he smiled. Sirius, I trust Ryan has already explained everything to you? Sirius crossed his arms. He merely mentioned taking me to see my mother's portrait and forbade me from arguing. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, I believe it is time for you to learn some truths regarding your brother, Regulus. Sirius's body stiffened noticeably. Regulus? His voice suddenly turned somber. What is there to discuss? Ryan and Dumbledore exchanged a glance. Ryan had already briefed Dumbledore in advance. Follow me, Ryan said calmly. This time, please try to listen to the entire story. Sirius remained silent for a moment, and finally, he took a deep breath and nodded. The three of them walked down the dim corridor towards the portrait of Walburga Black. As they approached Walburga's portrait, the old woman's eyes fixed on Sirius with an unyielding glare. Her shrill voice scraped like nails on glass. You dare to show your face before me? Sirius's jaw tightened instantly, and Ryan could even hear the grinding of his teeth. Just as he instinctively opened his mouth to retort, Ryan kicked his calf. Hiss. Sirius inhaled sharply, swallowing his words and turning to glare at Ryan. Wahlberg's tirade continued. Disgrace. The family's shame. If your father were to know. Creature. Ryan interrupted loudly, not allowing Wahlberga to continue her diatribe, his voice echoing in the corridor. With a loud pop, the house elf appeared before them. Creature visibly flinched at the sight of Wahlberga's portrait, but when his gaze shifted to Sirius, his frail chest puffed up with renewed pride. For the next half hour, Creature haltingly recounted the long-buried truth. Ryan stood by, guiding the old elf through emotional breakdowns, taking over when Creature was too choked with tears to continue. The story unfolded like a dull knife, slowly slicing open the wounds of the Black family. Throughout the ordeal, Wahlberga's portrait transitioned from initial screams of denial to a gradual silence, ultimately reduced to silent tears. Meanwhile, Sirius, the man typically full of banter and anger, remained utterly mute. Ryan could see his hands clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles white, yet his chiseled face betrayed no emotion. When Creature uttered his final word, only the sounds of the house elf and the portrait's sobs echoed in the room. Ryan turned to Sirius. Are you all right? The gray-eyed man forced a smile. Did you not tell me to refrain from speaking? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Whatever, Ryan sighed. It's done now. I have nothing more to say. Sirius's voice was unervingly calm. When do we depart for that cave? You have nothing to say? Wahlberga's shriek nearly sent the roof crashing down. You remain unmoved upon hearing that your brother was dragged alive by an Infurious into the depths of the lake. The long simmering conflict between mother and son erupted in an instant. What reaction do you expect from me? Sirius's voice was laced with suppressed fury. Should I weep alongside you? If you had not relentlessly pressured him to become a Death Eater, would Regulus have ended up like this? The woman in the portrait's face twisted in agony. Did I wish for this? Your father was gravely ill, and I single-handedly bore the weight of this family. Alone, I upheld the Black legacy. Her voice faltered. Had your father's condition improved, and had you been willing to heed my words, I would not have been driven to seek out the Dark Lord, placing all my hopes on Regulus. Sirius slammed his fist against the wall. I do not comprehend why you prioritize those hollow glories. What harm would come from not associating with those pretentious individuals? Can we not simply lead our lives well? His voice suddenly dropped. I wish to communicate with you, but you are perpetually angry, dissatisfied with my actions, my friends. And with me as a person. We are the noble house of Black. Wahlberga's voice trembled. Do you realize how many would trample upon us if the Blacks fell from grace? Those who once smiled upon us would swiftly cast us out. She paused, her fingers tightly clutching her skirt, and I would be branded the sinner of the Blacks. Who would bear the blame? Sirius roared. You would rather concern yourself with the opinions of the deceased and the scrutiny of outsiders than regard my feelings. Ryan, unable to endure the escalating conflict, finally interjected. Silence, both of you. Surprisingly, both parties fell silent. Ryan awkwardly cleared his throat. It seems shouting has its merits. He glanced at both of them. Regarding your dispute, I am not privy to the full truth, so I shall refrain from judgment. I only wish to ask, can we depart now? Dumbledore nodded gently. That is also my sentiment. After all, staying up late is quite detrimental to one's health. For pairs of eyes turned toward him in unison. The elderly man showed no sign of embarrassment. It seems my sense of humor has deteriorated. All right. Ryan turned to Creature. Lead us to the cave. He then promised Wahlberga's portrait. Rest assured, we shall return with Regulus's body. Creature nodded, a rare determination surfacing on his wrinkled face. He extended a bony finger and snapped it. With a sudden sensation of vertigo, they vanished from the corridor of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Chapter 78, The Cave. The constricting sensation of apparition hit Ryan like a wave, twisting his insides into knots. The next moment, his feet landed heavily on the hard rock. He looked up to find himself facing a pitch-black cliff, the damp sea breeze enveloping him with a briny scent. They stood at the edge of a steep cliff. Beneath them churned the inky black sea, waves crashing against the rocks, producing a hollow echo. Creature stood at the forefront, his frail body trembling slightly in the wind, his large ears drooping, and his murky eyes filled with trepidation. This is the place. Creature's voice was hoarse. Master Regulus was indeed here. Dumbledore stepped forward, the tip of his wand glowing softly. We must enter, he declared, his blue eyes glinting sharply in the darkness. Creature, can you lead the way? Creature nodded vigorously, clutching his tattered pillowcase, as he guided them cautiously down the cliff's edge, ultimately halting before a concealed cave entrance. The mouth of the cave was smooth and damp, worn by the sea, shrouded in a thin veil of mist, as if enveloped by an invisible barrier. Ryan followed closely, the rock face cold and damp, the fissures so narrow that he had to sidle through. Sirius brought up the rear, his breaths heavy, seemingly stifled by emotion. The interior of the cave was more spacious than anticipated, yet the darkness pressed down on their vision like a tangible weight. The light from Dumbledore's wand illuminated only a few feet ahead. The ground beneath was slippery and uneven, each step feeling as if one were treading upon something viscous. "Be careful," Ryan whispered, reaching out to steady himself against the rock wall, his fingertips brushing against a slick layer of moss. Creature abruptly halted, pointing ahead. "There, Master." The light from the wand shone toward the end of the cave, revealing a smooth stone wall, its surface etched with ancient runes that shimmered with an eerie dark green under the light. Dumbledore approached, scrutinizing the runes closely. "It is dark magic, requiring blood to unlock, exacting a debilitating toll from those who enter." "What?" Sirius frowned. "Voldemort favored this method to safeguard his secrets," Dumbledore replied calmly, just as Sirius was about to step forward. Ryan surged ahead, drawing his wand without hesitation and drawing a line across his palm, blood instantly welling forth. He strode to the stone wall, pressing his hand against it, his blood dripping down. Immediately, the wall began to part slowly, revealing a narrow passage leading deeper into the darkness. Creature emitted a whimper, clutching Ryan's robe tightly. "Thank you, Ryan," Sirius said. "You're welcome." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Actually, I did it so you would cease your cold treatment," an eye rolling towards me. "Are you no longer vexed by my meddling?" "About 2/3 of my ire has dissipated," Sirius revealed, his first genuine smile of the evening. "Let us proceed," Dumbledore urged, taking the lead. At the end of the passage lay a vast underground lake, its surface eerily placid, resembling a black mirror. In the center of the lake stood a small island, upon which rested a stone pedestal. And Regulus' replaced fake locket was situated within a stone basin filled with potions. This liquid cannot be reached by hand, cannot be dispelled, transformed, or altered in any manner. The only way to dispose of this liquid is to consume it. Once ingested, one would witness a myriad of horrifying visions, feeling as though their insides were ablaze, and an overwhelming thirst would ensue. Those who drank the entire potion would yearn for water, which would swiftly vanish, compelling them to the lake's edge for sustenance. Once the lake was disturbed, the army of Inferi would rise to the surface, dragging individuals beneath the water and drowning them. "Where is he?" Sirius's voice was hoarse. Creature trembled, pointing at the lake's surface. "The Inferi below have taken Master Regulus." Ryan gazed into the lake, where thousands of slumbering Inferi lay submerged. "We need to lure them out," Dumbledore murmured. "Only then can we locate Regulus's remains. The Inferi fear light and warmth." Upon hearing this, a surge of soul energy erupted from Ryan's left leg. A ghostly blue light flickered, and a doppelganger identical to him appeared beside him. "I will distract them," the doppelganger whispered, its voice indistinguishable from Ryan's. Ryan nodded, silently stepping back, his presence and breath completely concealed. Dumbledore's gaze flickered in the darkness, but soon returned to the lake's surface. Ryan strode boldly to the edge of the lake, the sound of his boots striking the damp rocks resonating clearly. He deliberately kicked a loose stone, sending it rolling into the inky depths of the lake, creating ripples. In an instant, the tranquil surface erupted as if boiling. Dozens of pale arms surged forth, rotting fingers grasping at the doppelganger. The heads of the Inferi broke the surface, their hollow eye sockets fixated on the flesh and blood of the living, their gaping mouths emitting silent screams. More Inferi began to surface, their ghastly white forms hauntingly visible in the dark. "Now," Ryan shouted, simultaneously forming a quick incantation with his hands. A brilliant pink light burst forth from the doppelganger's palm, slamming directly into the lake, creating a massive splash. 5 or 6 Inferi were obliterated by the impact, their decayed flesh and shattered bones scattering. Dumbledore and Sirius acted in unison. Dumbledore's wand emitted a searing serpent of fire, the flames a dazzling golden red, cleaving a path through the throng of Inferi. Where the flames passed, the Inferi emitted silent screams, reduced to cinders. Sirius adopted a more direct approach, transforming into a massive black dog and charging toward the lake's edge with astonishing speed, his sharp teeth severing the throat of one Inferius. With a swift turn, he kicked another back into the water. Thunderous explosions. Ryan unleashed another attack, this time a wide-area assault, the shockwave repelling 7 or 8 Inferi, creating a more favorable zone for Dumbledore's flames. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan quietly submerged into the water. The icy lake sent a shiver through him, but he disregarded it, his eyes scouring the murky depths for his target. The battle on the shore intensified. Ryan continuously shifted positions, his bow drawn, executing swift kicks to shatter the heads of encroaching Inferi. Dumbledore's flames maintained a steady output, while Sirius utilized his animagus form to weave through the Inferi, tearing at them. Creature cried out, "Master Regulus, Creature has come to find you." The old elf, having rushed to the lake's edge, unleashed an astonishing strength from his diminutive frame, desperately pushing aside the rotting arms. Below the surface, Ryan finally spotted the target, a body more intact than the other Inferi. Regulus Black's face was pale yet serene, as if merely asleep. Ryan grasped his arm, swimming with all his might towards the surface. "I found him," Ryan shouted as he burst forth from the water. Upon witnessing this, Ryan immediately adjusted his strategy. No longer evading, he charged directly into the densest throng of Inferi. 16 strikes. Ryan seized 2 Inferi, executing a series of intricate grappling maneuvers in midair with remarkable agility. Each impact echoed with the sound of cracking bones, and the final slam sent both Inferi crashing into the stone basin on the island. "Hurry," Dumbledore commanded, waving his wand to conjure a fire wall that temporarily barricaded the remaining Inferi. Sirius reverted to his human form, assisting creature in retrieving Regulus's remains. Ryan lingered, standing by the lake's edge, his hands once again coalescing soul energy. Phantom burst finale. The doppelganger's form suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance, followed by a thunderous explosion. A tremendous explosion engulfed the remaining specters, while the shockwave caused portions of the cave's ceiling to collapse. Debris rained down, and the lake churned violently. Kreacher, accompanied by the others, apparat away from that dreadful place. Chapter 79. The Return of the Unsung Hero. The wind on the cliff, entwined with the sea breeze, held past them. Sirius knelt upon the frigid rocks, cradling the pale, lifeless body of Regulus in his arms. His dark hair, damp, clung to his forehead, obscuring much of his face, yet Ryan could still discern the taut line of his jaw and the hands that clutched desperately at his coat, knuckles bleached white. Kreacher knelt beside him, his emaciated fingers trembling as they brushed against Regulus's face. Dumbledore approached slowly, the moonlight casting fragmented patterns upon his crescent-shaped spectacles. He gently placed a hand on Sirius's shoulder. "It is time for us to depart." No response came. Only the sound of waves crashing against the cliff filled the silence. Suddenly, Sirius moved. He silently removed his black leather jacket, carefully draping it over his brother's form, his actions tender, so unlike the boisterous Gryffindor he was known to be. Kreacher, with a hushed voice, called to Ryan, "Take us home." The house elf's frail fingers lightly rested on Regulus's arm. With a resounding crack, the sensation of being squeezed through apparition enveloped them once more. The dim corridor of number 12, Grimmauld Place, remained unchanged. Kreacher gazed at Regulus's body, finally crying out, "Master, old Kreacher has brought you home." The portrait of Walburga loomed ahead. The elderly woman within was already in tears, her hands futilely pressing against the canvas. Unable to truly touch her youngest son, her lips quivered, with tears flowing continuously from the painting. Sirius stood before the portrait, his shirt drenched against his body, droplets still falling from his ebony locks. He slowly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with his mother in the painting. The 16-year chasm, the distance between life and death, coalesced into silence in that moment. "Gentlemen," Ryan softly broke the stillness, "I am uncertain if this is the appropriate time to speak." He retrieved the faux locket box from his pocket. "I also found this." Sirius mechanically accepted it, his fingers probing the locket box. With a soft click, the box sprang open, revealing a yellowed note nestled inside. To the Dark Lord, Sirius's voice was hoarse and strained. "I know that by the time you read this letter, I will have passed away, but I wish for you to know, I uncovered your secret and have taken the real Horcrux to destroy it as swiftly as possible. I risked my life, hoping that your destined adversary is merely a mortal flesh and blood." Rab. He read his brother's last letter word for word, and when he reached the phrase about risking his life, his voice caught in his throat. Tears finally cascaded down the face that had always worn a roguish grin. Ryan quietly retreated behind Dumbledore. The elder offered him a questioning glance, and Ryan exchanged a knowing wink with the shadowy figure behind the door. The apparition smiled faintly and dissipated into a wisp of ethereal blue smoke. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. The two departed the corridor in tacit agreement, leaving space for the grieving family. In the kitchen, Ryan rummaged through the cupboard for tea leaves. "Would black tea suffice?" he asked Dumbledore softly. "It would be perfect." The elder replied warmly, his wand flicking, causing the kettle to float to the stove. They waited in silence for the water to boil. Outside, the night sky over London began to pale, the first light of dawn attempting to pierce through the clouds. "You did well," Dumbledore suddenly remarked, "not just concerning tonight." Ryan poured the tea leaves into the teapot. "I merely did what was necessary." The kettle whistled sharply, signaling that the water had boiled. Dumbledore waved his wand, and hot water poured into the teapot, the fragrance of tea filling the air. Sometimes, what must be done is the most challenging, especially when it involves a family. Ryan remained silent, pouring the brewed tea into 2 cups. They drank in silence until the 5th cup was drained, at which point Sirius pushed the door open. His voice had regained its calm, though his eyes still glistened with redness. "I wish to bury Regulus in 3 days, for now. His body will remain in the coffin Kreacher has conjured." We will certainly be present, Dumbledore said gently. Ryan glanced out the window. We should return to Hogwarts. We need not only rest, but also to address that Horcrux. As they prepared to leave, Sirius suddenly called out to Ryan, though I've already said it once. He paused. Thank you, brother. Has all your remaining anger dissipated? Ryan chuckled. Indeed, it has completely vanished, Sirius replied, his demeanor unusually serious as he nodded. Moreover, I have come to realize another trait of your family, the Evans. Really? Ryan inquired. Lily began meddling in James's affairs, and it seems she ended up managing him for a lifetime. Sirius smirked slightly. I suspect you and the Weasley lad are quite similar. No, Ryan began to retort, then suddenly remembered his first encounter with George, unable to suppress a chuckle. Perhaps you are right. Sirius enveloped him in a hearty embrace. In any case, truly, thank you. As dawn's light began to break, Ryan and Dumbledore apparat away from Grimmauld Place. Chapter 80, Winter's Embrace. The door to Dumbledore's office closed gently behind them, and Ryan stood on the spiral staircase, wearily massaging his temples. The old headmaster's gentle voice still echoed in his ears. Make sure to rest well. We shall attend to the locket box once we have regained our strength. Ryan nodded, stuffing the locket box into the inner pocket of his robe. The cold metal pressed against his chest, pulsating with an unsettling energy. The corridor was adorned with Christmas decorations, floating candles, singing ribbons, and ever-changing mistletoe. Yet, Ryan longed only to return to his office and collapse onto his bed for a much-needed slumber. Upon rounding the final corner, he halted abruptly. George leaned against the doorframe of his office, his red hair tousled, and a clear fatigue etched upon his face. He crossed his arms, tapping his toes impatiently against the floor, but upon seeing Ryan, his expression brightened. Merlin's beard. Ryan suddenly recalled that he had completely forgotten to inform George. He had initially planned only to visit the ministry for a stamp, then volunteered to engage in the battle at the Department of Mysteries, subsequently getting injured and spending 2 days in the hospital, during which the search for the Horcrux felt interminably prolonged. George had already strode over. Ryan opened his mouth to explain, but was met with a firm embrace that silenced him. Are you all right? I'm so sorry. They both spoke simultaneously, then shared a smile. George's blue eyes were filled with concern, yet his lips curled into a familiar, mischievous grin. I take it our esteemed assistant remembers the way back to the office? Ryan took his hand. Let us talk inside. The fireplace in the office ignited with a warm blaze. Ryan slumped onto the sofa, every bone in his body protesting. George poured 2 cups of hot cocoa and settled beside him. So, do we start from the point when Ron told me you were injured? Or from the moment you vanished for 2 days without a word? George inquired, shoving a cup into Ryan's hands. Ron told you? Ryan pondered, cradling the hot cocoa. Actually. George mischievously winked. I threatened him to keep one eye open while sleeping, lest he fall victim to the spider pillow gift. Ryan couldn't help but chuckle, then succinctly recounted the events of the past 2 days, the battles at the Ministry of Magic, Regulus' sacrifice, Kreacher's loyalty, and the truth about the locket. As he spoke of Sirius cradling his brother's lifeless body, George instinctively tightened his fingers. He reached out to caress Ryan's cheek, his thumb gently stroking beneath his eye. You must be exhausted after these 2 days, aren't you? Ryan nodded slightly, placing his hand over George's. A bit. But seeing you makes it all worthwhile. George smiled at this. Then let us speak of lighter matters. Can you guess what delightful mischief Umbridge has been up to these past few days? With George's animated descriptions, the atmosphere in the office gradually lightened. He recounted Umbridge's newly issued decree against shoulder rubbing, and how Filch chased a group of first years who were running amok with extendable ears. As Ryan listened to George's voice, he felt his eyelids growing heavier. His head began to droop uncontrollably, the hot cocoa cup tilting in his grasp, which George deftly caught. The deal for the shop at number 93 Diagon Alley has been finalized, Fred said. George halted his narrative, realizing Ryan's eyes had completely closed. Just as Ryan's head was about to collide with the coffee table, George swiftly cradled his face. The young professor's features, illuminated by the firelight, appeared particularly weary, with his eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes. Then, George carefully lifted Ryan into his arms, his slumbering form instinctively nuzzling closer to the warmth. His forehead resting against George's shoulder. Unable to suppress a smile, George quietly carried him into the bedroom. He helped Ryan out of his outer robe and shoes, tucked him in, and cast several warming charms to ensure he wouldn't catch a chill. After completing these tasks, he sat by the bed, gazing quietly at the sleeping Ryan. The corners of George's mouth involuntarily lifted as he leaned down and placed a feather-like kiss upon his lips. You've worked hard these past few days, my little rabbit. Their foreheads touched, savoring this moment of tranquility. Outside, snowflakes fell silently, draping Hogwarts in a silvery cloak. Chapter 81, The Mystery of the Phoenix. In the early morning, Ryan was awakened by the sounds of laughter and the clattering of luggage wheels from outside. Rubbing his eyes, he recalled that today marked the beginning of the Christmas holiday, with the Hogwarts Express soon to carry students back to London. A lengthy slumber lasting several hours had swept away the fatigue of the previous night. However, when Ryan groomed himself and approached the bookshelf to retrieve the diadem, he froze as if struck by lightning. The Ravenclaw diadem, once securely locked away within the three-headed dog's soul bone, now lay empty. The fragment of Voldemort's soul was nowhere to be found. This was impossible. Ryan grasped the diadem, examining it closely. The seals on the soul bone remained intact. Yet the soul fragment had indeed vanished, as if it had never existed. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Voldemort's soul fragment had broken free from its confinement? If that were true, it would mean that two Voldemorts were now roaming the wizarding world, and the escape of one was entirely due to his negligence. Merlin, he thought, feeling dizzy. He could almost visualize the headline in the Daily Prophet. Two Dark Lords, the wizarding world plunged into double terror. Yet, he quickly dismissed this absurd notion. Voldemort's soul fragment could not so easily escape the confines of his soul bone. There must be another explanation. His gaze fell upon the bone lamp on the bookshelf. The dark lamp was inscribed with ancient runes, and the ghostly blue flames within danced with unusual vigor, burning more intensely than ever before. Ryan squinted. A bold hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. He picked up Slytherin's locket and carefully placed it beside the bone lamp. 1 second, 2 seconds, nothing happened. Perhaps I am overthinking this, he mused, chuckling to himself as he turned to leave the office. Just as he closed the door, a faint clicking sound echoed behind him. The ghostly blue flames twisted slightly and began to coalesce into a form reminiscent of a miniature heron. It tilted its head and gently pecked at the locket, swiftly seizing it in its beak. Got you now. The office door swung open abruptly, and Ryan leaned against the doorframe, a smile playing on his lips. Upon seeing Ryan return unexpectedly, the flame-formed heron froze, quickly releasing the locket and retreating back into the lampshade, reverting to a harmless wisp of blue flame. As if everything that had just transpired had been mere illusion, Ryan stepped forward, lightly tapping on the glass shade of the bone lamp. His tone teasing. Pleasure to meet you. My apologies for not realizing you were alive before. The flame flickered slightly, as if feeling guilty. Using the power of the soul bone, he sensed that indeed, the soul fragment within the locket had vanished without a trace. Oddly enough, the flame within the lamp appeared to be even more vibrant. It seemed he had found the source of the problem. He murmured softly, then patted the bone lamp as if reprimanding a mischievous animal. You've quite the appetite, daring to consume even Voldemort's soul? Aren't you afraid of an upset stomach? The flame of the lamp shrank suddenly and then swayed gently, as if in a bid for affection. Ryan chuckled and returned it to its place on the shelf. Though his gaze remained contemplative, what exactly was the origin of this bone lamp? The Hogwarts library felt particularly empty during the Christmas holiday. In the restricted section, Ryan sat at a wooden table piled high with ancient tomes, his fingers lightly tracing the yellowed parchment. Titles such as Egyptian magical creatures, ancient Egyptian mysticism, and the sun god and the eternal bird were perused one by one, and the more he searched, the tighter his brow furrowed. Bird. Ryan whispered the name, his finger pausing over an illustration of an elegant heron, its feathers of fiery gold, its long beak slightly curved, and its gaze sharp yet divine. According to the records, the Bird was an embodiment of the sun god, symbolizing rebirth and eternity. Ryan's brow furrowed slightly. It was said to self-immolate and be reborn every 500 years. He recited the text softly. From the ashes, new life is born, which indicates that no remains will be left behind. He closed the book and rubbed his aching eyes. A day of intensive reading had left a dull throb at his temples, yet his findings were scant. Most accounts of the Bird centered on its symbolic significance, with little mention of its remains being used to create magical artifacts. A change in approach was needed. Rising, Ryan returned the books to their rightful places. As he passed through the library entrance, Madame Pants was dusting the shelves with a feather duster, and upon seeing him, she offered an unusual smile. Professor Evans. Still working hard during the Christmas holiday? Some questions require verification, Ryan replied with a smile, wishing her a Merry Christmas. Exiting the library, he found the corridor deserted. Most students had boarded the Hogwarts Express, leaving the castle in a profound silence. Ryan's thoughts drifted back to a few hours earlier, when George had stood at the office door, his red hair falling, his eyes filled with reluctance. Just 5 minutes of George's breath had brushed against his ear. I promise I won't miss the train. How had Ryan responded back then? Oh, right, he and T managed to utter a complete sentence. George's kiss nearly caused him to lose track of time. It was not until the distant sound of a train whistle reminded them of the imminent departure that he snapped back to reality and gently pushed the other away. Grimmauld Place awaits. George bestowed a final soft peck upon his lips before turning and dashing towards the end of the corridor. The memory elicited an involuntary smile from Ryan. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such thoughts. He shook his head, setting aside those sweet musings for the time being, and hastened toward the Olery. Along the way, Ryan redirected his thoughts to the puzzle at hand. If the bone lamp was not the remains of a Bennu bird, then what exactly was it? How could it devour the soul fragments of Voldemort? He resolved to pen a letter to inquire further. Upon reaching the Olery, Ryan retrieved parchment and a quill, carefully considering his words at a wooden table that bore remnants of bird droppings. Dear grandparents, I hope this letter finds you in good health. I have several inquiries regarding the bone lamp you sent me. I have recently discovered that it seems to possess the ability to consume dark magic. At this juncture, he paused, uncertain whether to mention Voldemort's soul fragments. Ultimately, he struck through the last sentence and rewrote it. Indeed, it appears to purify certain dark artifacts. I am exceedingly curious about its origins, and if you possess any additional information, please do share. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. With love, Ryan. He folded the letter and summoned his owl. The little creature flapped its wings as it landed on the windowsill, tilting its head as if awaiting further instructions. Thank you for your help. Please deliver this letter to my grandparents post-haste, Ryan murmured, tying the letter to its leg. The owl hooted twice and took flight into the gray sky, swiftly vanishing amidst the flurry of snowflakes. Chapter 82. A conversation in the headmaster's office inside the office. The flames of the fireplace crackled quietly, casting a glow that illuminated the silhouette of the azure heron within the bone lamp. It lounged languidly at the center of the wick, occasionally fluttering its wings. Ryan entered, the chill of the corridor still clinging to his robes. The heron in the lamp lifted its head slightly, emitting a low croak as a greeting before reverting to its serene posture, seemingly indifferent to everything around it. You certainly exude a sense of leisure, Ryan remarked, shaking his head in resignation as he gently stroked the lamp's shade. The heron tilted its head, as if pondering his words, but ultimately emitted a soft croak, returning to its meditative state. Ryan sighed and carefully stowed the bone lamp along with the pendant box into a magical bag. He needed to report to Dumbledore about Voldemort's soul fragment being consumed, regardless of the circumstances. In the headmaster's office, the rotating silver instruments hummed softly on the desk, while Fawkes perched upon a gilded branch, his golden eyes half closed. Dumbledore sat behind a large oak desk. So, you are suggesting that the object within the pendant box was consumed by this bone lamp? Dumbledore inquired, his tone calm as though discussing the weather for the morrow. Indeed, Professor, Ryan nodded, pushing the pendant box toward Dumbledore. I intended to examine it. But the flames of the bone lamp suddenly devoured the dark magical energy contained within. Dumbledore accepted the pendant box, his long fingers gliding over its surface as the tip of his wand glimmered with a faint silver light. After a moment, he raised his gaze, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, there are no traces of dark magic remaining within, he said cheerfully. This alleviates one concern from our list. Ryan blinked in surprise at Dumbledore's reaction. Do you not find this rather peculiar? The magical world is rife with the unknown, Ryan. Dumbledore replied with a smile as he placed the pendant box back on the table, rather than astonishment. I find joy in the fact that we have one less Horcrux to destroy. Ryan inquired. You have confirmed that Voldemort created more than one Horcrux? Dumbledore nodded gently, his gaze deepening. Yes. For the next while, Dumbledore elaborated on his investigations into Voldemort's Horcruxes. Tom displayed an extreme obsession with dark magic even during his school years. His voice was low and steady, especially with the study of soul division. He once sought knowledge from Professor Slughorn about Horcruxes, attempting to comprehend how to shield the soul from death. Ryan understood, but furrowed his brow. So, he began creating Horcruxes after graduation? Indeed, and given his nature, it is no surprise that he would select historically significant items as vessels, such as Helga Hufflepuff's cup and Salazar Slytherin's pendant box. Dumbledore's fingers lightly tapped the desk. Each creation of a Horcrux necessitates murder to split the soul, and Tom, or rather, Voldemort, sought not merely immortality, but an almost fanatical form of absolute immortality, Ryan murmured. Compared to a wretched existence of endless life, becoming something neither human nor ghost, it would be far better to live a normal life until the end. It seems our thoughts align. Dumbledore regarded him with approval. Voldemort's plan was to split his soul into 7 pieces, one remaining in his body, while 6 would be hidden within Horcruxes. Ryan pondered aloud. So, the Horcruxes we currently know of include the diary, Hufflepuff's cup, and Slytherin's pendant box. Dumbledore enumerated them. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. And for this reason, I am increasingly certain that his soul has become exceedingly fragile due to its repeated fragmentation. Upon hearing this, Ryan's admiration for Dumbledore deepened. This elder possessed not only formidable magical prowess, but also unparalleled insight and wisdom. He meticulously traced Voldemort's past, piecing together the truth from mere hints, even foreseeing vulnerabilities that Voldemort himself had yet to recognize. Then, should we now seek out and destroy these Horcruxes? Ryan asked. Indeed. But this is not a matter to rush into at present, Dumbledore replied gently. The Christmas holidays are approaching, and you ought to take some time to rest. Ryan smiled, but did not respond. He was acutely aware of the secrets of the bone lamp and the legends of the Bennu bird. These enigmas ensnared him like an invisible web. Rest? That seemed rather difficult. Just then, Fawkes let out a clear, melodious call. Ryan turned to see the phoenix locked in a gaze with the heron in the bone lamp. The two birds' eyes met in the air, as if engaged in a silent communion. The heron's azure flames flickered gently, while Fawkes's golden-red feathers glimmered more brilliantly in the firelight. They appear quite intrigued by one another. Dumbledore observed with interest. As Ryan departed the headmaster's office, night had fallen. The corridors of Hogwarts were adorned with festive decorations, creating a warm and beautiful ambience, while snowflakes drifted from the high windows, twinkling softly in the candlelight. Chapter 83. The Christmas shopping squad. On the night he sent his letter to his grandparents, Ryan scoured the restricted section of the library, yet still could not uncover any concrete leads regarding the bone lamp. On Christmas Eve, he penned a letter to his parents, informing them that he would be celebrating the holiday with the Order of the Phoenix, reassuring them not to worry, before collapsing into the bed in his office, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, he was roused by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Professor Evans. Professor Evans. Ryan lifted his head, rubbing his sore eyes, and stood up to open the door. Outside stood two third-year girls, one adorned with a Gryffindor scarf, while the other sported a Ravenclaw badge. Their eyes were red-rimmed, and traces of tears lingered on their faces. Come in, Ryan said, stepping aside to allow them entry into his office. What seems to be the matter? The Gryffindor girl, Emily Jones, sniffled. Professor, Maggie said my divination assignment was plagiarized. That's because you actually copied my work. Maggie Green from Ravenclaw immediately retorted. You even described the shape of the tea leaves exactly as I did. I've said it a million times. I did not. Did not. You changed my crescent-shaped tea leaves, predicting a journey to crescent-shaped tea leaves, suggesting a trip. Ryan sighed softly and poured each of them a cup of hot cocoa. So, you are quarreling over a divination assignment? It's not just that, Emily exclaimed passionately. She also told Professor Trelawney, which caused me to receive a 0. That's because you did plagiarize. Maggie bit her lip. And you deliberately spilled my cauldron during potions class. That was an accident. I apologized. You did it on purpose, just because I flew faster than you in flying class. Ryan observed the escalating argument between the two girls and gently tapped the table. Stop. Instantly, they fell silent. Emily. Ryan turned to the Gryffindor girl. You did not copy Maggie's assignment, correct? Emily met his gaze seriously and affirmed, yes. Maggie. He then addressed the Ravenclaw girl. You reported to the professor out of anger without first discussing it with Emily, didn't you? Maggie's cheeks flushed. Yes. Do you believe it is worth losing a friendship over such a dispute? Ryan inquired softly. The two girls fell silent. With her head bowed, Maggie's tears began to flow. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions without hearing your explanation. Emily, witnessing her friend's tears, softened her expression. I was wrong too. I shouldn't have shouted at you like that. At last, the two girls found solace in each other's company, leaving the office hand in hand. After a brief refreshment, Ryan grabbed a handful of flue powder and stood before the fireplace. Hogsmeade Village. The emerald flames enveloped him. And soon he found himself at the entrance of the village, where he flagged down the night bus. The bus sped along, halting abruptly in front of number 12, Grimmauld Place, nearly sending Ryan tumbling into the front seat. He staggered out, dusting off his robes and making his way toward the eerie yet inviting old house. As soon as he knocked, the door swung open abruptly, revealing George, panting and breathless, his tousled red hair a testament to his hurried arrival. You're here. George's eyes sparkled like stars. In an instant, Ryan was enveloped in a hearty embrace, the warmth of cinnamon and fireworks clinging to him, making it hard to let go. Are you serious? You've been apart for less than 24 hours and you're already like this. Fred's voice called from the direction of the kitchen, laced with playful teasing. Only then did Ryan notice that Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Mrs. Weasley were gathered at the kitchen doorway, each wearing various expressions of delight. Ron's ears were as red as his hair. Harry pretended to study the ceiling, while Ginny winked at them. Good morning, everyone. Ryan released George, yet their fingers remained entwined as they walked together to the dining table. The atmosphere during breakfast was vibrant and lively. Fred and George fiercely competed for the last piece of bacon, while Ron and Harry discussed Quidditch, and Ginny inquired about Ryan's assignments. Just as Ryan was spreading jam on his toast, Mrs. Weasley caught his eye. "I'll get a glass of water," Ryan said, understanding her silent cue, and made his way to the kettle in the corner of the kitchen. Feigning to tidy up the dishes, Molly approached him and lowered her voice. "There's a small meeting of the order later, Ryan. Could you take the kids out for a while? Just 2 or 3 hours." "Absolutely, leave it to me." Ryan nodded, taking a sip of water. Returning to the dining table, he seamlessly inserted into the conversation, "By the way, I just remembered something. Has anyone been to Selfridge's in London?" The table fell silent for a moment. "A Muggle department store?" Ron furrowed his brow in confusion. Why the sudden question? Ryan offered a slightly awkward smile. "Actually, I forgot to prepare Christmas gifts." He scanned the room, noting their expressions, and quickly added, "So I thought, why not all go shopping together today? Whatever you fancy, I'll cover the bill to make a hasty remedy." Silence ensued. Then, really? Ginny was the first to leap up. "Everything." Ron's eyes widened like galleons. "Anything?" Harry half-joked. "Of course, except for making me buy a house," Ryan laughed, raising his hands in surrender. "Anything within budget is fair game." In an instant, the dining room erupted in cheers. Fred and George exaggeratedly knelt, exclaiming, "Here's to our generous Professor Evans," eliciting a shake of the head from Mrs. Weasley. Amidst the clamor, Ryan caught Mrs. Weasley mouthing "well done" to him. He discreetly winked in response before being pulled to his feet by George. "Let us go, Mr. Rich Guy." George chuckled. "I've been wanting to see how Muggles celebrate Christmas." In that moment, there was no Dark Lord, no Horcruxes, only the pure joy of Christmas. Ryan tightened his grip on George's hand, pondering that perhaps this was everything worth protecting. Chapter 84. The Christmas shopping squad. After breakfast, everyone changed into their Muggle attire, preparing to set off. Outside, delicate snowflakes drifted down. Just as Ron was about to step out, he abruptly halted and turned to the red telephone booth at the roadside. "Wait, I need to call Hermione." He scratched his head, glancing at Harry with a hint of embarrassment. "How do you use this thing again?" Harry laughed as he walked over, inserting several coins into the slot before dialing the number and handing the receiver to Ron. Hermione's clear voice soon echoed from the other end. "Hermione, it's me, Ron." His voice involuntarily rose, prompting Fred and George to exchange knowing glances. It turned out Hermione had originally planned to go skiing in Switzerland with her parents, but canceled her trip due to unforeseen circumstances and was now home alone reading. Ron's eyes sparkled, and he turned to Ryan, who nodded affirmatively, prompting him to excitedly invite her to join their shopping excursion. From the other end, Hermione's voice held a note of surprise. "Which department store are you going to?" "Selfridge's," Ron replied, then turned to Ryan. Where's that?" Ryan chimed in cheerfully. "Oxford Street, Hermione. We'll be there in about half an hour." "I'm not far from there." Hermione's voice was cheerful. "Wait for me. I'll be there soon." "Really? That is fantastic." Ron beamed after hanging up, unable to contain his excitement. "She said she's on her way." "Wonderful." Ginny clapped her hands in delight. Now we're all set. The sky was dusted with light snow, and the streets were blanketed with a thin layer of frost. Harry, Ron, and Ginny walked ahead, tossing snowballs at each other, their laughter ringing brightly in the crisp air. Meanwhile, Ryan and George strolled behind, hand in hand, with George occasionally leaning in to whisper something, making Ryan chuckle. Fred occasionally scooped up handfuls of snow from the roadside, launching surprise attacks on Ryan and George, prompting the two to bend down and retaliate by forming snowballs. Amid their playful antics, they swiftly reached their destination. At the entrance of the department store, Hermione stood rubbing her hands together for warmth. She was clad in a camel-colored coat, wrapped in a thick plaid scarf, her nose slightly reddened from the cold. "Hermione!" Ron exclaimed, rushing over with a few hurried steps, nearly slipping in the snow, only to be caught by Hermione. "Be careful." She couldn't help but chuckle, brushing the snow off his clothes. "What made you suddenly decide to visit a Muggle department store?" Ryan said he would buy us Christmas gifts. Harry indicated towards Ryan, who had forgotten to prepare. Hermione turned her gaze to Ryan, who shrugged helplessly. "Consider it a last-minute remedy. Hermione, feel free to buy whatever you wish." "All right. Then I shan't hold back," Hermione replied with a sly smile. The interior of the department store was adorned with dazzling Christmas decorations. Beneath the grand crystal chandeliers, shop windows displayed an array of goods, from exquisite jewelry to amusing toys, a feast for the eyes. Initially, they had planned to split up. Fred made a beeline for the toy section, while Harry and Ron were drawn to electronics. Ginny tugged Hermione towards the clothing section, and Ryan and George leisurely wandered about. However, the layout of the Muggle department store proved far more intricate than they had anticipated. "Aren't we supposed to go to the third floor?" Ron stood on the escalator, bewilderedly looking at Harry. "How did we end up back on the first floor?" Hermione sighed. "Can't you at least look at the signs?" Ultimately, they inexplicably reconvened and decided to explore together. As they reached the second floor, Ryan's gaze lingered momentarily in front of the jewelry counter. Inside the glass display case, a pair of elegantly designed closet diamond rings sparkled enticingly. His eyes remained fixed on them for several seconds. "What are you looking at?" George's voice broke the moment. "Nothing." Ryan quickly averted his gaze, casually following the group, though the hand he held with George tightened subtly, as if measuring something. The shopping yielded bountiful results. Fred and George each selected a remote-controlled car and a model airplane set. Harry, after much deliberation in the electronics section, chose a Nintendo gaming console. Ron was intrigued by watches but found himself indecisive amidst the myriad of styles. With Ryan's suggestion, he ultimately settled on a classic Rolex Datejust. Hermione opted for a Parker pen and notebook set, taking the opportunity to correct Ron on how to wear his watch. Ginny's taste appeared to be influenced by a rebellious phase, as she unhesitatingly selected a pair of ripped jeans and a t-shirt emblazoned with a rock band's logo. Ryan, in turn, bought her several additional outfits, prompting Ginny to cheerfully hug him. "Thank you, Ryan. You're so much better than Fred and George." The twins immediately protested. "Hey, we're generous too, you know?" "Yeah, generous enough to stuff our Christmas stockings with dung." Ginny rolled her eyes. Laughter erupted among the group. As their shopping spree neared its conclusion, Ryan briefly disappeared for a while. 10 minutes later, he returned nonchalantly, a small deep blue box tucked in his pocket. "Where did you go?" George inquired, peering curiously. "The restroom," Ryan replied without missing a beat. George clearly didn't buy it, yet he refrained from probing further. As noon approached, everyone bid farewell to Hermione at the entrance of the department store. "Thank you for your gift, Ryan." Hermione, clutching her books and stationery, waved to them. "I'll head off now. See you after school." "Be safe on your way," Ryan gently replied, watching Hermione head towards the subway station, while Ron's gaze followed her until she vanished into the crowd. On the way back to Grimmauld Place, the snow had ceased. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon the pristine streets. Fred had already begun playing with the remote-controlled car, while Ginny and Harry discussed their newly acquired clothes. And Ron occasionally glanced at his watch, chuckling to himself. Ryan and George brought up the rear, their fingers intertwined. Chapter 85, Another Year of Christmas. In the afternoon at Grimmauld Place, number 12, light streamed through the heavy curtains into the kitchen. After lunch, the sounds of children frolicking upstairs echoed throughout the house. Harry, Ron, and Ginny were gathered around the new gaming console, shouting excitedly. Meanwhile, Fred and George were tucked away in their makeshift workspace, tinkering with the newly purchased Muggle toys. Ryan stood at the staircase corner, cradling a beautifully wrapped box in his hands. "Creature?" he called softly. A faint pop filled the air as the aged house elf appeared before him, his bat-like ears twitching slightly. "Is Master Evans looking for Creature?" Since the incident with Regulus, Creature's attitude towards Ryan had undergone a complete transformation. "Merry Christmas, Creature." Ryan smiled as he extended the gift. "This is for you." Creature stared at the box, his frail fingers cautiously unwrapping it to reveal a finely tailored dark green suit, complete with a little badge pinned to the chest. "See clothes?" Creature's voice suddenly became high-pitched, his fingers trembling. "Creature cannot accept clothes." "Is the master trying to send Creature away?" "No, not at all." Ryan crouched down to Creature's level. "Sirius would never send you away. I merely thought, as a house elf of the Black family, shouldn't you dress better?" A glimmer of light flickered in Creature's dull eyes. "Just think," Ryan lowered his voice, "if other house elves from different families saw you, they would undoubtedly envy you for working in the Black family." This reasoning seemed to resonate with Creature. He hesitated, touching the fabric of the suit, before finally nodding. "Creature will try it on, from Master Evans' kind intentions." When Creature reappeared, he awkwardly tugged at the hem of the suit, but his back stood straight. Ryan suppressed a smile, nodding earnestly. "You look splendid. It suits you perfectly." Creature bowed. The tips of his ears slightly reddened. "Thank you, Master Evans." As night fell, Grimmauld Place, number 12, welcomed one of its most boisterous Christmas parties in years. The long dining table was laden with Molly's signature dishes, roast turkey sizzling with golden juices, Yorkshire pudding puffed to perfection, and an array of pies and puddings emitting tantalizing aromas. Members of the Order of the Phoenix gathered in clusters, the clinking of glasses and bursts of laughter reverberating throughout the room. Mrs. Black's portrait remained unusually quiet that evening. She sat in her frame, her expression complex as she surveyed the room filled with pureblood traitors and mudbloods, yet for once, she refrained from hurling curses. Sirius approached the portrait, holding a glass of fire whiskey aloft. "Merry Christmas, Mother." The woman in the portrait pursed her lips, ultimately nodding slightly. "Merry Christmas." After the party concluded, Ryan volunteered to help Molly with the dishes. George, wishing to assist as well, was instead sent off to take out the trash. "Thank you, Ryan." Molly waved her wand, causing a dishcloth to scrub the plates automatically. "You're always so thoughtful." Ryan levitated a stack of plates into the cupboard. "It's nothing, Mrs. Weasley." The kitchen was soon filled only with the sound of running water and the gentle clinking of dishes. Midway through, Molly suddenly sighed. Fred and George told me they planned to open a shop in Diagon Alley. Ryan nodded in acknowledgement. George informed me about Shop 93. Molly's voice carried a hint of despondency. I had hoped they would consider working at the Ministry of Magic. At least it would provide a stable income. Perhaps, Ryan, you could persuade them? Ryan paused in his task, gazing at her intently. If one possesses talent and intellect in a field they cherish, wouldn't it be a lamentable waste not to strive for development? Molly wiped her hands, her brow still furrowed. Yet the risks of entrepreneurship are perilous. And those two are still so young. I constantly worry about the potential setbacks they might encounter, which could leave them disheartened. It is not solely about them, Mrs. Weasley, Ryan asserted earnestly. Regardless of the outcome, I shall unequivocally stand by George, providing him with unwavering support in his choices. Upon hearing this, Molly approached and grasped Ryan's hand, patting it gently. Oh dear. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you for loving my children so dearly. As Ryan finished tidying up and exited the kitchen, he discovered George waiting for him by the corridor. Have you disposed of the rubbish? Did you find the bin without any trouble? Ryan inquired. George did not respond but stepped forward, gently enveloping Ryan in his embrace. This embrace lacked the usual fervor. Ryan was taken aback but instinctively returned the gesture. What is it? George rested his chin on Ryan's shoulder, his voice muffled. I just wanted to hold you. Ryan sensed George's arms tremble slightly around his waist. He softly caressed George's back. Has something transpired? George shook his head, burying his face in the crook of Ryan's neck, inhaling the faint, soothing scent he bore. It's nothing, George finally spoke, his tone subdued. I merely feel fortunate. Ryan chuckled lightly, his fingers threading through George's red hair, affectionately patting his head. Within the room, the midnight chimes of Christmas bells resonated gently. Chapter 86. Conversations at the Cemetery. The ancestral tomb of the Black family is nestled amidst a tranquil pine forest in northern England. The winter sunlight filters through the bare branches, casting mottled shadows upon the snow-covered gravestones. Regulus's coffin was being gently lowered into the grave, its ebony surface adorned with the ancient crest of the Black family. Sirius stood at the edge of the grave, his expression solemn. Clad in a somber black robe, his usually unruly dark hair was neatly tied back, lending him an air of solemnity. Members of the Order of the Phoenix approached in turn, placing white winterberry flowers atop the coffin before silently disapparating away. Ryan set down the flowers he held and stepped aside. Just as the coffin was about to be closed, a cold voice echoed from the entrance of the graveyard. It seems we have arrived just in time. Everyone turned simultaneously to see Lucius Malfoy approaching, wielding his serpent-headed cane, which left small indentations in the snow, his platinum hair fluttering slightly in the chilling wind. Narcissa followed closely beside him, draped in a black gown, her demeanor serene, while Draco trailed behind, his gray eyes filled with reluctance, resembling a condemned man. The atmosphere grew tense. Sirius, Narcissa greeted first. Sirius nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting past Narcissa to fixate on Lucius, hostility evident on his face. I have made it clear that Death Eaters are not welcome here. Lucius replied languidly. Let us not be so hasty. Regulus was once one of us, was he not? At that moment, Draco's gaze locked onto Harry's. Potter, Draco elongated the syllables, disdain evident in his gray eyes. I never expected to see you here. Harry remained expressionless. I too did not anticipate encountering you here, Malfoy. Be cautious, lest I inadvertently send you tumbling into a grave. I would gladly assist in covering you with earth, Ron chimed in, cracking his knuckles. Sirius, overhearing Lucius's words, was visibly enraged, his fingers instinctively reaching for his wand. Silence. I shall repeat myself, leave at once. Sirius, we truly only wish to pay our final respects to Regulus. We harbor no ill intentions, Narcissa interjected quickly, positioning herself between the two men, her tone earnest. Sirius glared at his cousin for a long moment before finally snorting and stepping aside to grant them passage. As the Malfoys approached to lay their flowers, a chilling silence enveloped the graveyard. Lucius methodically placed the flowers atop the coffin, while Narcissa softly recited an ancient elegy after laying her offering. Draco's movements were stiff and hurried. He hastily dropped the flowers and retreated behind his parents. Ultimately, Regulus's coffin was closed and buried, just as the Malfoys prepared to depart. Lucius unexpectedly halted, turning to Ryan. Professor Evans, might I have a word? Sirius immediately positioned himself in front of Ryan. Whatever you have to say can be said here. Ryan gently pressed a hand on Sirius's shoulder. I would be delighted, Mr. Malfoy. He gestured towards Harry and the others. However, it seems rather inconsiderate to leave everyone here in the cold while we converse. Perhaps it would be best for them to take a respite at a nearby cafe? Given the chill, a warm drink would be welcome. Lucius's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. I merely wish to discuss matters concerning Draco's OWLs. It won't take long. Perfect. Sirius suddenly donned a feigned smile, interrupting Lucius. Narcissa and I haven't seen each other in years. We could catch up. What? No. Draco began to protest, but Harry and Ron seized him from either side, leading him away. Come along, Malfoy, Harry said, his smile strained. We have much to discuss. Draco's expression was one of disgust, as though something repugnant had clung to him. Remove your hands. Narcissa cast a worried glance at her husband, but under Sirius's insistence, she was led away. Soon, only Ryan and Lucius remained in the graveyard. The winter sun was fleeting, and darkness soon enveloped the landscape. The biting wind swirling the snow upon the ground, weaving through the gravestones. Ryan regarded the tall, blond man before him with calm resolve. Shall we proceed, Mr. Malfoy? Lucius's fingers lightly tapped the serpent-headed cane. Shall we converse as we walk? Certainly. Ryan nodded in agreement, though I would advise against straying too far, after all. He gestured meaningfully around. This place is surrounded by woods, and one can never know if there might be snakes or insects lurking. Lucius's lips twitched slightly. Professor Evans, you possess a fine sense of humor. It is winter, and serpents and insects should be hibernating. Ryan chuckled softly. You are quite right, Mr. Malfoy. I momentarily misspoke. Do not take offense. The two men ambled along the narrow path of the graveyard, the snow crunching softly beneath their boots. The shadows of the pines enveloped them, as if countless eyes were watching from the darkness. Chapter 87. Negotiations of Collaboration. The cold wind swept through the pine forest, emitting a low, mournful wail. Ryan and Lucius walked side by side along the snow-laden path, the sound of their boots crushing thin ice resonating in the stillness. Initially, Lucius indeed appeared to embody the role of a concerned father, inquiring about Draco's academic progress and preparations for the OWLs. Ryan attentively provided suggestions, pinpointing Draco's weaknesses in Transfiguration and recommending several advanced textbooks. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Lucius came to a halt beneath an ancient oak tree. The dappled shadows fractured his visage into a mosaic of light and dark. The Dark Lord has taken a keen interest in you. Lucius's voice suddenly chilled the air. Ryan paused, the energy within him swirling. What? There is no need to feign ignorance. Lucius turned, his slate-blue eyes locking onto Ryan's. During the final stage of the Triwizard Tournament, you utterly vanquished us before the Dark Lord. And you even managed to abscond with Harry Potter. More impressively, he raised the serpent-headed wand and gently tapped the tree trunk. You were able to withstand the killing curse head-on. Snowflakes cascaded from the branches above. Lucius continued. The Dark Lord is exceedingly intrigued by the latent power within you and has compelled me to find an opportunity to bring you to him. After absorbing this revelation, Ryan inquired, so you expect me to simply accompany you after this conversation? His tone was gentle, though the atmosphere around him began to subtly warp. A crimson mist of energy swirling like fog. The intent to kill sliced through the air like a drawn blade, startling the crows perched above. For a fleeting moment, Lucius's pupils dilated, but he swiftly regained his composure. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to engage in combat. In fact, we wish to propose a deal. A deal? Ryan narrowed his eyes. To negotiate a deal while accompanied by a dozen Death Eaters lurking 200 meters away. Astute perception, Lucius clapped his hands, and the rustle of movement echoed through the woods. Several figures cloaked in black emerged from behind the trees, standing silently in front of Ryan. Lucius began to elucidate his intentions. While we advocate for the supremacy of pure-blood ideology and aspire to restore pure-blood families to their preeminence in the wizarding world, we are not all fools. He explained that recent activities of the Death Eaters had repeatedly failed due to the interference of the Order of the Phoenix, causing Voldemort to grow increasingly brutal, meting out harsher punishments to his followers. The once formidable and clear-minded leader has devolved into a terrifying and deranged tyrant. Most of those who fervently followed him have ended up imprisoned in Azkaban. The few who have escaped incarceration are the more rational Death Eaters, who naturally resent Voldemort's treatment of them as mere slaves, summoning them at will and punishing them without hesitation. They are heads of pure-blood families themselves, and while their status may have diminished in Voldemort's absence, they still enjoyed a degree of prestige. Being subjected to such treatment now is a stark contrast. We have grown weary of breakfasting on the Cruciatus curse. The Death Eaters removed their masks, and Ryan observed the bruises on their faces. Noting that one wizard had a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his right arm, Ryan reined in his outward energy, though his vigilance remained intact. So what is it that you desire? Protection. Lucius withdrew a gem-encrusted box from his inner pocket. We are willing to surrender the key to our family vault, pledge an unbreakable vow, and provide intelligence regarding the inner workings of the Death Eaters. He opened the box, revealing a dozen ancient bronze keys that glimmered coldly in the snowy light. We only ask that you safeguard our wives and children. A gust of cold wind lifted the strands of hair from Ryan's forehead. Why seek me? Ryan regarded them. You could easily contact Dumbledore directly. Lucius offered a wry smile. Do you think we haven't tried? The Dark Lord monitors all our communication channels. He caressed the silver scales of the serpent-headed wand. However, he has personally ordered your capture, which is why we can feign a mission to meet with you. Ryan scrutinized them, though doubt lingered in his mind. He lowered his guard somewhat. I can convey your message to Dumbledore, but whether he accepts it is beyond my control. Lucius nodded in understanding, producing 2 documents from his pocket and handing them to Ryan. As a token of our allegiance, please accept this. One was addressed to Dumbledore, the other for Ryan. Mine. Ryan received the document with a puzzled expression. I believe this will prove invaluable to you, Professor Evans, Lucius remarked with a slight smile. Ryan replied, though I am still unaware of its contents, I appreciate your gesture. No need for thanks. We await your response. With that, Lucius and the Death Eaters vanished into the shadows. The 2 emerged from the woods, heading towards the cafe where Sirius and the others awaited. Inside the cafe, the warm yellow light dispelled the chill of winter. Narcissa and Sirius occupied a corner table. While the atmosphere was far from congenial, it lacked overt hostility. Harry, Ron, and Draco sat at another table, their tension palpable. Draco stirred his drink with an air of disdain, while Harry and Ron occasionally cast wary glances. As Ryan and Lucius entered, all eyes turned toward them. Finished? Sirius rose, his gaze fixed intently on Lucius. Ryan nodded. Mr. Malfoy is merely concerned about Draco's studies. Lucius approached his wife. It is time for us to leave, Narcissa. Narcissa stood, softly addressing Sirius. We shall take our leave now, Sirius. Farewell, cousin, Sirius replied, his voice surprisingly gentle. Draco stood in eager anticipation, but not before casting one last glance at Harry. Potter. I hope not to see you blow up your cauldron in potions class when school resumes. Harry raised an eyebrow. You'd best pray that Snape can prevent me from smashing the cauldron over your head. Ron snickered beside him. Once the Malfoys departed, the cafe's atmosphere lightened considerably. Sirius leaned closer to Ryan, lowering his voice. What do they truly want? Ryan pulled out the documents Lucius had given him. We'll discuss it later. I, too, am only half convinced by his words. Chapter 88. The End of the Holidays. The Christmas break passed all too swiftly. On a morning at number 12, Grimmauld Place, delicate frost flowers adorned the window panes. Ryan sat in an armchair by the window, his fingers gently tracing the edges of a piece of parchment. His grandfather's handwriting remained as robust as ever, yet it failed to provide the answers he had yearned for. The parchment bore a faint yellow hue, and the words seemed to carry a hint of the desert's scorching air. Dear Ryan, as we previously discussed, the lamp originates from an ancient Egyptian who claims to hail from the Nile. Initially, she refused to sell it, asserting that the flame within had guarded her family for 7 generations. It was only when we offered her 200 galleons that she fell silent, then let out a raspy laugh and shoved the lamp into our hands. As we departed, she muttered something about relics of the sun god's tears and truths of bone and blood, a string of incomprehensible phrases. We thought she might change her mind and attempted to offer her more, but we quickly grabbed the lamp and fled. The snowfall outside ceased, and Ryan set the letter down, his gaze lingering on the ice crystals forming on the windowsill. His grandfather added at the end of the letter that the small markets in Egypt were ever-changing and that the merchants migrated like migratory birds. Even if Ryan were to journey to Egypt at this moment, it would be unlikely for him to find her. Ryan folded the letter and tucked it into the inner pocket of his robe. Outside, the sound of children's laughter filtered through the glass. Yet it did little to dispel the gravity etched on Ryan's brow. At that moment, a loud argument erupted from downstairs. Ryan neatly folded the letter and swiftly exited his room. As he descended the staircase, the voice of Sirius Black erupted in the living room. Do you think I would allow Harry to be alone with you? You sniveling coward. Severus Snape's voice was low yet sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. Black. If your intelligence could match your arrogance, perhaps you wouldn't have squandered 12 years in Azkaban. The 2 adversaries stood poised for confrontation, while Harry lingered aside, his complexion pale, eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. You wish to meddle with Harry's mind? Dream on. Sirius's voice was deep and menacing, his gray eyes ablaze with fury. Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smirk, icy light flickering in his dark gaze. Oh? Black, when did you begin to concern yourself with the safety of others? Or do you merely relish the self-importance that comes with playing the role of godfather? You. Ryan stepped forward, positioning himself between the 2, one hand pressed against Sirius's chest, the other raised slightly to signal Snape to retreat. What is going on? Ryan. Harry rushed to his side, as if he had found a savior. Snape says Dumbledore has ordered him to teach me mind-blocking techniques every Monday evening. Clearly, our dear professor has no intention of teaching properly. Sirius scoffed, his gray eyes burning with indignation, wondering whether Snape might take advantage of the situation. Take advantage of what, Black? Snape's voice was low and dangerous. To take revenge? Or to torment him? How unfortunate, for I am not you. Huh, as if you ever treat Harry with fairness. Better than someone like you, who only drowns him in excessive affection. Sirius suddenly drew his wand, its tip aimed directly at Snape's throat, while Snape's right hand swiftly slipped into the inner folds of his robes, clearly ready to retaliate. Ryan rolled his eyes and quickly seized Sirius's wand before either could make a move, thrusting it into Harry's hands. Since this is the headmaster's arrangement, we shall adhere to it, he spoke calmly, then turned to Sirius. Your ruckus here does nothing but distress Harry further. What else can it change? Moreover, I trust Professor Snape will diligently instruct Harry, won't you? Snape's lips twitched, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his black eyes, yet he remained silent. Seizing the moment, Ryan winked at him, silently mouthing, don't stoop to his level. Snape hesitated, his brow furrowing slightly, before letting out a cold huff and begrudgingly nodding. And you? Ryan turned to Sirius, his tone leaving no room for argument. I recall you have an assignment this afternoon? You won't return until tomorrow? Sirius frowned. And so? Ryan pressed on, his tone unyielding. Thus, rather than waste time here, you should assist Harry in packing. School starts tomorrow. After hearing this, Sirius shot a glance at Snape, reluctantly extending his words in a drawn-out manner. Yes, Professor Evans. However, as he brushed past Snape, he could not help but mutter under his breath, Snavellis. Sirius. Ryan shot him a glare, then promptly shoved him upstairs, with Harry following suit. Once Sirius's grumbling form disappeared around the corner of the second floor, Ryan exhaled in relief, turning his gaze back to the living room, only to find that Snape had already disapparated away. At noon, Mrs. Molly brought Ron and Hermione to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Hermione's luggage was piled in the hallway, as she excitedly shared with Harry the magical history books she had read over the holidays. Ron, sprawled on the sofa, lamented how swiftly the holiday had ended. After hastily finishing his lunch, Ryan prepared to return to Hogwarts. The teachers were required to arrive a day early, and he was already late. By the fireplace, George grasped his hand, pressing a kiss on his lips. See you tomorrow, Professor, George said with a cheerful grin, though a hint of reluctance lingered in his eyes. Ryan chuckled softly, squeezing his fingers. Tomorrow then. He then took a handful of flue powder and stepped into the fireplace. Green flames surged upward, and in a whirl of motion, Ryan's figure vanished into the firelight. Chapter 89. The Mystery of the Bone Lantern. Hogwarts, after the commencement of the term, was enveloped in the chill of late winter. Ryan was as busy as ever, assisting various professors with their teaching duties during the day and retreating to his office at night to continue his research on the enigmatic bone lantern. The parchment on his desk had accumulated into a small mountain, each sheet densely inscribed with translations of the runes adorning the lantern's body. Rubbing his aching temples, he pieced together the last few fragments of translation. To glimpse the mysteries of the lantern, one must offer a life-binding object as a guide, a candle's faint flicker. Once the spiritual senses intertwine, the ancient spirit may bestow its favor, unveiling the veil of fate. He muttered this passage softly, his brow furrowed in concentration. A life-binding object. Ryan gently tapped the freshly translated section with his quill, his gaze falling upon the obsidian bone lantern. The flame's eerie blue light flickered more vigorously than usual, as if anticipating something. Selecting a life-binding object required utmost caution. Ryan first dismissed hair and nails. Though connected to the body, they lacked a resonance of the soul. Bones were too extreme, while soul imprints were overly abstract. Ultimately, his gaze settled on his left hand. Ryan decided to initiate with the simplest of attempts. He drew his wand and lightly traced it across his fingertip, a drop of crimson blood welling up, suspended above the wick. The flame of the bone lantern suddenly stilled, as if the entire world had been pressed to a halt. Tick! The moment the drop of blood fell into the wick, the eerie blue flame surged, transforming into a heron poised to take flight. Ryan's three-eyed golden lion's soul bone instinctively activated, golden light emanating from his brow as the third eye slowly opened. As the power of the Eye of Destiny converged with the heron's gaze, the air in the entire office began to distort. Boom! The eerie blue light exploded like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the entire room. Books on the shelves rustled wildly, ink bottles soared into the air, and Ryan felt a sudden dizziness, as if being pulled by an invisible force, his consciousness plummeting into a void. When his vision cleared once more, Ryan found himself standing in an expanse of boundless darkness, with no ground beneath his feet nor sky above, only a faint glimmer of light ahead. He walked towards the source of the light. As Ryan approached, the luminous orb gradually took form, a fledgling heron, small enough to fit in the palm of his hand. Its sparse feathers revealing pink skin beneath, its beak tipped with tender yellow, its wings entwined in black mist, resembling tainted veins. It huddled there, fragile as if it might shatter at a mere touch, yet akin to a tiny star, stubbornly illuminating the surrounding darkness. At last, someone has come. The fledgling's voice resonated directly in Ryan's mind, youthful yet laden with a sense of ancient wisdom. I have waited for 3,000 days and nights. Ryan knelt on one knee, cautiously extending his finger. The fledgling tilted its head and brushed against his fingertip. The sensation akin to the warmth of flames and the dampness of mist. You are the spirit of the bone lantern? The fledgling's wings fluttered weakly twice. Its voice a sigh as it recounted its tale. I am the Bennu bird, the sacred bird of ancient Egyptian legend, reborn from ashes every 500 years, emerging anew from the remnants of its former self. Yet this young bird, at the critical moment of hatching, was pierced by a dagger tainted with cursed blood, wielded by a dark wizard, thwarting its rebirth. The ritual meant to be reborn from the ashes was abruptly interrupted, leaving the tender soul ensnared in the flickering embers. The dark sorcerer absconded with its remains, forging a lamp from 7 ribs of enemies, and through blasphemous incantations, he imprisoned its essence within. He harbored delusions of achieving immortality by studying my power of rebirth, yet he faltered. A flicker of eerie fire ignited in the fledgling's eyes. Subsequently, undeterred, he merged his own soul into the lamp, striving for coexistence with me. Ryan observed the dark mist slowly corroding the fledgling's corporeal form. Thus, the bone lamp consumes souls. Not by my volition, the Bennu murmured. My soul is tainted, unable to complete its rebirth, instinctively devouring soul energy in an attempt to restore itself. To stave off further erosion, the space began to tremble. Countless fragments of memories surged forth like snowflakes. The dark sorcerer plunged a dagger into the heart of the offering, blood soaking the bone lamp. A previous bearer attempted to incinerate the lamp with fierce flames, only to be consumed to ashes, 20 years prior. This lamp emerged at a stall in a market corner in Egypt. It lifted its head, hope suddenly igniting in its gaze. Until I encountered you. Your power is extraordinary. I can sense the breath of destiny. Perhaps you can aid me in completing the rebirth ritual? The fledgling's voice gradually weakened. Should you be willing to assist me in my resurrection, I vow by the true name of the Bennu to serve you as my master, guiding you through the mists of life and death until the stars extinguish. No sooner had the words left its beak than the dark space quaked violently, and Ryan sensed the reality calling to him. In the final moment before consciousness slipped away, he beheld the fledgling plucking 3 golden feathered plumes with its beak, gently nudging them towards him. This is my sincerity. The touch of the real world suddenly returned. Ryan abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself still standing before his desk. 3 golden feathers lying quietly beside the bone lamp, shimmering with a mysterious aura under the candlelight. Outside the window, the moonlight, breaking through the dissipating clouds, illuminated the table, causing the feathers to gleam like dazzling gold. He cautiously picked up one feather, instantly feeling a warm force coursing through his arm, spreading throughout his body. Simultaneously, the still wet ink on the parchment began to rearrange itself, revealing new text. Requirements for the rebirth ritual. 1. A forest clearing under a cloudless sky for 10,000 miles. 2. Crystallized tears of a unicorn. 3. True flames of a phoenix. 4. A sacrificial soul. Ryan's fingertips trembled gently. The first 3 items seemed attainable. But the final condition was particularly unsettling. What did sacrifice entail? The flame of the bone lamp suddenly flared high, and the ethereal silhouette of the heron reappeared, nodding gently to him before vanishing once more. Chapter 90. A busy routine. The morning hall was stirred into a frenzy by the headlines of the prophet. As Ryan stepped through the door, he sensed an unusual tension. The usually boisterous long table was filled with clusters of students whispering anxiously, their eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. He hurried over, spotting several students huddled around a spread newspaper. Mass breakout from Azkaban. The ministry is in urgent pursuit. Beneath the headline was an animated black and white photo of Dementors swirling outside the high walls of Azkaban, with Bellatrix grinning malevolently at the camera. A flash of green light capturing her deranged expression. I heard Moody caught 3 or 4, but the rest escaped. Seamus whispered, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. My uncle works at the ministry. He says the Auror office is in utter chaos. Hermione's voice came from behind him, holding her own copy of the paper. Bellatrix, Dolohov, Rodolphus Lestrange. All the most dangerous have fled. Ryan's gaze swept across the hall, noting the stiffened expressions of many students. He understood why the names of these notorious criminals were synonymous with nightmares for children raised in the wizarding world. Numerous students had relatives who had suffered at the hands of these malevolent Death Eaters, many even having been killed. Organizing such a large-scale prison break could not have been achieved by ordinary wizards. There must be someone powerful orchestrating it from behind. Susan Bones whispered, her aunt being the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, undoubtedly well informed about these matters. Neville remained silent, gripping the edge of the newspaper tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes a mixture of fear and anger. Ryan placed a hand on Neville's shoulder, silently conveying a measure of strength. He understood that for Neville, the news of Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters' escape was akin to pouring salt into an open wound. His parents still lay in St. Mungo's, lost to delirium. The prophet's report detonated like a bomb, shattering the fragile facade of peace the ministry had strived to maintain. Fudge's claims that Voldemort had not returned appeared pale and ludicrous before the undeniable reality. The breakout from Azkaban was no coincidence, and the mass defection of Dementors was far from happenstance. Such a large-scale operation could only have been orchestrated by a force powerful enough to intimidate dark creatures. And who might that be? The answer was already on the tip of everyone's tongue. Even the most stubborn of students could no longer deny it. During lunch, Ryan spoke to Hermione in a corner of the library. The number of sign-ups for DA has tripled. Hermione rubbed her temples, the parchment before her filled with names. Harry, Ron, and I can barely keep up. Umbridge spies are everywhere. Do you need my help? Ryan inquired. Thank you, Ryan, but you're already quite busy. Hermione shook her head. I heard Professor McGonagall say that lower-year students have been practically wearing out the threshold of your office lately. Ryan chuckled ruefully. Indeed. Since the breakout incident, many students, particularly first and second years, have been so frightened they can't sleep, flocking to him for reassurance. He had to carve out time to comfort them. His office was almost becoming a makeshift daycare. The ministry had lost its authority in the eyes of the public, and Umbridge evidently intended to reclaim that power through Hogwarts. On one fateful morning, the 26th educational decree was nailed to the notice board in the hall, effective immediately. Teachers are prohibited from discussing any topics unrelated to the curriculum with students. Violators will face severe penalties. The Toad intends to silence everyone, Ron murmured. Yet this decree holds little sway over the younger students. They hardly comprehend what the educational decree means and continue to chatter away in the corridors. For the older students and professors, however, this decree signifies even stricter surveillance. Umbridge began to intensify her classroom patrols, essentially looking for faults. Mr. Evans. One day after class, she neurotically intercepted Ryan as he was about to leave, wearing a false smile. I've noticed you seem rather fatigued lately. Ryan was indeed utterly exhausted. He was juggling teaching, providing after-class tutoring, calming emotionally unstable students, covering for DA activities, and seeking materials for the Rebirth Ritual whenever he could. He was now sleeping only 3 hours a day, mainly relying on stimulants and strong coffee to keep himself awake. Thank you for your concern, Professor. He replied coolly. It's just that the end of term is approaching, and things have gotten a bit busy. Umbridge narrowed her eyes, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. But Ryan did not afford her the opportunity to press further, nodding slightly before hastily departing. Fatigue was gradually tipping the scales against Ryan in his confrontations with Umbridge. In the past, he had been able to wield words cloaked in subtlety and logic so impeccable that she was forced to retreat at every turn. However, now he found himself devoid of the energy necessary to contend with her provocations. During several minor skirmishes, Umbridge gradually gained the upper hand. As night fell, Ryan finally managed to carve out 20 minutes of solitude in his office. Through his efforts, the preparations for the Nirvana ritual were nearly complete. 1. A clear, cloudless glade in the forest. The forbidden forest will suffice. 2. Crystallized tears of a unicorn. Ryan had procured a small vial at a steep price of 1,500 galleons from the black market through Pierre. 3. The genuine fire of a phoenix. He intended to borrow Fox from the headmaster. Now, only the final step remained, the soul for the sacrifice. It was unequivocally impossible to offer a living person. Ryan murmured to himself, suddenly struck by a thought. Could the fragments of Voldemort's soul, consumed unintentionally by the bone lantern, count as a sacrifice? This notion illuminated his mind. But before he could delve deeper into contemplation, the emergency contact coin in his pocket from D.A. began to radiate heat. Chapter 91. A confrontation in the corridor. Ryan's footsteps echoed urgently down the empty corridor. He nearly sprinted through the 7th-floor hallway, his robes billowing behind him. Following Hermione's distress signal, the house elf Dobby had appeared to elucidate the situation. Umbridge, accompanied by Malfoy and his entourage, was heading towards the room of requirement, while Harry and the others were still inside conducting D.A. training. The sound of approaching footsteps rounded the corner, and Umbridge's sickly sweet voice became faintly audible. Abruptly halting, Ryan inhaled deeply to compel himself to regain composure. He adjusted his robes and feigned nonchalance as he rounded the corner, colliding directly with Umbridge and her group. Oh, what a coincidence, Ryan exclaimed, adopting an expression of feigned surprise as he positioned himself in the center of the corridor. Professor Umbridge, where might you be headed? His voice was deliberately elevated, reverberating throughout the corridor. Umbridge's pink cardigan stood out starkly in the dim light, and she squinted her toad-like eyes at him. Professor Evans, kindly step aside. I have urgent matters to attend to. Urgent matters? Ryan remained unmoved, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. You mean escorting students and Mr. Filch through the school? What a truly significant task. Goyle and Crabbe instinctively shrank back, while Malfoy held his chin high, and Filch, lantern in hand, gasped for breath beside them. I told you, this is none of your business. Umbridge's voice escalated, reaching a higher pitch. Now please step aside. But I have matters to discuss with you. In fact, more than one student has approached me privately regarding your conduct. Ryan stepped forward, deliberately scrutinizing her appearance. Forgive my candor, but are you intentionally attempting to emulate a moldy cotton candy? The pink cardigan, the bow, and that suffocating fragrance? Or is your plan to train students' endurance through visual pollution? If so, I stand corrected. I fail to grasp your intent. Ryan wrinkled his brow in disdain, forcing a polite smile. The corridor fell into a chilling silence. Filch's mouth hung open in shock. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged bewildered glances, while Malfoy struggled to suppress laughter, his face turning crimson. Umbridge's complexion transformed from pink to red, then to a deep purple, resembling a toad on the brink of explosion. How dare you? What have I done? Ryan raised an eyebrow. As an educator, one's appearance is also of paramount importance. You dress like a birthday cake that even a 3-year-old would reject. Do you realize how many children have nightmares due to your pink visual assault? He deliberately elongated his tone. This adds considerable effort to my tutoring responsibilities. Thus I felt compelled to mention it. You. And that bow. Ryan continued to stoke the fire, pointing at the grotesque pink accessory in her hair. To be honest, even a troll would shy away from such a dated style. How can one who cannot even manage their attire presume to judge the teaching capabilities of others? By now, a small crowd of curious students had gathered at the corridor's end. Umbridge's face contorted in fury. Evans, you are insulting a senior undersecretary. I am merely speaking the truth. Ryan coldly interrupted. Furthermore, your educational decrees are utterly ludicrous. Prohibiting teachers from discussing extracurricular topics? What's next? Requiring approval for breathing. Umbridge's chest heaved with indignation, clearly enraged. You arrogant brat. Do you think Dumbledore will always protect you? At least Dumbledore wouldn't confine students for merely speaking the truth or subject them to punitive writing assignments, Ryan retorted, maintaining his smirk. Nor would he transform Hogwarts into Azkaban, which, truth be told, is far more lenient. Students can even go on field trips there. Haha. This remark ignited the proverbial powder keg. Umbridge shrieked in fury, her spittle flying, and Ryan found himself in an unprecedented direct confrontation. The two of them embroiled in a heated exchange in the middle of the corridor. Their voices crescendoed, and doors along the corridor began to open, curious students peering out. Soon, a semicircle of onlookers formed, whispers rippling through the crowd. Professor Evans is arguing with Umbridge. Merlin's beard. He said she dresses like a toad. Finally, someone said it to her face. Umbridge's voice was nearing hysteria. Evans, you are openly challenging the authority of the Ministry of Magic. No, I am questioning the intelligence of someone who spends their time drafting absurd educational decrees, Ryan insisted, unwavering. In your time at Hogwarts, aside from inciting panic among students and tormenting teachers, what legitimate contributions have you made? Teaching students how to write self-reflections? Or how to maintain a smile while serving detention? We all know these tasks are reserved for miscreants, correct? Umbridge's hand was poised on her wand. You are suspended. Immediately. Oh, Ryan raised an eyebrow. Under which educational decree? The one prohibiting teachers from speaking the truth? Or are you planning to establish an Umbridge Glassheart Protection Act right here? A suppressed wave of laughter erupted from the gathered students. Umbridge yanked out her wand. Enough. A commanding voice interrupted the standoff, and the crowd parted to allow Professor McGonagall to stride forth, her expression stern. What is happening here? Two professors arguing in the corridor in front of students. Umbridge immediately retracted her wand, adopting a demeanor as though she were the one being accused. Professor McGonagall, you see. It was Professor Evans who. I see two adults bickering like first-year students. McGonagall coldly interjected. Now, I want you both to return to your offices and calm down. Should this occur again, I will report it directly to the headmaster. Ryan appropriately bowed his head in acknowledgement of her reprimand. Yes, my sincere apologies. Umbridge attempted to protest, but a mere glance from McGonagall silenced her. And as for you, McGonagall turned to the gathered students. Return to your common rooms at once. Any lingering will result in point deductions across the board. The students dispersed immediately. Ryan nodded slightly and turned to leave. At the edge of the crowd, he spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Harry subtly gestured an okay sign to him, and Ryan's tense shoulders finally relaxed. Umbridge shot him a furious glare before storming off with Malfoy and his entourage. Meanwhile, The excited chatter among the students in the corridor lingered on. Ryan returned to his office, closed the door, and let out a long sigh. He rubbed his temples. The argument had drained a considerable amount of his energy, but at least the members of the DA had safely retreated. Moreover, the confrontation seemed to alleviate a significant amount of the pressure he had been accumulating over the past few days. Chapter 92. The ongoing conflict. Ever since Ryan had definitively severed ties with Umbridge, he found himself feeling remarkably lighter. He no longer had to feign a cordial smile at that toad-like woman. At this moment, he stood at the back of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, coldly observing Umbridge as she droned on with the ministry-approved textbook. Harry sat in the front row, scribbling on a piece of parchment, evidently not absorbing a single word. Mr. Potter. Umbridge squinted, raising her voice. Are you engaged in activities unrelated to the class? 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry looked up, but before he could respond, Ryan's voice rang out from the back of the classroom. I would argue that Mr. Potter's endeavor to remain awake during this tedious lesson is a testament to his diligent attitude towards learning. 15 points to Gryffindor. A momentary silence fell over the classroom, followed by a few stifled chuckles. Umbridge's face flushed crimson. Professor Evans, this is my class. Ryan replied, perplexed. If this is indeed a class, then what is wrong with my actions? It is my prerogative to award points as I see fit. Must you regulate even this? Umbridge's lips quivered, seemingly ready to retort. But ultimately she forced out a hollow smile. Very well, if you enjoy awarding points so much, then continue. The remainder of the class devolved into a contest of wits between the two. Weasley, whispering, 5 points from Gryffindor. Mr. Weasley, actively engaging with classroom content, 10 points to Gryffindor. Longbottom, distracted, 10 points from Gryffindor. Mr. Longbottom, earnestly contemplating academic matters, 15 points to Gryffindor. By the time the bell rang, not only had Gryffindor's points not diminished, but they had inexplicably increased by 30. Umbridge was so incensed that she stormed out without even dismissing the class. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered around Ryan. Ryan, you're going to drive her mad, Ron laughed. Ryan smirked. Well, since we're no longer on speaking terms, there's no need to maintain any false pretenses. In the days that followed, the atmosphere at Hogwarts gradually evolved into a silent war. Umbridge, unwilling to be subjugated, swiftly established a special investigative committee comprised of Slytherin students like Malfoy and Parkinson. Ostensibly, the group was to monitor the students' every move, fostering a positive school environment, while covertly attempting to unearth the DA's secret activities. However, unlike in the original narrative, their powers were somewhat curtailed. Ryan adeptly countered this maneuver by petitioning Dumbledore to establish a psychological support group dedicated to caring for students' mental health and curtailing bullying behaviors. Crucially, Dumbledore endowed this group with the authority to impose disciplinary actions, such as confinement, on perpetrators of severe bullying. Thus, Hogwarts witnessed the emergence of two opposing factions: the Special Investigation Group, Umbridge's faction Malfoy, Parkinson, Crabbe, Goyle, and others, and the Psychological Support Group, Ryan's faction Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, George, Fred, and their companions. In a remarkable turn of events, the opposition between these two groups fostered a peculiar balance within the school. Whenever Malfoy and his lackeys roamed the corridors seeking to intimidate younger DA members, Hermione and Ron would conveniently pass by. Each time Parkinson attempted to eavesdrop on other students' conversations, Neville would inadvertently bump into her and then enthusiastically assist her in picking up her scattered books. You have no authority to interfere with the work of the Special Investigation Group. Malfoy seethed, his face pale with anger. But we have the right to prevent bullying. Hermione calmly replied. According to the regulations approved by the headmaster, the Psychological Support Group holds higher priority. Ron chimed in. In other words, we call the shots. With the support of the students, Ryan finally extricated himself from the relentless grind. Adequate sleep revitalized his mental state, and his thoughts became increasingly lucid. That evening, Ryan sat before the fireplace in his office, lost in the flickering flames. The final step of the Nirvana ritual involves the sacrifice of a soul, he murmured. Though he had contemplated that Voldemort's Horcrux would be the most suitable choice, the soul fragments within the locket and diadem had already been consumed by the bone lamp. The cup was secured in Gringotts, temporarily out of reach, while the resurrection stone ring lay in the Gaunt residence, where retrieving it posed too great a risk. And Nagini was notoriously elusive. Wait a moment. Ryan suddenly sat up straight, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. There was another Horcrux, right beside him. Chapter 93. Untangling the Heartstrings. The afternoon sun streamed through the high windows of the great hall, casting a warm glow over the long tables. Ryan's gaze swept across the sparse assembly of students, finally resting on Harry at the far end of the Gryffindor table. The boy was mechanically prodding at a cold pie with his fork, his brow furrowed, as if enveloped by a storm cloud. Mind if I sit here? Ryan approached. gently tapping the table. Harry snapped to attention, hurriedly shaking his head. Of course not. Ryan took a seat opposite him and smiled. What's the matter? Did today's pie offend you? Harry managed a slight twitch of his lips, but did not smile. What are you thinking about? Ryan inquired. Harry replied, nothing. That expression of yours is not fooling anyone. Ryan rummaged in his pocket for a chocolate frog and offered it to him. Struggling with the mind-blocking spell? Harry accepted the chocolate frog, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked quietly, when I was practicing the mind-blocking spell with Snape, I saw some memories. Ryan nodded, encouraging him to continue. Harry took a deep breath, as if steeling himself. Yesterday, I saw in Snape's memories that my father and his friends used to bully him. His voice grew quieter. I always thought my father was a hero, but what those four did back then was no different from Malfoy and his lot. So now you think your father was actually a bad person? Ryan asked. Harry shot his head up. No, that's not what I mean. Ryan observed Harry. A boy who had lost his parents at a young age and idolized his father as a hero, now grappling with the painful collapse of his beliefs. Harry, he began. Do you believe Dumbledore is a good person? Harry paused, of course. What if he made mistakes in his youth? Harry opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. You see, that's the crux of the matter. Ryan spoke softly. We tend to categorize people as simply good or bad. But the reality is that everyone is a complex amalgamation. A brave person may also be arrogant. A kind person may be cowardly. And what we label as bad individuals may once have been pitiable victims themselves. Moreover, the animosity between James and Snape, tinged with personal emotions, raises the question of how amicable their relationship could ever be. Noticing Harry still furrowing his brow, Ryan opted for a more straightforward example. What are your thoughts on Draco Malfoy? Terrible. Harry replied without hesitation. Arrogant, spiteful, always causing us trouble. And how does he behave in front of his parents? Harry paused momentarily, contemplating. He seems to be all right. He listens to his parents fairly well. So you see, Ryan gestured. The same individual can be perceived as a loathsome brat in your eyes, yet before his parents, he presents himself as a well-mannered child. This reflects the multifaceted nature of humanity. Harry remained silent for a moment before murmuring. So I cannot entirely dismiss Snape due to my father's actions towards him? Ryan patted his shoulder. Your father may have erred in his youth, but he later evolved into a courageous individual, one willing to sacrifice for family and friends. These are equally part of him. You need not feel compelled to forgive Professor Snape for the tribulations he has inflicted upon you over the years merely out of guilt. Slowly lifting his gaze, Harry absorbed the insight. Emotions are reciprocal, Harry. It is a fact that your father bullied Snape. Yet it is equally true that Snape harbors a degree of resentment towards you as a projection of his feelings towards your father. Ryan continued. Rather than obsessing over the past, consider the present. If you wish, you might try to adopt a more amiable attitude towards Professor Snape. But do not regard it as an act of penance. Harry's brow unfurled slightly, revealing the first genuine smile he'd worn in days. I understand. Thank you, Ryan. I will give it a try. Rising to his feet, he grabbed his bag. I must head to class. Ryan waved him off. Go on, don't be late. After Harry hastily departed, Ryan exhaled deeply. He had intended to discuss the ritual of rebirth with Harry, but given Harry's earlier demeanor, it was evidently not the opportune moment. Oh well, I shall find another opportunity to broach the subject, he murmured to himself. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the hall was now deserted. The lunch break had evidently concluded. Stretching lazily, Ryan prepared to rise, but suddenly froze. Wait a moment. He is a professor, and he also has a class to attend. In the next instant, Ryan sprang to his feet, racing towards the classroom like a whirlwind. Chapter 94, Examinations. The early summer breeze swept across the Black Lake, creating shimmering ripples upon its surface. The corridors of the castle were suffused with the scent of parchment and ink, as students hurriedly navigated their way clutching heavy textbooks. The end of the term was approaching. Fifth-year students were on the cusp of facing the OWLs, while the seventh years braced themselves for the even more rigorous newts. A palpable tension enveloped Hogwarts. Library seats were occupied from dawn till dusk, the common room lights often blazed until the early hours. And even Peeves had shown a rare sense of discretion, diminishing his pranks for fear of collective curses from the studying students and professors alike. On the evening before the exams, Ryan stood in a makeshift classroom packed with 5th and 7th year students. 4 long tables were pushed together, with parchment, quills, and textbooks piled high. Let me reiterate once more, Ryan's voice resonated throughout the room. The incantations for charms and the transformation spells must be precise and accurate. Not a syllable should be amiss. Therefore, upon receiving the exam questions, there is no need to rush. Take a moment to mentally recite them thoroughly before casting your spells. Hermione sat in the front row, her quill racing across the parchment, occasionally raising her hand to ask questions. Ron furrowed his brow, fixated on standard spellcraft level 5. his lips silently moving, while Harry repeatedly flipped through the potion's key points quick reference Ryan had compiled, occasionally massaging his temples. Meanwhile, Ryan noticed Draco glancing towards him repeatedly, seemingly with a question yet reluctant to raise his hand. He looked up to see Draco and Pansy whispering to one another, their open advanced potion making textbook marked with highlights. Goyle and Crabbe sat behind them, staring blankly at their own textbooks, evidently unaware of what they did not comprehend. Ryan approached their table and gently tapped the surface. "Do you have a question?" Draco looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, clearly not expecting Ryan to inquire. He hesitated, pointing to a passage in his textbook. The formula for this calming draft states to stir counterclockwise 7 times, yet Professor Snape demonstrated otherwise. Ryan explained, "Professor Snape used an improved version. It is more prudent to respond according to the textbook during the written exam, but if you master it completely. The improved version is indeed more efficient and effective during the practical exam." Draco nodded thoughtfully, uncharacteristically expressing, "Thank you." Seizing the opportunity, Pansy inquired, "Professor, will there still be a practical exam for defense against the dark arts?" Professor Umbridge indicated there would not be. Ryan replied candidly, "The syllabus set forth by the Ministry of Magic has not been altered for the whims of any individual professor." Pansy's expression shifted, hastily flipping open her notebook to take additional notes. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged glances, finally mustering the courage to raise their hands. "Professor, we can hardly manage the levitation charm." Ryan sighed, though his tone was not harsh. "It is the final day before exams, and it is too late to learn advanced spells now. Focus on mastering the fundamental charms, and review your notes thoroughly to maximize your written exam scores." He withdrew his wand and patiently demonstrated the basic gestures of the levitation charm several times, while Goyle and Crabbe clumsily mimicked him, their quills wobbling as they ascended, albeit only for a few seconds before plummeting back down. "At least you can secure some points," Ryan encouraged. "Don't be nervous during the exam. Keep your wrist relaxed." "All right. That concludes today's review." Ryan clapped his hands. "Tomorrow marks the beginning of exams, so ensure you rest well tonight. Remember that late-night cramming often proves counterproductive. Lastly, I wish everyone the best of luck in your examinations." "Thank you, Professor," the students chorused. As they packed their bags to leave, Ryan noticed Draco hesitating at the door, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately turned and walked away. On the day of the exams, the entire castle was eerily quiet. The examiners dispatched by the Ministry of Magic moved solemnly through the corridors, clad in deep purple robes, adorned with gleaming badges, and clutching thick rolls of parchment. Ryan was assigned to supervise the ordinary final exams for the first and second years. Standing at the classroom door, he watched the young witches and wizards enter nervously and couldn't he help but clear his throat. "Relax, the questions will be ones we have practiced." However, despite his outward reassurance, Ryan felt even more anxious than the students facing the exams. Positioned at the front of the classroom, he observed the little wizards diligently working on their papers, a blend of anticipation and concern swirling within him, making it decidedly uncomfortable. The first OWL's exam focused on the theory of charms. When the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, Ryan nearly dashed back to his office, where Hermione was already waiting. Upon seeing him, she stood up. "Ryan, I cross-referenced the exam content, and we have covered 80 of the material." Ryan let out a long sigh, his shoulders finally relaxing. "That is splendid. I was worried we might have missed something." Hermione blinked, a rare glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "You're more anxious than we are." Ryan managed a wry smile. As evening approached, George knocked on the office door. "I have heard that a certain professor is even more anxious than his students." Leaning against the doorframe, he wore a teasing smile in his eyes. "Do you need my assistance in relaxing?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "I would be most grateful if you could inform me about the transformation practice exam." Just then, George entered and casually closed the door. "How about a kiss for a question?" "You're taking advantage of the situation," Ryan said, bemused. George leaned in closer and gently kissed him on the lips. "For the first question, it's turning an owl into a telescope." "Too easy. That doesn't count," Ryan protested. George kissed him again. "For the second question, it's the vanishing spell. We've practiced that one numerous times." Ryan's voice gradually diminished as George's kiss grew deeper and more lingering. When the two finally parted, Ryan's thoughts had completely strayed from the exam questions. Seizing the opportunity, George took his hand. "Come on, let's go to Hogsmeade to unwind." "But there's an exam tomorrow." "Just for a little while." George turned back and winked at him. "Exams are so exhausting. Come rest with me." Unable to suppress a laugh, Ryan allowed George to lead him out of the castle. The subsequent days flew by as if under the influence of a time-accelerating spell. Subjects such as charms, herbology, and potions passed in succession. Gradually, Ryan began to relax, the weight upon his heart finally lifting. On the evening of the last day of exams, Ryan stood on the castle steps. watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of gold and crimson. Students emerged from the examination halls in small groups, some cheering with joy, others dejected. Yet all wore expressions of immense relief. Chapter 95. Taking advantage of the situation, the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows upon the walls as Ryan made his way to the staff lounge, when suddenly he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Ryan, wait. Turning around, he saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushing towards him, their faces etched with palpable panic. What is the matter? Ryan asked, puzzled. My scar, Harry gasped, fingers pressed against his lightning-shaped scar. It just hurt immensely in the common room. I felt Voldemort again. Ryan's pupils constricted. He had infiltrated the Department of Mysteries. P.S. After that prophecy orb, we need to find Dumbledore immediately, Harry urged. Ryan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He understood precisely what Harry meant. According to the original plot, Voldemort was deliberately allowing Harry to witness this scene to lure him to the Department of Mysteries. However, just as Ryan was about to dissuade Harry, a thought flashed through his mind. If Voldemort could use deception to entice Harry, why couldn't they turn the tables and create a ruse of their own to outwit him? Follow me, Ryan decisively instructed, turning towards the headmaster's office. We're going to find Dumbledore. Darkness enveloped Harry as he stepped into the prophecy chamber. Towering black shelves loomed like silent giants, stretching out in all directions until they vanished from sight. The prophecy orbs glimmered with an eerie blue light, resembling countless prying eyes. Holding his wand aloft, Harry's wand tip barely illuminated a few feet ahead. Here, he murmured, stopping before a shelf marked SBT to APWBD. He reached out and took down the dusty crystal orb, white mist swirling slowly within. Very good, Potter. A voice, languid and drawn out, suddenly emerged from the shadows. Now turn around and hand it to me. Harry slowly turned, the wand's light revealing a figure in black robes wearing a silver mask. The figure elegantly removed the mask, revealing pale features and light golden hair. Lucius Malfoy. Hand over the prophecy orb, Potter, he repeated, palm upturned as if demanding something owed to him. Harry's knuckles turned white as he clutched the orb tightly. If you come any closer, I'll smash it. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, a fit of maniacal laughter echoed from the side. A wild-haired, crazed woman stepped forward, her wand spinning like a toy between her fingers. Bellatrix Lestrange cackled, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. Look, he's threatening us. Her gaze swept over the others behind Harry before landing on Neville, her lips curling into a sinister smile. How are your parents, Neville Longbottom? Neville's face flushed, rage igniting in his eyes as he raised his wand. You. Bellatrix burst into laughter, her voice reverberating through the vast chamber. Enough. Lucius interrupted sharply. Potter, hand over the prophecy orb, and no one will be harmed. The Death Eaters began to close in from all sides, their black robes undulating like shadows in the eerie blue light. Harry and his friends formed a protective circle, wands pointed in various directions. Why does Voldemort want this? Harry suddenly asked, scanning the Death Eaters for an escape route. You dare speak his name? Bellatrix's voice rose sharply. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. You filthy half-breed. Do you know he has a half-blood too? Harry scoffed. Voldemort? Indeed. I know his mother was a witch and his father was a muggle. Did he ever tell you he was pureblood? Bellatrix's wand shot up furiously. Stupefy. Harry struck first. A red light surging forth. Run. The group dashed towards the nearest exit as spells erupted behind them, the prophecy orbs shattering one after another, white mist filling the air. Stop them, Lucius shouted. The Death Eaters roared in pursuit, spells weaving a net of darkness. A tall Death Eater suddenly appeared before them. Wand aimed directly at Harry. Avada, before the incantation could be completed, a shadow darted in from behind Harry, landing a powerful elbow strike into the Death Eater's abdomen. Ugh. The Death Eater doubled over in pain as the shadow followed up with an uppercut, snapping the wand in two. With a fluid motion, the shadow executed a shoulder throw, sending the Death Eater crashing to the ground, unconscious. The shadow lifted its hood, revealing Ryan's face. Ryan. Harry gasped, what do we do now? Ryan winked at him. No need to panic. Right now, we should be more concerned about them. As if to affirm his words. A commotion erupted at the entrance of the prophecy chamber. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy. Familiar incantations rang out in succession. The Death Eaters, turning in fright as members of the Order of the Phoenix, surged in from all directions, the light from their wands illuminating the entire chamber. Bellatrix's manic laughter abruptly ceased. It's a trap. Correct, Ryan smiled, but sadly, that won't earn you any points. Chapter 96. Taking advantage of the situation, the battle within the prophecy chamber erupted instantaneously. After ensuring Harry and the others were safeguarded by the Order members, Ryan joined the fray. The soul of the gentle-bone rabbit quietly enveloped him, his eyes shimmering with a soft pink glow, as 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 4 black, blossomed beneath him. His form suddenly blurred as he activated his teleportation, charging directly at Bellatrix, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Dolohov, the 3 most formidable Death Eaters. Seeking death, Bellatrix cackled maliciously, her wand slicing through the air with fervor as she invoked a piercing curse. Before her incantation could reach completion, Ryan had vanished from sight, only to reappear beside her in the next heartbeat. With a whip-like motion, his right leg lashed out, the force of his kick augmented by a powerful twist of his waist, striking directly at her side with a resounding whoosh. Bang! Bellatrix was sent sprawling, crashing violently into the prophecy shelf, shattering several crystal orbs upon impact. Rodolphus and Dolohov immediately retaliated, unleashing a barrage of deadly curses. Yet Ryan merely chuckled lightly. Activating his invincible form, within 3 seconds, the green light before him dissipated without a trace. It was my turn. He brought his hands together, channeling his soul energy into a gathering sphere of pale pink light, which rapidly expanded. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion sent both Rodolphus and Dolohov tumbling, forcing them to roll several meters before they finally managed to halt their momentum. As Dolohov rose, he promptly cast a piercing curse, but Ryan's form abruptly flickered, the crimson light passing harmlessly through him, inflicting no damage. Damn mudblood! Bellatrix shrieked, her wand wildly thrashing as dark magic poured forth like a torrential downpour. Ryan maintained his composure, his steps light and dance-like, weaving through the gaps between her spells. His figure darted left and right, each teleportation skillfully evading lethal attacks while delivering merciless counterstrikes. Once more, he flickered, appearing above Rodolphus, seizing his shoulders with both hands. The bone lock technique activated, and under the suppression of Ryan's soul energy, Rodolphus found himself immobilized. The 16 strikes technique commenced. Ryan's movements were as swift as lightning, his body seemingly boneless as he unleashed a flurry of kicks from various astonishing angles, each one striking precisely at Rodolphus's joints and vital points. The 16 strikes were completed in mere seconds, with a final spinning kick that slammed Rodolphus heavily into the ground. Bang! Rodolphus crashed down, the residual soul energy within him igniting explosively, eliciting a muffled groan before he lost consciousness. Bellatrix and Dolohov attempted to assist him, but Ryan deftly sidestepped, delivering a sharp elbow strike to Bellatrix's throat while simultaneously snapping his right leg like a whip toward Dolohov's temple. Bang! 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 In a matter of mere minutes, the 3 were utterly subdued, Bellatrix's manic laughter replaced by panting breaths of fury and disbelief. Meanwhile, members of the Order of the Phoenix swiftly regained control, apprehending the remaining Death Eaters. Realizing the tide had turned, a glint of malice flashed in Bellatrix's eyes. She exchanged a knowing glance with Dolohov, and they simultaneously raised their wands. Avada Kedavra! 2 beams of green light surged toward Ryan, seizing the moment of his evasion. Bellatrix and Dolohov hoisted the unconscious Rodolphus and made a dash for the exit. Without a moment's hesitation, Ryan flickered and charged after them. Beware of ambush, Lupin called out, reaching out to stop him. However, Ryan's figure had already vanished. Just as Lupin was about to follow, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to find another Ryan standing behind him, grinning broadly. Don't worry, Remus, this Ryan said with a smile. This is all part of the plan. In the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, Ryan pursued Bellatrix and her companions into the vast chamber alone. His hands gathered soul energy furiously, the pale pink sphere swelling in his palms, poised to unleash a devastating impact wave that would obliterate them. Just as he was about to unleash it, a curse more potent than any uttered by the Death Eaters struck from the side. Ryan's pupils dilated as he activated his 6th soul technique, Void, becoming an ethereal shadow. The green light pierced through him, exploding behind him and leaving a charred crater in the floor. As the smoke cleared, a tall, gaunt figure emerged, with a skeletal visage, crimson snake-like eyes, and a black cloak that billowed without wind. Voldemort stood before him. Long time no see, Mr. Evans, his voice hissed like a serpent. Ryan wasted no breath, pushing his hands forward to unleash the fully charged impact wave. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort conjured an invisible barrier to shield himself. The energy wave struck the barrier, erupting in a blinding flash of light, yet Voldemort's protection remained unyielding. In the next moment, Ryan had teleported directly in front of him, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his head. Bang! The barrier shattered, Voldemort tilted his head slightly, narrowly evading the strike, but Ryan's assault did not relent. A second kick followed swiftly. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Voldemort's eyes, dark flames igniting around him. The flames surged towards Ryan like living creatures, forcing him to retract his leg and teleport several meters away. Good reflexes, Voldemort remarked softly, sweeping his wand. The dark flames surged like a tidal wave towards Ryan. Instantly, Ryan activated his invincible form, enduring the searing heat for 3 seconds before deftly leaping back, escaping the Inferno's reach. Yet, as the invincibility waned, Voldemort's figure materialized like a specter behind him. Piercing curse. Ah! Ryan gasped, collapsing heavily to the ground as the agony of the curse coursed through him, nearly robbing him of his thoughts. Voldemort loomed over him, delight glimmering in his crimson gaze. Got you. He slowly raised his wand, preparing to cast a binding spell. Tom. A calm yet authoritative voice resonated through the atrium. Voldemort's movements halted abruptly. I believe you have forgotten about me. Dumbledore's voice held a serene authority as he appeared at the far end of the hall, the Elder Wand gently pointing forth, instantly quelling Voldemort's dark flames. Voldemort's expression darkened. Dumbledore. Chapter 97. The plan begins. Dumbledore and Voldemort faced each other, two invisible forces clashing in the air. Voldemort's scarlet eyes narrowed slightly, and the tip of his wand erupted with blinding green light. Avada Kedavra! The killing curse tore through the air, hurtling towards Dumbledore. However, the old wizard vanished just as the spell was about to strike. Voldemort spun around, finding Dumbledore silently positioned behind him. With a flick of his wand, a glimmering silver light flashed. The stone statues lining the sides of the Ministry atrium suddenly trembled, as if imbued with life, stepping forward. One statue charged towards Bellatrix and the others, its massive stone hand crashing down to pin them forcefully to the ground. Another swiftly shielded Ryan, forming an unyielding barrier. The third statue barreled directly at Voldemort. Child's play, Voldemort scoffed, drawing his wand in a sweeping arc shatter. The statue exploded, yet the flying debris morphed mid-air, transforming into countless sharp stone spikes that shot towards him. Voldemort let out a disdainful snort, raising his wand once more. Avada Kedavra! The green light surged again, but Dumbledore's form flickered like a phantom, effortlessly evading the attack. Simultaneously, his wand traced a brilliant arc, unleashing an invisible force that crashed towards Voldemort like a colossal wave. Voldemort was forced to raise his wand, conjuring a pitch-black magical shield. Boom! At the moment of collision between the two magical forces, the entire atrium trembled. Voldemort's shield began to crack, and he staggered back slightly, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Dumbledore once again raised his wand, unleashing a brilliant white spell that shot forth like a meteor. Voldemort, unwilling to confront it directly, transformed into a cloud of black mist, reappearing atop the fountain in the center of the hall. His wand aimed menacingly at Dumbledore, a green light erupting anew. Suddenly, a fiery crimson figure appeared. The clear, ringing cry of the phoenix echoed throughout the hall as Fawkes spread his wings, unhesitatingly soaring towards the killing curse. The green light penetrated his form, and his feathers ignited in golden flames, his shape transforming into a fledgling in the midst of rebirth, gracefully landing upon Dumbledore's shoulder. Voldemort's countenance darkened ominously. Yet, Dumbledore's wand was already in motion once more. The waters of the fountain surged violently, morphing into countless chains that ensnared Voldemort. He attempted to use apparition to escape, only to discover that the space had been sealed. The water, like a living entity, clung to his body, swiftly solidifying into an impenetrable water prison, completely ensnaring him. Voldemort's struggles gradually weakened, a sense of suffocation causing panic to flicker across his face for the first time. Stop! At that moment, Fudge burst into the hall with a cadre of Aurors, all rendered speechless by the scene before them. Dumbledore, what are you doing? Fudge exclaimed sharply. Dumbledore's actions faltered ever so slightly. His breath quickened, and the glow of his wand seemed to dim. This momentary distraction caused the magic of the water prison to waver. Voldemort, keenly perceptive, seized upon this opportunity, his wand erupting with blinding black light. Dark flames erupted from within the confines of the water prison, the intense heat instantly evaporating the bindings. The moment Voldemort freed himself, he waved his wand, casting two spells that shot forth like lightning. Shatter into pieces. Fall unconscious. The statue protecting Ryan exploded violently, and Ryan too was struck by the stunning curse, collapsing to the ground. Voldemort let out a chilling laugh, seizing Ryan by the collar, and the black mist of apparition enveloped him and Bellatrix in an instant. Their figures vanished into the air, leaving behind a hall in utter disarray. Merlin's beard. Is that really the Dark Lord? An Auror whispered tremulously. Fudge's face turned pale, yet he mustered the strength to shout, Dumbledore, how dare you wreak havoc in the Ministry of Magic? Aurors, arrest him. However, not a single soul moved. Dumbledore cast a fleeting glance at Fudge, the chill in his gaze causing the latter to instinctively take a step back. Cornelius, the old headmaster's voice was calm, yet unmistakably firm. There are still a number of bound Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries. I suggest you attend to that immediately. Furthermore, he paused, his tone suddenly sharp. Ensure Umbridge leaves Hogwarts at once. Fudge opened his mouth, but not a single word emerged. Dumbledore said no more, his figure transforming into a flash of silver light. Vanishing from the spot, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, a flicker of silver light heralded Dumbledore's return. Ryan sat comfortably in an armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea. Upon seeing Dumbledore reappear, he offered a gentle smile and raised his cup in salute. Quite the performance, Professor. Dumbledore blinked, the weariness on his face dissipating as he approached the table to pour himself a cup of lemon tea. How long can the decoy last? He inquired. Ryan set down his teacup, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. I have devoted all my strength to sustaining the decoy, but it can last only until noon tomorrow at most. Is that sufficient time? Ryan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Enough for the Death Eaters to turn on each other. Chapter 98, The Proposal. Night enveloped Hogwarts, the starlight shattering into a million silver specks upon the surface of the Black Lake. Ryan stood at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, gazing up at the portrait of the fat lady, his fingertips gently tapping against the stone wall. Could you kindly summon George Weasley for me? He politely requested of the fat lady. She blinked, a sly smile spreading across her face. Of course, but you must tell me, is this a date? Ryan's ears flushed slightly with embarrassment, and he hesitated to respond. Noticing his discomfort, the fat lady turned and slipped into the depths of the frame. Before long, the portrait hole swung open. George poked his head out, his red hair tousled and a smudge of ink on his face, clearly having just emerged from some prank experiment. A look of confusion crossed his face at being summoned so suddenly, but upon seeing Ryan, his eyes lit up instantly. Stepping through the hole, George naturally wrapped his arms around Ryan's waist and planted a kiss on his cheek. What's the matter? Is something up? Ryan smiled and shook his head. Nothing much. Just wanted to take a walk with you. George dramatically clutched his chest. Isn't that the most important thing of all? My dear, anything concerning you is my top priority. The fat lady let out an amused sound, watching them with a beaming smile. Ryan cleared his throat and quickly led George away. Where are we going? George allowed himself to be guided, his fingertips teasingly scratching Ryan's palm. How about over by the Black Lake? Sounds good, let's go. Their fingers intertwined naturally as the fat lady observed their retreating figures, softly humming a tune. The early summer breeze carried the fragrance of fresh grass as they strolled along the small path encircling the castle. George animatedly recounted the plans for the Weasley Wizard Wheezes. We aim to launch with 100 fireworks, but we're a bit worried about blowing the roof off. The first batch of products is ready. George spoke with enthusiasm. We plan to feature Nosebleed Nougat and Skiving snack boxes as our flagship products, but then Hermione found out and kept insisting we shouldn't sell such things to children. Ryan chuckled softly. I think she'll probably buy a pack to study the principles first. George laughed heartily. Ron bet that once she buys it, she'll send a complaint to the Ministry of Magic. The two continued their light-hearted banter until they reached the edge of the Black Lake. The water shimmered under the moonlight, while the tentacles of a giant squid occasionally surfaced before sinking below. George found a flat patch of grass, removed his coat, and spread it on the ground, pulling Ryan down to sit beside him. Lying back with his hands behind his head, George said, the renovations at 93 Diagon Alley are nearly complete. The second floor will be a laboratory, and the third floor will be our bedroom. Of course, if you're willing to move in with me, we can make our room larger. George spoke with a deliberately light tone, yet Ryan sensed his underlying tension. I would love to, Ryan replied softly. But you must promise me one thing. What? George immediately propped himself up. Don't turn our bedroom into a testing ground for prank products. George burst into laughter. And after he had his fill, he noticed Ryan gazing at him quietly, his green eyes brimming with tenderness. What's wrong? George gradually ceased his laughter. You've suddenly gone quiet. Ryan shook his head. It's nothing. I just enjoy listening to you talk. George studied him for a few seconds, then sighed. I just thought of something. What? After graduation, we want to be able to spend every day together. George said seriously. So I was wondering if I should repeat a year. No. Ryan quickly shook his head. I mean, you don't have to repeat for my sake. I thought it was a good idea. George pretended to lament, ruffling his hair. Ryan finally realized he had been jesting, unable to suppress a chuckle as the moonlight filtered through his lashes, casting delicate shadows upon his cheeks. But I have a far better idea. George gazed at him with curiosity. What idea? Ryan produced a deep blue velvet box from his pocket. George's breath momentarily caught in his throat. As the box opened, it revealed a pair of platinum rings, their claw-set diamonds shimmering brilliantly even in the night. Although we may not be able to be together every single day, Ryan's voice was soft yet impeccably clear. I wish to spend the rest of my life with you. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with George, Mr. George Weasley. Will you share the journey of life with me? Time seemed to stand still in that moment. George's lips trembled slightly. In the next instant, he lunged forward, gripping the back of Ryan's neck and kissing him fervently. This kiss was more passionate than any before. Ryan found himself toppled onto the grass. George's warmth seeping through his thin shirt while the other hand pressed firmly against Ryan's back. Only when Ryan's face flushed and his eyes sparkled with a rosy hue did George pull back a fraction. You planned this since last Christmas, didn't you? George teased, squeezing Ryan's heated cheek, his voice husky. Ryan nodded breathlessly. Do you like this graduation gift? I adore it, George replied, feigning to kiss him again. Wait. Ryan quickly blocked his lips. You haven't answered yet. George chuckled softly, kissing the palm of Ryan's hand. Once Ryan lowered his hand, he solemnly declared, Of course I will. Not just in this life, but in the next, and the one after that. I wish to be with you forever. Ryan's eyes curved into crescent moons. Just as he reached for the ring box that had rolled aside, George seized his wrist, their fingers entwined. I believe there is something more pressing at hand. What is it? We should change how we address each other, George said with a mischievous smile. Ryan blinked, slightly puzzled. Change how we address each other? Boyfriend? Darling? Fiancé? Upon realizing the title George desired to hear, Ryan's face immediately flushed bright red, the pink hue spreading until his eyes were completely awash with it. He shyly murmured, Well, that should wait until after the wedding. George's breath hitched, then he chuckled softly, pinning Ryan down once more. In the distance, the Black Lake rippled, as if bestowing blessings upon the couple. Chapter 99, Imprisonment in the Dungeon. Meanwhile, on the other side, the gates of Malfoy Manor swung open, Voldemort's black cloak billowing in the night breeze like a cresting wave. Bellatrix and Dolohov followed closely, levitating the unconscious Rodolphus and Ryan with the floating charm. Narcissa Malfoy hurriedly approached, elegantly curtsying my lord. Voldemort swept past her, not even granting her a glance. Narcissa, seemingly unfazed, straightened, her gaze scanning for Lucius, who was conspicuously absent. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she turned to her sister, Bella. Take care of Rodolphus. Without turning his head, Voldemort interrupted, his voice slicing through the air like ice over stone. Bella, you are in charge. Immediately, Bellatrix took hold of the floating Rodolphus and yanked Narcissa's wrist, dragging her upstairs. Narcissa's eyes bore into her sister, receiving only a warning glare in return. The door to the basement closed soundlessly in the dark. Ryan was unceremoniously thrown against the stone wall, iron chains automatically coiling around his limbs. Dolohov wiped the sweat from his brow, his wand still aimed at the unconscious young man. My lord, should we first leave? Voldemort's voice was cold. Dolohov's throat constricted, but this mudblood. Voldemort's red eyes glimmered in the shadows. Do not make me repeat myself. The echo of the iron door closing still reverberated when Ryan's eyelashes fluttered. Voldemort's wand swiftly pressed against his throat. Feigning sleep is not a wise habit, Mr. Evans. Green eyes snapped open, sharp with awareness. Ryan's lips curled into a derisive smirk. It seems we're alike in that regard. Ambush is my specialty. Before his words had fully escaped, his form suddenly flickered, the chains clattering to the ground as he executed a sweeping kick aimed at Voldemort's head. Voldemort's wand flicked, freezing the air instantaneously. Ryan's ankle halted mere inches from his cheek, unable to advance any further. Instantaneous movement, disregarding any offensive or controlling defenses, and yet, Voldemort scrutinized the young man suspended in midair, some sort of remarkable physical technique. Indeed, quite impressive. With a twist of his wand, Ryan was forcefully hurled back against the wall as new chains, glowing with the distinctive purple hue of dark magic, ensnared him. Voldemort took a step back, casually conjuring a high-backed chair, elegantly seating himself. Long time no see, Mr. Evans. Ryan lifted his head, a glint of mockery flickering in his green eyes. I have no interest in meeting you, Mr. Riddle. Voldemort's lips curled slightly, the tip of his wand lifting Ryan's chin, the cold sensation gliding across his skin like a serpent's tongue. Let us not be adversarial. There is no need for that. His tone was almost soothing, as if he were persuading a willful child. Do you not see how similar we are? I don't believe I have disfigured myself to your extent. Voldemort did not grow angry. Instead, he chuckled softly. I mean, we both possess powers far beyond the ordinary. His fingers lightly tapped the chair's back. Look at this pathetic wizarding world, where incompetents hold power, while true geniuses remain buried. Imbeciles like Fudge issue orders, and you toil away beside antiquated fools like Dumbledore. The ineptitude of the Ministry of Magic and the hypocrisy of the Order of the Phoenix will never grasp our innate talents. Ryan's eyebrows flickered ever so slightly. Voldemort keenly perceived this subtle reaction, his voice becoming more enticing. Join me, and you shall acquire everything, knowledge, power, a stage to freely showcase your talents. Rather than being shackled by those mere mediocrities. He leaned forward. Consider this. With your abilities, is your current life truly satisfactory? If you wish to cast aside the burdens of the past, a single nod is all it takes to stand by my side. Ryan's eyelashes fluttered gently, his gaze dropping as though genuinely contemplating the proposition. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Voldemort's eyes. Think wisely. He turned toward the door, his cloak swirling like a shadow. I trust you will make the right choice. The heavy doors closed silently, plunging the basement back into darkness. Silence lingered for several seconds. A slow smile crept across Ryan's lips, revealing a hint of amusement. The corridors of Malfoy Manor were deep and silent. The wall sconces casting flickering shadows that danced across Narcissa's pale visage. She clutched her skirt tightly, her knuckles white, her gaze fixated on Bellatrix's retreating figure. Bella. Her voice was low yet trembled with urgency. Where is Lucius? Bellatrix's steps faltered slightly, yet she did not turn around. She merely waved her wand impatiently, urging the levitating Rodolphus to continue moving forward. This is not the time for such discussions, sissy. Her tone was sharp, yet uncharacteristically devoid of her usual frenzied excitement. Narcissa abruptly grasped Bella's arm, her nails almost digging into her flesh. You left him at the ministry, didn't you? Finally, Bellatrix turned, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in her dark eyes. She opened her mouth as if to utter something, but ultimately just coldly shook off Narcissa's hand. Lucius is a grown wizard. He can take care of himself. There are more pressing matters for the master to attend to now. Her voice lowered, almost a warning. Don't let him hear you weeping. Narcissa's pupils suddenly constricted. Yet Bella had already strode away, leaving her alone in the dim corridor, her chest heaving heavily. Chapter 100, The Mental Mark. The iron door of the dungeon creaked loudly in the darkness, heavy footsteps drawing nearer. Ryan lay with his eyes closed, breathing steadily, as if still in a state of unconsciousness, though his mind remained alert. Dolahov's hoarse voice echoed at the doorway. Stay vigilant. If someone escapes, we're all done for. Rodolphus Lestrange replied indistinctly, his voice still tinged with the haze of awakening. The footsteps intertwined before Dolahov departed. Silence enveloped the dungeon once more, save for Rodolphus's labored breathing. A few moments later, Ryan gently moved his shackled wrists, the sound of metal clanking resonating sharply in the stillness. Rodolphus immediately looked up, alert. Ryan slowly opened his eyes, his green gaze strikingly vivid in the dim dungeon. He cleared his throat, his voice slightly hoarse. Could you be so kind as to fetch me a cup of water? Rodolphus frowned, clearly hesitating. Did Voldemort instruct you to deny me even a cup of water? Ryan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with just the right amount of provocation. After a brief silence, Rodolphus finally stood and silently walked towards the corridor outside the dungeon. Minutes later, Rodolphus returned, carrying a ceramic cup filled with water that sloshed gently, reflecting the light of the only oil lamp in the dungeon. He approached Ryan and offered the cup. Ryan reached out to take it, lifting his gaze to Rodolphus. In that moment, Ryan's green eyes suddenly shimmered with an enchanting pink hue. Rodolphus's pupils dilated sharply, his expression gradually turning vacant, his body swaying slightly as if intoxicated. The wariness in his demeanor replaced by confusion. Ryan set the cup down, his voice a mere whisper. Sit. Rodolphus, like a marionette, mechanically lowered himself to the ground before Ryan. Tell me. Ryan's voice was soft and beguiling. What do you think of Voldemort's relationship with Bella? Rodolphus's facial muscles twitched, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes, but he soon regained his composure. His voice was flat and robotic. They are too close. Bella always. Always what? Ryan prompted. Always listens to her master and neglects me. Rodolphus's fists clenched involuntarily. I am her husband. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Ryan's eyes. This seemingly dull Death Eater harbored a reservoir of resentment within. Ryan continued to softly guide him. Do you possess the key to the Lestrange family vault? Rodolphus sluggishly nodded, retrieving a golden key from the inside of his robe, its handle engraved with the Lestrange family crest. Give it to me. Without hesitation, Rodolphus placed the key in Ryan's palm. Ryan pocketed the key, his fingers gently caressing its surface. Now, let me see what else you can offer me. The pink light in his eyes intensified, his mental influence weaving like a fine spider's web as he delved deeper into Rodolphus's consciousness. Perusing his memories, the meeting places of the Death Eaters, recent plans, internal conflicts. Finally, Ryan planted an almost imperceptible mark deep within Rodolphus's mind. This mark, akin to a seed, would grow over time, allowing him to remotely sense Rodolphus's sights and sounds, unbeknownst to Rodolphus himself. Now, return to your post. Ryan softly commanded. Forget everything that just transpired. Only remember that you brought me a cup of water. Rodolphus stood up mechanically and returned to his place by the dungeon door, his expression gradually clearing. He rubbed his temple in confusion, as if he felt he had forgotten something, but soon settled back into calm. Ryan concealed the key within his sleeve, closed his eyes, and continued to feign the guise of a weakened prisoner. In the early hours, when Dolahov came to take over, Rodolphus had already slumped against the wall, dozing off. Dolahov impatiently kicked at his boot. Go back to sleep. Rodolphus mumbled as he stood, unsteadily departing the dungeon. Dolohov yawned and settled onto the stone bench at the door, soon drifting off to sleep. At that moment, Ryan's form within the dungeon began to grow transparent, gradually dissipating like melting snow. The chains clattered to the floor, jolting Dolohov awake, but by then the dungeon was already empty. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, Ryan stood at the office window, absorbing the information his doppelganger had returned with, along with the heavy vault key. Chapter 101, The Successful Rebirth. The July sun scorched the grass of Hogwarts, the air heavy with the scent of sun-dried grass and earth. Students hurried through the castle gates, dragging their luggage as laughter mingled with the hoots of owls. Ryan stood on the steps at the castle's western side, holding a bone lamp emanating an ethereal blue glow in his left hand, while a phoenix named Fawkes perched on his right shoulder. His gaze pierced through the bustling crowd, landing on Harry, who was running toward him. Breathless, Harry halted, his black hair damp with sweat, plastered against his lightning-shaped scar. Ryan nodded, his eyes resting momentarily on the scar on Harry's forehead. "Are you ready?" Harry took a deep breath, determination gleaming in his green eyes. "I will do anything to rid myself of this." He gestured to his scar. "I'm willing to do anything." A faint smile graced Ryan's lips as he turned toward the forbidden forest. "Stay close to me." In the clearing at the forest's edge, sunlight poured down unimpeded, scorching the ground. The magical array Ryan had previously set up glimmered faintly in the harsh sunlight, intricate runes flowing like living beings across the surface. "Stand here, no matter what happens." Ryan pointed to a spot directly in front of the array, and Harry obediently took his place, instinctively clutching the hem of his garment. Ryan positioned the bone lamp at the center of the array, the ethereal blue flames flickering quietly within the wick. He retrieved a small crystal vial from the pocket of his robe, containing several pearl-like crystals of unicorn tears. Slowly, Ryan poured the crystals into the bone lamp. This is the purest medium, capable of aiding in the separation of impurities from the soul. As the crystals fell into the flames, the ethereal blue fire suddenly transformed to gold, and a heron's silhouette began to materialize within the heart of the flames. Harry's eyes widened as he watched the flames gradually elongate into a slender neck and wings. Ryan raised his wand and began to chant an ancient incantation. The array's patterns illuminated in response to his voice, and the magic in the air began to stir. The midday sun seemed drawn by some force, coalescing into a beam that shot down upon the bone lamp. Harry suddenly clutched his forehead, bending over in agony. His scar felt like a searing brand, the intense pain blurring his vision. In his daze, he sensed something being forcibly wrenched from his wound. A three-eyed golden skull's phantom flickered above Ryan's brow, golden light enveloping Harry. A wisp of dark mist seeped from Harry's scar, twisting in the air to form a grotesque visage, its crimson eyes glaring with malice at Ryan. With a sudden flourish of his wand, Ryan forcefully drew the dark mist towards the bone lamp. Instantly, a shard of Voldemort's soul transformed into a sacrificial offering for the Phoenix ritual. Golden flames surged, morphing into an ethereal heron, which opened its sharp beak and devoured the fragment of Voldemort's soul in one gulp. Boom! The flames roiled violently, the heron's phantom gradually solidifying, yet, simultaneously, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The glass dome of the bone lamp suddenly became riddled with cracks, and a putrid black mist erupted from the base, coiling around the heron like chains. Beside them, Harry could no longer withstand the pressure. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. "Now!" Ryan called out sharply. Fawkes soared from Ryan's shoulder, its golden red wings shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. It emitted a clear, ringing cry, flapping its wings as it gently grasped Harry with its talons, instantly teleporting him to safety. Then, it turned its direction and unleashed a torrent of blazing phoenix fire at the bone lamp. Boom! The crimson flames collided with the golden light of the lamp, erupting in a dazzling display. At the center of the magical array, the heron's form became fully corporeal, its golden wings unfurling like the embodiment of the sun. However, looming above it was a terrifying black skull, its desiccated hand gripping the heron's wings, as if attempting to drag it back into the abyss. The struggle continued. Ryan narrowed his eyes as the power of the three-eyed golden lion's skull surged once more, causing the runes of the magical array to flicker wildly, working in tandem with the phoenix fire to suppress the skull's thrashing. The heron emitted a cry of anguish, its wings beating fiercely as golden light and black mist intertwined, creating a deafening sound of tearing. Crack! The noise resembled that of shattering glass, as the black skull's form disintegrated inch by inch, ultimately turning to ash and dissipating into the air. The heron finally broke free, tilting its head back to release a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, its golden light shooting skyward, causing even the sun to pale in comparison. At that moment, sunlight seemed to take on a physical form, transforming into countless specks of light that merged into the heron's body. Its feathers gradually solidified until it became a resplendent golden bird, adorned with 3 elongated plumes atop its head, its eyes flickering with the flames of eternity. The Binyu bird had successfully undergone its rebirth. Ryan let out a long sigh of relief as the brilliance of the magical array began to fade. Fawkes returned to his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Harry slowly regained consciousness, sitting up in confusion. Is it over? He rubbed his forehead, astonished to find that the stinging sensation from his scar had completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease. Ryan approached him, extending a hand to help him up. It is over. Harry looked up and beheld the shimmering divine bird in the sky. The Binyu bird gracefully bowed its head in acknowledgement. Chapter 102, Summer Life. The golden light gradually receded, the Binyu bird's golden wings glimmering in the sunlight, exuding elegance and sanctity. It gazed at Ryan, gratitude and resolve reflected in its eyes. As agreed, I will serve you as my master. The voice of the Binyu bird resonated directly in Ryan's mind, ethereal and distant. Ryan shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. There is no need for that. The bone lamp has bound you for so long. You deserve to enjoy your freedom, not to be ensnared once more. But that was our agreement. A flicker of stubbornness glimmered in its golden eyes. I do not wish to break my promise. The essence of a promise lies not in its form, but in the intent behind it. Ryan replied gently. If you truly wish to repay me, why not assist me with a few tasks? During this time, please fight alongside us. The Binyu bird remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Meanwhile, Harry had been escorted back to Gryffindor Tower by Fawkes. Merlin, Harry, you finally returned. Hermione's voice rang out from nearby. Hurry up, or the Hogwarts Express will leave without you. Harry then noticed that the dormitory was already half empty, with only Ron and Hermione waiting for him. Quick, we've nearly packed your things, Ron exclaimed, slamming the lid of Harry's trunk shut. If we don't leave now, we'll have to chase the train with broomsticks. Harry grinned widely, grabbing his backpack as the 3 of them hurried to the platform. The summer vacation had officially begun. The front page of the Daily Prophet exploded with the headline, Dark Lord resurrected. Numerous Death Eaters arrested. Cornelius Fudge dismissed. The news of Voldemort's return could no longer be concealed, and panic spread like wildfire. The Ministry of Magic urgently replaced its minister, Aurors patrolled day and night. And shops in Diagon Alley closed early, fearful of becoming targets for Death Eaters. However, amidst this tense atmosphere, the Weasley household was particularly lively this holiday. George and Fred seemed eager to make the most of each day, even discussing shelf arrangements during meals. They spent nearly every day in Diagon Alley, busy renovating Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Originally, they planned to open before the start of the school year, but at George's insistence, they decided to move the date up to July. I need to get the shop on track before we start living together, right? George cheerfully remarked to Fred, waving a renovation blueprint. Fred, accustomed to their couple-like antics, had grown too lazy to comment. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley was in high spirits ever since learning of George and Ryan's engagement. Her demeanor could only be described as exuberantly content. Even more astonishingly, she had secretly contacted Annie, and the 2 ladies had begun fervently discussing wedding plans. I can't believe how Mom learned to use a muggle phone, Ginny remarked to Ron while organizing her Quidditch gear. She talked to Aunt Annie for a whole 4 hours yesterday. Ron shrugged. The power of maternal love? Ginny rolled her eyes. No, it's the power of finally having a son about to marry seriously. Simultaneously, Ryan was traversing the breadth of England alongside Dumbledore, seeking and destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes. Thanks to the vault key acquired from Rodolphus Lestrange, they easily retrieved Hufflepuff's cup from Gringotts. Ryan deftly selected the gem-encrusted cup from a pile of silverware, its body shrouded in ominous black mist. He then signaled the Binyu bird to act. The golden heron spread its wings, enveloping the cup in sacred flames. The fragment of Voldemort's soul barely had time to scream before it was utterly purified. The next target. Dumbledore's gaze deepened, the ring from the Gaunt family mansion. Exploring the Gaunt family home proved far more perilous than anticipated. The dilapidated estate was shrouded in powerful dark magic, with curses and traps lurking at every turn. However, when they finally located the ring adorned with a black gemstone, Dumbledore's expression froze for a moment. The Resurrection Stone. He whispered softly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable yearning. Ryan immediately sensed the unusual. Professor, do not touch it. But Dumbledore had already slowly extended his hand, his fingertips nearly brushing the ring. Bang! Ryan abruptly seized his wrist, forcibly pulling him back. Dumbledore awoke from his reverie, cold sweat beading on his brow. I apologize. I nearly made a grave mistake. It appears that the magic upon it can influence one's judgment, Ryan calmly stated. Dumbledore chuckled bitterly, neither confirming nor denying it. The Binyu bird once again released the sacred fire, and the ring was reduced to ashes amidst the flames. Dumbledore's gaze remained fixated on the pile of ashes, betraying a profound sense of regret. You wish to see your loved ones again, do you not? The Bennu bird suddenly spoke. I can assist you. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. You can do that? Ryan also looked at the Bennu bird in astonishment. The legend of the Bennu? I had thought it merely an exaggeration by later writers. But I am indeed a living legend, the Bennu bird responded, its wings glowing with a gentle golden light. In ancient Egypt, I was the divine bird guiding the deceased through the realm of the dead. As long as her soul has not dissipated, I can bring you to her. Dumbledore's body trembled slightly, his voice almost choked. Just a glimpse will suffice. That night, in Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore lay upon the ancient stone altar, while the Bennu bird stood upon his chest, its wings softly covering his forehead. Relax, allow your soul to follow me. Ryan stood beside him, guarding Dumbledore's corporeal form. He was uncertain of what would transpire in the afterlife, but upon witnessing the tears streaming down Dumbledore's serene face, Ryan felt a faint sense of relief. Hours later, the Bennu bird returned with Dumbledore's soul. The moment the old man opened his eyes, Ryan beheld a vulnerability and relief on the countenance of the usually composed wizard. Thank you. Dumbledore's voice was hoarse. I can finally let go of some matters. Ryan refrained from asking further questions, merely nodding in understanding. That night, Dumbledore departed from Godric's Hollow, venturing alone to Numengard. Perhaps, there were some knots that needed to be untied with words. Chapter 103, Daily Life Together. On the last day of July, the sun scorched the cobblestones of Diagon Alley, and the air was thick with anxiety and tension. The attacks by Death Eaters had caused many shops to shutter their doors, and pedestrians hurried along, their vigilant gazes sweeping the surroundings. Yet, in front of number 93, a long queue had formed. The Weasley Wizarding Wheezes had officially opened its doors. George and Fred stood at the entrance, bowing on either side, their smiles radiant enough to dispel the gloom hanging over Diagon Alley. Welcome. All items are 20 off on our opening day, Fred announced loudly. Ryan had thought that during such tumultuous times, business would be lackluster. After all, with Death Eaters, werewolves, Dementors, and giants wreaking havoc, many shops had closed, fearing they would be the next target. To his surprise, however, Weasley's Wheezes was experiencing an exceptional surge in popularity. I thought everyone would be too afraid to venture outside, Ryan murmured to George, as he organized the now empty shelves of portable swamp boxes. George shrugged, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. The darker the times, the more people need laughter to combat their fears. Fred popped his head out from the storeroom, cradling a large box of newly restocked headless hats. George, stop flirting and come help. George playfully pinched Ryan's fingers before turning to assist. As Ryan watched his retreating figure, a warmth surged within him. The day-to-day life together had commenced. The new home on the third floor was more comfortable than Ryan had anticipated. George had thoughtfully designated a space for Ryan's desk and bookshelf, even placing a soft chair by the window for him to bask in the sun while reading. The bed was a double, adorned with deep crimson bedding, so soft that one would not wish to rise upon lying down. How is it? George leaned against the doorframe, his eyes alight with anticipation. Are you satisfied? Ryan nodded, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. It's wonderful. I really like it here. George approached, his fingers gently brushing against Ryan's cheek. If you're not accustomed to sharing a bed, we can start by sleeping separately. It's all right, Ryan interrupted softly, yet firmly. I can adapt. George chuckled, leaning down to peck Ryan's lips. Then shall we give it a try tonight? Ryan's ears flushed instantly. In truth, he was not as composed as he had imagined. He had read in books that cohabitation was a litmus test for relationships. Many couples discovered significant differences in their living habits only after moving in together, ultimately leading to their separation. Even if they passed that hurdle, their intimacy remained a crucial factor. Ryan feared that he and George might also encounter discord. However, it soon became apparent that his worries were completely unfounded. Their routines were nearly synchronized. Even when one stayed up late, they would tread lightly, fearful of disturbing the other. George took charge of their daily meals, while Ryan managed all cleaning duties. The only challenge Ryan faced was George's insatiable demands. On their first night, George was relatively restrained. He merely held Ryan close, his fingers tenderly weaving through Ryan's hair, softly asking, "Are you nervous?" Ryan shook his head, yet his fingertips unconsciously clenched the sheets. George chuckled lightly, kissing Ryan's forehead. "There's no rush, we can take our time." Just when Ryan thought the night would pass peacefully, he was stirred awake by a faint noise. Drowsily opening his eyes, he saw George quietly lifting the covers, seemingly preparing to get out of bed. "George." Ryan's voice was laced with sleepiness. George paused and turned to glance at him. "Did I wake you?" Ryan shook his head, reaching out to grasp his wrist. "Where are you going?" After a moment of silence, George replied softly, "There's a batch of new stock in the storeroom that needs sorting. I can't sleep. So I thought I'd take care of it. Ryan studied him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. You're lying. George raised an eyebrow. Ryan propped himself up, leaning closer to his ear, whispering, Are you too uncomfortable to sleep? George's breath hitched, and then his eyes narrowed dangerously. You've learned well. Before Ryan could react, George pushed him back onto the bed. Since that's the case, help me out, will you? By the second night, Ryan realized that the previous evening had merely been an appetizer. Fresh from a shower, his hair still dripping, he found himself pinned against the wall, gasping for air as George kissed him fervently. The buttons of Ryan's pajamas were slowly undone one by one, while George's lips trailed down his collarbone, leaving behind heated marks. Wait, George. Ryan's voice was muffled by kisses, as George's fingers slipped beneath his pajama top, warm palms caressing his waist. Relax, leave it to me. George nibbled on his earlobe, chuckling softly. I'll make you feel good. It soon became evident that George had not been lying. The following morning, Ryan struggled to rise from bed. His back ached as if he had been pummeled by a giant, and his legs felt weak and unsteady. Faint red marks adorned his neck and collarbone. As for George, he was radiant and brimming with energy, humming a tune as he descended to open the shop. Before leaving, George kissed Ryan's forehead. Sleep a little longer, we'll continue tonight. This made Ryan bury his face in the pillow, blushing and unwilling to engage in conversation. In the days that followed, Ryan experienced the true meaning of painful joy. George seemed to possess an insatiable curiosity for exploration. No, just a moment. You said the same yesterday. George always wore a harmless smile, then relentlessly teased him further. Although Ryan verbally resisted, he honestly acquiesced to George's advances. It appeared that George had also developed a peculiar fondness for leaving marks on Ryan, although Ryan had protested on several occasions. Each time he was deftly placated by George's playful charm and coaxing. Thus, a series of evidences suggested that their cohabitation was remarkably harmonious, almost astonishingly so. One noon, Fred, observing the tardy arrival of George, smiled knowingly. It seems our Professor Evans has been overworked today, hasn't he? George proudly lifted his chin, with business booming. It's only fitting that the professor rewards me handsomely. Fred rolled his eyes. Merlin, tone it down a bit. Soon the entire Diagon Alley will know of your nightly revelries. Is that so? Then I must remember to cast a soundproofing charm tonight. My darling's delightful voice should not be overheard. George laughed heartily, turning to greet the guests, his demeanor radiating an almost blinding glow. Meanwhile, in their bedroom on the third floor, Ryan resolved to remain upstairs for the entire day. As the days passed and the school season approached, the professors at Hogwarts began to busily prepare. Ryan, serving as a student assistant, was tasked with helping Professor McGonagall manage the admission letters for new students, along with the supply lists and report cards for returning students. Although magic made writing effortless, the sheer volume of letters kept him working late into the night for several consecutive days. George, feeling for Ryan, refrained from his usual antics in the evenings and instead tenderly massaged Ryan's sore wrists. You're making me a little uncomfortable, Ryan chuckled, looking at him. George leaned closer, his voice low. Once this busy spell is over, I will ensure you grow accustomed to my attentions once more. Ryan could only shake his head with a smile. Diagon Alley buzzed with even more fervor than in previous years. Despite the lingering shadow of Voldemort, students enthusiastically flocked to procure their supplies for the new term. The Weasley Wizard Wheezes was particularly crowded, filled with students eager to purchase prank merchandise. Merlin, this is even more exaggerated than the grand opening. Fred wiped the sweat from his brow, cradling a large box of newly restocked automatic ink feather quills. George, stationed behind the counter, peered towards the entrance. Harry and the others should be arriving shortly, right? Just then, the shop door swung open, and in walked Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Hey, business seems to be thriving. Ron whistled, his eyes sparkling as he surveyed the new stock. George grinned widely. Of course. Anything produced by Weasley Wizard Wheezes is bound to be of the highest quality. Hermione glanced around and inquired, Where's Ryan? George gestured with his chin toward the back of the counter. He's over there. The group followed his gaze to find Ryan standing at the opposite counter, attentively ringing up a customer. He was dressed in a dark high-neck long sleeve, a stark contrast to the muggy August weather. Ron blinked in surprise and exclaimed, Isn't it a bit early for autumn attire? The air grew tense. George squinted, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Would you like to know why? Harry and Hermione immediately grasped the implication. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, while Harry threw an arm around Ron's shoulder, chuckling nervously. Maybe Ryan just gets cold easily. Let's go check out the new products over there. Ron looked bewildered. But let's go. Harry insisted, dragging him deeper into the shop while Hermione quickly followed, feigning keen interest in a box of chameleon jelly beans. Ginny sighed, tugging on George's sleeve to pull him into a corner. What's wrong? George asked, puzzled. Mum asked me to inquire about something, Ginny whispered. George shrugged. What has she been busy with? It's odd she didn't come to Diagon Alley with you all this time. Ginny's expression was stoic. Mom is currently occupied with Annie, discussing the details of your wedding with Ryan. They're even debating whether the roses should be deep red or burgundy. George's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Oh? Have they reached a conclusion? Never mind that. Ginny rolled her eyes, adopting a serious tone. I'm here to ask if there have been any conflicts or disagreements since you started living together. George pondered for a moment, then offered a knowing smile. We're doing splendidly. The only time Ryan got upset was in the bathroom, but he was quickly soothed. George Weasley. Ginny ground her teeth. I mean genuine cohabitation issues. If you keep being flippant, I'll have Mum come and interrogate you personally. George raised his hands in surrender. All right. Our schedules align. Household chores are divided clearly, and our tastes are nearly identical. Perfect partners. How does that sound? Ginny finally relaxed. That's good to hear. Why the sudden interest in this? She pulled out a copy of Which Weekly from her pocket. Pointing to an article, it states here that many couples discover they can't mesh well after moving in together, leading to either breakups or a lack of desire to even consider marriage. George scoffed. Do you really believe such rubbish? You should burn that magazine. I'm just concerned about you too, Ginny shot back, glaring at him. I want nothing more than for you and Ryan to be happy together. Why? Do you think every time I argue with Mum or have relationship troubles, I confide in just anyone? You lot. Ginny huffed. It's not just me. Many students at Hogwarts, from first years to seventh years, are eager to share their troubles with Ryan. George feigned a grin. You lot really ought to learn some manners. Pestering someone else's fiancé is quite rude. Ginny added gleefully. He's not just yours. Ryan is kind-hearted, handsome, and excels at comforting and guiding people. His popularity among Hogwarts students is skyrocketing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the most beloved professor. George's expression darkened. Ginny patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. So, you understand my point? The two shared a knowing glance toward the counter. At that moment, a large crowd had gathered around Ryan, ostensibly inquiring about prices. But any discerning observer could see they were likely more interested in asking for Ryan's contact information. George's demeanor shifted to one of danger. I see, he said tersely, striding purposefully toward the counter. Ginny nodded appreciatively, thinking her brother had finally come to his senses. However, the next moment, she watched as George squeezed into the throng, wrapped his arms around Ryan's waist, and whispered something in his ear. Ryan paused momentarily before George planted a loud kiss on his cheek, prompting Ryan to turn and head upstairs. George then took over the cash register, crossing his arms and glaring menacingly at those who had attempted to flirt with Ryan moments before. Ginny remarked, Mom, George might be a fool. You might want to handle the wedding pressure yourself. Later that evening, in their bedroom, Ryan had just finished his shower when George suddenly embraced him from behind, resting his chin on Ryan's shoulder. Do those students often seek you out for conversation? Ryan momentarily failed to comprehend. You mean the ones in the shop? They were just asking about the products. George huffed softly, his fingers tracing Ryan's waist. Ginny told me you're quite popular. Ryan chuckled. Are you jealous? Of course, George replied, his tone resolute. You are my fiancé. Ryan turned to cup George's face, planting a playful kiss on his lips. Rest assured, I love only you. George's gaze darkened as he suddenly pushed Ryan onto the bed. Prove it to me. Wait. Ryan laughed. I need to rise early tomorrow. George looked up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he tickled Ryan. Then hurry up and beg for mercy. Ryan blushed, turning his head away. Yet he couldn't help but wrap his arms around George's neck. As the new semester commenced, the professors of Hogwarts returned to the castle in anticipation. Ryan gently pushed open the door to his office, allowing the sunlight to stream through the glass, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. A Bennu bird perched on its branch, its golden feathers shimmering in the light. Upon hearing the creak of the door, it lifted its head, its golden eyes blinking. You're back? Ryan set down his luggage and approached with a smile, tenderly stroking its feathers. How have you been lately? Not too bad, the Bennu bird replied lazily, stretching its wings. Just a bit bored. Ryan chuckled softly, retrieving a small box from his luggage. I brought you a gift. Inside the box were several crystals emitting a faint glow. The Bennu bird's eyes brightened as it pecked at one, closing its eyes in satisfaction. Thank you. Ryan affectionately ruffled its head before turning to his desk to organize the lesson plans for the new term. After finishing the crystals, the Bennu bird yawned and curled up to sleep once more. Ryan resumed his task, the quill scratching softly against the parchment. Just as he had settled into his work, a gentle knock echoed from outside. Come in, he called without lifting his gaze. The door swung open to reveal Professors Sprout, McGonagall, Flitwick, and a rather reluctant-looking Professor Snape, each bearing elegantly wrapped gift boxes. Ryan was taken aback and quickly rose to his feet. Professors, what brings you here? Professor Sprout beamed. We heard about your engagement, and we are here to congratulate you. Ryan's cheeks flushed immediately as he accepted the gifts. Thank you all. This is incredibly kind. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, a rare smile gracing her lips. While George certainly gave me my share of headaches during his school days, I must admit I find comfort in seeing you two together. Standing at the back, Professor Snape added, his expression as impassive as ever, should you ever wish to rid yourself of him. I possess an extensive collection of potions that could assist. Ryan chuckled in disbelief. Professor. Flitwick patted Ryan's arm reassuringly. Ignore him. Severus is just like that. As Ryan accepted the gifts, he invited the professors to take a seat on the sofa, then turned to prepare tea and snacks. The teapot floated gracefully to the table, pouring steaming cups of black tea, while a small plate held slices of chocolate cauldron cake. The aroma of tea wafted through the office, prompting the professors to relax for a rare moment of casual conversation. Professor McGonagall took a sip of her tea, remarking, I truly did not expect you two to be such a perfect match. Professor Sprout nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ryan, you are so quiet and gentle, while George, well, he seems a tad exuberant. Yet, he is quite attentive. Ryan instinctively began to defend George. He can be very composed in private. He suddenly paused, realizing that the professors were watching him with knowing smiles, and his face flushed. Flitwick giggled. It seems our Professor Evans has quite the fondness for his fiancée. Ryan's ears turned crimson as he stared down at his teacup. Yes. The professors erupted in laughter. Even Snape's lips twitched, as if he were suppressing a smile. After their departure, the office returned to a tranquil silence. Ryan resumed his work at the desk, the clock ticking softly. As night descended, he completed his final report, stretching his arms and letting his gaze fall upon a framed photograph on the table. It was a snapshot of himself and George taken during the opening day of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Nearby rested the wooden rabbit sculpture and faux bronze canute that George had gifted him, which he had preserved meticulously. Leaning over the desk, he buried his face in the crook of his arm, his other hand unconsciously brushing against the ruby pendant at his neck, sighing heavily. He had urged George not to miss him too much before parting, yet here he was, afflicted by longing less than 24 hours after their separation. At this moment, the empty office made him yearn for George's voice like never before. Ryan lifted his gaze, gently tapping the photograph. Are you thinking of me too? Chapter 106. Conspiracy. The candlelight flickered in the Hogwarts Great Hall. As customary, the sorting ceremony concluded, and after dinner, Dumbledore stood to announce several significant changes for the academic year. Firstly, his voice resonated with warmth and gravity, at the insistence of Mr. Filch. Students are prohibited from bringing products from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes into the castle. An uproar of protests erupted from the Gryffindor table, although George and Fred had graduated. Their spirits evidently lingered within the school. Dumbledore raised his hand gently, signaling for silence. He then proceeded to announce the recruitment of new Quidditch team members and the selection of a new match commentator. Several upperclassmen immediately whispered amongst themselves, clearly intrigued by the position. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the faculty table. I am pleased to announce that Professor Slughorn will be taking on the role of the new potions professor. Professor Slughorn stood, beaming, his rotund belly nearly bursting from his waistcoat, waving at the students, who responded with polite applause. Dumbledore paused before continuing. Professor Snape will be reassigned to teach defense against the dark arts. The Slytherin table erupted in applause, while students from the other houses exchanged glances before joining in. To everyone's astonishment, Snape's demeanor appeared markedly improved, a slight curve gracing his lips, almost resembling a smile. This spectacle shocked the students of all four houses, akin to the return of Voldemort. After the feast, Ryan found himself surrounded by a throng of younger students in the corridor as he made his way back to his office. Professor. A Ravenclaw girl with a ponytail tugged at his sleeve. Are you getting married? Before Ryan could respond, a disgruntled Gryffindor boy pushed forward, clutching his arm defiantly. No. Ryan is supposed to wait for me to grow up and marry me. How can you call the professor by his first name? Protested a round-faced Hufflepuff boy. That's so rude. What does that have to do with you? The professor doesn't like impolite people. As the two children prepared to squabble, Ryan quickly knelt, separating them with one hand each. All right, no fighting. However, more children surged forward, chattering excitedly. I want to marry the professor too. The professor is mine. The scene became chaotic, and just as Ryan felt overwhelmed by the noise, a pigtail-wearing Ravenclaw girl piped up. Is the professor going to marry George from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes? The clamor abruptly ceased. Really? How do you know? Someone whispered. The little girl proudly lifted her chin. I went there with my mom a few days ago to buy something, and I saw them kiss. She paused before adding, Mom said when two people kiss, it means they are going to get married. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the conversation quickly shifted to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. So we can visit the professor there in the future. If we go there to buy things, can the professor give us a discount? After all, the professor's husband is the owner. That would be amazing. I have so many things I want. But my mom only lets me buy 1 or 2 each time because she says it's too expensive. Upon witnessing the scene, Ryan promptly echoed their sentiments. Indeed, discounts can be applied. The children erupted in jubilant cheers. However, Ryan raised a finger, feigning seriousness. Only well-behaved children are entitled to enjoy these discounts. This statement seemed to cast a spell, as the children immediately fell silent, standing erect, their demeanor remarkably obedient. Ryan stifled a laugh as he escorted each of them back to their respective common rooms. After ensuring the children were settled, he paused at the final corner on his way back, halting at the office door, where a golden-haired figure awaited quietly. "Mr. Malfoy," Ryan said, somewhat startled. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Draco Malfoy's complexion was pale, and his gray-blue eyes were entwined with hesitation and anxiety. He parted his lips to speak, but remained silent. "Come in, let's talk," Ryan invited, opening the door and ushering him into the office. Inside, the flickering firelight cast their shadows upon the walls. Ryan poured a cup of hot tea for Draco, who accepted it, but merely held it mechanically, showing no inclination to drink. "My mother sent me to find you." Draco's voice was notably lower than usual, laced with an unusual anxiety. Ryan refrained from prompting him, patiently waiting for him to elaborate. Draco began to recount the events in a fragmented manner. The Ministry of Mysteries had faced a devastating defeat, with Death Eaters like Lucius incarcerated. Dolohov and Rodolphus were subjected to the Cruciatus Curse for their failure to guard Ryan, enduring torment beyond imagination. In a fit of rage, Voldemort unleashed his fury upon the remaining Death Eaters. Ryan maintained a composed demeanor, his fingers gently tracing the rim of the teacup. "He has also assigned me a task." Draco's voice emerged as a strained whisper. "To assassinate Dumbledore and frame you for it, ultimately leading to your capture." He abruptly rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the freshly branded dark mark, the skin still tinged with an unnatural purplish hue. "If I fail, the Dark Lord may kill me, and my mother." Draco's face fell into his hands in despair. "But how can I possibly contend with Dumbledore and you?" Ryan's gaze fell upon the dark mark, and after a moment of silence, he recalled the memories he had gleaned from Rodolphus's mind. Draco was indeed telling the truth. "In that case," Ryan inquired calmly, "what is your plan?" Draco hesitantly outlined 3 potential schemes. The first involved using a cursed necklace for the assassination. He had procured an opal necklace from Borgin and Burke's in Knockturn Alley, intending to first use the Imperius curse on Madame Rosmerta at the 3 Broomsticks, compelling her to control Hogwarts students to pass the necklace to Dumbledore. "Then I'll summon you to the same location," Draco admitted, his voice tinged with guilt. "Once Dumbledore is cursed by the necklace, you will be the prime suspect." Ryan refrained from commenting on how Dumbledore would come to wear a necklace that was evidently dark magic, or how ordinary students would struggle to access the headmaster's office, especially considering Dumbledore's frequent absences. The second plan involved poisoning. Should the first fail, he would again use the Imperius curse on Madame Rosmerta, instructing her to send a bottle of poisoned mead to Ryan, who would then pass it to Dumbledore. This plan was fraught with flaws. Ryan was far too busy to frequent the 3 Broomsticks, and even if he received the mead, he might not deliver it to Dumbledore. Moreover, it was apparent that Madame Rosmerta had likely incurred Draco's ire. The third plan had some viability, utilizing the vanishing cabinet in the Room of Requirement. The cabinet there connected to another at Borgin and Burke's, and if it could be repaired, it would allow Death Eaters to infiltrate the castle directly. Then we could ambush Dumbledore and capture you, creating the illusion that you fled in guilt. Draco's voice dwindled. "This way, you would be left with no choice but to join the Death Eaters." Ryan withheld his critiques. It was evident that Draco himself lacked confidence in these schemes. "The third plan shows promise," Ryan concluded. "Let us proceed with it." Draco's head snapped up in surprise. "You truly want me to assassinate Dumbledore?" "Of course not." Ryan chuckled lightly. "I meant we could leverage this plan to surprise Voldemort." For the next half hour, Ryan meticulously outlined a genuine strategy. Draco listened in astonishment. This is far too risky." "I am aware," Ryan's tone softened. "Thus, whether to proceed rests entirely upon you." After a prolonged silence, Draco finally nodded. "Very well." Ryan rose. "Next, you need to act." His voice lowered. The moonlight streaming through the glass cast a cold silver sheen upon their conspiracy. In the ensuing weeks, Draco frequented the Room of Requirement, diligently repairing the ancient vanishing cabinet. Following Ryan's instructions, he relayed messages to the Death Eaters indicating that Dumbledore had been leaving Hogwarts frequently and that the internal defenses were lax. Meanwhile, Ryan monitored the movements of the Death Eaters closely through the mark left in Rodolphus's mind. Severus Snape dutifully played the role of a double agent, conveying consistent intelligence to Voldemort to avoid raising suspicion. Simultaneously, Dumbledore began to depart Hogwarts with increasing regularity, publicly claiming he was attending urgent meetings of the International Confederation of Wizards, each departure marked by a hurried demeanor. At Malfoy Manor's council chamber, flickering candlelight illuminated Voldemort's pallid visage, casting an eerie glow. Narcissa bowed her head, respectfully presenting a letter. "My lord, this is Draco's latest report." Her voice was devoid of any tremor. Voldemort slowly opened his crimson eyes, beckoning the letter with a flick of his fingers. "You may leave." Narcissa curtsied and retreated, her robes whispering against the cold marble floor without a sound. Voldemort unfolded the letter, his gaze scanning the text. Dumbledore has been frequently leaving, allegedly attending urgent meetings of the International Confederation of Wizards. The castle's defenses are lax, and the repair of the Vanishing Cabinet is progressing well. Expected to be completed within 3 weeks. A sardonic smile curled his lips as he cast the letter aside. Recently, Snape had reported that Dumbledore had been afflicted by a powerful curse on his right hand and had sought his assistance in brewing a remedy. Yet Dumbledore remained tight-lipped about the curse's origin. A cruel smirk flickered across Voldemort's face as he pondered the implications. The findings from the Death Eater's foray into the Gaunt House had reached him. Protective enchantments and traps had been dismantled, and the Resurrection Stone ring had vanished. Coupling this with the curse on Dumbledore's hand pointed to a singular truth. Dumbledore was in search of his Horcruxes but succumbed to temptation, attempting to use the Resurrection Stone, resulting in his curse. "Such a hypocrite, Dumbledore," Voldemort murmured softly, his voice a serpentine hiss. Preaching about selflessness and love, yet ultimately unable to resist his own desires. He was all too familiar with the curse's power on the ring, one he had personally inflicted. Once triggered, it was incurable. One could only watch helplessly as life ebbed away. Dumbledore's time was running short. Without his steadfast presence at Hogwarts, the defenses were rendered almost ineffectual. While Ryan Evans possessed considerable strength, he remained young and thus not particularly formidable. The cadre of antiquated professors were too preoccupied with safeguarding themselves and their students to be of any significant help. The members of the Order of the Phoenix were dispersed across various locations, making rapid assembly to counter an assault exceedingly difficult. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic were nothing more than a bunch of inept fools. On his side, although the Death Eaters had suffered some losses, their foundation remained unscathed. Key Death Eaters such as Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Dolohov, and the Carrows were already primed for action. The werewolf clans and giant tribes had pledged to cooperate in the offensive. The Dementors had long since defied the Ministry, responding solely to his commands. All that remained was for Dumbledore to depart from the school once more, allowing Draco Malfoy to repair the Vanishing Cabinet and open the gates of Hogwarts for him. A coordinated internal and external assault, striking when least expected. Once Hogwarts fell, he would personally eliminate Harry Potter and subdue Ryan Evans. With the loss of these two, the Order would be stripped of any capacity for resistance. Voldemort rose, his robes billowing behind him like a tide of darkness. He approached the window, gazing out at the overcast sky, as if already envisioning the dawn of victory. "Narcissa," he called softly. Almost instantaneously, Narcissa appeared at the door. "Master," informed Draco Malfoy. Voldemort's voice was cold yet tinged with delight, that the Vanishing Cabinet must be repaired within a week. Narcissa bowed her head in acknowledgement, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. "And," Voldemort added, "have him keep a close watch on Ryan Evans." "Yes, master." After Narcissa departed, Voldemort stood alone at the window, lost in thoughts of the imminent victory. The fall of Hogwarts, the death of Harry Potter, the submission of Ryan Evans, the demise of Dumbledore, all of it was tantalizingly close. Chapter 108, The Eve of War. The wooden door of the Shrieking Shack creaked ominously in the night wind. The weathered scrawls on the walls silently narrating the raucous history of this place. A long table materialized in the center of the room, surrounded by an assortment of chairs evidently conjured for the occasion. Members of the Order of the Phoenix arrived in succession, their footsteps echoing on the creaking floorboards. Under the dim light, they gathered around the long table, their attention riveted on Dumbledore. Moody's magical eye whirled restlessly, scanning every corner with vigilance. Sirius lounged, propping his chin on his hand. Tonks and Lupin were engaged in hushed conversation with the Weasley couple. Bill and Charlie Weasley had also made their entrance. Mrs. Weasley's gaze frequently darted toward Harry, Ron, and Hermione, her lips pressed tightly together, clearly disapproving of the three children's participation in this assembly. However, upon learning that Dumbledore had personally permitted their attendance, she merely sighed and refrained from further comment. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout sat on one side, their expressions grave. Hagrid's enormous frame nearly filled half the room, yet he endeavored to shrink himself, not wishing to obstruct others. Snape sat alone in the shadows, his dark robes merging almost seamlessly with the gloom. Fred and George occupied the Weasley contingent, their expressions unusually solemn. George's gaze flitted toward the door, seemingly awaiting someone. As the final attendee emerged from the tunnel, Ryan, cloaked and hooded, lifted his hood and nodded to the assembly. Dumbledore smiled gently and announced the commencement of the meeting. His voice was not loud, yet it silenced the last lingering whispers in the room. Dumbledore's tone was calm, yet authoritative. Voldemort believes that I am being tormented by a curse and frequently leave the school. His eyes swept over each person present. At the moment the Vanishing Cabinet is repaired, the Death Eaters will split into two factions. One will infiltrate the castle through the Room of Requirement, while the other will launch a frontal assault, sowing chaos. Our task is to ensnare them all. He turned to Professors McGonagall and Ryan. Minerva, Ryan, you are to lead the charge against them. The main force of the Death Eaters will concentrate there, especially Bellatrix and Fenrir Greyback. McGonagall lifted her chin slightly, a spark of battle fervor glinting in her eyes. Leave it to us. Dumbledore then turned to Moody. Alastair, you will lead a small team to ambush at the Room of Requirement. The exit of the Vanishing Cabinet lies there. Do not allow them the opportunity to breach other areas. Moody's magical eye spun wildly, his wooden leg tapping rhythmically on the floor. Leave it to me. Those scoundrels want to escape. Most importantly, the students. Dumbledore's tone turned serious. Once the battle erupts, the heads of houses will immediately organize an evacuation. The prefects will lead the students through the secret passages to the Shrieking Shack, where Order members will be waiting for them. The evacuation of Slytherin will be overseen by Professor Slughorn. Dumbledore looked at Ryan, who replied, I have already informed him before coming here. Dumbledore nodded and continued, Harry, Ron, Hermione, you will lead the D.A. in guarding the entrances to the other secret passages to prevent any Death Eaters from infiltrating here. Harry, you must ensure that at least 2 members of the Order are by your side. The three exchanged serious glances and nodded in agreement. Finally, Dumbledore's voice sank to a lower pitch. Given Voldemort's vigilance, he will not reveal himself immediately. He will wait until he is certain I am no longer at Hogwarts before making his entrance. Therefore he paused, his gaze deepening. Before he arrives, please, everyone, maintain control of the situation. As the meeting concluded, the attendees departed in succession. George stood in a corner, his brow furrowed, his focus fixed on the cloaked figure. Ron sidled over, elbowing him. Why don't you go seek out Ryan? You haven't seen him for days. How can you endure it? George's lips twitched. That is not Ryan. What? Ron's eyes widened in surprise. As if to corroborate his words, Ryan exchanged a few words with Dumbledore before suddenly transforming into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the air. A decoy? Ron stammered. You realized that from the start? George shrugged. Was it that difficult to discern? Very difficult. Ron ran his fingers through his hair. By the way, how does Ryan distinguish between you and Fred? Sometimes I can't even tell the difference. George's lips curled into a proud smile. Because we share a special connection. Ron made a face of disgust. You two are so mushy. Not at all, George laughed. Though the mirth did not reach his eyes. He cast one last glance at the spot where Ryan had vanished before turning to leave with Fred. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the Real Ryan stood beneath an oak tree, the night wind stirring the hem of his cloak. A phoenix perched upon his shoulder, its golden feathers shimmering softly in the moonlight. The other side is also ready, the phoenix whispered. Ryan reached out to stroke its feathers. Thank you. His gaze drifted toward the distant Hogwarts castle, its illuminated towers appearing particularly serene and tranquil in the night. Yet this tranquility was on the verge of being shattered by war, looming ever closer. Chapter 109, The Final Holy War, Part 1. The night enveloped Hogwarts's Great Hall in a warm glow. Students enjoyed their dinner as usual, laughter and chatter resonating among the long tables of the 4 houses. Professor McGonagall sat at the staff table, her fingertips lightly tapping the surface, her gaze occasionally straying to the window. Professor Flitwick nervously sipped his drink, while Slughorn wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile as he conversed with the students. Around the Forbidden Forest, numerous shadows stealthily advanced towards the castle. Inside the Room of Requirement, Draco stood before the Vanishing Cabinet, the last remnants of the repairing charm's glow at the tip of his wand slowly dissipating. The brass hinges of the cabinet glimmered coldly as the internal connection stabilized at last. It is done, he murmured to himself, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his slate blue eyes. In the next moment, he abruptly turned and rushed towards the door, where Moody, Sirius, and Kingsley, cloaked in invisibility, stood ready with their wands. Sirius grasped Draco's arm firmly, urging him outside. Go seek refuge with the students. Draco stumbled slightly, glancing back at the Vanishing Cabinet that was about to activate, before ultimately departing. The cabinet door trembled slightly, beginning to exude ominous mist. Ryan hid beneath a tree in the Forbidden Forest, moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across his face. A phoenix perched on his shoulder, its golden eyes gazing into the distance. They are coming, the Phoenix whispered. Ryan nodded and closed his eyes. Through the 6 duplicates scattered around the castle, he clearly perceived the approaching army of Death Eaters, their dark-robed figures surging like a tide, the howls of werewolves echoing in the night, and the Dementors floating in the air, bringing with them a bone-chilling cold. Further away, the silhouettes of giants loomed between the trees, each step causing the earth to tremble slightly. The foremost duplicate crouched upon a branch of a large tree, its pink eyes shimmering in the darkness. As the vanguard of Death Eaters crossed into the designated area, he suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, silver light erupted from 7 directions, streaking across the night sky like meteors, forming a massive magical array around Hogwarts. The light intertwined, transforming into a translucent barrier that enveloped the entire castle. The Death Eaters collided with the barrier unexpectedly, curses erupting around them. Master, Bellatrix turned to the rear, her crimson lips twisting into an excited grin. Someone is attempting to impede us. Voldemort slowly emerged from the shadows, his pale serpent-like face appearing particularly sinister under the moonlight. He raised his wand, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his scarlet eyes. A desperate struggle. A blinding green light burst forth from the tip of his wand, piercing towards the barrier like a blade. Accompanied by a sound akin to shattering glass, the protective shield disintegrated instantly, silver motes swirling like snowflakes. Bellatrix cackled shrilly. Attack! Capture Harry Potter! The Death Eaters, werewolves, Dementors, and giants erupted in frenzied cheers, surging towards the castle. Yet, they failed to notice that the dissipating silver motes had not vanished, but rather silently merged into the night, enveloping the entire battlefield like an invisible mist. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall abruptly stood, her movement so sudden that the laughter and chatter within the hall ceased abruptly. All students turned towards the staff table in confusion. Attention, all students. Her voice was calm yet authoritative. Now, all house prefects, lead the students to evacuate along the designated routes immediately. The prefects exchanged glances, then swiftly sprang into action. Hermione Granger from Gryffindor was the first to rise. All Gryffindors, follow me. Anthony Goldstein from Ravenclaw swiftly followed suit, and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff also loudly directed her group. Slughorn, drenched in sweat, urged the Slytherin students to keep up. At the Ravenclaw table, a 7th-year student could not restrain himself from asking, "Professor, what is happening?" "Hurry," Professor Flitwick urged sharply. "Do not linger." Despite their myriad questions, the students quickly and orderly exited the hall under the guidance of their prefects and professors. Once the last student had departed, Professor McGonagall raised her wand. "Stone sentinels, arise." In an instant, the statues lining the corridors sprang to life, their armor clanging resoundingly. Inside the room of requirement, the door of the vanishing cabinet abruptly burst open, and the first Death Eater stumbled out, barely managing to steady himself before a stunning spell accurately struck his chest. Another. Tonk's hair turned an excited shade of pink as she and Sirius dragged the unconscious Death Eater to a corner, binding him with magical ropes. The cabinet opened once more, and the second and third Death Eaters emerged in quick succession, only to be met by a row of poised wands. Moody's magical eye whirled madly, anticipating the enemy's movements with every turn. Stun them. Petrify them all. The spells illuminated the room in a dazzling display, and the Death Eaters fell before they could react. Too easy, Sirius grinned. It's like fighting goblins. Outside the castle, 7 figures leaped simultaneously, pink light tracing brilliant arcs across the night sky. Ryan and his duplicates charged towards the approaching giants like lightning, the full manifestation of his soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit, unleashing a self-created soul technique, the moon dance, amplifying his fighting prowess to its zenith. The foremost duplicate flipped in midair, its long legs lashing out like whips towards a giant's knee. With a crack, the giant howled in agony as it crumpled to the ground. Another duplicate seized the opportunity to leap onto its shoulder, delivering a crushing kick to its temple, sending the giant crashing down. Kill them. A Death Eater roared, brandishing his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light surged forth, yet the duplicate instantly phased out, employing the 6th soul technique, Void, allowing the killing curse to pass harmlessly through, inflicting no harm. In the next moment, another duplicate appeared before the caster, delivering a swift chop to his neck, causing the Death Eater to collapse limply. At the castle gates, Professor McGonagall led the teachers to confront the incoming wave of Death Eaters. Her transfiguration spells were masterful, transforming the floor into rolling waves that toppled enemies. Though Professor Flitwick was diminutive, his spells were precise, each wand movement knocking down an opponent. Professor Sprout wildly hurled poisonous tendrils, ensnaring the legs of werewolves. The battle erupted in full force. Chapter 110, The Final Holy War, Part 2. 7 streams of light flickered like phantoms across the battlefield. After dispatching all the giants, Ryan and his duplicates instantly materialized at the forefront of the battle alongside Professor McGonagall. Bellatrix's manic laughter pierced through the explosions of spells as she wildly waved her wand, unleashing dark magic that struck like venomous serpents towards those around her. Upon seeing Ryan appear, a flicker of manic rage ignited in her eyes. "It's you again." Ryan wasted no time, his figure flickering as he seamlessly cut through the encirclement formed by Bellatrix and 3 other Death Eaters. His movements were so swift that they left only afterimages, but Bellatrix had learned from past encounters. She swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from Ryan while barking, "Don't let him get close." Dolohov and Rodolphius immediately understood, flanking him on either side. Spells raining down like a torrential storm, weaving a net of green and red light that continually constricted Ryan's space to maneuver. The greatest threat came from Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf leader, whose claws glimmered menacingly, each strike aimed directly at Ryan's throat or heart. Clang! Ryan's arm shimmered with a jade-like glow, successfully blocking Greyback's claw strike. Sparks flying. Not bad at all. Fenrir licked his fangs, but alas, it was not fierce enough. The werewolf's other hand lunged toward Ryan's abdomen. "Boy, your innards must be quite delectable." Ryan twisted his waist, his right leg striking out like a whip. The tip of his foot, hardened as jade, landed forcefully on Greyback's ribs, accompanied by a distinct sound of bones cracking, causing the werewolf to stagger back with a muffled groan. Yet, other Death Eater's spells had already been unleashed, compelling Ryan to teleport away, momentarily stalling the battle. Professor McGonagall's hat had long since vanished, her gray-white hair cascading over her shoulders, a conspicuous streak of blood marking her cheek. Nevertheless, her wand-wielding stance remained as elegant and precise as a conductor's, transfiguring the scattered stones on the ground into dozens of silver short swords that shot toward the enemies with pinpoint accuracy. Amidst the screams, 3 more Death Eaters fell incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. Professor Flitwick stood atop a pile of statues, unleashing spells like a rapid-fire barrage, when a Death Eater attempted a sneak attack from behind. The elderly professor executed a swift sweeping kick, sending the assailant sprawling. Professor Sprout abandoned her gentle methods of attack, controlling venomous tendrils that coiled around the foes like a giant python, eliciting piercing cries of agony. Most astonishing of all was Hagrid, the half-giant who resembled a moving fortress. The Death Eater's spell struck him without leaving a scratch, merely leaving faint red marks on his skin. With a single sweep of his enormous hand, he could send a dark-robed wizard flying several meters away. "Come on," Hagrid bellowed, swinging his fist to knock down a werewolf attempting to assault Professor Sprout. "You wretched lot." Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the members of DA huddled at the entrance to the Shrieking Shack's secret passage, their wands tightly gripped. The distant explosions caused the walls to tremble, dust cascading down. "Why isn't anyone coming?" Ron swallowed nervously. No sooner had he spoken than a bone-chilling cold swept in as several Dementors floated closer, their decayed hands reaching out. "Expecto Patronum." Harry and Hermione shouted in unison, with Ron hastily joining in. Silver stags, otters, and hounds erupted from the tips of their wands, while Neville's toad Patronus and Luna's hare joined the dispersal effort. The Dementors dissipated like black mist under the onslaught of the patron muses, and Harry instinctively aimed to pursue, only to collide abruptly with a dark figure. "Where do you think you're going?" Snape appeared like a specter, his black eyes cold. Harry froze, stammering, "In nowhere." "Professor Dumbledore said you must stay put." Snape's voice was as sharp as a blade. "I trust you remember? Or are commands mere whispers in your ears?" Harry bowed his head, obediently retreating into the ranks, and the DA members likewise shrank back behind cover. Snape scoffed, his black robes swirling as he vanished into the shadows. "Whose side is he on?" Ron murmured softly. Hermione shot him a glare. "Enough. We have a mission." Within the room of requirement, Lupin utilized a complex sealing spell to completely lock the vanishing cabinet. On the ground lay several bound Death Eaters, all under the influence of a stunning charm. "Leave 2 to keep watch." Sirius stretched his shoulders, a glint of battle fervor in his eyes. "It's time for the others to support the front line and show those bastards what the Order is capable of." Tonks's hair transformed into a fiery red. Let them witness the might of the Order of the Phoenix. As this fresh force burst from the room of requirement, the tide of battle shifted instantly. Sirius and Kingsley plunged like daggers into the Death Eater's flank, swiftly incapacitating 2 foes. Following closely, George's gaze locked onto Ryan across the battlefield. Upon witnessing his beloved being besieged by Bellatrix, Greyback, and 4 others, his heart nearly stopped. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his wand. Thunderous explosion. The spell struck Greyback's back with precision, causing the werewolf's powerful frame to lurch forward. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan executed a high kick with his long legs. Bang, bang, bang. 3 solid kicks landed on Greyback's temple, and before the werewolf could even let out a scream, he collapsed to the ground in a heap. The encirclement by Bellatrix faltered. Now, 7 Ryans called out in unison, their voices echoing across the battlefield. A burst of silver light erupted, revealing the true effect of the lunar domain. All Death Eaters' movements slowed as if held back by invisible hands, while the members of the Order felt their strength multiply. The battle escalated into a fevered intensity. Ryan's form moved through the domain as if in water. Dolohov had just raised his wand for the killing curse when Ryan struck his wrist with a precise chop, causing the wand to clatter to the ground. Immediately following, a spinning kick slammed into Dolohov's chest, forcing him to spit out blood as he flew backward, crashing into a low wall. Damn mudbloods! Bellatrix screamed, frantically unleashing killing curses, but Ryan merely sidestepped, the spells narrowly missing him. A pale pink energy orb coalesced in Ryan's palm, then shot forth like a meteor, striking Bellatrix in the abdomen. She was propelled several meters away, and Rodolphus hastily rushed forward to catch her. Ryan did not pursue, for his peripheral vision caught a more perilous scene. George was locked in fierce combat with Alecto, while behind him, a Death Eater stealthily raised his wand, green light coalescing at the tip. Avada Kedavra! George heard the incantation and instinctively turned. But the green light was already upon him. Ryan's figure materialized in front of George, the 4th soul ring glowing brightly. Invincible form activated. The blinding green light collided with the golden barrier, dispersing like waves crashing against rocks. In the next moment, Ryan was already in front of the Death Eater. The foe had no time to feel fear before a powerful uppercut connected with his chin, launching him into the air. Following this, Ryan twisted the Death Eater's wrist. The audible crack of bones echoing through the air. The Death Eater's scream barely escaped his lips before Ryan's knee struck him in the throat, preventing any further cries. Ryan offered no chance for him to land. 16 consecutive throws. The sounds of battle seemed to freeze in that instant. Everyone stared, agape, as the Death Eater was tossed like a ragdoll by Ryan, each impact accompanied by the sickening crunch of breaking bones. When the final uppercut struck his chest, the distorted body, or rather, corpse, was sent flying out of Hogwarts, igniting a series of explosions deep within the Forbidden Forest. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing through 3 large trees, a deafening explosion resonated through the forest, flames shooting skyward. As the dust settled, Ryan turned to George. The two locked eyes amidst the chaotic battlefield for a fleeting moment. No further words were exchanged. They instinctively parted ways, diving back into their respective battles. Ryan leapt into the air once more, 6 clones radiating a dazzling pink light simultaneously. Boom. The scattered clones across the battlefield detonated at once, creating a massive shockwave that swept across the field. The Death Eater's formation collapsed in an instant, nearly half of them toppling to the ground. Suddenly, the Phoenix appeared, its golden wings brushing past Ryan. He grasped its talon and vanished in a flash of golden light. Rodolphus. Bellatrix crawled out from the rubble, her grotesque face smeared with blood. Go tell our master that the situation has changed. He must retreat immediately. Rodolphus hesitated, but hurry. Bella interrupted sharply. I'll hold them off. Rodolphus gritted his teeth and nodded, the phantom flickering into nothingness at his feet. Bella turned around, her gaze locking onto Arthur and Molly Weasley. A deranged smile twisted at the corners of her mouth. Oh, look who it is, a pair of pure-blood traitors. Molly's wand was unwaveringly aimed at Bella. You will not harm my children, Bellatrix. Then let us see you try. Bella cackled, launching the first attack. Chapter 111, The Final Battle, Part 2. The night was as dark as ink, and in the shadows at the edge of Hogwarts, Voldemort's crimson eyes glimmered ominously in the darkness. He watched the distant castle, where spells of light erupted in a chaotic symphony, his pale fingers gently stroking his wand. Rodolphus rushed in, breathless, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed, his voice respectful yet steady. My lord, all is going smoothly. We have subdued most of the opposition within the castle. Voldemort's gaze slowly shifted toward him. Is that so? Indeed. Rodolphus kept his head down, his hair concealing the fleeting glimmer of pink in his eyes. Voldemort's eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Just as he was about to speak, Rodolphus suddenly lunged at him. Voldemort's form vanished in an instant, reappearing several meters away, his wand raised without hesitation. Crucio. A blinding red light struck Rodolphus in the chest. He barely had time to scream before he crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. A glint of cold malice flickered in Voldemort's eyes. Suddenly, a golden barrier rose from the ground, enveloping Hogwarts and its surroundings like an inverted giant bowl. What? Voldemort's wand shot toward the barrier, a blinding green light erupting forth. However, the spell struck the shield with no effect, as if a stone had been thrown into the sea, creating not even a ripple. You cannot escape, Voldemort. A voice echoed from above. Voldemort looked up to see a magnificent golden bird unfurling its wings, with a familiar figure, Ryan Evans, beneath its talons. Voldemort's pupils constricted in alarm. He raised his wand just as a melodious phoenix cry rang out overhead. Fawkes descended, and Dumbledore's figure appeared beside Ryan. The old wizard's silver hair shimmering in the firelight. Voldemort's expression finally shifted. "Tom." Dumbledore's voice was calm, yet heavy. "It is time for this to end." Voldemort's lips twisted into a cynical smile. "It seems I underestimated you, Dumbledore." His red eyes scanned the two, briefly glancing at the unconscious Rodolphus. Realizing he had walked into a trap, Nagini, as he hissed the name, a massive python slithered from the darkness, its scales glinting coldly in the moonlight. Nagini raised her head, her crimson tongue flickering, her icy serpent eyes fixating on Dumbledore. Voldemort slowly raised his wand. "Since you have so meticulously prepared this spectacle, let me see if you possess the capability to conclude it." His voice turned suddenly frigid. "Can you bring this to a close?" The green light and the giant serpent lunged into the air, hurtling towards the two. The battle persisted until the first light of dawn broke over the eastern horizon. On the battlefield surrounding Hogwarts, 3 figures flickered in the morning mist. Ryan's soul power had dimmed to a mere flicker. Dumbledore's spells remained as sharp as ever. While Voldemort's killing curses grew increasingly vicious, Ryan's spirit had long surpassed its limit, the excessive strain rendering his vision dark, each breath tasting of blood. His arms, marked with burn scars from blocking the Cruciatus curse, bore skin that was cracking like porcelain. Voldemort's patience had reached its end. His scarlet gaze locked onto Ryan, the boy who had repeatedly thwarted his plans, now at his limit. Avada Kedavra! The green-violet beam shot forth like a venomous serpent. Ryan barely managed to dodge. But the backlash struck his chest. The state of his spirit weapon shattered. His body flew through the air like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the grass 10 meters away. Yet in the final moment before losing consciousness, Ryan gathered the last remnants of his soul power. A powdery pink energy sphere streaked through the morning mist, hurtling towards Voldemort. Simultaneously, Dumbledore's wand erupted in dazzling silver light, forming a pincer attack with Ryan's wave of energy. Voldemort's face contorted in rage. He raised his wand high, his robe billowing without wind, as an unprecedented black light erupted from the tip of his wand. The 3 forces collided midair. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion toppled trees in a 100-meter radius. Even those far at the castle gates staggered back from the force. Nagini writhed in the energy storm, her massive body being torn apart by 3 distinctly different powers. She emitted a piercing hiss, her scales shedding piece by piece, until she ultimately exploded into countless fragments within the blinding light, the last Horcrux destroyed. Dust billowed skyward, obscuring the rising sun. Hearing the thunderous roar, members of the Order of the Phoenix, DA students, and professors all sprinted toward the source of the explosion. As they passed through the last thicket, the sight before them made everyone halt abruptly. As the dust began to settle, Voldemort's figure came into view, standing still. His wand still pointed ahead, a twisted smile etched on his pale face. "Ha ha!" His manic laughter echoed across the fields. "You cannot kill me. I am immortal." His voice abruptly ceased. A morning breeze swept through, and cracks suddenly appeared on the arm raised with his wand, as if a weathered statue was beginning to crumble. His smile froze on his face, disbelief gripping him as he looked down at his disintegrating body. No, this cannot be. The first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating the body that was beginning to disintegrate. Voldemort's scream dissolved into nothingness, his black robes scattering like ashes, until only a wand clattered to the ground. Everyone stood frozen in place, eyes wide, unable to believe the scene before them. The golden figure of the Bennu bird swept across the battlefield, landing beside Ryan. It spread its wings, gently covering the unconscious boy, and a sacred light began to heal the ghastly wounds. George was the first to regain his senses, his gaze falling upon the figure lying on the ground not far away. He stumbled across the charred grass, kneeling beside Ryan, his fingers trembling as if afraid to touch him. It was only when the Bennu bird softly chirped, pecking lightly at Ryan's neck, that George dared to press his ear to it. Thump, thump. The faint yet steady heartbeat caused him to sag with relief, a choked sigh escaping his lips. "It's all right." He carefully cradled Ryan in his arms, his fingers brushing over his lover's bloodied cheek. "It is all over." The crowd gradually gathered around, yet an uncanny silence enveloped them. Dumbledore approached slowly, his expression weary yet content. He surveyed the faces of those around him, softly declaring, "Everyone, Voldemort is dead." Silence. Then, someone broke into tears, followed by another, and soon the sobs escalated into wails, transforming into cheers. The sun rose fully above the horizon. Golden sunlight bathed the ruined castle of Hogwarts, illuminating every tear-streaked, yet smiling face. The long, dark night had finally come to an end. Chapter 112, New Beginnings After the War. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Illnesses. Ryan lay upon the hospital bed on the 5th floor of the spell damage department, his complexion still pallid. Yet his breathing had steadied. George sat at his bedside, his unruly red hair disheveled, dark circles under his eyes, fingers tightly clasping Ryan's hand. The door to the ward was gently pushed open, and the Weasley family entered in succession. Molly cradled a large bouquet of vibrant sunflowers and carried a pitcher of chilled pumpkin juice, while Fred and Percy hefted a sizable bag of sweets procured from Honeydukes. "Is he still not awake?" Molly inquired softly, placing the sunflowers into a vase at the head of the bed. George shook his head, gently stroking the back of Ryan's hand with his thumb. "The doctor said it will be soon." "Of course," Fred chimed in, setting the sweets on the bedside table and giving his brother's shoulder a light pat. "Ryan is the sort who could kick a Death Eater into the Forbidden Forest." George managed a slight smile, though his gaze remained fixed on Ryan's face. During Ryan's unconsciousness, the wizarding world had undergone a tremendous transformation. The restoration of Hogwarts had commenced. Professor McGonagall stood before the ruins, her wand waving as shattered stones repositioned themselves, and the collapsed towers rose anew. Professor Flitwick directed a group of students in clearing the battlefield, while Professor Sprout tended to the restoration of the destroyed greenhouses. Surprisingly, Professor Slughorn had generously donated a substantial sum of galleons for the repairs. Ministry personnel bustled about, escorting captured Death Eaters away one by one. Bellatrix was bound by special magical shackles, her maniacal laughter echoing as she passed, proclaiming, "The Dark Lord will surely return. Just wait." Kingsley silenced her with a wave of his wand. Journalists from the Daily Prophet frantically chronicled every moment. The front page headline read, "The darkness ends. Voldemort is vanquished. And a new era dawns for the wizarding world." Wizards across Britain flooded the streets in jubilant celebration, and the Leaky Cauldron offered free butterbeer for 3 consecutive days. Kingsley Shacklebolt was appointed as the interim Minister of Magic, while Arthur Weasley was named the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Their first act in office was to abolish all discriminatory laws against Muggle-born wizards. Thanks to Lupin's contributions, the Werewolf Rights Protection Act was officially enacted, and the ministry established a dedicated office to safeguard the rights of werewolves, along with funding a werewolf treatment department at St. Mungo's. Members of pureblood families, such as Lucius Malfoy, who had been imprisoned in Azkaban, were released without charge after it was revealed that they had secretly collaborated with the Order of the Phoenix prior to the Battle of the Department of Mysteries. Ryan found himself standing in a realm of pure white, the floor beneath him as smooth as a mirror, reflecting an endless sky. Suddenly, a cheerful jingle of bells rang out. "Hello, host. Long time no see." The figure of little Lilac appeared out of thin air, her silvery laughter reverberating in the space. Ryan paused momentarily, then smiled. "It's been a while, little Lilac. Congratulations, host, for completing the final task. Your reward consists of 200,000-year soul rings and a soul bone, which have already been deposited into your mental space. Additionally," she continued, her expression suddenly serious, "now that the task is complete, I must take my leave." Ryan was taken aback. "So soon?" "Yup." Little Lilac tilted her head. "Do you wish to come with me?" Images of his family, George's smiling face, and his companions from Beauxbatons and Hogwarts flashed before Ryan's eyes. He gently shook his head. "No, I wish to remain here." Little Lilac blinked. "I guessed as much. But even after I depart, your martial soul and soul power will remain intact for your continued use." Ryan pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Little Lilac, what is the purpose of your system's existence?" "To collect data." Little Lilac executed a somersault in midair. "We are responsible for placing travelers into different worlds, granting them special abilities, and then observing how these abilities adapt across various realms." She tilted her head. "Just like how you've utilized the martial soul system remarkably well in this world." Ryan considered this thoughtfully. "So, I am essentially a test subject?" "Not at all." Little Lilac floated closer. "You are a partner." She hesitated for a moment, her voice dropping to a whisper. "If there are any additional testing tasks in the future, may I come back to seek your assistance? They won't be too difficult or time-consuming." Ryan chuckled and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Of course." Little Lilac's eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you, host. Then, farewell." Her voice slowly faded, and the white space receded like a tide. Ryan felt his consciousness gradually sinking. And in his last fleeting moments of clarity, he seemed to hear Little Lilac's distant call, "Be happy." Shortly thereafter, Ryan's eyelashes fluttered gently, and he slowly opened his eyes. The glaring sunlight caused him to instinctively squint, and he soon met the gaze of a pair of bloodshot blue eyes. George jumped to his feet, the chair screeching against the floor with a harsh sound. "You're awake." His fingers trembled as they brushed against Ryan's cheek. "Is there anywhere that hurts? Do you need water?" Seeing George's anxious demeanor, Ryan smiled and opened his arms, his voice still hoarse. I want a hug. George leaned down, enveloping him gently, and Ryan reciprocated, savoring George's presence. After a long moment, George lifted his head, his eyes red-rimmed. You've been unconscious for several days. Ryan reached up to wipe away the tears on his face. I'm sorry. Silly. George grasped his hand and pressed it to his lips. You don't need to apologize. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden beam upon the hospital bed. In the distance, the sound of bells chimed, heralding the arrival of a new era. Chapter 113, The Wedding Ceremony. 1 year later, in the summer. In the open space outside the modest dwelling, a tent magically erected glimmered under the summer sun. Deep red roses entwined around the pillars, while ribbons and balloons swayed gently in the breeze. In the distance, a few garden gnomes curiously peeked out, only to scatter in fright at a banishing charm cast by Ginny. Percy meticulously checked the guest list, attending to the early arriving friends and family. Bill. The garland on the left is crooked. Mrs. Molly Weasley called from atop a ladder, her wand constantly adjusting the decorative details. Her cheeks were flushed from the busyness, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Charlie, go help arrange those napkins. Merlin's beard. Where have George and Fred gone? No sooner had she spoken than George and Fred appeared with a pop of apparition, their faces uncharacteristically anxious. Mum, George scratched his head. The chef team has encountered a small hiccup. My beloved spatula has been hidden away by the pet Niffler, and it will take some time to locate it. Fred quickly added, but they assure us it will be ready within 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Molly's voice shot up an octave. The guest will arrive in 3 hours. She spun around, rummaging through her apron. Perhaps I shall cook myself. I will definitely write a complaint to the Wizarding Catering Association afterward. These unreliable people. Mum. Mum. George hurriedly placed his hands on her shoulders. Calm down. They are really close, and we have a backup plan. Fred, with an air of conjuration, produced a box of instant pies. Weasley Wizarding Wheezes specially crafted this. With the heating charm recited 3 times, it transforms into a lavish banquet. A flicker of doubt passed through Molly's eyes, but she quickly grew more irate. Using instant food at a wedding? How dare you? George and Fred exchanged a glance, simultaneously raising their hands in surrender. Let's go give them a nudge. With that, they swiftly disapparated away. In Ron's room, Harry and Hermione were grappling with an obstinate formal suit. Lower your head a bit more, Hermione commanded, her fingers deftly maneuvering the bow tie's ribbon. Why is this not so difficult to tie? Ron stood rigidly, akin to an owl caught in a snare. I told you I'm not suited to be the best man. What's the matter with Fred and George looking alike? Just stick a name tag on my chest. Harry inadvertently tugged at his hair. Sorry, don't say that. You actually look quite dapper in a suit, Hermione reassured him, finally fastening the bow tie. Just don't move around like a troll. Ron turned to face the mirror, reluctantly accepting her words. However, when he saw Hermione reach for the hair gel, he immediately recoiled in terror. No, not that. Hermione rolled her eyes and firmly restrained him. Then, a piercing scream shattered the air. At the nearby Beck household, Ryan sat in front of the mirror in his bedroom, while Annie tenderly groomed her son's hair, her fingertips gently caressing the ends. All right, let us see how it looks. Annie stepped back, satisfied with her handiwork. Ryan gazed at his reflection, his hairstyle neat and stylish, with the fringe cleverly secured, striking a balance between formality and a casual flair. Looks great, thank you, Mom. He turned and embraced Annie. She returned the hug, her voice soft. What's with the thanks, sweetheart? Ryan nestled his face into her shoulder, indulging in a rare moment of affection. After I get married, I might not have this chance again. Annie ruffled his hair affectionately. Even after marriage, you will always be my child. A light cough arose from the doorway. Mark leaned against the doorframe, feigning indignation as he turned his face away. Doesn't anyone want to hug their dad? Fine, he relented. All right. Annie replied with exasperation. Ryan, chuckling, stood up and embraced his father. Mark immediately beamed, patting Ryan's back vigorously. Are you ready, kid? Almost, Ryan replied, glancing at the time. Where are Grandma and Grandpa? We should head to the Burrow early to rehearse the ceremony. Annie's expression subtly stiffened. Your grandmother is mending that old heirloom dress. She hopes you can at least wear it for the dinner. Ryan queried, that family heirloom? I thought it was on the verge of falling apart. Yes. Who knows how long it's been there? Annie spoke hastily, then added, but it's been passed down through generations. It holds sentimental value. Ryan nodded. If it can be repaired, I'll wear it. As for Grandpa, Annie rubbed her temples. You know the catering team we hired for today? Chef Meyer from Diagon Alley. George claims his roast beef is the best in all of Britain. Your grandfather later discovered that the chef is an old acquaintance of his, and there's a bit of history between them. Ryan tensed instantly. What? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Should we switch teams? Is it too late now? Calm down. Mark placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's not a deep-seated grudge. It's about a roast beef recipe they've been bickering over for nearly 20 years. Over a dish. Over a dish, Annie confirmed. Childish, isn't it? But they both believe their method is superior while the other's is flawed. Just then, a burnt odor wafted up from downstairs. Annie's expression shifted as she hurried down the stairs in her high heels, soon followed by her alarmed exclamation. Dad, the pot is going to burn. Don't fret, Annie. This seasoning needs to be thoroughly roasted. It's turning to charcoal. Meanwhile, Grandma's voice echoed from the attic. Could someone bring me some silver thread? Mark rummaged through the hallway cabinet and then ascended the stairs in his polished shoes. Oh, thank you, Mark. No problem, Mom. I see the dress has been mended quite well. Is there anything else that needs fixing? I want to add a few more patterns to the cuffs. How long will that take? Good work takes time, young man. Ryan stood in the center of the room, listening to the ruckus above and below. He took a deep breath, gazing calmly out the window. Everything will be all right. How will this tumultuous wedding ultimately unfold? Only time holds the answer. Chapter 114, A Future with You. The wedding venue was abuzz with excitement. Sunlight streamed through the transparent dome of the enchanted canopy as guests gradually took their seats, gathering in clusters, their laughter and chatter filling the air. The former Gryffindor Quidditch players formed a circle, with Oliver Wood demonstrating a tactical move, while Angelina and Alicia chimed in with playful banter, and Katie and Lee Jordan added embellishments, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. Ron stood at a distance, awkwardly tugging at his bow tie, occasionally stealing glances at Hermione, who was playfully teasing Tonks and Lupin's newborn child alongside Parvati. Ginny was deep in discussion with Luna, who sported an exaggerated pair of butterfly-shaped glasses, intently observing the air for any potential love fairies. Harry and the DA members congregated together, with Neville excitedly sharing tales of his latest magical plant cultivation, drawing a chorus of admiration from those around him. Friends from Beauxbatons occupied another side. Madame Maxime's towering figure stood out in the crowd as she conversed quietly with Professor McGonagall, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Fleur weaved through the guests, greeting familiar faces in French. The professors from Hogwarts were also present. Professor Flitwick was engaged in conversation with several Beauxbatons students about a complex spell, while Professor Sprout distributed singing flowers to the young witches and wizards nearby. Hagrid was in animated discussion with Charlie, cradling a large barrel of homemade mead, while Sirius animatedly joined in. Dumbledore sat in the front row, flanked by a gray-haired elder with heterochromatic eyes. His commanding presence quieted the surrounding chatter. Only when Dumbledore gently patted his arm did the elder temper his demeanor, offering a warm nod to the crowd. The Malfoy family occupied a distant table, Draco fiddling with a napkin in boredom, while Narcissa conversed with a few ladies and Lucius elegantly sipped champagne. In the Burrow's kitchen, Chef Meyer continued to prepare the dishes at a leisurely pace, showing no signs of igniting the stove. The sous chefs were bustling around, crafting exquisite plates. Yet the main course remained untouched. Molly stood at the kitchen door, her expression growing increasingly grim. Arthur, she whispered, gritting her teeth, he paid so many galleons. We didn't hire him just to chop vegetables. Arthur hurriedly wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders. Calm down, dear, it's a day of celebration. Don't let anger spoil it. How can I not be angry? Molly's voice emerged through clenched teeth. The guests have arrived. Yet the main course hasn't even begun cooking. Arthur's eyes darted. Oh right, Ryan and the in-laws have arrived. They're upstairs getting ready. Would you like to check on them? Molly's fury instantly shifted. They're here? Merlin, I've been so busy I didn't even notice. She quickly tidied her hair, casting one last warning glance at Chef Meyer, then hurried upstairs. In the room above, Ryan and Pierre stood by the window, the joy of their long-awaited reunion prompting an animated exchange between them. Ryan spoke of his life as a teacher at Hogwarts, while Pierre recounted the miseries he faced after inheriting the family business. I can't believe you got married before me, Pierre teased, nudging Ryan with his elbow. Ryan raised an eyebrow. When are you and Fleur planning to tie the knot? Pierre immediately displayed his engagement ring with pride. I've proposed. And the wedding is set for spring next year. You must be my best man. A pact was made as they bumped fists. At that moment, Molly entered, apologizing for not welcoming them sooner. After embracing and Invea, she turned to Ryan with concern. My dear, I am truly sorry about the chef situation. Ryan offered a gentle smile. It's quite all right, Molly. I really don't mind. With that, Molly visibly relaxed. Fleur then entered to remind them. All the guests have arrived. When will the ceremony commence? Molly smacked her forehead in realization. George and Fred just mentioned they were off to set up the wedding fireworks. I'll go find them. With that, she hurried out. Pierre, watching her retreating figure, sighed. Marriage is no easy feat, what? Regretting it already? Fleur teased. Pierre quickly clarified. Not at all. If it's our wedding, every hassle will be worth it. Ryan chuckled at their playful banter. Suddenly, A faint popping sound resonated in the air. "Mr. Evans," Creature said. Bowing respectfully, hands cradling a meticulously wrapped gift, Creature has arrived late. Ryan crouched down to meet the house elf's gaze. "Thank you, Creature. I was worried you wouldn't come." Creature assured him. Mr. Evans' invitation ensured Creature's presence. "As for my tardiness, I wish to explain." His ears trembled slightly with shyness upon my arrival. "I heard that the chef's spatula had been stolen by a niffler, so I went to help search for it." "Did you find it?" Ryan inquired with delight. Creature nodded. "The chef has begun cooking." Fleur confirmed. "I saw the kitchen bustling when I came up." Ryan expressed his gratitude once more, and Creature, bashfully tugging at his tea towel, stepped aside. In the garden, Fred's voice boomed magically. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The wedding is about to begin." The sun shone perfectly. A gentle breeze wafted through, and everything was ready. Dumbledore stood at the flower-laden altar, his silver hair dancing in the wind, his blue eyes sparkling with joy behind half-moon spectacles. "Dear friends," his voice, soft yet clear, resonated throughout. "Today we are fortunate to gather here to witness the union of two souls." At one end of the red carpet stood Ryan, his deep blue suit accentuating his tall frame. Beside him, Pierre quietly urged him to relax his tense shoulders. At the other end stood George, clad in a formal black suit with a deep red rose pinned at the collar, while Ron stood rigidly, as if at attention. As the music commenced, Ryan and George stepped forward simultaneously to meet each other. Once they stood face to face, Dumbledore continued. "Ryan Evans and George Weasley have chosen to forever bind their lives together today. Now, please exchange your vows." George gazed into Ryan's eyes, his voice resolute. "I promise. In both prosperity and adversity, in wealth and poverty, in health and sickness, to stand by your side until the end of my days." Ryan replied softly, "I promise. Through aging, illness, joy, and sorrow, to support and love you for all eternity." Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "Please raise your wands." The two wands gently touched in the air. A radiant silver light erupted from their tips, weaving into a brilliant heart shape before showering countless sparkling lights upon the guests. The children reached out in delight, only for the lights to transform into tiny roses upon contact. "Please exchange rings." Pierre and Ron approached, each holding a velvet box containing 2 platinum rings, engraved with their names and wedding date inside. George first slipped a ring onto Ryan's ring finger, and Ryan reciprocated by adorning George with another. Dumbledore opened his arms. "I declare you officially bonded as lifelong partners. You may now kiss." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, George cradled Ryan's face and leaned down for a kiss. Ryan closed his eyes, responding to the kiss, enveloped by the thunderous applause and whistles. In the audience, Molly clutched a handkerchief, wiping her eyes, tears flowing uncontrollably. Arthur wrapped his arms around his wife, his own eyes glistening, in stark contrast, and sat upright with an elegant smile, though her slightly reddened eyes betrayed her emotions. Beside her, Mark, usually so composed, was weeping uncontrollably, and retrieved a handkerchief from her purse, offering it to her husband with a comforting, "Calm down, dear. You'll make others think we're at a funeral." But, Mark stammered, glancing at the couple on stage. "Our Ryan, yes." So fast. Before he could finish, another wave of sobs overcame him. As the ceremony concluded, the banquet commenced. The dishes floated gracefully to each table, enchanting the guests with their deliciousness. The final main course, Chef Meyer's roasted beef, was perfectly crispy on the outside and tender within, accompanied by a rich sauce. Grandfather Aberforth had slyly added his own roast beef to the menu, earning equal praise. The culinary rivalry between Chef Meyer and Grandfather Aberforth ended in a draw, both tipsy and embracing, vowing to compete again another time. Ryan, as his grandmother wished, donned an antique green robe adorned with intricate family embroidery before the dinner began, eliciting a proud smile from Vea. As the last dessert was cleared away, the self-playing harp and bagpipes began to resonate with joyful melodies. George took Ryan's hand and led him to the dance floor. "Are you ready, Mr. Evans?" Ryan grinned. "Always at your service, Mr. Weasley." They danced amidst the applause of guests. Soon, Pierre and Fleur, Fred and Angelina joined in, and then more guests flowed onto the dance floor. The most surprising addition was Dumbledore and a friend he had brought. When the music played, the elder with mismatched eyes rose to invite the white wizard to dance. The two elders glided into the dance floor with grace, their movements rivaling those of the youth. As the music escalated from a gentle rhythm to a lively tempo, Fred had stealthily changed the record, and the upbeat rock music sent the party atmosphere soaring. Ginny twirled with Harry in comical steps, while Ron and Hermione laughed heartily nearby. Later that night, while most guests continued to revel, Ryan and George quietly slipped away to a large tree in the surrounding forest. George wrapped his arms around Ryan's waist, drawing him close. The moonlight, soft as water, outlined their silhouettes with tenderness. I still remember our first encounter, George whispered. You threw fruit at me and Fred to protect that bird's nest. Ryan poked his chest playfully, grinning, and then you climbed up to catch me. George grasped his hand, planting a kiss in the palm. I shall never forget that moment when you crouched in the tree, your eyes wide and round, resembling a startled little rabbit. At that time, I must admit, I thought you were rather insufferable. And now? Ryan lifted his gaze to meet his, the moonlight dancing in George's blue eyes. Now, I perceive this as the most exquisite serendipity of my life. George lowered his head and captured his lips in a kiss, one more fervent than any ceremonial vow, as Ryan wrapped his arms around his neck, savoring the warmth and rhythm of their hearts. In the distance, wedding fireworks erupted in the night sky, transforming into a myriad of stars scattered across the firmament. Yet, in this moment, their world belonged solely to one another. Their tale commenced with a chance encounter on a summer day, ultimately culminating in a beautiful conclusion on a summer night. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Your support is greatly appreciated.